Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 Shish Chapter 106 Yuzuki Inuichiro thought Quanyue was crazy. He will die after a while, just leave it alone. Quanyue said coldly. No, he jumped off the motorcycle and found that his arm was pulled and dislocated by Yuzuki Inuichiro. He could only put one of the guns back under the skirt. But this did not affect him kicking the car door and fired 3 shots under the Panasonic cover, directly piercing his knees and life. Yuzuki Inuichiro couldn't listen anymore. He especially wanted to pull out the tongue covered by Panasonic, so that the B************ D would stop barking. Call someone who will come again. Quanyue doesn't care so much. He stepped forward and pointed a gun at Panasonic's head and said, Beihai car corpse case. Panasonic felt that his internal organs were about to spit out, and all the joints in his body were broken. He spit out and said, I am not. Pound Quanyue shot him directly in the face, but missed. He said coldly, I remember you. He was the one who ordered the pouring of gasoline to burn him, and he was the one who mocked his father as the heroes who could not protect his wife and children. This voice can't be wrong. Matsushita no quibble, he showed a mocking expression, and said, I didn't expect to die for heroes' children. The children of the heroes family will become murderers, ha 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 ha. It's too ironic. Quanyue put the gun at the opponent. Go on. All his eyes are similar to those of his father. Matsushita Shishi couldn't help but shudder. He shivered and said, You, what are you going to do? Quanyue patted Panasonic's face with his hand. Do you remember something? I didn't do it alone. Why did you only look for me? They. Honghu's ambitions are also there. Matsushita Shiga exhaled and shouted. Honghu's ambitions, yes. You go find them, there you villain, it has nothing to do with me. Quanyue hesitated and put the gun back. Matsushita covered his face with a look of excitement, and he said, Yes, your villain is. Before he finished speaking, he felt that something flashed past his eyes. Quanyue took out a utility sword from the bottom of the skirt, which he grabbed in the medical room. There was blood on his face, and there was no way to wipe it. Quanyue didn't care about him, he gave him a second sword. The utility sword is lighter, and the blade can be broken and replaced with a new one when it is used up. From a technical point of view, he is third-rate stabbing people, but the plan is good. This is an ordinary utility sword commonly used in small shops. It can't kill people with one sword, but it's especially suitable for torture. Advertisement Matsushita Shu also realized what Quanyue meant. He hid back and said, I am your elder. Quanyue took a step forward, slowly slitting his face, cutting the sword from the upper left corner to the lower right corner. Quanyue took off his mask, pointed to the same scar on his face and said, Here. You. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He went down slowly with one sword. Yuzuki Inuichiro was anxious. He came over to take Quanyue away. You are crazy, we will be found. Then be found. Quanyue shook his hand away and said, You are leaving alone. Am I leaving you here alone? The ghost knows what you are thinking now. It is absolutely impossible for Yuzuki Inuichiro to leave Quanyue here. Just kidding. Quanyue never knew how much personal wealth his parents left behind. A group of people in the police station have received his uncle's kindness, and they will talk to him at that time. The government should not look at the fur and cold letters and always stumbling, but when it's about life, this guy controls public opinion and suppresses policy with one hand. Quanyue can definitely be fished out. Not to mention the cat mother-in-law who adopted Quanyue, that's not a stubborn head either. But what does Yuzuki Inuichiro have? Oh, ambition. Yuzuki Inuichiro was full of bitterness when he thought about it. He said, How could I leave you? Just kidding. If Shan Lengshi knew that he had left Quanyue here, he might get mad and break the net when he went back. Why can't you leave me behind? Yuzuki Inuichiro thought for a while, and he said, Then I'll come over and help you. I also brought a lighter. Can I help you destroy your body? Okay. The topic gradually moved in a weird direction. Quanyue speeded up the movement in his hand. He said, Student Yu can trouble you to get the tube? Yuzuki Inuichiro glanced at the dying heroes, then he looked at the tube in the takeout box and suddenly understood. He opened the fuel tank, stuck the pipe in, and took a strong breath with the other end. Oh. The unpleasant gasoline smell filled his mouth, and Yuzuki Inuichiro couldn't help but vomit. He said, Okay, I poured it all on people? Quanyue rose up covered in blood and nodded. Matsushita was dying and looked up and saw Yuzuki Inuichiro's face, half a sentence stuck in his throat, You. Quanyue hit him with a backhand on the neck, making him unable to say anything. Panasonic could only open his eyes wide, staring roundly at Yuzuki Inuichiro. Advertisement. Unlike Quanyue's disfigured face, Yuzuki Inuichiro and his father looked very similar. The two burned the car and walked another small road to leave. They did not know that the police and road blocking teams on both sides of the Tongbei National Road were in a stalemate. There was gunshots ahead. We just received a notice that it is going to be sealed. Do you have any notice? Damn it. Cunningham Lengshin sat in the car and listened quietly to the report from the people in front of him. He said, Quanyue and Yaoi. He scratched his face and his eyes were erratic. It's really troublesome. Deal with it and pretend to be car accident. After speaking, he felt that it was not enough and mentioned, The hush fee is enough, and the news is locked for me. Make a record, and I will go to the police. I can always suppress it. Yes, it's done as usual. The assistant said respectfully, Do I still need to go to UA? Shan Lengshin felt tired. He rubbed his temples and said, Call Qingyuan and ask them what the young master means. He just didn't want the Quanyue family to become heroes, he didn't want him to die. Honghu's ambitious young master is simply too messy. Yazuki Inuichiro, who was accidentally remembered by Fu Lengxin, was driving Quanyue to find a clean place to take a bath. They are all bloodstained now. Quanyue was still sitting behind him, and Yazuki Inuichiro drove and said endlessly, "Hey, you say you. I thought you would come over and ask something, who knew you were so anxious, just." A gun hit the temple of Yazuki Inuichiro, and the sound of the safety bolt opening was exceptionally crisp. Quanyue didn't seem to care about anything when he had a fever. He said, "Who are you on earth? Do I need to raise my hand to drive?" Yazuki Inuichiro felt a lump in his heart. Quanyue's brain was almost burnt, but the soberness and reason he still retained allowed him to maintain the motion of raising the gun. He said, "You don't act like a high school student." Yazuki Inuichiro was about to kneel down for the patient with a high fever. G shot and used a utility sword to make people like that. Now you say that I, an innocent bystander, doesn't look like a high school student, so you don't look like it. Quanyue squeezed the trigger a bit, and Yazuki Inuichiro shouted, Wait, I said, can't I say it's okay? Chapter 107. I'm just a hard-pressed high school student to support myself. Can't you put the gun down to make me drive? Yazuki Inuichiro only felt that the temple stuff was pushed harder twice. He couldn't bear it. He yelled, Quanyue, you should be more clear-headed. The dignified young master of Honghu's ambition is already very nonsense to avenge his own feud. Okay? Now I want to take you to the bathhouse. If it wasn't for a quirk, Yazuki Inuichiro would get out of the car and beat Quanyue violently. The temple gun paused twice, and he almost poked Yazuki Inuichiro's head. Ordinary high school students would know that the next step for the pipe is to smoke gasoline and burn people. Quanyue felt his face burnt, his chest and neck were constantly hot, and he twisted twice to try to remove his clothes. Yazuki Inuichiro's face changed. FK, can't you sit still? How would you let me drive? You can leave me behind. Am I the kind of guy who doesn't have the love of my classmates? If I leave you behind, I will go crazy tomorrow and take Honghu's ambition as a typical homebuyer. Yazuki Inuichiro is not a dead-handed wooden hanger, and AFO will not be used to his life and death. He said, isn't it just a gasoline? My dad used to destroy dead bodies. Okay. My dad is a murderer. Oh, I have a bit of hatred with the guy you killed just now. He once betrayed my dad, and my dad wouldn't be killed by the underworld if they weren't for them. Yazuki Inuichiro saw a few in front of him. The low room was choked with speech. When he gets to the bathhouse, he throws away Quanyue. Whoever cares who cares will take care of him. Quanyue said, what's in front? On the edge of the city. Oh, you can call it a shanty town. Yazuki Inuichiro said, it's the home of some refugees and urban poor. There are also some murderers, wanted criminals, and underworld. The sky was already dark at the moment, and Yazuki Inuichiro led Quanyue into the alley, and the billboards on the street were already lit up. The women with heavy makeup looked at them in black fishnet stockings, their eyes focused on Quanyue, who was holding a pistol and covered in blood. That's so. The chest is a bit flat. Hi, Inuichiro, your girlfriend. Ha 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 ha. Yazuki Inuichiro cursed. Smile. He parked the car in front of a wooden sign with the words, Bath, written in red paint. A yellow light bulb was lit in the room, and the light bulb line was hanging down. Swayed. An old man sat on a horse and watched the live broadcast of the UA games. Bath, cubicle. Yazuki Inuichiro was still in the car and turned to Quanyue and said, you put the gun down first, we have something to say. If you want to know anything, I can say it. Let's first to take a bath. I go first. Advertisement, yes, you have a gun, you are an uncle. Yazuki Inuichiro raised his hands with a helpless expression, go, I will never peek. Quanyue got out of the car and his legs softened. Reluctantly to stabilize myself, walking staggered a little. He felt that his eyes were starting to blur, and all the buildings appeared to be ghosted. Don't fall down here, you are unfamiliar in life. Quanyue grabbed his clothes and barely walked into the bathhouse. Yazuki Inuichiro went to the front desk to pay the bill, and heard a bang before he took out his wallet. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The man fell. It's a big deal. Yazuki Inuichiro wanted to cross until noon, and strangled himself who had nothing to go to join the family for revenge. Let you observe the feud, what are you doing so close? But now he can't help it, this place is mixed, and he hears someone on the road saying that he wants to take Quanyue away, for fun. In all fairness, if there is something wrong with Quanyue here. Shanshan Lengxin does not recommend a major rectification in a city. Yazuki Inuichiro resigned himself to take his body temperature. He looked at his hand and tried again, and began to think whether it would be better if he killed Fu Lengxin in advance. At this temperature, he is not sure if Quanyue is in good condition. What if people become stupid? Yazuki Inuichiro had to open Quanyue's skirt first and confiscated all the guns and sword on the person. Don't lose your temper with the patient, don't lose your temper with the patient, but I still want to kill this B************ D in one shot. Yazuki Inuichiro was heartbroken, trying to control his thoughts. The phone is ringing. Yazuki Inuichiro opened it and found that it was from the cold letter of Cedar. Hello young master, I want to ask where you took people. Shan Lengxin said coldly on the phone. I have prepared the headlines for tomorrow, you know what I mean. Yazuki Inuichiro hummed and said, if you dare to make headlines, I will dare to put people. I will dare to put people. Forget it, don't move. I will take pictures of you later and I will definitely live. He hung up, and then received a call from his old subordinate Xing Yuan. Young master. Don't be impulsive, Quanyue is still being stared at now. I know, UA is not interesting, right? I'll take people home right now. Yuzuki Inuichiro picked up Quanyue, took off his coat and wrapped the head and upper body. Quanyue now has a high fever and can't blow the wind, and his body is full of blood. You can't afford to go to a general clinic, and the black clinic Yuzuki Inuichiro doesn't have that much money. He can only choose to bring his feud back to the base of Honghu's ambition. Yes, the base of Honghu's ambition, at any rate, still has a female wind girl who can do medical skills, and a box of first aid medical supplies. Yuzuki Inuichiro wiped his face, and hugged him up from behind. Did I owe you Quanyue in my previous life? He complained as he walked the stairs. Kurogiri suddenly came out and said, Hi, how are you young master? Yuzuki Inuichiro. The alarm bell rang loudly, and he felt bad things keep coming up. You shouldn't go out today, there will be no good things when you go out. Kurogiri looked at the woman in the arms of Yuzuki Inuichiro, and smiled. The young master originally liked this. Brother hanging too. Advertisement, he is watching the live broadcast. Yuzuki Inuichiro breathed a sigh of relief, and then the door upstairs opened. Xing Yuan ran down and said, Young master Wu Tengu and Stain are fighting. Who? Fog Dog. Yuzuki Inuichiro almost wrote the word despair on his face, I mean the person behind. Oh, Heroes Killer Stain. After Xing Yuan said this, the door was smashed by a powerful force. As soon as he lowered his head and a chair flew over his head, Feng Nui cursed naked, Fog Dog. You be *********** D. Stain took the sword and stabbed towards the void. The naked eye could hardly catch a phantom flashing in front of Feng Nuo. The foggy dog laughed and said, Blam me. When Xing Yuan got older, she avoided it immediately, shrugged her shoulders to the innocent young master, and said, I just asked Kurogiri to persuade him to fight. You know I'm a quirk-free old man. Yuzuki Inuichiro just wanted to say something. He felt Quanyue in his arms let out a nasal sound, slowly opened his eyes, and said vaguely, Well, He was agitated, and immediately pressed Quanyue's head. Go down and mutter. Go to sleep, go to sleep. Qing Yuan, Feng Nu, Wu Xianggu, Quanyue have never seen any of them. Yuzuki Inuichiro was almost crying without tears. Quanyue really didn't sleep. He pressed his head twice, the high fever was still going on, his throat and eyes were so painful that he couldn't speak, but he could hear something. These people sound familiar. Yuzuki Inuichiro is definitely not a child of a simple murderer. Quanyue realized this, once again unable to withstand the high fever attack, and fell asleep lightly. He didn't sleep well either, and was awakened by the sound of the door being broken again. Yuzuki Inuichiro said without tears, I don't have to eat today anymore. Chapter 108. The Revenge Youth Gathering. When Quanyue woke up, she found herself lying on a tattered camp bed. To say that this thing is a bed is really complimenting him. There are cement walls all around, and there is no white powder on it. A map of Japan was posted on the wall, and several places on the map were circled with red pen. The balcony is past the head of the bed, and some gravel tiles are piled up on the balcony. Quanyue feels his throat is thirsty, and he wants to get out of bed to find some water to drink. I ran into a cardboard box on the ground. Inside are the clothes of teenagers, most of which are washed white and old. Quanyue's mind is still not clear, he still doesn't know the state. With a snap, the door opened, and Yuzuki Inuichiro walked in with a glass of water and a few pills. He said, Take the medicine, am I at your house now? Otherwise, Yuzuki Inuichiro was still cold, and he passed the medicine to Quanyue and planned to leave. Unexpectedly, I called Quanyue to stop. Well, I want to call my house. Yuzuki Inuichiro. I've beaten, so you can live here today. I will sleep outside. Don't bother you. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, are you sure you want to go home at this time? Yuzuki Inuichiro yawned. After dealing with the miscellaneous things in Honghu's ambition, he fell asleep for a long time, and when he learned that Quanyue woke up, he yawned. Get up and bring tea and water to this guy. It's the only thing that the feud has done him like this. After Quanyue took the medicine and was about to sleep for a while, his stomach groaned. He was a little embarrassed to look at Yuzuki Inuichiro, who couldn't help but squatted down to find some of his own clothes and threw them to him and said, Put it on, I'll take you out to eat. Yuzuki Inuichiro's clothes were similar to Quanyue, and Quanyue asked, Which suit did I wear before? It's washed, I'll pay it back for you. You help me take it off? Quanyue's face changed and angrily said, You haven't asked me, you just take off my clothes. Yuzuki Inuichiro was taken aback and retorted, You sleep in my bed, don't you? Do you want to lie down with blood all over? Please be a little human, okay? Quanyue thought that the other party was killing and destroying the corpse with him. He also put himself in bed and saw his sickness. His arrogance was a little weaker, and he said guilty, Sorry. The two went out to eat together. At 3 o'clock in the morning, the two of them walked for a while and came to a dilapidated small stall. Yuzuki Inuichiro ordered 2 bowls of wontons, he added a little vinegar to himself, and Quanyue put spicy in them. Quanyue took 2 bites and put a large spoonful. He said, Aren't you curious why I want him? Quanyue refers to the matter of killing Panasonic. The boss can't hear me, it's okay. Yuzuki Inuichiro took a bite of wonton and said, Are you saying that you killed that man? It's your business and it has nothing to do with me. Quanyue remembered that Yuzuki Enichiro said about his life experience, and asked, "If it were you, what would you do?" Advertisement, what do you do, facing the enemy? Quanyue stirred twice, he was a little complicated. The high fever blessing is slowly receding, and he now thinks more about the punishment he will face after killing, and he may be sentenced to life imprisonment. If it were you, what would you do to face your enemies? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yuzuki Inuichiro glanced at Quanyue. He put down his spoon and said, "You can show me your face." Quanyue hesitated and lifted the hair on his forehead. Yuzuki Inuichiro frowned and said, "If it was your injury, I would definitely smash the enemy. I will retaliate back for anyone who dares to treat me like this." "Wait, you will not intend to ask this question? Tell me, don't you just forget it?" "No, it's just the first time to kill. It's hard to tell." Quanyue ate the wonton cleanly, and Yuzuki Inuichiro ordered another cage of xiaolongbao. Yuzuki Inuichiro prepared a vinegar saucer for Quanyue, and put a small steamed bun to comfort him. "It's okay, isn't it good for you to do this?" Quanyue is not used to eating sour food. Hearing what Yuzuki Enichiro said, he thought of the mixed feelings in that dilapidated room. "Are you also similar to you? My parents were also killed. I am still a widow, but I was adopted." "Me too." Quanyue felt that he and Yuzuki Inuichiro had many things in common. Is it convenient for me to ask about your parents?" He ate a steamed dumpling and looked over. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked embarrassed. After all, he was a 15-year-old boy and found that he was surrounded by friends with similar family backgrounds, and his sense of intimacy was instantly closer. Inuichiro Yuzuki said without any shame, "Okay. My dad and I are quirk-free, but my mother is not. My mother is a famous actor. My family has always opened a martial arts gym, but I still do it now. The venue is small and the staff is small, and it may not be able to sustain it next year." "Martial arts? Do you know how to fight, or do you know how to do kendo?" Quanyue spent his time in hospitals and orphanages for such a long time. Although Granny Cat once or twice asked him to learn martial arts, she didn't stop at the later stage. "I also said I want to learn, but I haven't done it yet." "Well, if it's basic, I can teach you," Yuzuki Inuichiro said. "I remember your parents' hatred? Is this over?" Quanyue shook his head in frustration. He said, "No, the Beihai car corpse case was not a single-person crime, but a collective crime." He turned his head and said, "Where is yours?" "I have a clue, but it's a bit difficult for me to kill an enemy without a quirk." Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't worry at all, and confessed carelessly. "Speaking of which, I want to tell you something. Quanyue, you know that your parents are dead. Is it relevant?" Quanyue missed a beat in his heart. He stood up, coughed twice and said, "Inuichiro, you." Yuzuki Inuichiro pushed him back to his seat and said, "I have seen the person you killed today. I will tell you the truth. I suspect that the same group of people killed our parents." Quanyue looked at him. The boy in front of him was surrounded by water vapor, and orange lights swayed on the shoulders of the two boys. Quanyue lowered his head and said with fists in his hands, "Evidence. He needs evidence from the other party. These two cases were done by Heroes." Yuzuki Inuichiro turned on the phone and showed him two photos. "The last Heroes affairs that your father participated in before the death of the last generation of Izumizuki's Heroes was about Special Pharmacy Production Factory. And my father died 2 years later because of this special pharmaceutical production factory, because my father had unfinished products, activated, in his hands." Advertisement on the phone are screenshots of Quanyue's father's participation in the last Heroes Affairs report, and another photo taken by Yuzuki Enichiro. In the photo is a blue labeled test tube. The label says the word activation. Sitting next to the medicine was a man who was very similar to Yuzuki Enichiro, who should be the father of Yuzuki Enichiro. Not only that. "Quanyue, do you remember the huge beam of light that recently appeared in the city? If I guess right, they should have injected you with some medicine." Yuzuki Inuichiro throws one last guess. "No one will be short in the beginning of school. Frequent hospitalizations in just a few months, unless someone has done something against you." Quanyue didn't believe it at the beginning, and then he was dubious. When Yuzuki Enichiro's guess appeared, his heart was already biased towards Yuzuki Enichiro, but it was about his revenge. He didn't dare to be careless and asked, How do you know that I have a physical problem?" "It's very simple. Do you drink milk in the morning before you are hospitalized? I think you don't seem to be wary of other people's food. You don't know who gave you milk every morning. You thought it was from Sakai Noben, and then I will drink it." Quanyue has not drunk milk since he was discharged from the hospital. He knew what Yuzuki Inuichiro was referring to, but he always felt that something was wrong, and shook his head and said, "These can't explain much. There is no convincing power, and it can't explain anything at all." Yuzuki Inuichiro seemed to have taken out a lot of things, but in essence they were all his own guesses. Yuzuki Inuichiro also understood. He looked at the phone for a while, opened a file, and clicked on a document. He turned it on and threw the phone in front of Quanyue. The sound of rain, thunder and lightning, followed by the sound of a door slamming open. Quanyue knew that only Japanese sliding doors would have this kind of sound. Then there was the sound of flip-flops walking on the ground, and the crying and shouting of women rose and became louder and louder. A man's voice said, "Really? Did you not hear what the boss said? The women are dead, and the men are killed. Okay. Let's start now." One of the talking men, Matsushita, Panasonic, which was just killed by Quanyue, was covered. Quanyue raised his head. His gaze fell on Yuzuki Enichiro's face, and he was stunned. "The phone is still being put out, Below are the women's crying and begging for mercy. There is also the immature cry of a boy, the whimper of a man being gagged, and finally there are sword falling and loud gunshots. These sounds that are familiar to Quanyue but don't want to recall slowly overlap. Quanyue has a long mouth, and he doesn't know what to say. He felt a sense of guilt in his heart, because he understood how painful the scar was torn apart again, and Quanyue felt sorry for his previous offense. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yuzuki Inuichiro closed his eyes and said, "It's okay, now you believe it." "What do you want me to do?" Quanyue asked. "Do you have any tricks?" Yuzuki Inuichiro hooked his hands towards him, showing a wry smile. Chapter 109. After the sports meeting is a rare rest day. For the rest of UA High School, it is indeed a day off, and Shinso Hitoshi also took this opportunity to go home. Quanyue and Taibai Senpai Sakai made a phone call to explain all the matters of the last first aid association. "You still have a chance to come. Regarding the boy walking on the obstacle course, you need to write something about it." Quanyue agreed, and he and Nara's sister came with Yuzuki Inuichiro after they reported that they were safe. In a narrow room, after passing through the house, there is an open space stacked with various corrugated paper and plastic bottles. Among them stood several pillars wrapped with twine. Yuzuki Inuichiro wrapped a bandage on his hand, lifted up a car tire, and said, "What are you doing in a daze? Come here." "Oh." Quanyue took off his jacket. He was still wearing a gown. Yuzuki Inuichiro left only a vest. He punched a set of punches in the air, and Quanyue was dazzled. Quanyue asked, "What are you going to teach me first?" The two of them talked early this morning, and Yuzuki Inuichiro decided to improve their combat effectiveness first. He thought Quanyue's physical fitness was really bad. "What kind of weapon are you used to?" Inuichiro Yuzuki thought of Quanyue's gun, and quickly said, "I can't teach you the gun. You should find a time to put it back." Inuichiro Yuzuki got from Quanyue that day. Both guns were returned to Quanyue himself, which also made Quanyue less vigilant towards Yuzuki Inuichiro. Quanyue hasn't really thought about what weapon to use. He has been in contact with guns so far, first the quirk weapon pistol left by his father, and then at UA, where he practiced spearmanship with the marksman teacher. In melee combat, there seems to be nothing except the recent utility sword. Bah, the utility sword doesn't count. Quanyue couldn't pay attention for a while. When he was about to talk casually, suddenly the strange black-clothed ninja he encountered in USJ popped up in his mind. He said, "Can I experience it before deciding?" "Oh." Inuichiro Yuzuki took a step back and said, "Yes, let me say first that I am good at boxing. I know a little about the others, but I am definitely not proficient." Quanyue's fever subsided. Now it's just a low-grade fever. He rubbed his arms and said, "Just experience it." Yuzuki Inuichiro couldn't help but take him to experience all the normal weapons, and let this guy take a test. I learned the hand feeling, and taught the most basic movements to let Quanyue feel it by himself. Quanyue finally chose the Japanese samurai sword. In Japan, the samurai sword has a different status. According to the shape and size, it can be divided into tachi, ribs, rib finger, and short sword. Among them, the sword called by the Japanese refers specifically to the shape of tachi sword. Japanese swords. In a broad sense, Japanese swords also include scrolls, razors, swords, and guns. Quanyue chose a short sword. I don't know why, he likes this sword very much. Inuichiro Yuzuki stood next to Quanyue and sneered, "Do you really want to use this? Short sword is useless for fighting. You must know that an inch is an advantage. Short sword is a kind of sword. Veritable short." What Yuzuki Inuichiro said is right, short sword is more used in assassinations than in battle. But Quanyue just likes this sword. Use it for a sneak attack. Forget it, you should learn the martial arts with me first. Yuzuki Inuichiro said helplessly. First, improve your physical fitness. I will think about the swordsmanship. If we follow our plan, I will bring you a good master. Advertisement. Master. Quanyue was a little inseparable from the short sword in his hand. He opened and closed it, and exclaimed, "This sword is so beautiful. When the sun shines on the sword, countless water lines can be seen. This is the sand flow pattern left in forging." But Quanyue had to return the sword if he wasn't willing to bear it. This was Yuzuki Inuichiro's thing. He learned some boxing techniques with Yuzuki Inuichiro, and after about half an hour he was out of breath. No way. I'll take a break. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yuzuki Inuichiro comforted. It's okay, anyway, I just want you to strengthen your physique. After all, quirk is the most important thing in this society. It's not necessarily. Quanyue thought of Midoriya Izuku. He smiled and said, if you don't have a good body, no matter how strong the quirk is. The body is a container to withstand the quirk. If the quirk is strong but the body is fragile, it will appear in this situation. The quirk cannot be used, and it is either runaway or completely scrapped. Forget it, let's take you out for a walk. Yuzuki Inuichiro said lazily. I originally had volunteer activities this week. When I signed up for the school club earlier, Yuzuki Inuichiro participated. Volunteers Association. He invited Quanyue to come with him. Speaking of the club, the first aid association I joined seems to have nothing to do except for training and sports games. Quanyue followed Yuzuki Inuichiro to the main place of the event, the hospital. At the entrance of the hospital, there are already many seniors and sisters waiting, most of them are general students. And Yasuki Inuichiro is actually the leader in it. Quanyu was a little surprised, and asked in a low voice, how did you do it? You must know that Japan is a transition that places special emphasis on seniority. Although there is a tradition of undergrowth, it is really difficult to practice. Probably. Personal charm. Yasuki Inuichiro handed him a fruit basket. Let's go. Let me take you to experience it. Aren't we going back and continuing to practice boxing? Forget it, it's your physique, you can't get up even if you go back. It's not good if you get hurt if you practice too much in a day. ... Although it is true, you don't save me a little face by saying that. Quanyu had to go up with Yasuki Inuichiro, and they spent an afternoon in the hospital. By the time Yasuki Inuichiro sent Quanyu home, it was almost 8 o'clock in the evening. Narame stood at the door and waited for a long time to finally look forward to Quanyu. She pulled Quanyu aside in a little panic and whispered, Mother-in-law and the principal are sitting inside, you go quickly. Principal Nezu. Quanyu has a lot of things. I can't remember for a while what the hell is it that made the principal run over to find himself. Could it be that his own murder was exposed? He looked at Yasuki Inuichiro. Yasuki Inuichiro shook his head and said to him, you go in quickly, and don't forget the punches I gave you. Indoors, Granny Cat is competing with Principal Nezu. The two are already hostile in terms of species, and if it weren't for Quanyu's affairs, they would have quarreled in the same room. Quanyu changed his regular clothes and sat down to watch the two elders. Xiao Yi. The cat mother unexpectedly called his nickname. How did you think about the transfer to the school you mentioned last time? You also watched this UA Games. The highest school in Daxia is just like that. Let's think about it. American schools. It's better to go to the US to live in a place where you are unfamiliar. It's better to live in Japan. After all, Azumi's children are taken care of here. Principal Nezu looked over and said, now, look at your eyes and your father. But he was the leader in general subjects. Advertisement. Quanyu should also make a choice about whether to stay at UA or study abroad. At that time, Principal Nezu asked him to give an answer at the end of the sports meeting. What you said about supporting my revenge, does the principal still count? Quanyu. Granny Cat stood up abruptly, ignoring the tea to wet the kimono, and scolded. How many catties do you have? Don't you know what your body is? Quanyu's body can't stand the quirk's activation. From actual combat it can be seen that neither quirk is suitable for him to take revenge. The damage to his body is greater than the damage to villain. Principal. Yes, I can tell you about the key person in your brother's death right now. Principal Nezu said calmly, but you have to realize that your villain is very powerful. Not only did the principal say this to Quanyu, but also to Quanyu in front of the small stall early this morning. If we don't have this kind of consciousness, sooner or later we will be caught by villain, you know. Yasuki Inuichiro smiled bitterly. The saddest thing after the death of a parent is no quirk. I didn't realize how painful it is to be without quirk before. Thing. What do you mean? Izumizuki's family is the quirk for transferring damage. I want to combine with you. If you have the help of your quirk, the probability of my successful revenge will be greatly increased. Yasuki Inuichiro said. Although it is difficult for you, I know I'm a quirk. But I promise that as long as I'm here, I won't let you get hurt so badly that you are hospitalized, and I will guarantee that even if I confess it, I won't let anyone find you. But you are a quirk-free after all. No one would doubt that it was a quirk-free starter. Quanyu is a quirk society, and people only pay attention to powerful quirks and power. Talents like me are the most suitable for assassination and revenge. Yasuki Inuichiro promised. I swear, I will not let anyone think of you. No one will notice our actions. Don't get excited. Quanyu was startled. He grabbed Yasuki Inuichiro's arm and said, I don't know if you want to promise you, but if what you say is true, I'm willing to help you a little bit. I was a little bit shaken in my heart, but doubts about the lack of quirk occupied most of it. Yasuki Inuichiro said, you are still doubting me. Why not? I will tell you a person's name, and you can try to find out what you can find. His name is. Inside the orphanage, Principal Nezu sighed as if recalling that long period of youthfulness. You can't beat him for this person. I can't tell him about his attitude towards the Quanyu family. Go find him. His name is Fur Langshin. Fur letters. Chapter 110 The Name of Professional Heroes. Quanyu finally chose to stay at Yua High School. The cat mother left the tea room angrily. Principal Nezu ordered him to go to the principal's office during lunch break tomorrow. He had something to give to Quanyu. Quanyu had a little hope in his heart for this, but he knew that the principal couldn't be clear about this. Cedar Langshin, this person has something to do with his enemies in the mouth of Yasuki Inuichiro. Principal Nezu said that he was the key figure in the death of his uncle. Thinking of the ordinary man who came to visit him when he was hospitalized, Quanyu had difficulty connecting him to the murderer. He ate and checked the forum in the room, and found a hot post, Heroes Killer Hunting List. During this time, heroes died of Heroes Handbrake Stain, in various cities. This building is the record building of Stain. Quanyu pulled a bit and found that the last victim was Heroes Ingnam. The day of the accident seemed to be the day when the UA Games were held. Quanyu pulled down a bit and saw that someone was talking about the Panasonic who killed him. But it was quickly pointed out that although Matsushita had serious injuries on his body, it did not look like Stain's style from the wound. The bad guys don't know where to find a video. In the video, a man is walking through a remote alley with sword in both hands. The two sword bite people's arteries like snakes and do not relax. The quality of this video is blurry and there is no sound yet, but it does not prevent Quanyue from carefully observing the man's movements. There is only one idea in his mind. So strong. Snap it. The screen is also over. This picture disappeared on the forum after 15 minutes. Quanyue could not be refreshed no matter how much it was refreshed. Even the communicator's account was blocked. The row below the forum is, leaders go well. Quanyue also gave up to refresh. He lay down on the bed and sighed. It is true that the man holding the sword in the picture in his mind, and Quanyue can't help but compare himself with him. If you have this kind of strength, it should be easy to handle a Panasonic cover. I don't know when my body will recover. The landline downstairs rang, and Sister Nara shouted, Quanyue, your phone. Well, hello, this is Quanyue. There was only breathing on the other side. Quanyue, hey, for several times and no one answered him. But he heard the chirping in the receiver. How come there are birds calling? Hey, are you? Before Quanyue finished speaking, the other party hung up the conversation. Who is that? Baffling. Quanyue didn't know what the situation was, and went to sleep. The next day, it rained. Advertisement. After a 2-day break, Yue went to class as usual, and Quanyue brought her clean women's school uniform and planned to return it to Sakai. But Nobuya Sakai didn't come to school, so he had to find Nobuya Sakai's sister Sakai Teibai. When Quanyue went to see her elder sister, she was told that Taibak Sakai did not come to school. Yasuki Inuichiro came out and said, You are here. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue was taken aback and said, Yeah, what about you? Yasuki Inuichiro waved the book in his hand, looking like he was going to register something. Quanyue didn't bother him either. Inuichiro Yasuki never mentions the Matsushita Shida incident, nor does he mention the villain that the two people share, with a smile when he speaks. Quanyue only feels that he can't see through his abacus more and more, but the other party is a 15-year-old boy like himself, what plans can he have? Quanyue thought about his current situation. The body is a waste. Quirk is on the verge of being scrapped. Living in an orphanage basically eliminates any messy connections and wealth problems. Hey, Quanyue sighed. He was drowsy while lying on the table listening to the Huxia language class of Teacher Cement Division. In the middle, I heard my classmates say that today's intelligence in the Heroes department has begun to take the code name of Heroes. This news made many people sigh again. Most of them are yearning and anticipating, and the jealousy and disdain that appeared before are actually much less. Perhaps after seeing the true strength of the Heroes subject, the students of general subjects have no intention of catching up. Of course, there are exceptions. For example, Shinso Hitoshi. At lunchtime, Shinso Hitoshi told Quanyue that he would not be able to go home with him after school for a long time. Ms. Aizawa wanted to give me special training, and I agreed. The club and extracurricular activities have to be spared. This is a good thing. Quanyue ate the abnormal spicy chicken curry rice and said, Didn't you always want to be a Heroes? With the training of teacher Aizawa, you will definitely be able to catch up with the students in class AB. Shinso Hitoshi put down the spoon and said seriously, not enough. As far as I know, the Heroes students have now received the Professional Heroes recruitment application. I haven't received one yet. Professional Heroes recruiting people to apply. Quanyue ate a clean one last bite to put the plate, said, It's okay, this thing is not everyone can get it. Heroes department is not everyone has a chance to get it, right? When I hear this kind of recruitment application, I use my brain to know that only a few elites have it. It was like this in previous years. But this year because of the USJ incident, the school decided to arrange all Heroes students. After Shinso Hitoshi said this, the whole person seemed to be ignited. I will definitely get the recruitment application next year. Quanyue gave an encouraging thumb, saying that you continue to eat and I am going to the principal's office. In the principal's office, Quanyue stared at the registration form on the mahogany table, feeling his scalp numb. Principal Nezu drank black tea slowly. I didn't participate. Why do I have this? Professional Heroes recruiting applications. You can call it by name. There are only 2 names for each office. Principal Nezu smiled kindly. Want to go? Advertisement. Quanyue is a bit embarrassed. He is afraid to use or unable to use Quirk now, and his body is still recovering. In the past, it seemed that it was useless except for dragging its feet. Can I give the naming to someone else? Quanyue feels that at this stage, he is more inclined to find enemies. This kind of precious naming should be given to those in need. Principal Nezu seemed to have anticipated it a long time ago. He said, Quanyue, you don't know much about your family. Quanyue choked for a while. He was only 5 years old when he was seriously injured. He has been living in an orphanage and a hospital since he was 5. There are no elders to explain the history of the family to him. Now he understands that his family relies on internet information, which shows its misery. Heroes has its own Heroes office, not to mention the old Heroes family like the Quanyue family. Principal Nezu pressed a button and dropped a screen in front of Quanyue. The screen showed Quanyue's grandfather, father, and uncle. The avatars of the 3 of them were transferred from the Ua High School on the map to Imatsu City, Japan along with the animation. The heads of the 3 people gathered together, and a Q version of the house popped out and enveloped all 3 people in the house. Dang, The old house of the Izumizuki family is also the location of the Izumizuki family's successive offices in Aomatsu City, Japan. Wait, is there anyone in our family alive besides me? Or is it someone who continues to maintain the office? Quanyu felt hot when he thought of this possibility. If this guess came true, then he would be tantamount to one more guarantee and one more peace of mind for his revenge. Principal Nezu shook his head regretfully. I'm sorry. Izumizuki's family has no one at the moment. The office completely ceased operations 10 years ago, and the business license should have been revoked now. However, one person is still alive with you. Family matters. By the way, have you heard of Heroes Killer Stain? Heard about it. Principal Nezu continued. The person who named you for the internship is also the most wanted criminal in the police station, with a crime level above A. You can think of him as the second Heroes Killer Stain. Quanyu was confused, he thought. What does this have to do with my family? Principal Nezu said, he should help your house look at the land now. Quanyu. Chapter 111 Hell Style Special Training. Quanyu will eventually go to Chingsong City. There is no way to change this. Principal Nezu even said that if Quanyu did not go, maybe the wanted man would kill Yue by himself and take him away. Rather than trouble him, Quanyu took this opportunity to go back to his hometown. To be honest, Quanyu lived with his parents before he was 5 years old. He didn't live in the old house at all. At most, he went back when he needed to worship during the new year. After 5 years old, he hasn't even been to Chingsong City, so what old mansion did he return to? However, Principal Nezu is still a bit interesting. Quanyu does not need to stay in Class D for the week before departure. He was taken to the practice room by the marksman teacher for special training. How is your spear skills now? The marksman teacher handed him a rifle and said, have you tried every gun? No, I usually use Lachesis, refer to the German machine gun MG42. I usually use ordinary bullets for target shooting. The quirk equipment mode is rarely used. Quanyu comes to practice marksmanship every day, and most of his extracurricular activities are spent here. Above, since the beginning of school, he has been able to achieve the point where he scored 8 points. This 10 shots and 8 hits refers to a moving target. If it is a fixed target, it basically means 100 shots and 100 hits. For a novice, being able to practice to this point within a few months of the beginning of school is considered hard. The marksman is satisfied with this answer, but he wants to teach Quanyu more than this. Have you used other types? Anything is fine. For pistols, I have used Glock 17 here. I tried the Colt M2000 a few times, but I didn't feel very used to it. Quanyu tried to recall and found that he had not used many pistols. Even the Glock 17 pistol he used to kill Matsushita a few days ago. This is actually normal. You must know that the Glock 17 pistol is actually the template for the current police pistol. On the whole, it is lighter than other pistols and has a simpler structure. For example, the weight of the empty gun of the Colt M2000 is almost 1.5 caddy, and the weight of the bullet is also choking for Quanyu. The marksman knew it well. He opened the door of the cabinet to reveal the dazzling array of guns and said, how is your body recovering now? He took the pistol off and put it on the table. Have you heard of gunfighting? Quanyu shook his head. So far, the marksman teacher has only provided him with practice space, and made some comments on the key points of shooting. He didn't have much contact with actual combat other than the first time. Even he used to fiddle with the gun before. Gunfighting is a combined martial arts skill that combines spear, physique, and swordsmanship. The spear fighting technique I learned is called spear fighting gamma, which is characterized by sniping super long-range strikes are my specialty. Some experts in gunfighting gamma are also good at controlling the trajectory of bullets to achieve precise and efficient strikes. When speaking, the sharpshooter teacher had already disassembled 5 pistols and mixed all the pistol parts together. He took a handful of parts from under the table and sprinkled it casually on the table. Your father is a good hand at spear fighting, but he is learning fast spear fighting. Teacher, which one do I study? Quanyu was a little eager to try. He said, what should I learn first? No, I won't teach you gunfighting skills today. The marksman teacher smiled and pointed to the parts on the table. Install it back. Huh. Quanyu looked at a table that was mixed with parts that he didn't know what it was. The brain hit. Wait a minute, teacher, Advertisement. If you haven't done it, don't leave school today. The marksman teacher said. The first step is to understand the gun. Quanyu sat down honestly, and at first glance he only recognized 2 types of firearms. One is the Glock 17 he often uses, and the other is the very famous Desert Eagle. But there are 3 kinds of guns, he just feels familiar and doesn't know the details. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Every gun is different. Quanyu was tossed until the sunset. The sharpshooter teacher went out for a meal slowly, and fluttered a sentence. There are still some parts in it that are broken. Remember to try it out. Quanyu said with a grimace. Stiff, he immediately picked up the 3 pistols that had been assembled and shot at the target. Neither fart can come out. Stuck. Obviously, Quanyu wants to disassemble the pistol and reinstall it again. When he finally got the 5 grinning little fairies, the moon came up. Master Marksman packed him a bowl of instant noodles, and Quanyu's hands were shaking during the meal. Kaka kaka kaka. The marksman teacher calmly dismantled another 15 pistols, and by the way dismantled 5 more rifles and put them inside and said, after eating, continue. Teacher, it's so late. There is a sleeping bag over there. The marksman teacher comforted. It's okay, I told your family. Quanyue never knew that sitting in a classroom is so beautiful. He has been in the practice room for the past 6 days, and he has not even gone out. The meal was packaged by the teacher. It would be nice to touch the sleeping bag when you fell on the ground. The first action when you get up is not to brush your teeth and wash your face, but to pick up a pistol and think about the structure. Before going to bed, you have 2 similar parts in your hands. More than once, Quanyue worried that his hair would fall out. But what else can be done? Quanyue can only suffer. After he dismantled all the guns on a wall and reassembled it again, reaching the point of dying, the marksman teacher reluctantly nodded and said, "Okay. We will practice this part next time. Is it the whole room next time? It may be the warehouse." The marksman teacher said, "Come on, let's practice the next step." Anxious Quanyue looked at the marksman teacher with his panda eyes. What they learned below was the simplest method of hiding spears. The characteristic of concealed spear technique is obviously that of concealing the gun, but some guns are obviously larger or inconvenient to conceal. Disassembling is an option. The marksman teacher has never learned how to hide spears. His teaching method is very simple and rude. Give you 3 minutes to hide 2 guns on your body. I will check it in 3 minutes. If I check it out, you can try it next time. Let's see 50 guns assembled together. Quanyue. Advertisement. I just want to cry. But what else can I do? He appointed to spend all his energy hiding the gun on his body. A week later, when Shinso Hitoshi saw Quanyue for the first time, he took him to the school infirmary for an examination. Did you go to hell for a trip? Ah, almost. Quanyue is hiding 2 rifles and parts for a pistol at the moment. If Shinso Hitoshi wants to see him, he can perform a thrilling shot. From the outside, Quanyue is an ordinary high school student who is too normal to be normal. The sharpshooter teacher can be said to be very good in terms of speed, although it took a day longer than expected, but the effect is remarkable. Teacher Aizawa came over and witnessed Quanyue's terrible mental state. Really, there is no problem. Shinso Hitoshi also expressed concern. He learned from teacher Aizawa that Quanyue is going to participate in a workplace internship. In addition to worrying, his heart is more dissatisfied. Why is Quanyue also named? He obviously didn't do anything. This sentence has been lingering in his heart, and even tends to swell. But the moment he saw Quanyue show up, all his little jealousy and dissatisfaction turned into concern. Your body is important, or don't go. Shinso Hitoshi hesitated. He felt ashamed because he was talking when this sentence is expected. He was expecting Quanyue to say the word, don't go. Quanyue ate a little sugar to add sugar, and shook his head. With a tired face, he took the combat suit handed over by Mr. Aizawa, and said, I'll go. He remembers the principal saying that if he doesn't go to the wanted criminal, he will find his own sooner or later. Might as well take the initiative. If you encounter something, don't be aggressive. The most important thing is to hug yourself. Shinsuo stepped forward and patted Quanyue's shoulder with a smile. Quanyue, Huh. Quanyue tilted his head. What's the matter? Forget it, you take care of yourself. I won't be too long behind, I will catch up with you. Shinso Hitoshi looked at the figures of teacher Aizawa and Quanyue, clenched his fists, and made up his mind silently. Chapter 112. Quanyue slept well in the car and Chingsong City arrived. He got out of the car with his own parcel and found the address on the note. No. 985, number 3 highway, Chingsong City. Quanyue stopped, looked up to the house number, and his face was full of doubts. What appeared in front of him was a building that had been abandoned for a long time, and it could be seen that the top of the building had collapsed, surrounded by yellow cordon. There are also shops in Mendiji around the house, all of which are crossed with red paint. The difference is that there is a sloppy homeless man who was 5 steps away from Quanyue carrying a bowl of ramen, sucking and eating happily. Quanyue stepped forward and asked, Excuse me, is this no 985 San Highway? Ooh, it seems to be, yes. The other party's entire face was buried in the bowl, and the collar was stained with grease. He squirmed his lips and said, Oh, do you look like the child of the Quanyue family? The other party suddenly drank the soup in the clean bowl, and burped loudly. Quanyue took a step back, realizing something was wrong in his mind. Yes. Is there any problem? Shit, a dagger was pulled out of the homeless man's hand. Quanyue only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and then a chill on his face. Looking down, he saw that his black mask had been chopped into 5 pieces and fell on the ground, but there was no scar on his face. The person in front of you is a kendo master. Being able to cut the mask without hurting the face has proven his powerful control and terrifying speed. Quanyue backed up 2 steps, touched the gun he was hiding, and just waited for the opponent to move. Unexpectedly, the other party sighed and said, It's too delicious. Quote. Quanyue did not relax his vigilance. This time he directly drew his rifle out and aimed it at the tramp. But the tramp moved faster than him. Before Quanyue opened the safety latch, the opponent's hand smashed the bowl of noodles into Quanyue's hand, making him almost let go. Long-tongue ghost guy, Bakugo Katsuki, 0-point imaginary enemy, indoor warfare, and the Uncle Gas incident. Oh, count the heroes you killed recently. Why are you still such a dish after so long? The tramp from himself he drew a sword from under his shoes, neatly began to shave his beard and haircut. He cleaned himself up just when he was talking. Introduce myself. Heroes is named Shonkoyu. The other party showed a thin face and snapped his fingers. You refer to a celebrity in the workplace. At the same time, He is also a national A+ wanted criminal and a habitual offender who entered the palace and escaped from prison. Heroes traitor who is as famous as Heroes killer. Quanyue got the specific information of the Heroes traitor from teacher Aizawa. He was also born in Heroes, but he is not a prestigious school. After graduating, he went directly to Izumaki Heroes' office. After working for 5 years, Heroes' license was revoked for breaking the law, and he began to commit crimes. This Heroes traitor is often caught. The reason for his arrest is also incredible. It's too cold in winter and I don't want to leave. Is there heating in the prison? Advertisement. It's impossible to work. I don't want to work until I die. Will the prison provide food? I have a cold. The hospital costs money and I don't want to go. Will the prison be treated? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Can you send me to the prison last time? I kind of miss their curry rice. Really? I will get out of prison after eating. I will definitely not trouble you. In the words of the prison, Shonkoyu is salty and lazy. The first thing he thinks of when he has no money is the prison. When there is nowhere to go, the first thing he thinks of is the prison. You can yell wherever there is milk. Mother. Prison. I don't want to see this salted fish at all. Seeing Quanyue's inexplicable expression, Shonkoyu guessed that Quanyue should know his name and didn't circumvent him. Quanyue was right. How old are you now? 15. Oh, did your father talk to you about family or something before he left? Shonkoyu said, touching his chin. For example, what is the legacy? No. How did they know that they would embark on a Wonkwon road to Beihai? Shonkoyu frowned and asked, nothing. He knows that I'm so salty and he wouldn't give lousy this kind of work. It can be guessed that he should be Quanyue's father in Shonkoyu's mouth. My dad let you. Quanyue couldn't tell what that meant. He felt that the words under the salty mouth fish were probably not good things. Get married, have children. Huh, wait, I'm only 15 years old. Quanyue looked tangled. You called me from UA for this. Advertisement. Otherwise, the Quanyue family now has you as a lone seedling. Besides, you will add one more ghost to the Quanyue family. If you don't leave a little baby sooner, who do you give to the Quanyue family? Give it to the government. Why not feed the dog? Shonkoyu asked Quanyue to turn on his phone, search the map of Chingsong City, drew a horizontal line on a quarter of the city with his finger, and pointed to the remaining 3/4. Here, it's all your family's land. Understand. Round it up. Chingsong City is almost yours. Quanyue has not looked at the map of Chingsong City carefully before. He now sees that there are 3/4 of them with Tianyushan and business districts, although he has not understood the value of the land, the current rent collection situation. Fools know this. It's a huge sum of money. The money is probably not easy to take. First of all, let's not say that all the adults in the Quanyue family have died. If there is no one coveting this huge property in 10 years, Quanyue does not believe it. Now how much of this piece of land can fall into his own hands is unknown. Shonkoyu coughed twice. This is real estate. Your father hasn't told you about the Quanyue family account. It's the family account. It's still there now. Quanyue was already numb. What's the matter? The wealth management package that your family bought back then, now it's probably more than 10 billion US dollars. Shonkoyu said, if your father hadn't been kind to me, I would want to replace you. Quanyue couldn't laugh or cry. He said, it shouldn't be that simple. There are conditions behind it. No, you can inherit this inheritance as long as you live to be 18 years old. Including more than 10 billion US dollars and 3/4 of the land of Chingsong City. Shonkoyu smiled. So, boy, try to live. Quote. Quanyue heard a very small trigger pull from behind, and he quickly squatted to avoid the shot. Then 2 hands appeared on the ground to clasp his feet. Quanyue immediately took out the pistol and gave him a shot. Blood came out of those hands. Quanyue didn't save bullets at all, and rushed towards the salty fish after getting out. He took the magazine in his hand, ready to change it at any time. The salty mouth fish blew a whistle. In the week starting today, from 11 p.m. to 5 o'clock the next day is a rest time. Other than that, someone will come to chase you. Just run. They are responsible for killing you. You of course, whoever kills you can inherit the $10 billion left by your family. Hearing the thickening of breathing around, Quanyue found 5 people ambushed all over the street after a little closer. With sweaty palms, he gritted his teeth and said, it took so much trouble to kill me. You and my family. No, your family is kind to me. Didn't I tell you? Shonkoyu shrugged, took out 2 short swords from his clothes and handed them to Quanyue, smiled and patted his shoulder mockingly. Look at you, no weapons, come here to give it to you. Why? Quanyue gritted his teeth and said, why do you treat me this way? Ah, why? Shonkoyu blurted out, dishes are the original sin. Chapter 113. Shit. Quanyue discarded the other rifle on his back, and he received 2 short swords in his sleeves. In order to facilitate the hiding of the gun, some changes have been made to the inside of the clothes, and now just 2 short swords can be put down. However, it also has disadvantages to put it in, which increases the load. Quanyue now has a rifle, a pistol, and 2 short swords. Together, they weigh 5 pounds. But it is impossible for him to drop his weapon and leave quickly. The 2 quirks have no real attack power. If you have to use the quirk, the first quirk's runaway is considered to be powerful, but there is no way to control it, and after the runaway, Quanyue is sure that he is powerless. This chase lasted for a total of 7 days, and using the first quirk on the first day would undoubtedly lose. Quanyue made a decision in his heart. He took the gun and carried the combat suit box on his back, and immediately walked towards the way he came. Boom! The ground suddenly swelled, and then 2 people shot out from the corner. Quanyue was overturned into the air. He subconsciously held the gun and shot at the person's forehead. The 2 men were fat and thin, and the bullet was caught by the fat man after it left the chamber. The bullet entered the meat and made a pound and pound sound. Hit it. Quanyue was hit into the sky by the recoil, and he fired another shot, letting himself jump over the wall, and then landed in the bushes. Brushing, 3 swords fell on the trees above the bushes. Quanyue didn't have time to dodge, the gun in his hand was a little unsteady. He has just fallen from a height, and he has not had time to adjust his state. Damn, is it over like this? But he thinks too slowly, 3 swords will plunge into his thighs and chest in an instant, nailing him firmly in the bushes. Quanyue groaned with pain, and then saw a man with a sword fall from the tree. He let out a long sigh of relief, his wrists down, and several parts slowly slipped out of his sleeves. The visitor didn't expect that he won the bonus so easily, and he quickly stepped forward and stabbed his sword. Quanyue raised his gun and fired a shot at the center of him. Middle. Before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the 2 people who chased him before had already overturned the wall. Quanyue gritted his teeth and pulled out the sword from his chest, abdomen and thighs. This should be considered a crisis situation. The moment the sword was pulled out, Quanyue's wound quickly healed. He retreated while shooting at the 2. Since entering the Uncle Gas incident by accident, Quanyue has discovered that the elders have increased their requirements for borrowing quirks. Normally, as long as they feel that Quanyue can't die, they will never lend quirk. The reputation is to cultivate his independence. But in such a desperate situation like this, if you don't borrow a little quirk, it's too unreasonable. Advertisement. The self-healing ability just now comes from Grandpa Quanyue's second quirk, Super Regeneration. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, these quirks are borrowed after all. One is that they cannot be used for a long time, and the other is that they will feel fatigued after use. Quanyue walked a little inside the yard, only to find that it was an inhabited yard. Sorry. He felt loose traces of the soil under his feet, and immediately ran away. He didn't even see the yard door open, and a girl shouted, "Hey, you are." Boom! The blue flame came towards Quanyue's face. Quanyue couldn't dodge, he subconsciously used his second quirk to make direct contact with the opponent's hands. Double the pain of broken hands. Double the numbness and itching all over the body. The master of the blue flame was sluggish for a second, that is, these 2 seconds. Quanyue drew the short sword from his arm and slashed it on the opponent's hand. The flames dissipated, and Quanyue already had some burns on his face. He ignored the pain and immediately retreated. Can't beat it at all. Quanyue was ready to think about how to deal with it. A big hole suddenly appeared on the ground in front of him. This big pit is about 10 meters in diameter. Quanyue looked embarrassed and cursed, "Damn it." He removed the magazine of the rifle, then opened the lachesis with the machine gun, and discarded the tripod. Quanyue pressed the gun to his chest with a hideous face, "Try this firepower." Quote. A group of villain had already swarmed from the opposite side. They used various quirks. Quanyue pulled the trigger and started shooting frantically. The quirk weapon lachesis itself is a machine gun. In addition to being used as a quirk weapon, he is also a military weapon with sufficient firepower. At least on the battlefield, people also call him a machine gun. Quanyue himself stood on the edge of the big pit with a machine gun in his hand, but did not use a tripod. The huge recoil made him immediately fall into the pit. Several long-range attacks immediately appeared above the giant pit. Quanyue fell patiently, and he stopped shooting. In the darkness, he felt a stench, and naturally Quanyue aimed the machine gun at the depths of the big hole. The powerful firepower of the machine gun is shown here. Quanyue felt that his hands were numb, hemorrhage was already coming out of the tiger's mouth, and both shoulders were suspected of being dislocated. But he can't let go. Quanyue didn't escape the big pit smoothly. He slammed directly into the edge of the pit, but just ran into it. He immediately looked for a place to stay with his feet. Fortunately, there is really a small hollow hole that can be used as a foothold for Quanyue. Above the pothole, there were noisy human voices. Quanyue held his breath, he didn't know that the people above were all quirk. As far as he knows, there are some quirks that can be used for investigation. Advertisement. At the foot, the blood-stained tentacle slowly climbed onto Quanyue's ankle, and Quanyue felt the touch of the sucker on the ankle. Turn on the second quirk pain memory again. Only a miserable cry was heard from below, and the tentacles quickly retracted. I don't know how long it can last. Quanyue saw someone took out something like a flashlight and took a picture below. But more people leave in frustration. In their opinion, this tens of billions of dollars is estimated to have been picked up by things below. Quanyue carefully hung the machine gun back on his back, and then he began to count his ammunition silently. The squandering just now was driven by helplessness. If he wants to live to the last day, ammunition as an important resource must be replenished. Well, it seems too difficult for you. A voice suddenly sounded beside Quanyue, and Quanyue subconsciously took out the short sword from his sleeve. It was dark all around, and no one made any sound. Quanyue did not relax his vigilance, and prepared all super regeneration and painful memories. The voice laughed and said, "Ha ha ha, it's okay. Do you like what I prepared for you? The tentacle monster you just killed is AC level wanted criminal. It's also a bonus for taking it out. Salted fish. Bah, Shonkoyu. Quanyue gritted his teeth to speak, but was afraid that speaking in the pothole would make a huge echo. Shonkoyu likes to see these ignorant people want to beat him but can't beat him, and smiled. It's okay, the first step for a master is to be beaten. But you can eat this kind of food. The degree is beyond my expectation. If it were not for luck, you would have died long ago. Shonkoyu. Quirk. Brain network. His brain is equivalent to the internet. Everyone who is seen by him can connect with his brain to create an in-network user. So far, in Shonkoyu's brain network world, he can chat freely and establish chat groups and regional forums. In the black market, Shonkoyu's brain is offering a bounty of up to RMB 5 billion. Quanyue only needs to speak in his heart, and Shonkoyu can automatically establish a happy chat between two people. It seems to be a bit difficult. Then I will give you 3 water options. First, provide you with all guns and ammunition for free. Second, I will drag you to the criminal group that hunts you, and give you the administrator permission. 3. The time for hunting down was shortened to 3 days, the rest period was cancelled, and the hunting down time became 24 hours a day. Come on, hang out for you. Chapter 114. Quanyue didn't dare to get out of the atmosphere, if he really entered what Shonkoyu said. Then his chances of surviving are greatly improved. It's a pity that salted fish is salted fish after all, how could it be so easy? If you don't want gold, you still want to hang on, dream. Salted fish suddenly sent out a salted fish emoticon, and said, choose. All 3 options are risks and opportunities coexist. The first option. Provide all guns and ammunition for free, which involves the location of the ammunition storage, the method of transportation, and whether it can provide an effective blow to villain in the end. Know that this is a quirk, which can be used well to withstand a large degree of firepower. The third option was the first to be ruled out. Quanyue was in extreme hardship training before he came to Chingsong City. At present, his body has not recovered well. The high concentration of 3 days of sleeplessness is likely to be overwhelming for the body. Furthermore, the conditions Shonkoyu said at the time were not victory or capture. The first is to survive, and the second is to escape. As long as you avoid villain, you can increase your chances of surviving. Get enough information, seemingly unimportant, but actually more important than anything material and time. To say that the shortcoming of the second option is also obvious, that is, one's own unknown of the status quo in the group. I choose to. Shonkoyu sent an emoticon package like this, although he didn't know how he could still chat in his brain and launch an emoticon package. With a ding-dong sound, a translucent screen appeared in front of Quanyue's eyes. Quanyue slipped and almost fell. He realized that this was the quirk of salted mouth fish. The page design of Brainet is similar to ordinary chat software. Quanyue watched the prompt box pop up quickly. The initial user Xiao Saiji has been established. It is officially used. $10 billion to chase the group. The master salted fish invites you to join the group. Welcome Xiao Kaiji to join the $10 billion hunting group. The group owner Shanyu authorized Xiao Saiji administrator rights. Now please start chatting. The speed of Shonkoyu was quite fast. Quanyue saw the news flashing quickly, and the whole group began to frantically scream, welcome newcomers to the group. The newcomer, hurry up, this group is gay. The newcomer, hurry up, this group is gay. The newcomer, hurry up, this group is gay. Sure enough, the essence of human beings is a repeater. Quanyue has been in the forum for many years, and he can see the essence of netizens at a glance, although the netizens he faces now are all cruel old buddies who sharpen their swords. But this does not prevent him from giving play to the nature of his parallel imports. Advertisement. Quanyue thought for a while and typed in, Mengxin pours tea for the boss. Pour tea for free, women's clothing. Pour tea for free, women's clothing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Pour tea for free, women's clothing. The essence of human beings is indeed a repeater, that's right. Quanyue opened the group members and took a look, and found that the total number of people was 737, and the group members had various remarks. Is there no difference between the use of the internet and the ordinary network? Quanyue hesitated and prepared a small window salty fish, and found that he was at. Quanyue immediately returned to the group. He opened the page, and I blurted out 2 words. Group announcement. To make it easier for everyone to chase and kill, the target coordinates will be updated in real time at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning. The update time lasts until the end of the event. I hope you can get the first kill as soon as possible, and you are warmly welcome to maliciously grab the head. The atmosphere in the group was enthusiastic, and it was thriving and admired that the group leader had finally come up with something beneficial to the public after so long. It's too hard to kill without coordinates. I just got lost here. Has the navigation series been updated? Can you directly guide the map in the group? At Kyun Zhu Yanyu, can team kills be split equally? Can the group owner turn on the vendetta coordinate? I want to know which B************ D hit Lousy's mind today. Kill him 800 times tomorrow. Where to look at the coordinates? At Kyun Zhu Yanyu at Kyun Zhu Yanyu. A message is like a spinning thread in a textile machine, drilling upwards one by one. Quanyue refreshed it and found it stuck. Well, it's stuck. After all, this is a quirk. The speed limit is still necessary. The human brain is still inferior to the electronic brain. When Quanyue refreshed again, he found that the group was silent. All the staff are muted. The group leader Shanyu said. Regarding the real-time update of the target fixed point, it is a pointer to the goal of this activity. When it is turned on at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning, it will enter a 24-hour fixed point, including the rest time. The updated target map will automatically appear in the upper left corner of the screen page of all participants can be zoomed in. I'll reiterate last time that everyone abides by the rules of the game. First, the hunting area cannot leave Chingsong City. Once the target character leaves Chingsong City, the game will be judged as a failure. Second, the game rest time is from 11 p.m. to 5 a.m. the next morning. It is not allowed to attack the target or arrange traps or ambushes near the target during the rest time. If the target is recruited during the rest time, if traps, poisons, etc. must be placed outside the rest time, and cause death, it will be judged as the trap setter victory. 3. The bonus withdrawal of this game requires the target corpse as an exchange item. Only a single person is allowed to withdraw it at a time. All bonuses will only be credited to one person's account. The group leader bounced out so many words, and slowly sent out the group announcement again. The key point at all the members, and said, "Silly, do you hear clearly?" Advertisement. The moment the ban was released, the group was filled with repeaters who were sharpening their swords to the group owner. Quanyue focused on the game rules released by Shonkoyu. What he can determine now is the scope of his activities, things to pay attention to, and rest time. At first, Shonkoyu didn't tell him clearly. If he didn't choose the second option at the beginning, Shonkoyu would not mention these precautions at all. First of all, he can choose to escape Chingsong City. This is the fastest way to shorten the time and also the greatest chance of escape. But Quanyue estimates that the degree of danger is also the highest. Chingsong City is surrounded by mountains and is a semi-encircled terrain. If you want to break through, you can only go from the only plane exit. The exit of the plane is the most populous downtown area. The more than 700 thugs in the group will not avoid the crowd. They will try their best to save Quanyue's life. This does not rule out that they will use a wide range of high lethal weapons. Public safety and personal life. This is a problem. Secondly, it is his safety during the break. If he had not been exposed to the rules of the game in the group, Quanyue himself would really think that these people would give him some rest space in peace. You can arrange traps and poisons outside of the rest time, you can predict your rest time and you can't relax your vigilance. Finally, there is the third article. You must exchange your own corpse for bonus. If the other party comes for a bonus, you must not use too powerful means to destroy your own face, and you can eliminate some of the attack methods that are easy to be unrecognizable. The atmosphere in the group slowly became active, and everyone shared their clues on the way to kill. The atmosphere in the group was so harmonious that one could not believe that these people were all wanted criminals. Is anyone still squatting in that pit now? No. I'm still squatting. It's dark. To be honest, did the guy below hang up? I don't know. Is there a death mark in the group? Quanyue swiped the group, looked at the sky, and estimated it a little. The current time is about 7 or 8 o'clock, and there are still 3 or 4 hours before 11 o'clock in the evening. It's boring. Come back tomorrow. It looks like that kid is not dead yet. No, I'm too boring to squat. Let's have a personal chat. Who is that digger? Why did you dig so deep in the first place? Go away, eat first. Quanyue climbed the direction of the cave wall. He used the 2 short swords as support points and slowly climbed up. After resting my arms a little better, but the joint pain is getting worse. Quanyue moved to the position he had imagined, slowly waiting for the night to come. Chapter 115. At 11 o'clock in the evening, the person who had been guarding the pit finally gave up. At this point in time, even if Quanyue walked past them, they couldn't do anything to Quanyue. But there are still unwilling guys who order takeaway and squat to eat. When Quanyue crawled out of the pit, he ran into a chaser who was eating cheese fried rice cake face to face. The other party chewed the rice cakes, picked up his own bowl and chopsticks, followed Quanyue. Quanyue walked a few steps, and he walked a few steps. The distance between the two has always been 1 meter. The scent of the cheese fried rice cake kept digging into Quanyue's nose. Gu, I have been hungry for most of the day and began to cry. Quanyue himself was embarrassed before he had time. The criminals behind him raised the chopsticks and asked, "Don't take a bite." Quanyue felt a little familiar when he heard this voice, but he wasn't sure if it was what he thought. This street was originally in a semi-abandoned state, except for some nail households who refused to leave. There were basically no people. Even if you want to deliver a takeaway, you have to add money before you are willing to come over. The street lights on both sides were almost broken, and Quanyue could only use the faint moonlight to distinguish each other's face. It's delicious. The other party feasted. Would you like a bite? Quanyue shook his head. He was worried that it was too late for the other party to poison him. How could he eat villain's food? The other party didn't force it, but the sound of eating increased several times, and he said, "It's so fragrant." Quanyue was clutching his stomach. He had just taken a step and snapped. A chopstick was stuck on the ground. Then a trap was revealed on the ground. Quanyue probably didn't find it because of some cover-ups made by Quirk, and the darkness nearby. Quanyue felt a cold on the back of his neck, blowing a breath behind his ears. It's okay Quanyue, they can't shoot you right now. Can you help me pick up the chopsticks? The other party said pitifully, holding the fried rice cakes. I subconsciously threw them out. Quanyue pulled the chopsticks out and handed it to him. This time he saw it clearly. He is a young man in his 20s, wearing a middle school student's sportswear. The other side held a baby face, biting his chopsticks innocently and looking over. Quanyue hesitated, and asked, Fog Dog. The other party gave a cheerful, hey. Later I realized that something was wrong, hey. The scene was once embarrassed. Do you know me? Wu Tiangu turned his chopsticks upside down and took it. Quanyue's heart is full of capital FCK. He can remember everything that happened in the USJ incident. But does the Wu Tiangu here mean that the people of that organization are also nearby? Quanyue raised the 7-day risk factor to a higher level. Others may still follow the rules of the game because of money, but the organization named Honghu Zichi is obviously aimed at themselves, and sometimes they don't necessarily listen to Shonkoyu in order to kill themselves. Wu Tiangu hadn't reacted yet, thinking that Quanyue was his enemy at some point, and he said, if you know me because of other things, don't count on me. You look for our ambitious young master. I am. This time I came to get the bonus. ... Doesn't the bonus need to be replaced by my body? Advertisement. Wu Tiangu took 2 bites, hesitated, and asked, should I ask you to take out? He looked up and down Quanyue's body and said, if you starve to death, I don't know if it counts as my money. Quote. Quanyue clenched his fists and left the street cautiously. He is absolutely unable to beat the Foggy Dog in his current physical condition, and it is a bit uneconomical to use bullets while resting. At present, it seems that the Wushan Dog still obeys the rules of the rest period, except for. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Why are you following me all the time? I didn't say you can't follow. I want to sleep, can you go out? The rule doesn't say that 2 people can't sleep together. Wushan Dog righteously Lingran. Furthermore, if you are killed by something inexplicably at night, won't my money be gone? I want to protect you. The $1 billion must be mine. Quanyue had a headache. He used his only money to open an hourly room, took a shower, treated the wounds on his body, took a nap for 3 hours under the supervision of the Foggy Dog, and then got up to read the group news. It was 3:30 in the morning at this moment, and there were 2 hours left for his position to be transmitted to the group in real time. Quanyue packed his things and counted the ammunition, and hid the 2 short swords on his body. After checking out, he walked on the streets of the city. This street is the main road in the main urban area of Chingsong City. There is a stage on the left front, which seems to be used to prepare the stage for promotional activities in the next few weeks. On the right is a department store. There are various shops and brand name shops on both sides. According to the information collected this morning, the opening hours of the shops range from 8 to 9 in the morning. At 4 o'clock, the group gradually became active. Did anyone see the target? There were more people who asked questions, but most of them didn't answer, just chatting. After all, there is only one goal, and no one will share the location foolishly. Quanyue thought for a while, and said to the Foggy Dog who was trailing behind him, you are in the group, too. The Foggy Dog was surprised, you know. You want someone to kill me and take the bonus. Quanyue made a suggestion. My position should be announced at 5 o'clock, and the difficulty will increase when you want to kill me. Wu Tiangu didn't think that he was confident in his speed. I'm fast, and I can kill you all at once. The condition for the bonus is to bring the corpse. How far can you guarantee to run under the siege with my corpse? In other words, you are confident that under the siege of more than 500 people, you can ensure that the corpse can still tell that it is me. Quanyue said. If you want to get a bonus, you not only have to kill me, but also ensure that you can take my corpse and find the owner of the group to redeem the bonus. The Foggy Dog makes sense. Although his quirk can bring people, it is not a real space system. The scope and number of times it can bring people are limited, and it is not enough to escape the siege of 500 lunatics. Under the current conditions, the probability of him killing Quanyue is 100%, but the probability of finding the owner of the group safely with Quanyue's body is less than half. What do you want me to do? Advertisement. Personal positioning can be sent in the group. How far can you send positioning in a short time? The Wushan Dog smiled. What are you kidding about? What if you run away? Quanyue raised his hands and said, you can put anything on me as a threat, whether it is a bomb or anything else. My request is that you can kill me, but make sure that I am a whole body when I die. It sounds reasonable. Wu Tiangu shuddered when he thought about the grand occasion of positioning Yikai and more than 500 people robbing a corpse at that time. The balance in his heart was a bit more of Quanyue's method. The Foggy Dog patted Quanyue on the shoulder and said, stay well. Quanyue's eyes were empty, and the people were gone. In the group, a positioning unceremoniously dominates the screen. I found the target here. It needs manpower and urgent manpower support. The location is about 10 kilometers away from Quanyue. It was like a thunderstorm on the ground, and countless diving parties were bombed out. Dad, come over right away. Grandpa will kill you. A row of 6,666 is eye-catching. Someone among them said, who knows if he is a lie. There are still 50 minutes. If it weren't for this location, everyone would smash the body upstairs with me. Quanyue flipped over the exploded message and nodded lightly. The administrator Kaiji withdrew a message. The Foggy Dog has been banned by the administrator for a day. The administrator Kaiji spoke for the first time, with an extremely cold tone, at Wu Tiangu, let's not take this as an example. The people who eat melons are filled with all kinds of wonderful melons with this, low-key. What is low-key? Why keep a low profile? And more people's eyes returned to the news that the administrator had withdrawn. That was the positioning issued by the Wutiango before, the goal worth 10 billion was there. Go with. Still not going. For most people in the group, what is the possibility of leaking news in advance? Can you believe it? If it's an honest person, maybe just squat down and wait for the positioning in the group to be fully opened, but who are they in this group? They were all crimes, desperados who wanted $10 billion for fear that they would be slower than others. Sometimes, taking a slow step is not a missed problem. Chapter 116, Heroes Firms. Wutiango came back very quickly. When Quanyue sent the message and refreshed it for the first time, he also brought a plum rice ball to make breakfast for Quanyue. This is the last breakfast. You can eat better. Wutiango was not ashamed at all when he spoke. Quanyue checked the time, and it was 4:45. There are still 15 minutes before the real-time positioning is turned on. Wait until the time is up, will you cut off my head? Of course. Quanyue smiled. Wutiango did not interfere with his actions, probably because he was confident that he could kill himself as soon as the time came. There were some worries about robbing corpses before, but now he feels relieved by Quanyue's operation. Quanyue walked forward quickly, he didn't seem to be anxious about what would happen in 15 minutes. There are only 10 minutes left. At the end of the street, a cleaner came out to clean, and the subway line near the main road lit up. The sky was tumbling and the fish belly was white, and the city seemed to be waking up. Office workers and small gangsters walked out in twos and threes from various alleys. Quanyue looked at the group. Someone has already rushed to the place where Wutiango had located before, but he was not sure if he was there. Although some people say, nobody here, and nobody here, obviously, not many people believe him. Many times, people have a strange sense of trust in people with privileges. The words of the administrator are obviously more prestigious than ordinary group members. Only 5 minutes left. Wutiango took out his mask and drew out his dagger. Quanyue took out his machine gun and slowed down. They have reached the side of the stage scaffolding. Quanyue puts the magazine in the most suitable place. Within 1 minute, the real-time positioning picture appeared at the top of the screen, and the map of Chingsong City was clearly visible. Humbling as the bell fell at 5 o'clock, short swords, the sound of fire explosions, and the sound of human running filled the main road. Without too much nonsense, the office worker took out the machine gun from the suit, and the gangster burst out his own quirk and rushed forward, and Wutiango instantly slashed the sword to Quanyue's neck. Quanyue leaned back, and the Wutiango's dagger made a contact with the scaffold. Quanyue's machine gun was aimed at the scaffold above. A string of sparks exploded from the muzzle. The key part of the scaffold was interrupted by the machine gun, and the entire scaffold collapsed instantly. The foggy dog put away the dagger, exerted force on both feet, and flashed with the help of quirk. He kept flashing up on the steel pipe. Quanyue turned and ran towards the bottom of the stage when the steel tube fell. He had noticed that there were some boxes under the stage to store things. The delay should be enough. Advertisement. The formulation of the entire rule is most beneficial to him, the exchange of corpses for bonuses. To know the corpse exchange here, one must ensure the integrity of the corpse, and second, the quirk that can easily damage the face, such as explosions and flames, cannot be used on a large scale. If it is to get a bonus, for these crimes, they will choose sword, guns, and some less radical quirks and methods. Clang, the dagger collided with the scaffold. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue only felt a white light flashing in front of him, and before he raised the machine gun, a deep sword mark appeared on his shoulder. The foggy dog is too fast, but due to the small space, there is no one-shot kill. Quanyue bent forward, he was betting. Betting that heroes from Chingsong City will come in within 15 minutes. One person lives for 7 days under the pursuit of 500 criminals, and he is not restricted from seeking any foreign aid. This foreign aid includes any forces in Chingsong City, such as the police, such as heroes. The real-time positioning in the group does not display the name of the store, which is similar to a normal map. It can only find a certain location on the street, but it can also be used in such a small space under the stage. If someone attacks from top to bottom at this time, Quanyue will undoubtedly die, but this group of criminals will not choose this kind of attack, and they will even prevent other criminals from attacking the scaffolding of the stage. Because they don't know if Quanyue will die under this attack, or if Quanyue's body is still recognizable and complete. Everyone wants $10 billion. The attitude of the Wutiango yesterday made Quanyue aware of a very important problem among the 500 people. They will not allow others to kill themselves. When necessary, he even protects himself in reverse. This game bonus withdrawal requires the target corpse as an exchange item. Only a single person is allowed to withdraw it at a time. All bonuses will only be credited to one person's account. Close black lens bracket. This condition reduces the probability of criminal cooperation. Now Quanyue is betting. If you lose the bet, you die. He put the machine gun back on his back, and quickly assembled the pistol parts from the trousers and sleeves. After finishing all this, Quanyue held his breath and squatted in the small triangular space to listen to the movement outside. Advertisement. Outside the collapsed stage, Wutiango gave up quirk. His face is not pretty. Everything happened too fast. Although he tried to kill Quanyue, he repeatedly gave up because of the fallen scaffolding. By the time the scaffolding is completely clean, the space is no longer conducive for him to launch the quirk. His quirk, flash, is to quickly appear a person's whole body in a certain place. If it is improperly used or the new space transferred to it is too small, there will be 2 corpses. Quanyue's current triangular space can only accommodate half an adult. If the foggy dog uses quirk, it is not killing, it is suicide. Wu Tiango grunted bitterly, and did not leave. With a dagger in his hand, he looked at the criminals who were slowly surrounding him. The group is chatting eagerly, of course, the heat is only superficial. The guy named Wu Tiango, wash his neck and wait. Dare to play old and son. The collective corpse smashing activity, please register if you want it again, register on the spot. We will organize a wave to kill. Everyone is responsible for loving dogs. How about eating dog meat hot pot tonight? Support upstairs, let's kill the Wush and go for dinner. Wu Tiango sneered, he didn't care what these people said about himself. Because he has the strength, he can run even if he can't fight. On the escape, the Wushan dog didn't believe he would lose. Boom, the blue flame swept over, the foggy dog quirk was launched, and the dagger in his hand flicked and confronted the owner of the flame. He remembers this name, it seems to be Dabi. The reason why Wu Tiangu remembers this name is only because he is a rare non-criminal in this group of people. It can be said that they are unnamed people on the list. Either this kind of person has not really committed a crime, or the crime has not been detected. Wu Tiangu would rather believe that the other party is the latter. He lazily said, try it again. Dabi glanced at the foggy dog, and the flames violently slammed his hands on the foggy dog's mask. As you wish. The faint flame seems to be calling from hell, you are called a foggy dog, right? At the same time, the heads of all Heroes offices in Chingsong City received an urgent notice. The Moriki commercial street in Chingsong City is confirmed to have been attacked. The surveillance has detected 4D level crimes, 3C level crimes, and 1B level crime. Haunted. Please go to the incident as soon as possible to deal with Heroes. Please deal with it as soon as possible. A warning notice has been issued to the city. Please pay attention to the major offices. Please pay attention to the major offices. Please pay attention to the major offices. Chapter 117. The basic job of the Heroes office is to ban illegal and criminal acts. When an accident occurs, the police will ask them for assistance, and these requests will be sent across regions. Only in extreme cases will the surrounding city offices initiate a rescue request. Under normal circumstances, major natural disasters and trans-regional criminal actions involving 3 or 4 cities will unite offices in different regions. But this time it really shocked everyone. According to incomplete statistics, there have been more than 200 crimes in Chingsong City. At present, it has been determined that there are 111D level wanted criminals, 63C level wanted criminals, 25B level wanted criminals, and 1 A-class wanted criminal. Every wanted criminal has the blood of innocent people, and many of them have prototypes of urban legends such as murderers and chainsaw killers. In a hero's office in the surrounding city of Chingsong City, Renshaw heroes hurried to the office to open the morning news. It is reported that there have been a large number of wanted criminals in Chingsong City from 5 o'clock this morning. I hope that all citizens will pay attention to their own safety. Itinerary to Chingsong City. 2 interns, Hiroshima Eijiro and Tetsu, who were warming up, looked over. They had an inexplicable enthusiasm for catching crime. In their eyes, Heroes was born to restrain crime. Catching crime is an important task for Heroes. What's the situation in Chingsong City now? Everyone in the office gets busy. Some people are in contact with Chingsong City, and some are starting to search for information. Hiroshima Eijiro looked at the office that was suddenly busy, and felt that he had entered a completely different world. Is this the world of professional heroes? Send some people to support Chingsong City. The 4th alien said. This time it is really menacing. 200 crimes are enough. However, in fact, it is not 200 people. Quanyue observes the situation in the group. No one is chatting now. Everyone is moving towards the target location, the main road of Chingsong City, which is the Morimu commercial street. How many heroes can come in 15 minutes? Will he be blocked on the road or even worse, killed by these criminals? These are all unknowns. Quanyue trapped himself in it. It was indeed safe for a short time, but he also became a turtle in the urn. He felt the bullet and checked his current equipment. What else can I do now? There is absolutely no way out with a pistol, but using a machine gun to violently open the way can easily injure yourself in a small space. Someone in the group has reached the commercial street. He took a photo and cursed. FK. Where are the people? I'm here too, where is the person? Isn't it a false fixed point again? Not necessarily, maybe it's hidden. The eldest brother saw someone and talked about it. Will anyone say it? Obviously not. Everyone is competing, and there is only one goal. Who will contribute the news that he has finally obtained with more wolves and less meat? Quanyue watched the group of people continue to complain and lowered his body. First, although those people came to the commercial street, they did not know their specific location. Shown in front of most of the group of friends is a scrapped stage and a fighting duo. Advertisement. 2. 500 people seem to be huge, but no one believes anyone. At the same time, no one will contribute their own news. A lot of people came outside, but no heroes were on the scene yet. I don't know what they are doing. Quanyue shook the pistol severely, staying vigilant at all times. Gradually, there was no voice in the group, more and more people came, and everyone stood still. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Whoever moves first will probably start. When the heroes of Chingsong City arrived at the scene, they witnessed a big gathering of wanted criminals. Is this an illegal gathering? Why don't you say that they are marching? The number of heroes is not large, and the number of heroes in Chingmatsu City is only more than 50 people. On weekdays, it is more than enough to maintain law and order and catch crimes. However, it didn't say that they should face more than 500 people at once. The group was quiet for a while, then someone suddenly said, "Kill it. It is good, anything." Quanyue's heart jumped, and he realized that the situation had deviated from his original thoughts. His plan at first was to find a safe zone and wait for the arrival of heroes, in the middle as long as the criminals were distracted. In the face of a small number of crimes, Quanyue even calculated the distance from each office to the location of the incident. Drive 10 minutes. It can be reached in 10 minutes by car. As long as the time difference is good, Quanyue believes that he can survive at least under the protection of heroes. He can even ask heroes to escort him away. But he didn't expect that all the time would be different from what he thought. The crime came too early, the heroes came too late, this has become a killing field that is completely incomparable. Shonkoyu sent a small window shaking. Well, the idea is good. The reality is cruel. The sound of fighting outside rang. Quanyue pressed his body lower, lower and lower. You cannot go out, you will be killed when you go out. Advertisement. Shonkoyu continued to send messages, but there is nothing wrong with your choice. Outside, criminals rallied and attacked. A hero's was pierced through his heart, his hands were still preparing for the next attack, and he fell slowly to the ground at this moment. Several heads fell to the ground, and the criminal holding the sword licked the blood from the sword disapprovingly. Wu Tiango also stopped fighting with Dabi. He shuttled among heroes, carefully making sure that his clothes were not stained with blood. Speaking of which, I know the heroes of this place. Shonkoyu said plainly. Before, the best hero's office in Aosong City was Izumizuki's. Quanyue did not release the gun in his hand, and the sound of fighting echoed in his ears, the sound of broken bones, the sound of a sword falling on a person, and even the sound of blood bursting out. Everything is depicting the bloody killing outside to him. Shonkoyu didn't care. He continued. Quanyue family, that is, your family is really the most hypocritical and softest guy the first have ever seen. Do you remember those 3 kids? Shonkoyu sent a message. A photo, he said. After hearing about this, I think you are too virgin. What the hell do you want to say? After being humiliated by 3 children who don't know at all, you can save them by changing their lives without any complaints. It doesn't matter if these people don't thank you at all afterwards. But now, in your so-called plan. Down, the heroes outside are being killed one by one. And you, the only one who can come out to stop all of this, are shrinking here, worrying about your life. Shonkoyu's words were like a sword stabbing Quanyue. In my heart, the group is already reporting the number. There are more than 20. There are more than 20 heroes stubbornly supporting. Shonkoyu said, Quanyue, do you still want to be a heroes? Quanyue didn't know how to answer the other party. He just felt that he should do what he should do. This has nothing to do with whether he is a heroes or not. It's just that he thinks it should be done. He picked up the pistol and fired several shots at the box. In the chaos, the gunfire only attracted the attention of some people. The vast majority of people enjoyed the bloodbath in the battle to encircle and suppress heroes. Quanyue smashed the butt a few times and pried one side of the box off. He can go out. Someone saw him. There is no doubt that Quanyue is looking for death again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, say chapter 118a heroes appears. 500 to 50 is a unilateral crush. Adding a trivial one to this will not change much. But if this one becomes Quanyue, then the quirk quality is completely different. The moment Quanyue shot the gun, someone noticed his presence, and when he was completely exposed to the sun, everyone stopped their hands. There is another child. The heroes struggled. Leave now. The criminals were so excited that they couldn't stop killing intent. Several of them put down their prey and strode towards Quanyue. Quanyue took out the gun from his sleeve, put one on his chin, and pointed the gun forward with the other hand, pointing at the foggy tengu that flashed in front of him. Shit, the sword is out of its sheath. Click, the trigger is gently buckled. What are you doing? Wu Tiangu's sword stopped in front of Quanyue's eyelids. Quanyue smiled and said, you can try to see if your sword is fast or my bullet is fast. When he spoke, he even pushed the gun up twice. Shot from the chin, there is no doubt that the person's head is shattered. The whole face will be completely invisible. Wu Tiangu understands what Quanyue means, and knows better that the other party uses the last item, about corpse exchange, to make a fuss. If Quanyue blows his head, none of the 500 people present should want to get a penny. What Wu Tiangu can think of, other people can naturally think of it. The group has already begun to complain, and it is nothing more than a speechless gesture of Quanyue's burning of jade and stone. They wanted to move, but they had to cross the foggy tengu to get up, and they had to pass the bullet quickly. Before there is an 80% winning rate, no one wants to take a rush. The atmosphere was deadlocked. Suddenly in the group, the administrator Kaiji made a remark. The one with the sword is Wu Tiangu, right? FCK, FCK, FCK. Lousy knew he had no good intentions when he sent the wrong location. I beg the good-hearted people to inform the quirk, I will team up to get the first kill. Most people said that they wanted to kill and then quickly, but more people kept diving. Some people say that they can make suggestions and make no effort. The 500-person criminal team was caught in an awkward atmosphere for a while. Except for a small number of them still fighting heroes, they all looked towards the middle ground of the battle. Wu Tiangu was obviously also in the water group, but he couldn't speak now. If they know that Kaiji is the target, they will be very, how do you put it? Wu Tiangu's sword is suspected of approaching step by step. Quanyue smiled, retracted the gun aimed at the foggy dog, and pressed it to his temple. Advertisement. He still said that, you can give it a try. Although Wu Tiangu himself can flash, it is obvious that his flash can only move his whole body, and cannot move part of his limbs. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Dabi yawned and said, it's boring. The heroes has already begun to evacuate. The criminals have not stopped them from leaving. For most people, killing Quanyue is the main goal. Quanyue immediately dispersed them from the united front against heroes to individual battles. At all members, the cheating of the user at Wu Tiango has been found out. After all, the administrators have a meeting, the Wu Tiango is removed from participating in this event. The administrator Kaiji bubbling again, with special instructions, if the target member is killed by the Wu Tiango, everyone's bonus will be emptied, and this person's bonus will be doubled. The crowd eating melons in the group was dumbfounded, what? Percent. Z% 1% at. Dog management, what are you talking about? Where is the group leader? Is the group leader doing personnel matters? Where is the foggy dog? Come out soon. The members of the group only communicate with each other on the internet. There is no way to check each other's news on the internet. The username can be changed at will. No one knows if the person you are chatting with you happily online is an enemy you left behind in a certain battle. In the group, no one will easily hand over their own photos to the other party, let alone reveal their own news in the group. In the completely unknown situation, or even if it is not clear who is the foggy dog, what is the best choice? It is to guarantee Quanyue's life and keep him alive until he is killed by himself. The foggy dog, who was inexplicably raised in bonuses and became the object of hatred by everyone, had a complicated heart. He was banned, but he could still peek at the screen. So far he is the only person who knows that Quanyue is the administrator of Kaiji, but he has no way to speak, let alone use his current status of doubling the bonus to say, the administrator of Kaiji is the target. No one would believe it. Especially when this group of people still feel that you are in the way of themselves. Administrator Kaiji continued to speak, the offending member will be announced later. If the offending member is killed and proves their identity, the killer will be awarded $10,000. As compensation, once the offender kills the target, he will get doubled. Bonus. Gee, it's a bit big to play. Wushan dog tisk 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 mouth, look over it playfully. He moved his sword closer, $6 million. Advertisement. I have sold the entire Chingsong city. I don't know if I can make it together. Quanyue smiled. Why, believe it. Something moved. Wu Tiango no longer hesitated. He quickly retracted his sword. Just when Quanyue breathed a sigh of relief, his knee suddenly hit Quanyue's abdomen, slamming the person on the scaffold. Quanyue was smashed with a black green on his back. He suffered a pain, and the gun reached his chin, almost knocking off his teeth. Wu Tiango quickly flashed his eyes and hands in front of Quanyue, stomping his hands with one foot, and pressing his shoulders firmly with the other, and pierced the sword into Quanyue's wrist. In the face of absolute strength, even if Quanyue publishes false news in the group, it is useless. The Wushan dog clasped Quanyue's neck, and with just one twist, he could separate the child's spine and cut off vitality. Several quirks erupted from behind the foggy Tengu, where everyone can control the escaped heroes. They swarmed when the foggy dog was violent, and all kinds of quirks came up all over the sky, all aimed at the foggy dog's unsuspecting back. Tisk. Wu Tiango glanced at Quanyue disgustingly, and then flashed after a few words. Quanyue, who had been intercepted by the misty dog in front, was completely exposed to many quirks. Too fast, too late. Among them, Quanyue can only distinguish Logia's quirks such as flames, storms, and sand, and some weird ones such as meat. Quanyue pulled out the sword stuck in his wrist was no longer able to move. Do you want to open the quirk, the first quirk? Quickly go with me, a voice said in Quanyue's ear, and Quanyue felt his body lighten on his shoulders. He lowered his head and realized that something seemed to be dangling in front of him twice. He patted it, and it turned out to be a human. The other party carried Quanyue with one hand, turned over the scaffold with the other, hiding in it, hating iron but not steel. Aren't the kids all learning so early in the morning? Quanyue, didn't you get up early to go to school and get involved in this battle? The other side looked at him with a hint of pity, but don't be afraid. The other side faded away from the quirk, showing his big white teeth, and whispered imitating All Might's actions. Forcing, because, I'm here. A huge wave of air blew all the shelters in front of the two of them, and Quanyue took down the machine gun with his movable hands and arms. He knew that he might not be able to escape, and this guy who came out inexplicably didn't know what the situation was. The other party seems to like to laugh, and is still smiling in the face of this situation. I will protect you. Chapter 119. Quanyue looked at each other, and he realized that this guy should be a hero's. He held Quanyue in his arms, hold my neck. Then he placed a huge iron plate in front of him with his bare hands. The huge impact caused the two of them to fly out, and Quanyue felt a figure appear in front of him. Foggy Tengu. This guy didn't give up. At the moment Quanyue and Heroes were swept up by the air wave, he teleported to Quanyue and pierced the position of the heart with the sword in his hand. Quanyue's expected pain did not come, and Heroes, who was protecting him, raised a hand and stopped the blade. As a price, his arm was pierced by a sword. Pounds the battle situation changes instantly, and several stray bullets are exploded from above. Quanyue recognized it at a glance. These are ceramic bullets. Compared to steel bullets, ceramic bullets produce more fragments after the explosion. He wanted to remind the Heroes who was holding him, but he didn't expect the opponent to press his head back with his backhand. Be careful. Quanyue heard the sound of bullets entering the meat. He was not sure what depth the bullets had reached, but it was already very unfavorable to get injured in this situation. Senior. An anxious voice came from the other end of the scaffold. Although the voice was faint, it still passed into the ears of the two. Senior. Quanyue has not had time to wonder. Heroes, known as the Senior, took Quanyue to launch the quirk, and he disappeared in full view. No, it's not disappearing, it should be hidden. In the face of 500 crimes, two people seemed to have lost track. Quanyue even watched Senior Heroes lead himself past the eyes of a crime, and the crime did not move at all. It may be some kind of quirk who was good at hiding. Quanyue thought of the invisible girl he had seen in Class A. Is it a kind of controllable invisibility? The two of them walked for a while, crossing the scaffolding to the back. This was originally at the back of the stage and reserved a way for the performers to walk. At this time, it happened to be able to let one person pass. And a girl is always waiting for two people in the corridor. Senior. The girl lowered her voice and said, "You are too careless. Shish. Be careful. Let's go." The Senior contacted Quirk. He put Quanyue on the ground and asked, "Can you go by yourself?" Quanyue did not reply, but drew his gun at the Senior. Pound he shot the chaser behind the high school master. He has real-time positioning in the group. Even if the Senior can be invisible, there is no way to eliminate the positioning. He continued to walk with these two innocents, only to harm them. Quanyue sighed. His heart decided to act alone. Advertisement. Before he could think about how to say the decisive words, the Senior took him on his shoulders. His tone was a little surprised. How come I said it was a bit hard? It turned out to be a gun. Chieri, are the explosives ready? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Senior, all right. The girl turned her head and left. I'm going. Boom. Quanyue felt that his eardrum was about to be shattered. He was carried on his shoulders by the Senior, and he could clearly see that the passage they walked through was destroyed by the explosion, and the army was in turmoil outside. Quanyue opened the group and found that the sorrows were all over the place, and at a glance they were all scolding mothers. Those explosives were carefully arranged. Although they were not powerful, they were arranged at key points, and finally caused a series of domino reactions. Quanyue scanned a little and found that more than 20 criminals were pressed under the stage. And everyone was blocked outside the passage. None of them could find a new entrance, so they could only watch Quanyue being taken away. What about Quanyue? They walked out of the alley behind the stage with two suspected heroes, and in front of them was an off-road vehicle. The Senior took off the combat suit. There were a lot of fragments on his back, many of which were completely submerged in the flesh. It took a lot of effort to take it out. Quanyue volunteered. I'll give some first aid, let me do it. Is there gauze or alcohol? The girl called Chi Li found a bottle of vodka from the trunk and handed it over. She stared at Quanyue. Her eyes widened, blinked, and hesitated. Quanyue. Quanyue. Quanyue tensed all over, and moved back, aiming the gun at the girl. It's me, I'm Gong Qian Eri. The girl shook her hand, and the Senior took the opportunity to take away the vodka from Qian Eri's hand. Qian Eri Kiyomiya said, I'm the one you saved in the UA Heroes exam, you won't forget me. Quanyue did not slack off, although he did forget that there was still the character of Gong Qian Eri. The Senior drank a sip of alcohol, did not deal with the injury, dragged the two teenagers into the car, sat in the driver's seat, and exhaled for a long time. Sit down. The engine rang out like an arrow from the string. Quang. A huge Roshan came out of the house on one side, and bricks and stones hit the roof of the car, directly denting a piece. Quanyue shrank his neck. He opened the car window and stretched out half of his body to snipe the chaser behind. Gong Qian Eri grabbed him. Be careful. A long strip of silk flew out from the second floor window on the upper left. The silk wrapped around Quanyue's hand and almost pulled him out of the car. Gong Qian Eri quickly cut the silk and satin with a sword. The sword in her hand was obviously made of a special material. Quanyue was suddenly pulled out, and then the silk was cut again, and he bounced onto the car door. His back hurts. He touched the ground. The Senior in front said solemnly, You two do it well. Qian Eri, give me a position. The quirk of Qian Eri of the Qing dynasty is perspective, that is, to be able to see through the essence of all things, including all kinds of buildings. When she started quirk, the whole world was left with lines and perspective in her eyes. Qian Eri of the Qing palace said, 15 people at 9 o'clock, and 27 people at 6 o'clock. Advertisement. The engine roared like a wild horse on the prairie, the Senior gritted his teeth and stepped on the accelerator, and the wind from the car window hit the young girl like a fist. The Senior turned the steering wheel, and Qian Eri Kiyomi, who was completely unexpected, pressed his whole body directly on Quanyue's chest. If it wasn't the right time, maybe this action was full of ambiguity. Screaming, the tires rubbed the ground and wailed, and the sand flew up. The senior picked up vodka to embolden himself. He controlled the steering wheel with one hand and grabbed the wine with the other. The windshield hit something, and a bloody hand appeared on the glass. Quanyu straightened up and brought Qing Gong Qian'eri to his seat. He held the gun in his hand and never let it go. Not only did the bloody hand appear for a while, it quickly appeared 3 or 4 times. But only cracks in the glass can be seen, but no people or corpses can be seen. Quanyu took out his gun and aimed it at the most obvious broken mark on the windshield. Wow! As the bloody handprint fell again, the foggy dog with half of his arm dyed red came over from the windshield with a sword. The senior killed the steering wheel one by one and almost threw the foggy Tengu out. Quanyu tugged on the seat, scratching his fingers on the leather seat. He didn't hesitate at all, believing that he shot quickly after aiming. Within a distance of less than 2 meters, the foggy dog did not escape the shot, but Quanyu did not fully aim because of the turn of the car. The gun only landed on the waist of the foggy dog. Head down. The senior roared, all down. All down. The windshield was smashed, several dummy models crashed into the car, and 7 or 88 clothes were hung on the front view mirror of the car. They ran into a clothing store. Qian'eri Qing Gong has been paying attention to the surrounding situation, and she said anxiously, "Senior, they have already come here." Quanyu also learned from the group that countless crimes were coming here because of the huge movement of a car crash. The senior gritted his teeth and backed up immediately. How is the road on the street now? The commercial streets are all blocked, and the road conditions outside are still the same. If we go out without authorization, it will interfere with the city's public security. Qing Gong Qian'eri quickly replied, "Senior, what should I do now?" The senior took a deep breath and said, "Don't say anything." A huge energy enveloped the entire car. Quanyu was surprised to find that the criminals had come here, and as before, they didn't find anything here. They can't see the huge car at all. Everyone seemed to turn a blind eye to the car, and they discussed depressedly where the 3 had gone. The senior had cold sweat on his forehead from using the quirk. He gritted his teeth, and obviously this might be beyond the scope of his quirk. Quirk, ignore, it can make other creatures turn a blind eye to themselves and things within a certain range. After Quanyu and Qing Gong Qian'eri determined the senior's quirk, they took out all their guns. He began to dismantle the gun. Chapter 120. What are you doing? Qian'eri of the Qing Palace saw Quanyu's movements and shouted, "Quanyu." Quanyu ignored her. The car drifted and bumped into something. The windows on both sides slammed into Quanyu's hands. Face. Quanyu guarded his gun, cleaned up the debris, and installed the last part. In the devil training of disassembling guns, Mr. Shinso asked him to shoot the guns after assembling them. This training not only made Quanyu familiar with the structure of firearms, but also allowed him to make some defective but powerful firearms in the process of reorganizing the firearms. He disassembled the pistol in his hand and reorganized it. From the outside, the gun was bloated and lost its streamlined lines. The grip is not ergonomic, but Quanyu knows how powerful this gun looks so ugly. This is a kind of combination gun he has discovered in doubt. The modified gun has a longer range, but the disadvantage is that the aim is reduced and it cannot be used for a long time. The senior is still driving, and his quirk is slowly fading. The use of quirk has its limits. It is quite good to be able to make the entire car disappear in everyone's eyes in a hurry. The seniors walk in remote places, one is to show a wide face, and the other is to reduce accidental injuries by fewer pedestrians. The 3 of them drove to the Wanshan Mountain Road in Qingsong City without knowing it. The senior's wine is gone, and there is no chase behind for a while. He breathed a sigh of relief. Quanyu suddenly shot him diagonally above. The birds in the woods startled, and a figure fell from the tree. The senior is quite embarrassed. He himself is a quasi-hero who is about to graduate. Now he is saved by a child. How do you say? It's a bit embarrassing. He smiled and wanted to comfort him. It's okay. They won't chase. Hiss. The senior's raising arm involved his back, and the ceramic shards on his back were all stuck in the flesh, and surgery was necessary to take it out. Quanyu didn't let his guard down. He has been paying attention to the state of the group, and it is only 12 o'clock at noon. There are still nearly 11 hours to survive. Qian'eri Kiyomizu was a little anxious. She said to Quanyu, "What happened?" She was wearing a hero's combat suit and holding a long slender stick in her hand. She put the stick away, pressed the switch, and a sharp sword emerged from the head of the stick. Qing Gong Qian'eri holding a sword seemed to want to clear the debris from the back of the senior. Quanyu couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward and stopped him. "You will infect the wound like this." He looked around, but he was really unfamiliar with the surrounding environment, so he could only ask the 2 in front of him for help. "You know where to stop people." A moment. A place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Qian'eri Qing Gong was obviously not familiar with this place, and shook his head embarrassingly. She came for an internship in the workplace. Unlike Yue's act of picking people, Qian'eri Qing was able to come to the office in Qingsong City for an internship because her father asked someone to open the back door for her. Advertisement. In contrast, the seniors of the locals in Qingsong City are more familiar with each other. He thought for a moment, pointed to the tip of another mountain and said, "Yes, there are, but it's too far." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The senior said that there is really a good place in the mountain stream that is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It is the house of an ancient family, but that family has long been empty. It's still a bit far away and difficult to walk. The senior's back began to scab, and Quanyue listened to him while doing emergency treatment. When the treatment was over, both hands were covered with blood. Quanyue held the pistol in his hand again, finally feeling a little safe. The car is out of gas. Quanyue doesn't know where the people in the group are now or where they are. Only one rice ball for breakfast, he is hungry now. The senior took the two children to the forest with their injuries, and found them some edible wild fruits. Quanyue was worried and didn't eat much. The senior looked at him and smiled, and said, "Well, those people are here for you." Quanyue hesitated and nodded. He didn't want to deceive the man in front of him, not only because this person was injured in order to save himself, but also partly because he took advantage of the hero's group. Quanyue was ashamed of his behavior. In a daze, Quanyue felt that massacre appeared in front of him again. Children with guns are not allowed, but the circumstances are special. I will write a report for you when I go back. The senior took a bite of the fruit and said, "You and Kairi will ask me to hide the senior." Senior Yin is a third-year student in Gewu Academy. This time he came out and went home by the way. He has already decided on the office for his internship. He even happily communicated with Quanyue, "So you are Xiao Yi, Qian Eri often talks to us. I trouble you to take care of Qian Eri during the UA Heroes exam." They are now walking towards the ancient house that the senior teacher Yin said, and the three of them walked in a triangle formation. Yin Senpei opened the way in the front, Quanyue and Qing Gong Qinli in the back. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace is also responsible for the investigation work. Speaking of which, you are studying in UA. Do you know the Pass Million? Senior Yin turned off a branch as a cane. He is the hardest person I have ever met. Holding a branch and pumping it towards a certain point in the void. Advertisement. Click the branch and the tip of the sword collide with each other, and the branch with the thick thumb is not the opponent of the sharp sword. The whole body of the foggy dog appeared in midair. He still had half a hot dog in his mouth. In the next second, people flashed behind Quanyue. Before he raised his hand, Quanyue disappeared from Wu Tiangu's eyes. Hidden Senior Quirk open black lens bracket ignore close black lens bracket activate. Wu Tiangu was startled by Quanyue who had disappeared suddenly. He did not rush to make a second flash, but fell on the ground and started looking for clues. Then, he received a heavy blow in the abdomen, and Senior Yin appeared in front of Wu Tiangu. His hand still only had the cut branch. The branch is still the same, but the look in Senior Yin's eyes is different. That is a kind of unswerving look that wants to protect something. People with this kind of look are very difficult. Wu Tiangu moved his hands and feet, he ate the hot dog in his mouth and licked his fingers. Saying, "No nonsense," the sword arrived in front of Senior Yin, and in the next second this sword could dig out his eyeballs. Hidden Senior confronted him. Quirk, ignore, and Wu Tiangu's flash almost broke out at the same time. One of them relied on speed, and the other relied on diverting villains' attention to avoid attacks. Quanyue and Qian Eri Qinggong, who were sheltered by the Hermit Senior, could not see the movements of the two at all. I can't see the foggy Tengu because the opponent is too fast. Can't capture the opponent's movements at all. The invisible elder is because the opponent's quirk is ignored. Even if you concentrate all your attention on the hidden elder, you will completely ignore the other's existence. Quanyue knew that Senior Yin still had an injury on his back. He wanted to give the foggy dog a shot, but the two sides couldn't tell the difference. Quanyue had no confidence in the accuracy of the modified gun in his hand. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace said, "Quanyue, the senior is not good." "What? My quirk is perspective. Senpai's wound seems to be torn. There is one more thing." Qing Gong Chieri looked serious. Yun Senpai is the main and auxiliary heroes. He can't hold it for long. Chapter 121. Heroes are not a solo business. In the existing heroes classification, there are heroes who are good at combat, heroes who are good at rescue, and heroes who are good at undercover and investigation. For example, the 13th Heroes of Yua High School is responsible for the rescue. From the very beginning, Hidden Senpai was the auxiliary heroes who mainly attacked the reconnaissance direction. For him, fighting was really not a priority. But in the face of a fast-breaking opponent like Wu Tiangu, blindly letting go can only make himself a disadvantage. The best defense is offense. Senpai Yin chose to attack in desperation. Once the speed and mental concentration of the hidden seniors have decreased, the Wushan dog will surely be able to easily get the head. Quanyue gritted his teeth and said, "Have you cooperated with Senior Yin?" Qian Eri of the Qing Palace shook her head. Although she knew the seniors, she was in the first grade and the third grade. No matter how she arranged it, she couldn't work together. Quanyue, don't be impulsive. It's easy to disrupt the rhythm of seniors if you rush forward. The real victory or defeat is in an instant. Quanyue was unwilling to give up the idea of forcibly intervening with firearms in his heart. He opened the group message and found that most of the group friends who had already been up for 99 plus in the blink of an eye were rushing towards where Quanyue was. The nearest person is only a kilometer away. Quanyue did not hesitate to release new news in the group. Administrator Kaiji, Wu Tiangu is already close to the goal. Is there anyone nearby? Several people came up and bubbling. What speed? It's AF ******* G second. The administrator is there. Quanyue silently used the live screenshot function. He found that the intracerebral network was directly connected to his vision, and what he saw could be screenshotted into the group. Kaiji sent a picture. Wu Tiangu's face dangling in the fight. It is not clear from the picture that the body of the foggy dog is only half of its face, and the rest are blurred afterimages. Onlookers eating melons. FCK. FCK. I'm hastily. Advertisement. Is this AF ******* G human? Someone couldn't help at Quanyue. Vomiting. Administrator, you are too ecstasy for this motion capture. It looks like the foggy dog is like a ghost. It is the kind of ghost with no feet erratic. What can Quanyue do? He had to explain. This is because of the quirk of the foggy dog. His quirk seems to appear quickly and then disappear. It can appear multiple times at the same time. Quanyue described it as clearly as possible, but his quirk seems to only make the whole body appear in one place. Can't just show half of the body. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Someone in the group made a suddenly realized voice. Oh, is that the fastest man in the criminal world? Huh, how does the fastest hawks in the heroes world compare? I don't know. The management continues. I'll be on the battlefield in 5 minutes. The group of friends agreed. I have a little impression of this kid. Last time he ran fast. This time dad must kill him. Quanyue seemed to have a show. He took a 10-second video and sent it up. In the video, the Wutiangu's attack is getting faster and faster without a trace of fatigue. On the other hand, the hidden senior has a sense of fatigue, and even the performance of the quirk has been affected. Well, it is really an annoying space system. That's the man who can get the double bonus. Do you want to kill him first? It feels like he's very good at being a monster. The main reason is that the space element can escape too much. And this man is not easy to kill. In the Heroes Society, the heroes of the Space Department and the heroes of the Healing Department are relatively rare. Most of the talents in the Department of Space and Therapy were focused on training at a young age. Some have formed the unique heroes world like the former Quanyue family, while others are attached to the consortium and government. There are very few crimes such as Wutiangu. But most of them will become big tumors that make the police and heroes headaches. What Quanyue sees in the group now is a group of crimes discussing how to kill another crime. Not many people discussed, only about 15. The remaining 400 people remained silent. Quanyue knows that 5 of the 15 people are willing to make a move. Be careful. Qinggong Qian'eri threw Quanyue to the ground. A sharp sword wiped the top of their heads. Wutiangu smiled and rolled away before their eyes, and then returned to the fight with the hidden senior. His sword seemed to be prompting Quanyue. You can't escape. Damn it. This is also to confirm 2 signals. 1. The quirk of the hidden senior has begun to be unstable. 2. The foggy dog is easy to do. Advertisement. Without delay, Quanyue looked at the group, hesitated for a long time, and said, actually. As soon as it was sent out, he immediately withdrew. No, a voice told him that it was too risky. Cannot do this. Quanyue, don't take your own life to do this kind of gambling, the risk is too great. You never know what the brain circuits of those crimes are all about. But there was a voice in my heart saying, you have to do this, otherwise the hidden senior will be killed by the foggy dog. Only you can change this. The 2 voices were noisy in their minds. Quanyue looked at the empty dialogue box at a loss. You two, hurry up. Senior Enlightenment has already seen the crowd rushing over from a distance. He himself is not worried, but he dare not hide himself completely when the 2 children are here. Qian'eri, you take the people away. Faster. Qian'eri of the Qing Palace was reluctant. She also saw the number of people coming through her perspective, knowing that it would be a burden for her two to stay here. She grabbed Quanyue's hand and led him to search for a safe shelter. Quanyue asked, where is the hidden senior? The senior's quirk is neglect. He can make those people ignore themselves completely. Qian'eri Qian'e was a little nervous. I don't know where the senior's limit is. But where we are is definitely a hindrance. Quanyue also acquiesced in this statement. Only the next day, he has deeply realized his insignificance. Even Yingying made an appointment with him and began to agree with Shonkoyu's evaluation of himself on the first day. Kaiji. Compared to his peers, Quanyue has more combat experience. But limited to the use of abilities in close combat, he is really a rookie compared to these vicious crimes. How many people are here? It's more than 100, and it's still increasing. Qinggong Qinli took Quanyue to find a tree hole. She turned on the quirk and could see people directly through the trees. Quanyue touched the ground, replaced the bullet, and said, can you see the ground? He was worried that someone would assault from the ground. On the other side, the hidden senior who witnessed Quanyue and Qian'eri leaving, breathed a sigh of relief. Wutiangu stopped his hand, he stood still and looked at the mighty criminal army, smiled and said, you seem to be dying today. There were a few sword marks on the hidden senior, and the blood stained his combat suit red. Do you know how much the villain died of talking? Wutiangu had no interest in killing the hidden senior. His goal was Quanyue. The problem is that he has no idea where Quanyue is after being pinned down by the Yin senior. His quirk does not have an automatic navigation function. You should have the contact information of that girl. Tell me, I killed that boy and give you $500,000. Wutiangu said generously, this is something you can't make for a lifetime of exhausting work. Money, heroes. Senior Yin's pupils shrank suddenly. Chapter 122 Special Title Double Money. Quanyue and Qian'eri of Qing Palace hid in a tree hole. The tree hole was not big, and the two of them were crowded together. There was no embarrassment, all their attention was on villain outside. Surviving, this thought appeared in the 2 children. Quanyue held the pistol in his hand. He pulled his jacket apart, took out the parts from it, and pieced together another gun. Here you are. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace shook his head. I have a weapon, you are a healing department, you can take it. Quanyue is also welcome. He leaned on the tree hole, and Qian Eri of the Qing Palace was in charge of the survey. What's the situation outside? Hush. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace could only see, but could not hear. She carefully grasped Quanyue's hand and said, how did you attract them? Quanyue stopped talking. He was full of guilt again. He pulled the trigger and shot the ground. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace was still waiting for Quanyue's words, and was frightened by Quanyue. Are you crazy? Under the feet of the two of them, the soil gushed out, and the roots of the trees continued to lift out. You could hear the sound of the soil and stones cracking. Quanyue couldn't manage that much. He hugged Qian Eri of the Qing Palace and rolled out of the tree hole. The two happened to step on a slope, and in an instant they rolled into the ditch. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace took out his long stick and pressed the switch. A sharp sword emerged from the stick. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace pierced the sword into the ground and stopped rolling. The two slowly descended from Banpo to a lower place. They are now in a ditch. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace looked around and frowned. The situation was getting worse and worse. They seemed to be attracted by us. Qing Gong Qian Eri said, sorry, if I could react faster then, it would be great. Quanyue comforted. It has nothing to do with you. It was because of me in the beginning. He looked at the news in the group, and naturally knew that these people came here because of real-time positioning. Although there are people who were attracted by the assault just now, they are still a small number compared with the large forces. If you don't know that everyone is like the Wushan dog, it belongs to the space system that can move quickly. Quanyue and Qing Gong Qinli analyzed the terrain. He combined the map he saw in the group and found a serious problem. They are now in a mountainous area, and the map initially provided only a map of the city. Although you can see the red dots that represent yourself lit up on the hill, wanting to zoom in to see the details is tantamount to idiotic dreams. This map does not seem to include mountain trails, nor is it a serious topographical map. The map placed in the group for live streaming is an ordinary map. It is a kind of map used for navigation on mobile phones. This kind of map can play a big role in the traffic of big cities. But the role played in the mountains and forests has dropped drastically. Because there is no road in the mountains and forests. Quanyue looked at the scale of the map. This was taught in a junior high school geography class. Quanyue tried to zoom in on the map to see if he could see the details. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the scale of this map was 1/1000. That is to say, he moved 1 kilometer in reality on the map. Just move 1 centimeter. Advertisement. It may be obvious on the city map, but he is in the forest now. Quanyue repeatedly confirmed this real-time positioning function, and determined that this positioning was basically lost in half in the mountains and forests without any reference objects. It is already 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and the accumulated temperature is coming up, and the wind is scorching hot. Wu Tiango flashed in front of Senior Yin with a smile. He narrowed his eyes and said, generally speaking, I don't like killing people. But $1 million is really touching. Looking at you, it's not a wealthy family. Born. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The hidden senior was unmoved. He made a fighting stance. Wu Tiango is not afraid for a day. What is good about being a hero? Do you say that every day you take that little money and work hard? Senior Yin shook his head. He activated his quirk. But before he was evacuated out of the attack range of the foggy Tengu, a sword was placed behind his neck. Wu Tiangu's snort appeared behind his ears. I don't want to kill anyone but that kid now. You know what I mean. Senior Yin nodded. He raised his hands in silence and turned his back to the foggy dog. The tip of the sword cut through the skin, and blood ran down his neck and into his clothes. The people behind have already come up. Although Wu Tiango has been banned for a day, he can still see the group news. At this moment, he even sneered at these fools who had been deceived by the administrator. Funny. He grabbed the hands of Hidden Senior, and teleported him to a tree. His sword was switched to the front, and it was clamped to Senior Yin's neck. You, contact that girl. You let me go first. Wu Tiango knocked his head on the tree and put the sword in it a little bit. Don't force me to kill innocent people. Although I think heroes like you are particularly unhappy. Senpai Yin gritted his teeth and took out a small communicator from his pocket with one hand. The foggy dog's eyes lit up, and he reached out to take the communicator. The next second, the hidden senior quirk turned on, and the whole person disappeared from the foggy dog. It should be said that it was ignored by the foggy dog. The Wushan dog didn't bother to catch up. He stood on the tree, condescendingly in the eyes of everything nearby. He kept flashing on the tree, during which a crime found his trace, but he couldn't keep up with him. A group of people complained in the group. FK, is that space belong to a flea? Can't catch up, forget it. Does anyone see the target? Does that boss know how to read the map? There is no road. There was a wailing in the group, and many diving parties came out to make a statement. The Salted Fish Group is the master of the Salted Fish Group. The owner of the group is dead, call the dog to manage. Dog management, come out and die. Go and get it hungry and watched a group of repeaters continuously cursing their own dog management. Their faces were calm and their hearts filled with MMP. Qing Gong Qian Eri led him to find a blind spot, and the two of them squatted down here to avoid a lot of trouble. Quanyue also took the opportunity to speak in the group. Advertisement. Kaiji management. Call fart call, then call kick-out activity. The Navy Brigade came forward to agree. That is management a dog? Management is obviously a vegetable chicken. Kaiji management. Management, this rubbish map needs to be replaced. One person asks for a map change. +1, +2. ... Add a wanted number. Quanyue went to the small window of Shonkoyu, and the other party threw it over, FK lousy. He expressed his attitude. Quanyue hesitated, ran into the group and said to a bunch of wanted criminals who were waiting to change the map to kill themselves, I told the group owner that the map can't be changed. But give you some compensation. Quanyue clicked on a title at the beginning, and quickly gave the golden title of double bonus to the few people who scolded him for dog management and the people who proposed to besiege him. He said in the group, people in this group with double bonuses will get double bonuses if they kill the target. Of course, those who have not won the title don't worry, because you only need to kill one double bonus at will. The title holder can get 1/10 of the double bonus, which is $200,000. The voice just fell. The air suddenly became quiet. Wu Tiangu sneered at the shiny double bonus title on his group's name. Dabi looked at the 4 characters and smiled playfully. Management seems very interesting. Quanyue sends out the last signal. From now on, this special rule will come into effect. Chapter 123. It's not that no one has expressed their doubts in the lie about publishing double bonuses as a manager. They think that the salted fish school owner is not the kind of person who will benefit them on a whim. Quanyue specially took a screenshot. The Shonkoyu phrase, do lousy fart, as conspicuous and conforms to the group owner's usual salted fish posture. Successfully led everyone default to, forget it, some welfare is better. Compared with that kind of map, it is so bad that it hasn't been compensated. It's still more cost-effective to get a guarantee of $200,000 if you kill others. We must know that among these 500 people, there are not only D-class and C-class wanted criminals, but also B-class and even the strongest A-class wanted criminals. For D-class and C-class crimes, the difficulty of taking food from several tigers is no less difficult than killing All Might. And those group friends who have been given special titles, but they are from D level to A level. Can't kill the A level, kill a D level should be fine. Many people's minds went from robbing one of the $500 million to this $200,000. Can't they eat meat, so they are not allowed to worry about the soup? Quanyue observed the news in the group and thought that this trick was still useful. The premise is that the owner of the salted fish school does not come out to reveal his own tricks. He specifically explained the time to receive the money in the group, after the event. How many of the 500 people will be attracted by the 200,000 bonus? Quanyue didn't know it. He set up 15 double bonus special titles. Even if one person carried 10 people, it would attract 150 guys. The remaining 335 people will still regard Quanyue as the first target. It can even be said that the remaining 335 are the guys who are confident of taking the head of Quanyue. The number will decrease, but it does not mean that the lethality decreases. After Quanyue thought about this, he planned to hide as the main focus. Qian Eri Qinggong was a little tired of using quirk, so she leaned in and rested. Quanyue was sitting next to her and sorting out her guns. I don't know what happened to Senior Yin. This situation continued until 6 o'clock in the evening. Someone in the group said that they had successfully killed the double-titled person, and at the same time asked Quanyue for confirmation. Quanyue remembered 15 group friends with special titles long ago. After being killed, their names dimmed. Quanyue didn't know what the brain network was like, so he could only vaguely say that he knew. Wu Tiangu squatted on a tree to eat lunch. His silence time has not yet arrived. He looked down at the man using the blue flame and smiled. It looks like you also double the bonus. Not better than you. Foggy dog. The foggy dog looked at several charred corpses on the ground, and then looked at the man's burned skin. It seems that your quirk has done a lot of harm to yourself. The flames burned on the tree where the foggy dog was. One flashed. Mist Tengu appeared behind Dabi with a box of lunch, and pointed at Dabi with cauliflower in his chopsticks. He said, wow, if you don't agree, set it on fire. Advertisement. Dabi has dealt with 4 waves of greedy people who have come up to die, becoming more and more angry and interested. What's the matter? Cooperate. Wu Tiangu said, I heard that when I got the lunch box, the heroes next door has arrived. You know what I mean. Criminals are killing each other and losing their combat power, and the heroes are constantly moving from the next city. Come and support. In the end, if one is not careful, more than 500 people are likely to capsize in the gutter. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Not interested. Dabi smiled. I have no interest in people like you. Wu Tiangu shrugged, saying it didn't matter. After eating the lunch in his hand, he felt a little thirsty. One flashed up at the nearest convenience store and opened the cabinet to choose a drink. Ding-a-ling bell. Ding-a-ling bell. The phone rang. Wu Tiangu glanced at the phone, showing an awkward expression. That, young master. Fog Tengu. UF ******* G give lousy a try again. Yazuki Inuichiro's roar came out of the phone, making Wu Tengu have to hold the phone farther. The clerk looked over curiously, and didn't remember the customer coming in through the gate. Do you know how much effort I spent to help you deal with Stain's affairs? How many channels did you go? I asked you to go to Chingsong City to reflect on it, and investigate the Quanyue family's affairs by the way. You are fine. It seems that the other end of the phone call it's on the news. Wu Tiangu heard several words, Chingsong City, and wanted criminal. Yasuki Inuichiro was angry. What are you doing in Aomatsu City? Ah, young master, that. I'm killing someone. Don't you always want to kill the Quanyue family? What are you doing? Yasuki Inuichiro roared. Don't tell me that Quanyue is also in Aomatsu City. He just heard that Quanyue was going to work in the workplace, but he didn't expect him to be in the crisis-ridden Aomatsu City. I thought that I had just recommended the hero's assassin to villain alliance, and Yasuki Inuichiro was the first and too older. He originally took the time to call Quanyue yesterday, but he didn't expect to get no one to answer. Now think about it, it is because you have been hunted down to the point where you don't have time to listen to the phone, or your phone is destroyed by a foggy dog. Don't kill him. Yasuki Inuichiro ordered. Wu Tiangu really wondered how to claim credit in front of the young master, and the conversation just got up. Well, I will do. Hey. Hey, young master, aren't you? I said you don't understand it. Yasuki Inuichiro sneered. Quanyue can't be loose in Chingsong City. I want him to return to Ua in peace. Don't wait for the foggy dog to be there. Whatever to argue, Yasuki Inuichiro hung up the phone neatly. Advertisement. He left a bitter gourd face on the spot, looking at the phone helplessly. He really didn't understand what the young master was doing, but he knew that if he didn't listen to the young master could have more than 100 ways to kill him. Thinking of the young master's methods, Wu Tiangu couldn't help but shiver. He picked 2 glasses of carrot juice and flashed it among the mountains and forests in his hand. This time, he finally started looking for Quanyue seriously. Quanyue and Qian Eri of Qing Palace are walking in the mountains. Looking at Qian Eri's quirk perspective, the two successfully avoided the criminal force until 11 o'clock in the evening. Quanyue feels that he is going to go on like this again, and 80% is about to die suddenly. I dare not sleep during the day, for fear that it will be wiped off in people's sleep. I can't sleep at night, I always want to take this time to do something. For example, find someone. Would you like to take a nap? Qinggong Qinli was full on the first day. After taking a break during the day, she said, it looks like they are not moving anymore. People are still there. Okay. It seems that there is a wave of people who are going to learn the foggy Tengu squatting to guard the goal. Quanyue can of course go out, but if he goes out now, what kind of trap will he die? Or if they were poisoned to death after eating something, it was considered dead in the hands of this group of people. And once you go out, you have to change places. How to change to a safe corner under the supervision of a group of people is another troublesome problem. Quanyue thought about it, and thought it would be better not to go out. Qinggong Qian Eri was a little hungry, she hesitated to see Quanyue did not move, she also endured it. Quanyue lay on the ground and squinted a little. You might not feel hungry when you sleep. Kong dang, a bottle of drink hit Quanyue's waist. Quanyue drew his gun and aimed it at the sky. There were no birds in the dark sky, and nothing on the surrounding trees. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace poked the drink with a stick to make sure that there was no danger, and took it over to take a look. There should be no problem. A lot of things can be seen under the perspective of quirk. Qinggong Qinli handed it to Quanyue. Quanyue opened the lid and slammed again, smashing between Quanyue and Qian Eri Qinggong. 2 sandwiches. Chapter 124. Who gave the sandwich? Who gave the drink? After confirming that there was nothing wrong with whoever it was, Quanyue and Qinggong Qianeri were not polite at all and gobbled up. Is it a senior? Qinggong Qianeli had a thought in her heart, and she excitedly wanted to stand up and look around. Quanyue pulled her back and whispered, there are still people out there. Qinggong Qinli was unwilling to return, she knew that going out now would be tantamount to death. Quanyue understood that the rules only stated that he could not shoot himself, but he did not say that he could not shoot others, and he did not dare to let Qinggong Qianeli go out casually. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace muttered, I don't know how the senior is now. Quanyue did not respond to her words, silently eating sandwiches. He felt guilty for the two involved. In Quanyue's idea, these 7 days of life and death battles can use others, but he feels guilty for the death of innocent people. It seems that someone kept saying in his ear, look, you killed them. It's your fault that they die. If they didn't have you, they wouldn't die. Not everything can go according to plan. It is normal for plans not to keep up with changes. Anyone who can control everything is a genius with explosive intelligence and emotional intelligence. Quanyue is not a genius, he is just an ordinary person. He asked Qian Eri of the Qing Palace, should we go to the senior first? Or to the courtyard mentioned earlier? Qian Eri of the Qing Palace wanted to find the senior even more, while Quanyue wanted to leave the two of them and go to find the courtyard that the senior Yin said by himself. The two had a disagreement here, and Qinggong Qian Eri said, do you know the way? We can't walk without a senior. But the two of us can't survive here. Quanyue knew that neither he nor Qinggong Qian Eri knew all kinds of grains, and that the two people who had lived in the city since childhood had no experience in survival in the wild. 2 people are dead together, and apart are dead. It's better to separate, let most of the crimes chase yourself, and let the Qing Palace Qinli find a chance to escape back. The quirk of Qian Eri of the Qing Palace is perspective. With this quirk, she can avoid most criminal pursuits. Qinggong Qian Eri rejected Quanyue's proposal. She said, you are a therapy department. If those crimes are directed at you from the beginning, when can you rely on the gun? Guns and ammunition are running out, and there is absolutely no support in the wild. It would be nice if the senior was here at this time. Qing Gong Qian sighed, she wouldn't let Quanyu go. Quanyu couldn't be embarrassed to play with the girl no matter how much trouble he made. The two squatted in the corner and fell asleep. At 6 o'clock in the morning the next morning, Quanyu was awakened by a jealous spirit. Advertisement. It's raining. Quanyu took off his coat and put it on Qing Gong Qian's head, revealing his scarred upper body. He looked at the time and found that 1 hour had passed the rest time. Can you sleep an extra hour? Quanyu was surprised, and immediately opened the group to see what was going on. The crowd was turbulent, and there was a lot of scolding, and the overflowing swear words could be made into a swear word. Quanyu flipped a few pages and finally figured out the cause of the incident. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The foggy dog started hunting and killing crimes on a large scale last night. As of 5 o'clock in the morning, he had killed 20 Class B criminals. If he kills, kill it, this guy is still causing a scolding war in the group. The original words can't be translated, but according to the description of the latecomers, it can be inferred to the effect, wash your necks and wait for grandpa to kill you. Quanyu estimated that a lot of unintelligible words and tones that made people burst into place were omitted in the middle. Is Wutiangu the kind of person who will do things honestly? This is a tough guy who hasn't been exposed to the house for 3 days and can be regarded as the first cancer of Honghu's ambition. If he kills, he kills. He still plays live broadcasts in the group. Okay, I'm going to show you how Yuga's handsome murder is live. Wu Tiangu's own voice was heard throughout the group. I think the good old iron can help me double-click 666 so crooked. Quanyu. What happened? What happened? Why do you feel that the whole world has changed when you wake up? Following the vocalization of the foggy dog, the group fell into a curse, and transformed a continuous mountain range piled up with dirty characters. What about the foggy dog? What can he do about Wu Tiangu? The young master told him to go east, and he definitely didn't dare to go west. Wu Tiangu thought that he had angered Stain, and threw it to the young master to deal with it. 1. What is $1 million? Forget it, small fate matters. Thinking about it this way, he worked harder to attract firepower. Quanyu's side is not without pressure, but the pressure is much less. He asked Qian Eri of the Qing Palace to use the quirk to survey the surroundings. It seems that there are a little less people. They didn't go out yesterday, and no one has discovered where they are hiding now. Some people were cleared away by the foggy dog. Quanyu thought for a while and spoke in the group. How many double bonuses are still alive? Can you give me a little more money if I killed that Wang Ba Laozi? Wang Ba Laozi refers to the Wushan dog. This guy seems to be mainly harassing, making others lose face for pleasure, and killing others for pleasure. The whole group was disturbed by the mists of smoke. No need to pay. I swear in the group today, the target can be released, the dog must die. Advertisement. Yes. The dog must die. The dog must die. The repeaters went into battle one after another, showing bravery and fearlessness. Quanyu discussed with Qian Ili of the Qing Palace and decided to go outside to see the situation. With the help of Qian Eri's quirk, the two took a small path and quietly left the place. After a while, a figure appeared in the place where they had been. Senior Yin looked around, then hid his traces and headed in one direction. At Yue High School, Yazuki Inuichiro stopped Sakai Shin. He was taller than Nobu Sakai, and he was shocked by blocking Nobu Sakai in the corner. Nobuya Sakai turned his head and wanted to go out, but was once again stopped by Yazuki Inuichiro. Are you the younger brother of Sakai Senpai? Yazuki Inuichiro asked. I often come to see her, right at the door of our class. Although Sakai is the younger brother of Sakai Senpai, the two are not very close. Sakai lowered his head, a little embarrassed. She didn't come to see me. Really? Yazuki Inuichiro thought for a while, and said, if it's because of campus violence, you can come to me. Sakai Nobubuki suddenly raised his head, his mouth was filled with hostility in his eyes. What are you going to do? Me. I didn't do anything. Yazuki Inuichiro dragged Sakai Shinto to the end of the corridor. He took a tangerine peel from his pocket and handed it to Nobuya Sakai. He looked at the female body in front of him and smiled. I just want to know 2 things. 1. Do you like Quanyu? Sakai Shinobu shook his hand tearing the sugar paper, and the sugar fell on the ground. Yazuki Inuichiro got it. He continued to ask. 2nd, I can help you solve school violence, but I want you to be with Quanyu. Nobuya Sakai recovered her composure, but she looked at Yazuki Inuichiro's face with disgust that could not be concealed. She said. I don't like him. I won't marry him either. Yazuki Inuichiro did not deny. It's okay, I just think you match him better. Sakai Shin pushed away Yazuki Inuichiro, and left with a calm face. At the entrance of Class D, Sakai Senpai was drinking small wines one by one. She saw Sakai Shin approaching, raised her eyebrows and waved to him, and said, did you think about it? Wait a little longer. Chapter 125. Discovery of Quanyu Old House. Quanyu and Qian Eri of the Qing Palace stayed for 2 days honestly. In the middle of them, in line with the idea of, run everything regardless of whether they were able to fight or not, the two were spinning around in Yamanaka. Although Qian Eri's quirk can help them avoid villain and find a route, the process is still dizzying. In these 2 days, powerful scolding battles erupted from time to time in the group. The reason is also the foggy dog. This guy, get up and chop when others eat in the morning, chop again when they eat at noon, and chop again when they eat at night. Of course, if it's just eating, the criminals are still indifferent. The key is, I'm doing it. Why did the BCH of Wutiango appear in the women's toilet? Why do you appear in the women's bathroom as a big man? For the pervert, the signs on the toilet have no meaning, okay. The group spit, and the foggy Tengu seemed to be stuck in the toilet for the past 2 days, and suddenly appeared when others were going to the toilet, and slashed at them. Immediately flashed away. It is said that the fruits have been fruitful. Countless people have begun to kill the foggy dog spontaneously, and the hearts of the people to kill the foggy dog have become stronger and stronger. There are even a few males who have become eunuchs who have given up on chasing Quanyue and started chasing the foggy dog. As an administrator, Quanyue manages it. He is reluctant. After all, there is a foggy dog making trouble here. The chance of survival for himself and Shingon Kainelli is great. He simply put it aside, looking for opportunities these days to find hidden seniors, or run away. Until they crossed a ravine, turned around and saw a stone step. The stone steps were concealed in the weeds. After Shingon Kainelli made sure that there were no traps, the two of them walked up the stone steps. The stone steps were stuck in the mountains, and the trees on both sides were left unattended, and the thick branches and leaves drooped down to cover Quanyue and Qin Li of the Qing Palace tightly. Quanyue didn't dare to start the grass and startled the snake. He carefully supported the stone walls on both sides along the way, and brought the Qing Palace Qin Li up there. They walked for about an hour and a half before they reached the top. The entrance is a black wooden door, with long blue stones on both sides of the high wall which is 3 people high. Pieces of greenery grow in the cracks of the wall, and the withered rhizomes of the creeper are still left on the bluestone. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace said, "No one. No one." Qian Eri of the Qing Palace checked again, shook his head and said, "It has been abandoned for a long time, and there is really no one." Quanyue pushed forward and found that the door was actually unlocked. When the two entered it, they saw abandoned water tanks, lotus lamps, and trickling streams flowing out of a strange rock in the courtyard. There was dust everywhere, windows and doors were broken. Quanyue walked around and talked with Qinggong Qian Eri, then walked towards the middle room. Advertisement. The house is much colder than the outside, and it gets darker as you go inside. Something's wrong. Qian Eri Qinggong put her hand on the wall, her mouth widened. I thought I was wrong. What's happening? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. You touch the wall. Quanyue put his hands up and understood that something was wrong. Hot. Qinggong Qian Eri stopped her quirk, rubbed her eyes and said in confusion, "My quirk seems to be disturbed." Quanyue was taken aback. He had never heard of anything that could interfere with quirk. Generally speaking, what interferes with the quirk are some characteristics that are not conducive to the performance of a certain quirk, or the user's body and mood interfere with the use of the quirk. Qinggong Kainelli shook his head and said what he felt, that is, it's very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Quanyue couldn't use his quirk to do a test at this time, and the two fumbled forward vigilantly. Hey, you two, will you go faster? A voice came from behind the two. Quanyue and Qinggong Kainelli took out their guns and aimed them at the back, while the other held the weapon in their hands. Senior Yin said with a helpless smile, "It's still vigilant." He urged the two of them to move forward. It turned out that after getting rid of the foggy Tengu, Senior Yin used his quirk to rush all the way towards the location of the yard. For the huge group of Yamanaka, only this yard can settle down. Senpei Yin came here mainly to treat his injuries. A large piece of flesh was torn off his left arm and 2 ribs were broken. Besides, the battle was a little too difficult. Leaving this passage is the true face of this manor. Senior Yin said, "I am a native of Qingsong City. This manor was originally a residence of a medical family." After saying this, the 3 of them saw the light in front of them, and accelerated pace. When Quanyue heard the 4 words for medical aristocratic family, he shook his heart. He walked in the forefront, the breeze blowing from the entrance of the cave, and a field of red flowers appeared in his eyes. The other shore flowers were full of half the hillside. All they are on is a small platform, and there is still a flight of steps to go. Compared with the previous yellow beams, the steps are more level, and it seems that someone is coming to clean it. On one side of the stone steps stands a stone cage in which a Buddha statue is enshrined. Quanyue felt that everything was so familiar, and the memories in his mind were awakened little by little. He took the lead on the steps, right up to the real main house. A wooden surname sign hung on the door, with moss growing on the sign, and 2 words can be seen vaguely. Quanyue. This is the old house of Quanyue's family. Quanyue stretched out his hand, a gust of wind blew by, and the door creaked. The door opened. Quanyue seldom came to the old house when he was a child, because his parents' work was in the city. At that time, Quanyue's family had only 2 parents left. The old house was located in Shen Yamanaka and left unattended. Even if Quanyue's father wanted to take the child staying in the old house, you can't find someone you can trust to take care of your children. Advertisement. Quanyue didn't have much impression of here. He walked on the slightly impressive corridor, and opened a door according to his childhood memories. Dust was everywhere, and in a haze, one could still hear the sound of water, wind, and the rustling of leaves. Xiao Yi. Quanyue was in a daze. He walked into the room and sat down on his knees. Sit well as he meets his elders in a dream. He opened the second door, and outside the door was a small Japanese-style courtyard. It's just that there is one more Buddha statue than in his dream. It's just like a dream, but what is alive in the dream is that he can talk and laugh, and call him, Xiaoyi, kindly. In this room, there are only a few tablets shrouded in dust and sunlight. His father, his uncle, his grandfather and the dead elders are all on the right. An unnamed tablet was placed in a vertical position vacated on the left. I don't know who it was for. Quanyue stood up, walked into the tablet, and wanted to take a good look at these elders. Shit, a person jumped out of the shadow behind the tablet, and a stream of light reflected in Quanyue's pupils. Be careful. Senior Yin leapt forward and pushed Quanyue away. Quanyue was knocked out by Senior Yin, throwing 3 or 4 meters away. When he reacted, his hands were already sticky. Senior. Hidden Senior. Qian Eri Qing Gong screamed, who had been late. Shonkoyu took the sword and wiped the trousers of the Yin Senior. He stood up and smiled at Quanyue. Congratulations, I have prepared your tablet. Quanyue looked in the direction he was pointing, and under his father, a tablet read, Quanyue son of Long Lock. Shonkoyu straddled the body of the hidden senior and came with a sword. Chapter 126. Shonkoyu took a step, his hind foot was hugged. Hidden senior's combat suit had long been stained with blood. He hugged the ankle of the salty-mouthed fish with his hands, his voice was dumb, go quickly. Quanyue stood up and took out the gun from his back. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace saw the miserable situation of the senior, and took the weapon forward and wanted to shoot the salted fish. Shonkoyu sneered. He stepped on the hands of Senior Yin and stamped them down. Chi Eri of the Qing Palace brought a burst of sound, but Shonkoyu's face didn't give an extra look. He put away the blade, holding the hilt in his hand, and came towards the head of Qinggong Qianeri. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace only felt that his eyes were dark, and he slammed his back into the ground face to face. Quanyue pointed his rifle at the salted mouth fish and disconnected the gun. He believes that the other party will not be soft, whether it is from the other party's order to chase him down, or from his wicked resume. He still has 5 bullets in his hand. Only 5. At this time, every bullet is precious, but compared with human life, Quanyue certainly chooses human life. Pounds in the combination of gunfire and sparks, Quanyue only heard the sound of iron trembling slightly, followed by the sound of bullets shooting into the wooden door. The sword light flashed, and Quanyue felt like a lion majesty bit her throat, and a warm stream slowly flowed down her face. Quanyue then fired a second shot, and the sword and the gun were separated in an instant. Quanyue jabbed the machine gun forward and brushed past the salty-mouthed fish. If you use quirk at this time, Quanyue's heart can't stop being frantic. His own quirk can't be moved, but he can use the quirk of other members of the family. Quanyue tried hard to mobilize the quirks of the family elders, but after a long while, there must be no movement. Quanyue gritted his teeth and thought of the so-called protection policy of the family elders. In order to prevent Quanyue from making his own claim to save Shanghai himself, the elders of the family will never lend out the quirk unless it is a last resort. Damn, isn't it a state of urgency right now? Quanyue cursed a few words in his heart. The sword came quietly behind his back and slashed at his neck. Be careful. Although Senior Yin had been seriously injured, he was a little tougher than Qian Eri Qinggong. At this moment, he dragged his scrapped hand and shouted, behind. Quanyue looked back suddenly, but it was too late, the sword was in front of him, and he could no longer dodge. It was not the first time Quanyue felt death at close range, but it was the first time that he clearly felt the strong murderous aura on villain. Advertisement. Shonkoyu really wants to kill him. There was only one thought left in Quanyue's mind. He clearly realized that salted-mouthed fish was different from the villain he had faced. Stronger than the long-tongued ghost and the black ninja encountered in the USJ incident. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In front of this powerful killing intent, Quanyue's hands and feet were cold, and he didn't even have the thought of running away. Even if it is to escape, no, how can it be possible to escape in this murderous aura? The sword is getting closer and closer. Obviously it was only a momentary event, but it seemed to stretch to a minute or an hour in Quanyue's mind, and he even felt that his whole life had been flashed in it. Boom! The gun in Quanyue's hand was thrown out, and a huge smell of blood swept across his face, awakening Quanyue. Quanyue and a human figure fell into the pond in the yard. The blood spread, and the whole body was wet. Hoo. The person who came out with Quanyue was actually a seriously injured hidden senior. He protected Quanyue behind him and whispered, take Qian Eri and go. Quanyue subconsciously wanted to refute, no, I will treat you first. Senior Hidden was injured, but now his hands are broken, and one eye has been bloody and can't be opened. It's useless. Senior Yin said with a bright smile, quirk is not needed in this place. He grew up in Qingsong City, and he often comes here to play. Come and go often, and over time I find that no one can use quirk in this magical place. It's as if everything around is invisibly suppressing the play of quirk. If you use quirk forcibly, it will make people feel very uncomfortable, and if it is serious, it will cause physical harm. In this age of relying on quirk, if people do not have quirk, their attack power and threat will be greatly reduced. Senior Yin's physical skills in school are excellent. He thought he could protect the 2 children on the premise that the quirk disappeared. Unexpectedly, there is also a more powerful villain hiding here that does not rely on quirk swordsmanship. He took out his hero's license from his pocket, smiled, and handed it to Quanyue. Quanyue didn't want to take it, but Senior Yin smiled, you are from UA. Advertisement. Shu, the cold light of the sword is mixed in the water, and the water is swaying and I can't see where the sword is and where the water is. Yin Sr. had no use of his hands, so he could only rely on his arms to move forward. After all, the people of Nehi are flesh and blood. The two sides are fighting, and only the sword light and the shadow of the legs can be seen in the water and blood. Quanyue stopped talking. He was not the kind of kid who hadn't experienced combat. Even if he didn't have the training these days before, it was enough for him to make a radical change. He tried to mobilize his quirk while running, and he never even realized that his quirk was so important. What can't use quirk? What can easily lead to runaway? He is not dead yet, but the senior will definitely die. Quanyue picked up the gun beside him, put the gun on his back, picked up Qinggongqian Eri and left the scene. As he ran, he called his elders in his heart, Dad. Grandpa, Uncle, lend me the quirk. He never wanted to use his family's quirk like he does now. Save people. The blood-stained hero's license is in his pocket, and the photo shows the hidden senior in uniform smiling. Lend it to me. Get me moving. Quanyue placed Qinggongqian Eri in a small compartment, and he felt a force slowly overflowing from his body. The whole body is in a state of extreme inflation. It seemed that the power in his body would burst out in the next moment, crushing his body into pieces. Quanyue remembers this feeling. It was like this when he was fighting on USJ when the haunted house incident ended up violently. At the same time, he could feel a strange pressure coming from all directions, like a pair of giant hands covering his heavenly spirit cover, trying to trap his power. Quanyue glared at him. His body has not recovered well, but who can manage so much now? I don't want seniors to die. Senior Yin should not die here, for people like me, for this ridiculous 7-day escape training. Quanyue ran hard and he came back. A hand greeted him at the door, and the blood had dried up. Shonkoyu said, I know you will come back. He pulled out the sword inserted in the senior's body, wiped it twice on the corpse, and said, it's late. Chapter 127. After forcibly using quirk. Yin Senior is dead. On the journey of Quanyue and Qian Eri of the Qing Palace in search of seniors, Quanyue once asked Qian Eri of the Qing Palace about the hidden seniors. Like Qinggongqian Eri, both the UA high school entrance exams failed. The difference is that the hidden senior did not give up chasing UA with many desperate students. Senior, he has found the office. This time he is only accompanying me on a trip back to Qingsong City. If there is no such accident, the current senior should play heroes' true qualities in the city. Qinggongqian Eri smiled and said to Quanyue at the time, the seniors are recognized as inspirational benchmarks in our school. Now, the benchmark has arrived. Quanyue himself did not have a close relationship with the Yin Senior, and the other party did not spend much time with him. But Quanyue knows that this is a hero who protects himself behind his back. Quanyue looked at the senior's broken hand, and he took a step. The feet are like balloons that are fully inflated, and they only need a light pressure from the outside to pound them to pieces. Quanyue just has a high tolerance for pain, but it doesn't mean that he won't feel pain. In the trend of pain, he threw a punch with his fastest speed. If he can play the level of USJ, Quanyue believes that he can fight Shonkoyu. I really don't want my life. Shonkoyu obviously understands Quanyue's physical condition, and he also understands the impact of forced use of quirk on people's body in a place like Quanyue Old House that can suppress quirk. At this moment, in addition to his indisputable hatred for Quanyue, he is more of a kind of contempt. He is another fool with the 8 classics and the Spring Moon brand. For someone who just got along for a few days, I started with villain who didn't know the details. If it wasn't for Quanyue's old house where quirk was suppressed, Quanyue's speed would have been killed hundreds of times by him. Not to mention that outside the house is surrounded by a group of eye-catching people. Shonkoyu held his sword against Quanyue. He pierced Quanyue's arm with a sword, and then raised his leg to attack Quanyue's stomach. Quanyue activated the quirk, quickly absorbed the damage, and returned the damage to the salty mouth again. His quirk began to flow on the surface, white lines cracking out of his skin. His eyes slowly turned white. The power seemed to explode, completely out of control. Quanyue separated from Shonkoyu. He held his arm and punched again. Quanyue's physical damage was automatically repaired by the quirk, and the salty mouth fish did not fall under the wind, and sneered his sword into Quanyue's eyes with a sneer. The red blood and the white sword light were intertwined, and only the sound of fists and feet and the buzzing of the sword could be heard. This time Shonkoyu first withdrew, leaving only a short handle in his hand. The fragments of the sword slowly fell from Quanyue's hand, making a clanging sound on the ground. So strong. But the side effects seemed to be too great. The salty fish cheered up. From the naked eye, it can be seen that Quanyue's body can no longer bear the quirk, and the surface of his skin has begun to bleed. Quanyue closed his eyes and exhaled a suffocating breath. It seemed that his body was no longer his own. Advertisement. You might die. Quanyue heard his elders calling in his mind, Shall ye stop? You can't stand the quirk. You will die. Quanyue also knows that you don't need salty fish to fight at this rhythm, or other villain came to attack. I would die because I couldn't bear the power and explode. And from launching the quirk to now, only 30 seconds have passed. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shonkoyu also understands this truth. He smiled and said, Why bother? People die as well. When you start the quirk, you have already exceeded your ability. He walked 2 steps outside, far from Quanyue. One point said, It's just an ordinary heroes, fighting for his life for him. Is it worth it? The answer to him was an overwhelming white light. There was only a small pit left where Quanyue was standing. The fish's pupils widened, and the fist covered in white light directly smashed the nose of the fish. Shonkoyu couldn't dodge, he had an illusion, as if he couldn't escape the opponent's fist no matter what. But, it doesn't matter. Shonkoyu knew in his heart that as long as he could resist, he would win. Thinking about this, he ran away, scurrying around the entire yard. Quanyue felt that he was struggling as he went to the back. He not only has to endure the tyranny of the quirk on the body, but also the suppression of his quirk by the weird power of the old house of Quanyue. Under the double pressure, Quanyue himself is like a sandwich biscuit filling, and both parties are not pleased. But Shonkoyu laughed loudly while running. Ha ha ha, it feels uncomfortable to watch people die in front of you. I think it's really wise to kill you now. How can a rookie like you inherit the Quanyue family? You really don't look like a child of the Quanyue family. Tisk tisk, tantrum for an unrelated person. Are you virgin? Quanyue. Shonkoyu stuck to Quanyue's heart every word. I see you, just want to protect everything, want everything. If you do it, you can't do anything well. Why did a person like you survive back then? Why is it not your father who survived? It's a waste like you. Why? IF asterisk 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 G want to know why. Why me? Why is it me who has encountered all this? The white light on Quanyue's body grew stronger. At the beginning, he just attacked the salty mouth with a feeling of grief and revenge. At this moment, his anger was rushing into his forehead. Quanyue's firepower was fully on, his feet were powerful, and he came to the salty mouth in an instant. In front of the fish, Shonkoyu didn't panic at all, he smiled and scolded. Tisk, your family are all good at running away, but you are so active to die by yourself. Then his fingertips flashed. Quanyue didn't want to say any more, as he rushed forward with a punch. Pounces through the physical body. The sword showed a pointed tip from behind Quanyue. Quanyue paused all over. He looked at the salted mouth fish and saw the B asterisk 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 D laughing. Advertisement. I remember you are not the kind of self-healing quirk. Shonkoyu said. Your quirk. FCK. Quanyue took out the machine gun from behind and shot it at Shonkoyu's head. Who can bear such a shot between the two face to face? Crazy. Shonkoyu knelt down to avoid the shot. The sound of the machine gun numbed his ears, and the heat passed from his face. The next moment, Shonkoyu felt that he couldn't hear it anymore, only the sound of humming and the screams blown by the wind. He realized something and touched his left ear tremblingly. There is nothing there. Quanyue was taken out a few meters by the machine gun. He stood still, holding the hilt blankly, and drew the sword out in one breath. The wound was quickly made up by the quirk, and all the damage was transferred to the sword in his hand. In an instant, the sword shattered into powder and fell on the ground. It's almost reaching the limit. Quanyue knew that he had to fight quickly. Ha 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 ha. A stern laugh came from the salty mouth fish. He touched his ears, his eyes were indeed excited. What should I do? I suddenly don't want to kill you. You little one. Madman. Quanyue pointed the machine gun at him as a response. I just want to see you slaughter ha 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 ha. Only such Quanyue family can get revenge. Shonkoyu's face was full of excitement. He calmed down and seemed to do something more. Ding dong. This is the voice from the brain. At all members, come out. Quanyue screamed badly in his heart. He saw the head and the pair of malicious eyes popping up from all directions under the sunset. Chapter 128. After Quanyue's rampage. Those fierce crimes were not delayed for various reasons, nor would they all turn their heads to deal with others just because of a foggy dog. Quanyue was still wondering before, how could these crimes give up chasing himself and let himself face the salty fish alone? Isn't the normal thinking the fisherman's profit while he is fighting with the salty fish? Quanyue held the machine gun in his hand, his palms covered with sweat. There is a stench in the mouth. Quanyue took a breath and stabilized his emotions. He guessed that his body was almost too much to bear. Quanyue touched the hero's license in his pocket, and his eyes changed. Whoever kills him can inherit all the property of the Quanyue family. A pack of wolves are waiting. Quanyue smiled, and the white light on his body burst out. The eyes are covered with white light. In a trance, Shonkoyu's feeling changed, but he didn't know what it was like. Shit, white light flashed. I don't know how long it took. About a day, or 2 days. Qinggong Qian'eri was awakened by the smell of blood. The blood on her forehead has dried up a long time ago, because she hasn't done any treatment, and she is not in good condition now. The instinctive Qinggong Qian'eri wanted to use the quirk to check the surrounding environment. She just started the quirk and felt that she was dizzy and unconsciously let out a painful cry. The debris in the room creaked. Sunlight came from the doors and windows, and the layers of brown bloodline shadows on the Japanese sliding doors splashed on the ground, like an ink painting. Kong dang. A heavy object slammed outside the door. Qinggong Qian'eri was surprised. She tried her best to use her quirk. But once I use it, my brain hurts like being kicked. No way. She got up carefully from the debris, knelt to the door and window, poked a small hole in the window with her finger, and looked out from the inside. There was a mess. The grass was red, the trees were red, the land was red, and even the pool of clear water turned red. In the courtyard, the floor is red, the beams are red, and the doors, windows and door handles are red. A series of screams and tears came from a distance. Qinggong Qian'eri shuddered, and she sat down on the ground. For a while, she held a broom handle with her hand on the ground, and the girl held the broom handle as her only weapon. She didn't know where she lost her exclusive weapon before. It's too late to find it now. Senior, Quanyue, where are you guys? Qinggong Qian'eri looked at the miserable situation outside, and prayed inwardly that the other two would be fine. Kong dang, the sound of heavy objects falling to the ground again came from outside the door, followed by the sound of water. Slowly the two voices weakened. It was a strange gasp. Advertisement. Someone. Qian'eri Qinggong heard the sound of footsteps, and she approached the hole that she had poked before, and took a light breath. It was a man who had lost his hands and feet. His hands and feet seemed to be torn apart by something, bones and irregular flesh and tissues could be seen. The man wriggled on the ground in pain, wailing like a beast. Qinggong Qian'eri covered her mouth and tried to prevent herself from vomiting. She forced herself to keep watching, because this was the only living person she saw so far besides herself. In the end, what happened? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The man lowered his head and leaned on his torso and slowly squirmed, his face rubbed on the ground, and a half-red and half-white trace appeared. Kong dang, still the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground, a figure appeared in front of the man from the other end of the corridor with a white flash. The man squirmed faster, but the white light was faster, and Qian'eri Qinggong watched the person in the white light holding the man's back neck. The person in the white light obviously didn't do anything, but automatically there were scars appearing on the man's body. It seemed that there was a sword in the midst of cutting a man with no hands or feet. In the miserable screams, the man was cut to the point that only a skeleton was left. Can't live. Qian'eri of the Qing Palace once heard many real cases of crime from the teacher, but the situation before him is beyond the tolerance of a 15-year-old girl. Neither physical nor psychological can be tolerated by a child. Because she hadn't eaten anything, Qian'eri Qinggong couldn't vomit at all. She covered her mouth and wanted to vomit, but worried that the voice would draw the white light. Can't help but retching, stomach acid reflux. The wind blows in. Qinggong Qian'eri was a little better. She saw a thin layer of powder falling from the top, and suddenly raised her head. With a pair of white eyes looking at her, Qinggong Qian'eri shuddered. If it is said that before meeting this person, before seeing his inhumane methods, Qinggong Qian'eri still has the confidence to fight. But after seeing it, no one dared to ignite the desire to fight against such a monster. How is it possible to survive in the hands of such a monster? Qinggong Qian'eri only had this idea in his mind. Before she could escape, she was stuck in her throat by the owner of the white twin-eyed eyes. The opponent's quirk was very weird. She didn't do anything, but the damage fell on Qinggong Qian'eri's body. In an instant, Qinggong Qian'eri's combat suit was torn and her hands and feet bleed. Wow, a sword fell from the sky, but before the sword fell on the person, the sword was corroded by white light into a powder. The scarred saltfish shouted. Quanyue, Quanyue, can you still hear me?
Quanyue, who held the Qing Palace Qian'eri's neck, let go of his hand. His shocking white eyes looked at the salted-mouthed fish and said, "Kill." Quanyue. This is Quanyue. Qinggong Qian'eri was thrown to the ground. She coughed violently while looking at the salted-mouthed fish dodge the white light attack. She didn't understand why the whole world changed after she woke up in a coma. Not only Qian'eri of the Qing Palace felt strange, but Shangkuyu also felt strange. According to the quirk inheritance of the Quanyue family over the years, there shouldn't be such a strong strength. This sudden burst of strength is like being ripened by something.
Shangkuyu was puzzled. He could only wait for Quanyue's own strength to be exhausted, or... Shangkuyu looked deep into the yard. Really, where can I only take him? Advertisement. In Yue High School, Yasuki Inuichiro is engrossed in the orange in his hand. Okay, it's time to decide how to eat this orange. Ding ding ding, the phone ring interrupted the rhythm of Yasuki Inuichiro eating oranges. He answered the call and saw the code name decisively press the red button. The opponent played persistently a second time. Yasuki Inuichiro hung up again. Ding 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 ding. I'm so annoying, Wu Tiangu, I warn you, you'd better give me a happy good news. Yasuki Inuichiro smiled and answered the phone. What about Quanyue? Ah, young master, I'm about to tell you about this. It seems that something has gone wrong. The foggy dog flashed out of the villa. People at his speed were stained with blood, and there were some scars on their faces. He squatted down and said, aggrieved Baba. Young master, did you really administer the medicine for him back then? There is no problem. What's up with him? It's been like killing someone crazy, 2 days and 1 night. Wu Tiangu thinks he is a cruel fellow. These 2 days have really reshaped his worldview. Young master, he won't keep killing like this. Where are you now? Quanyue old house in Qingsong City. After Wu Tiangu finished speaking, a beeping mechanical sound came from his ear. He looked at the phone and listened again to make sure that his uncertain young master really hung up. Yasuki Inuichiro put away the phone. He sat in the seat sluggishly for a while, and suddenly tears came down. The surrounding classmates were also frightened. Inuichiro. What's wrong with Inuichiro? They stepped forward to care about Yasuki Inuichiro. Yasuki Inuichiro covered his face with his hands and choked a little. I'm sorry, something happened at home. He took the tissue that the female classmate handed over, showing an apologetic smile. Excuse me, can you ask for leave for me? Always the grandfather who always loved me so much has passed away. Sorry. Under the gaze of the classmates, Yasuki Inuichiro left the classroom without even packing his school bag.
In front of everyone, Yuzuki Inuichiro wiped his tears and returned to his normal state. Qing Yuan was ready at the school gate. Little lord. No matter what means you use, send me to Qingsong City right away. Chapter 129. When Yasuki Inuichiro rushed to Qingmatsu City, Quanyu had one arm cut off by Quanyu. Shonkoyu covered his arm and let out a tisk. There was blood all over his face, and it was too late to stop the bleeding, so he could only speed up his escape. If you want to stop it forcibly, there is only that place, only the core area of the Quanyu family. Shonkoyu has not used his own quirk for a long time, and his quirk is not very useful at this moment. In front is a dark gate, which can only accommodate one person to enter. Shonkoyu rushed in a panic, and Quanyu naturally chased him down. In Quanyu's current mind, there is only one big, kill, word. Kill. Kill, kill, kill everything. Vent everything out. The white light in his eyes flickered, and when he touched the door, it seemed to be overwhelmed by a hurricane, and the white light twisted crookedly. Quanyu's movements stiffened a bit, and he felt a huge force burst out from the door, as if a mountain torrent Yingying had made an appointment to swallow him. But the salty fish was inside, and Quanyu stared at the dark gate. His consciousness was controlled by a powerful force, and he entered it without much hesitation. Kill the people inside. There was only one thought left in Quanyu's mind. The powerful force wandered through his limbs. Only by killing, and only by constantly using strength to hurt others, could he alleviate the double pain of his body and consciousness. The killing machine can feel its existence only when it kills. Quanyu stepped into the door with one foot, the white light from the top of his head seemed to be stimulated by something, and the hole exploded. Quanyu's temples were bulging, and powerful power filled his mind. Ah! Quanyu yelled in pain. He felt that his uncontrollable quirk was being smoothed out little by little. It was like a whetstone, rubbing up and down, pour a cup or two of water from time to time. When Shonkoyu saw Quanyu's painful look, he knew it was effective. He took a sigh of relief, looked at his remaining hand, and sighed. It was terrible. At first, he thought Quanyu and his elders were from the treatment department, but he didn't expect to be so unreasonable to be reckless. He treated his wounds and waited for Quanyu's quirk to be suppressed. The location of Quanyu Old House is different from other heroes' family. A large part of its location in the mountains is related to the property of suppressing quirk here. Shonkoyu is not the real Quanyu family after all, and he doesn't know the secret of it. Shonkoyu fumbled for 2 steps, and finally saw a little light ahead. The outside looks like a small courtyard with a small threshold, but there is a cave inside. Shonkoyu knelt down and used his only hand to make a prayer and said, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. He stepped into it, took an apple from the offering, and didn't wipe it. Just pick it up and chew. Inside is the tomb of Quanyu's family. Unlike the albino outsider Aoyama, the tomb of Izumizuki's family is inside the mountain. They settled in Yamanaka and hollowed out the entire mountain. From the highest point to the bottom, a coffin was placed in each cave, a tragic death of Quanyu's family. The place where Shonkoyu took sacrifices was the unified altar of the Quanyu family. In front of the altar there was only a stone tablet with the name of Quanyu's family. There was Quanyu's scream outside, and inside were the bodies of the ancestors of the Quanyu family. Shonkoyu sighed. I don't know what metaphysics is. The tomb of Quanyu's family is the strongest place to suppress quirk. He buried the husk in the soil, kowtowed in thanks, and said, excuse me. The screams from the outside gradually lost their breath, and from time to time there was a sharp violent sound or two in the middle, and then weakened again. Shonkoyu paid attention to the voice outside, and was about to wait for Quanyu to be tossed by his ancestors, so he dragged it in for a lesson. Advertisement. He really didn't mean to kill this kid now. To be honest, Quanyu was scared of killing all the most wanted A-level criminals. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. And outside the gate, a quirk-free foggy dog lay quietly at the door, watching Quanyu's twitching body and taking out his mobile phone to check the information. Young master. Before I come, protect Quanyu. If necessary, stun and take away. Wutiango looked depressed. Young master, don't you know, there is no way to use quirk in this ravine. It hurts when you use the quirk. The person you look after like a baby is too damn good. It really means seeing the gods and killing the gods, seeing the Buddha and killing the Buddha. Wu Tiango estimates a little. Although there were 500 people at the beginning, only about 150 people actually came to this villa. Among them, there is no shortage of masters. When the quirk was suppressed, Quanyu, who was crazy, only 2 or 3 survived. Thinking of those white pupils, Wu Tiangu shuddered. He was a little bit skinny, but he was panicked without quirk. At first discovering something was wrong, this guy immediately climbed to the tree and over the wall to go outside, hiding when the quirk didn't need it. Finally escaped Quanyu's crazy killing. The screams in the door weakened, and the foggy dog was close, and he could hear Quanyu's faint cry even closer. A white light popped out of the boy's hand. The Wushan dog was so scared that he hurried back to the door. After a while, he poked his head out and picked up a branch and poked Quanyu's body with it. Nothing happened. Wu Tiangu poked again, and he saw Quanyu's lips squirming, as if to say something. It seems, nothing happened. Wushan Gugo immediately got up, and he stepped forward and grabbed Quanyu's legs to drag him outside. After such a delay, it is obvious that there is still a force competing with him. Is this madman awake? The foggy dog was so scared that he left Quanyu and ran back again. After such a loss, he also heard another crack sound. Hey, something is wrong. After turning around like this, the two remnants were defeated and ran into Wudiongo and Shonkoyu. Enough. What? Advertisement. The two people confirmed that their eyes were not friendly. The Wushan dog immediately hugged Quanyue's lower body to take people outside. What a joke. If he doesn't even care about such a dead person now, the young master will really strip his dog when he goes back. Shonkoyu looked at each other vigilantly and hooked Quanyue's upper body with one hand. He only knew that the other party was one of the 500 people he had invited. Does the other party want to kill Quanyue with his body and ask for money from himself? No, whether it's killing Quanyue or asking for money, Shonkoyu vowed that it won't let these people do what they want recently. And from the beginning, he never thought about making these crimes get bonuses as he wished. The 2A level wanted criminals had big eyes and small eyes, and neither of them would let go. They did not speak on the surface, nor did they pull hard, but neither of them would weaken the other. You have to know that the master's trick is here. Quanyue let out a painful cry when being pulled uncomfortably by the two of them. The two rushed to let go. Before the wind blew, the shadows were gone. Quanyue was lifted aside by them, and then suddenly fell to the ground. The Wushan dog shrank behind a big stone at the door, holding his head in his heart silently expecting. Go and kill the guy inside, go and kill the guy inside. Shonkoyu fell back in front of the Quanyue family's ancestors, hid behind the stone tablet thiefly, and prayed silently in his heart. Quanyue family ancestors bless, let your crazy grandson go and do the outside first. He is near, definitely closer to labor and capital. For a long while, there was no movement. Quanyue lay quietly on the ground. If he could ignore the large amount of blood seeping through his pores, it would feel like he was really asleep. Shonkoyu and Wudiongo glanced at each other. Wow, you are so scared. What a coincidence, I am also persuaded. That, save people. Wudiongo hesitated. Shonkoyu pretended to cry with excitement, friends. Chapter 130. People with the same temperament can always recognize each other at a glance in the vast crowd. The probability that this sentence can be practiced is very low, unless it is some special circumstances. For example, now. How to save this? Ask me. How do I know? Shonkoyu was confused, and he was exhausted and pulled out a medical kit from the corpse Yamanaka. I opened it and found that most of the contents in the medical kit were unusable. The medicines were long gone, the iodine alcohol also had a peculiar smell, and the only usable gauze was stained with blood within a short time after it was put on. The two big men were confused and at a loss. Don't talk about Wudiongo, he is only responsible for fighting in Honghu ambition, and his IQ was basically all on fighting and using quirk. Shonkoyu used to work under heroes in the treatment department. What emergency treatment did he study? Do you still need to learn these things under the hands of the Quanyue family? After staring at it with big eyes, Wudiongo appointed his mobile phone to find out his mobile phone, and he didn't try to get through Yuzuki Inuichiro's call, that young master. I really don't know this. The Wushan dog heard the laughter coming from that end, and couldn't help shivering. He defended himself. Really, I don't know how to do first aid. And this injury is a bit too much. Young master, or. Yuzuki Inuichiro was still in the car rushing to Chingmatsu City. He said, just stay where you are. I will do the following. He hung up the phone, called up a remote control sign, and pressed it down. Xing Yuan persuaded from the side. Young master, this way, will it be exposed? The Wushan dog is a life-saving person. In the center of Chingsong City, the major heroes' offices have not yet recovered from the loss of personnel. In the case of massive losses of the original heroes, they had to transfer some heroes from the cities and counties next door to maintain the daily security of the city. Hiroshima Eijiro and Tetsu followed a professional heroes senior to support Aomatsu City. They had just returned from patrolling outside when they received an emergency notice. Someone in the suburbs of Chingsong City sent a message for help. Hey, are you planning to take 2 interns? The person in charge of the news report said, the location has been sent to you. There are 2 other office people and you. Go together. Be safe. There are more crimes in Chingsong City than usual, and the streets are better. Many crime experts analyze that these crimes may be hidden in Yamanaka. However, this signal is a unified national SOS distress signal, which can be sent to the nearest hero's office. Hiroshima Eijiro excitedly said, are you going to the mountains? I heard that the mountains are where crimes gather. Tetsu said with a fist. These days I catch some gangsters. I can finally try my skills. Leading their career heroes are the defensive type masters of the 4th alien. He rubbed the heads of the 2 teenagers and said with a smile, what skills to try? It's probably a rescue mission, let's go. Where do Hiroshima Eijiro and Tetsu care so much? After reconciling with the other 2 offices, a group of 6 people marched towards Yamanaka. Advertisement. I didn't know that a foggy dog with remotely controlled software installed on my mobile phone squatted on the ground, poked the unconscious Quanyue with a branch, sniffed from time to time, and then ran down to the tree and hit his head. Shonkoyu spit out blood stains. What are you doing? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Nothing. Hey, do you think this little one will die? Do not know. Wudiongo thought of the young master's importance to this person, and then thought that he was exiled to Chingsong City. The whole person seemed to have done something wrong and was thinking of how to redeem the husky. Shonkoyu couldn't stand it. This guy continued to hit the tree and simply proposed. Forget it, should we talk about it? Game. Wutiangu's attention was suddenly attracted. How to play. We can tell each other our own information, whatever you want. How about one-to-one exchanges? Shonkoyu deliberately plans to talk, and he is also curious about Wutiango. To survive Quanyue's massive killings, the other party is not a waiter. Okay, my name is Wutiango. I am from Honghu's ambition. Wutiango readily agreed. As if pouring beans, it began to beep. Which county did I live in when I was a child? I met Xiao when I was about 10 years old. Lord, the young master is very nice, and he likes to eat oranges. And, the young master is in charge of all the money of Honghu's ambition. This time I caused trouble for the young master because of a fight with that hero's killer, and was driven by the young master. Come here and do hard work. Shonkoyu. Very good, this is a fool. From Wu Tiangu's mouth, he could feel that the other party was afraid and respected the young master. Before Shonkoyu wanted to ask more information about the young master, a stick slammed the two heads with a strong wind. Both are A-level wanted criminals and have extensive combat experience. Qian Eri Qing Gong stood in front of the two with her own weapon. Her eyes burned with flames, like a messenger from hell. She gritted her teeth and said, "Who of you killed the senior?" Shonkoyu calmly pointed to Quanyue, who was unconscious on the ground. The foggy dog immediately came up with a pot of dirty water. Yes, that's this kid. Oh, my mother is too fierce. Before the foggy dog had finished speaking, the tip of Qinggong Chieri's stick jumped directly into the fog, facing the fog. Tengu's brain is coming. As a man who survived and fought on the quirk, the foggy dog lost the quirk and was the Huxia pastoral dog that was driven away. He immediately jumped up and ran frantically with his healthy limbs, howling as he ran. FCK is not what I can kill, nor is it me. It's the one on the ground, the one on the ground. The salty-mouthed fish pretended to shed 2 tears. He understands that the Wutiango being chased and killed now is not necessarily about the killing of the senior, but the grievances of chasing and killing the trio in the mountains and forests. His eyes flashed, and he calculated, and said, "Don't kill the girl, this kid really killed people. He killed everyone in the yard. Did you forget that he wanted to kill you at first?" Advertisement. The salty fish is worthy of the Qing Palace Qian Eri hiding in the room, and was almost strangled to death. Qinggong Qianelli had a meal, and his pace slowed down. She pondered for a moment, retracted her stick, came to Shonkoyu's eyes and asked, "Really it is him?" Shonkoyu had no weapons in his hands for a long time, and he said with a mouth, "Yes." This little one suddenly went crazy. We have tried very hard to stop it, and we have not succeeded. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace asked, "He did your arm too?" Shonkoyu nodded quickly. Shun. The long rod stuck into Shonkoyu's chest. Qinggong Qianeri grinned and twisted twice. Her eyes were hatred. Are you a fool? She saw the 2 men chasing Quanyue with her own eyes. The senior was attacked by 2 men in order to protect Quanyue. Suppose Quanyue took the life of the senior. Or did these 2 wicked men take the life of the senior? You don't need to think about it. Qian Eri Qinggong knows which one to choose. It's ridiculous that these 2 people still want to lie to themselves. Damn it. Shonkoyu looked at his chest and hesitated. He turned his head to look, his eyes were cracked, and he cursed. FK. It turned out that when the salty fish was attacked by Qian Eri of the Qing Palace, Wu Tiangu quietly carried Quanyue on his back, preparing to leave the scene quietly. Where will the children of the Quanyue family be taken? Still under your nose? Absolutely not. It is absolutely impossible. Shonkoyu exploded with his remaining strength, flew forward and hugged Wu Tiangu's thigh. The Wushan dog really wants to cry without tears. Young master, when will you come? With the coordinates and heroes who was familiar with the mountains and forests leading the way, Hiroshima Eijiro and his party have reached the door of the villa. On the face was a strong smell of blood and a headless corpse. These crimes are so rampant. Hiroshima Eijiro saw a real corpse for the first time. He swallowed his saliva to adjust his mind and asked, "When shall we go in?" The leader is a snakehead. His eyes turned into vertical pupils. After expressing sadness to the dead, he said, "Let's go." Chapter 131. Quanyue, don't sleep, wake up quickly. In a trance, it seemed to have had a long dream. In the dream, there was a dark area around the snow, except for white and black. Quanyue found herself standing barefoot in the snow as if a lifetime away. Someone continued to call his name, Quanyue. Quanyue, don't sleep. Several figures appeared in front of them, each of them standing barefoot in shrouds. Quanyue watched carefully, his eyes widened, and he finally saw the person in front, old, ancestor. The elders he had met in his dreams. Dad, uncle and grandpa. Father Quanyue Chengsuo stood quietly behind the ancestor, the blood on his face falling drop by drop. Quanyue stepped forward and stood for a while, and the ancestor said, "Xiao Yi, come here." Old ancestors. Come here. All this is too magical. Quanyue's consciousness still stayed at the moment of being occupied by severe pain. The ancestor brought Quanyue to his side and asked, "Does it hurt?" Pain is definitely painful. Quanyue looked at his hand. He was surprised to find that all the scars on his hand were gone. The ancestor touched his head lovingly and said, "Is it surprised?" Quanyue nodded. The ancestor looked at his only remaining blood and said, "Should I tell a story?" Quanyue took the ancestor by the hand. He looked at the elders behind the ancestor and nodded. A long time ago, there were 2 children in a family. One of them had a quirk, and the other had no quirk. In that era, those with quirks could become strong, while those without quirks were standard. The weak. The ancestor said. The two brothers have a good relationship. The strong protects the weak, and the weak supports the strong. Isn't this good? Quanyue guessed that this story is definitely not simple. Advertisement. The old ancestor said. When the brothers were 17 years old. The most powerful man came to them and gave them a chance to fulfill their dreams. The weak chose strength, and the strong chose love. Quanyue Yingying Yo-Yo guessed the ending. He listened to the story attentively. The weak gained power, but unexpectedly got the love that the strong crave. But the strong lost nothing because of the loss of power. The ancestor thought of something. He smiled. Xiao Yi, I always felt power before I got power. It's a good thing. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Old ancestor. Quanyue looked at the ancestor and said, so what about the original strong? He probably hated me all the time. The old ancestor said. But he didn't know that after he got the power, I couldn't use it smoothly, and even died young because it didn't belong to me. The ancestor took Quanyue with him. Walking in the snow, he asked, do you know why I tell this story? Quanyue hesitated, and guessed. Want to cherish the present. Don't ask for something that doesn't suit you. The Quanyue family's house appeared in front of the two, and white snow piled up on the wooden words, Quanyue, in the falling snow. The ancestors and many elders greeted Quanyue to come in. The house was covered with snow, and brand new fabrics hung on the curtains. It doesn't look like a modern decoration style, but it has a trace of the majesty of the ancient family. The same goes for your quirk. I know what's going on, but I'm still demanding power that doesn't suit me. The old ancestor took Quanyue into the house, sat down, and poured tea for him. What belongs to you is yours. Can't walk or run. You are too impatient. Quanyue knew that what he had done was not in line with the wishes of the elders, but he did not regret it in his heart. Damn those crimes. Killing these crimes, even if worthy of their own lives, will have no regrets or regrets. He was thinking about saying something to his ancestor, and he was beaten by his father immediately. Old ancestors speak. Listen carefully. The ancestor waved his hand and asked Quanyue to drink tea. He said, Xiao Yi, what do you think of quirk? The topic jumped a bit quickly. Quanyue speculated for a long time and cautiously said, the quirk is a function of the human body and cannot exceed the capacity of the body. Then the quirk has its own upper limit, and it feels like it is a part of our human body. Yeah, go on. Advertisement. Quirk. I think he is a self-protection mechanism. Quanyue held back for a long time and couldn't say it. The old ancestor asked. If quirk is a physical function, then forcibly taking the quirk that doesn't belong to you, it is like adding an extra heart to yourself. And Xiao Yi, you can say that the heart is a motor, and you forcibly speed up the tricycle. To sports cars. It's an unnatural situation. Quanyue knew he was educating himself. But it was much softer than his father Quanyue Chengsuo's education. Actually, you said it was a protection mechanism. It is not quite right. If it is a protection mechanism, the Quanyue family has always changed one life for another. The ancestor said more and more quietly, putting down his teacup. Forget it. Xiao Yi, come here. Quanyue obediently stepped forward. The ancestor looked into his eyes and said, there are many quirks in the world. Some of each quirk existed at birth, some did not appear until they were 5 or 6 years old, and some did not explode until they became adults, and even more people don't discover their quirk until they are old. The ancestors. Okay, let's go back. After the ancestor finished speaking, Quanyue was no longer in the old house of Quanyue's house. A lonely group of dead people surrounded the ancestors. Quanyue Chengsuo asked, did the ancestor tell him the matter? The ancestor looked at his hand, and he said, I don't know. I didn't seem to have said it after I said it. He looked at the snow scene outside and muttered, I hope he doesn't know it all the time. In Chingsong City Hospital, outside the intensive care unit, Yasuki Inuichiro stood outside the glass door to look at the teenager inside after paying the fee. Xing Yuan was standing next to him with a bag of oranges. He observed that the young master looked ugly and asked, young master. I'm fine. You don't look like you are all right. Xing Yuan thought in her heart, but said no more. Yasuki Inuichiro looked for a while, lowered his head and rubbed the ground with his feet, and said, let's go. Let me arrange some things with me. Little lord, go and bring the Wushan dog back. Chapter 132. Quanyue really woke up 2 days after the incident. The doctor said it was a miracle that he was able to wake up. Hiroshima Eijiro and Tetsu stood by Quanyue's hospital bed, dumbfounded at Quanyue's medical records, comminuted fracture, severe concussion, severe anemia. Quanyue was shocked by them, and he was so big that he guessed that he was able to wake up so quickly and had something to do with the elders in the family. Although Quanyue has not collected any relevant information from the elders so far. But it's really an ordinary person who suffers this kind of injury, and he will lose his skin if he doesn't die. Hiroshima Eijiro and Tetsu got excellent results in their workplace internships because of their participation in the rescue. But in the same way, they are also facing the situation of returning to campus life after the end of their workplace internships. The day before returning to school, the two came here to say goodbye to Quanyue. Hiroshima Eijiro vowed to make a note for Quanyue. Hiroshima Eijiro was sent away, and Quanyue's ward was completely quiet. People from the Heroes office come to visit him these days, as well as police and government officials. The people who came to Hero's office mainly cared about their bodies and wanted to ask about the situation at the time. The police asked about the same. But the government's people are very interesting. They only care about Quanyue's physical condition but don't care about the doctors saying that he wants to rest. Quanyue didn't understand these people's brain circuits very well, until Yasuki and Nuichiro came to visit him. Why are you here? Entering Yasuki and Nuichiro's eyes reddened, and he was still wearing a black morning suit that hadn't had time to take off, and the white silk flower on his chest was halfway. He said, I just looked at the image at the door, so I came over to take a look. I didn't expect it to be you. He said that a relative died in Chingsong City Hospital and was buried today. Quanyue was lying on the bed, his head aching slightly. The body is weaker than before. Sorry, I may not be able to take revenge with you for the time being. Quanyue smiled bitterly. You also see that my condition is not very good. It's okay. Yasuki and Nuichiro sat on Quanyue's bed and said, it's not anxious for this kind of thing. It's a matter of health. I heard it was Quirk's runaway. Quanyue nodded. He was so tired, he fell asleep with his head on. Yasuki and Nuichiro was sitting next to Quanyue's bed. He leaned close and lifted Quanyue's bangs up and looked at the scarred face. If this guy hadn't been disfigured. Yasuki and Nuichiro put down his bangs and touched his face, thinking of something his father told him when he was a child. Oh, it's really a bad debt. He had a headache. Wutiango had asked Qingyuan to mention it, and Shonkoyu had been sent directly to the prison, and the two guys would not be seen in a short time. Qian Eri of the Qing Palace was taken away by the Juwu Academy. Senior Yin was confirmed dead and was buried today. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He didn't tell Quanyue that he actually came down from the funeral of Senior Yin. Nuichiro Yasuki felt that Quanyue should not be told about this, and he didn't say much. Take a good rest. He covered Quanyue with a quilt and quietly left the room. Late at night, young master, Fengnibi appeared in front of Yasuki and Nuichiro, and she smiled and said, the information you requested has been checked. Yasuki and Nuichiro took the file bag and turned a few pages, sneered, sure enough. It's a pity that the Quanyue family has a lot of work and heirs are thin, and this generation is only Quanyue. Quanyue's huge deposits and several shops, not to mention the most coveted private land in Chingsong City. The government officials in Chingsong City are eagerly looking forward to the death of the last son of the Quanyue family because of this accident. Only after Quanyue passed away, according to the law, they could just and fairly divide the wealth accumulated by the Quanyue family for generations. Advertisement. These people are greedy and shameless, no matter where they are, and what class they are in, they are equally boring. Yasuki and Nuichiro untied his morning clothes and said to Fengnibi, I will meet them. Help me guard Quanyue, and don't let anyone discover your existence. Don't tell him. Feng Nu said that he was Quanyue. Yasuki and Nuichiro said, no. Young master, I don't understand. Why did you suddenly decide not to kill? Halfway through Feng Nu's words, she shivered with the cold eyes of the young master. Quanyue family is not something the old master wants to eradicate all the time. Is Quanyue a bad person? Yasuki and Nuichiro asked, has he done anything to apologize to me so far? If it is a bad thing, Nuichiro is the one who should go to hell the most. But, old master, Quanyue is the last bloodline of the Quanyue family. I was taught since I was a child to kill all the Quanyue family, because the Quanyue family owes us the Yasuki family for generations. Yasuki and Nuichiro looked at Quanyue who was sleeping in the ward. He Feng Ru said with an expression, I thought that Quanyue's family deserved to die before I came into contact with this guy. Feng Nu did not understand even more. The generations have killed each other. The old blood debt has not yet been calculated, and the new hatred has been accumulated. Until the generation of Quanyue and I, the blood of the two families is only the two of us. Yasuki and Nuichiro closed his eyes and said, it must be reported, but I want to end it all. The wind girl obediently sent Yeyu and Nuichiro to the door of the hospital. When I looked up, I could see the sky full of stars, the crowds on the street were bustling, and the lights flickered into a heavenly river on the ground. Yasuki and Nuichiro smiled and said, I have no reason to stop Quanyue from taking revenge, but I have reason not to tell him a lot of old things. Feng Nu looked at the 15-year-old boy, and she realized that the master she enshrined was different from the last and even every patriarch Yeyu she had heard of. Hate only needs me to come. After all, he doesn't know anything. Quanyue didn't know anything when he lost his parents, but he was different from Yasuki and Nuichiro. He knows everything. Chapter 133 Preparing for the Great River Road Case. When Quanyue returns to high school, it is already the last week of June. The big sun is pinned to the top of the head, and the leaves are scorched and hang down. It is rare for Shinso Hitoshi to stop his training to meet Quanyue. Why are you here? Quanyue glanced at his school bag and said, I feel like I've pulled a lot of homework. Unlike the hero subject, Quanyue still has classwork for internships in the workplace. Count the fact that he went to Shinso to do training camps, fled in Aomatsu City for 7 days, and spent half a month in the hospital. Quanyue coughed twice and said, I'll go to the head teacher first. Shinso Hitoshi nodded and led Quanyue over. Summer vacation seems to have an overnight stay. High school accommodation. Quanyue thought for a moment, then I might not go. After all, it will take some time to cultivate. Shinso Hitoshi nodded. He also thought Quanyue would rest at home for a while. The two heard teacher Aizawa from Class A in the corridor. Those who fail to reach the passing line in the final exams must stay in school and receive Hell-style tutoring. A high school first-year office. Those who did not reach the passing line in the final exam should stay in school and receive Hell-style tuition. The head teacher did not relax her vigilance because of Quanyue's injury. She took out a stack of test papers from the drawer. The usual practice is not it can be omitted. Quanyue took the test paper, a little helpless. He flipped it roughly and felt that he was going to face the real hell next. The head teacher said a few words to him, and then stopped saying, "Forget it, go back quickly. You call Yasuki Inuichiro over." In the classroom, Yasuki Inuichiro was lying on the desk to sleep. He came back 2 days earlier than Quanyue. His face was a little black. Quanyue passed by him and saw the scar under the collar of Yasuki Inuichiro. Inuichiro was beaten. Quanyue returned to his seat, and Sakai Nobuya, who was sitting in front, was nowhere to be seen. After Quanyue cleaned up the rubbish in the drawer, he stuffed the test paper into the drawer. The wind suddenly rose. Quanyue looked out the window, and the big raindrops crackled down. He suddenly thought of a sentence. June Day, the child's face changes when he says it changes. Advertisement. I just went to Chingsong City. Why do I feel that many things have changed quietly? That classmate. Class is starting. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue sat down and touched his trouser pocket and placed the hero's license securely in it. The storm is about to come to the mountains. Hero's killer escaped. I really did not expect it. I should say that I did not expect him to be arrested at the beginning. Linked to the other side of the screen, the dead handle wooden hanging on the screen reported to the teacher. I don't know which group of people came out. The dead handle wooden hanger complained. Teacher. Enough is enough. Those who want to make a big fuss and still feel the resonance are already eager to join the villain alliance that can be their impulse release outlet. AFO's fingertips tapped on the chair, and he had difficulty speaking. About have you checked the affairs of Chingsong City? The incident between them and Stain Yingying was suppressed by the Chingsong City riot. AFO looked at the face of the dead handle wooden hanger, and smiled. It seems that the dead handle wooden hanger needs a little impetus to get the leader's seat. What about Inuichiro? Behind the AFO, the doctor in charge of treating AFO's body said, Inuichiro has gone to school. Teacher, do you think Inuichiro can replace Shigaraki? Looking at the two of them, I always think Inuichiro is even more. Doctor, hurry up and help me regulate my body. AFO is not like talking about this topic. He closed his eyes and felt a little tired. The super regeneration taken from Quanyue's house makes people feel disappointed. It seems that there is no magical effect on the original body. The doctor muttered. He took out several potions on the table. If Yasuki Inichiro were here, he would find that these medicines were semi-finished products of the enhancement medicine he had given Quanyue. All right. In order for him to be the next me, I will take advantage of the hard work now. AFO watched the doctor put the medicine into the pipe, and then the medicine slowly flowed into his body. That kid will succeed. The faces of two children appeared in front of AFO's eyes. One was a dead-handled wooden hanger, and the other was Yasuki Inuichiro. In terms of Shinshin and means, Yasuki Inuichiro is stronger than the current dead-handled wooden hanger. But from the heart, the deadwood hanger is the man who came to this world with the twist. He thought of yesterday afternoon. Yasuki Inuichiro smiled next to the caning, and said to himself, 110th, thank you father. 111th, thank you father. 150th next. Thank you, father. The smiling boy, sweat dripped from his face, no hatred in his eyes. It seems that I am really grateful for my father, in name. Advertisement. It's really ridiculous. AFO sneered. He said to the doctor. Inuichiro's child has recently been very close to the Izumi's family. He watched the last drop of medicinal liquid drip into his body, Isuki's, famous for its treatment department. In the silence, the rain whipped the window panes, and the pattering sound seemed to be asking everyone's mental abacus. Quanyue struggled with the arithmetic formula he didn't quite understand. Yasuki Inichiro changed his direction and took a breath to prevent his wound from being crushed. He tilted his head and wrote the 3 words, Dehei Dao, on the paper. Standing on the top of the city's high-rise building with Kurogiri, the Deadwood Crane and Kurogiri witnessed the lightning breaking through the sky. Kurogiri said, Deathwood, we should go back. Did the teacher tell me to do something again? ... The foggy dog took Stain through the alleys of the city, and the speed and frequency of his flashing with one more person decreased. Tisk. Is it fast? A feather fell from a high altitude and inserted it in the original position of the foggy dog. The foggy dog flashed on the lid of the trash can, and his princess hugged Stain with a winning smile. Hawks, the fastest man in the hero's world, confronted him instantly. Cunningham Lengshin ended the meeting. He stood up and sorted out his suit jacket and packed up the papers. He watched the pouring rain and the world blurred by the rain, his hands clenched uncomfortably. Nagasaki. Izumi Nagasaki. He spelled the names of 2 people with his fingers in the empty conference room. Quanyue. Izumizuki Nagasaki. The secretary opened the door. Her state was very strange. Her eyes seemed to be controlled by something. Boss brought out the information of the Big River Channel back then. In the room, the AFO's deep voice sounded. It's time for the Big River to be re-emerged. You have to grow up quickly. Outside there are the so-called heroes of All Might, and there are unfamiliar white-eyed wolves at any time. Jump up and bite. Dead handle wooden hanger, come on. Chapter 134. Quanyue, wait a minute. During the lunch break, Yasuki and Nuichiro called Quanyue to stop. Quanyue looked at Yasuki and Nuichiro enduring uncomfortable, not knowing why he felt a little more inexplicable. Maybe it's because you don't want to see others suffer. After greeted with Shinso Hitoshi hastily, Quanyue took Yasuki and Nuichiro to the nursing room, and the treatment girl went to eat. Yasuki and Nuichiro closed the curtains and carefully took off his clothes. Quanyue took a deep breath. Yasuki and Nuichiro's back is full of wheel marks, and some have been ripped apart and even turned purple and black. Quanyue quickly brought him medicine. It seems that Yasuki Inichiro's injuries have been sterilized with iodine, but the effect is not good. I advise you to go to the hospital. There is no professional medicine in the medical room. Quanyue wrapped the gauze finely. He said, don't touch the water and eat a light diet. Yasuki and Nuichiro clicked. He took a breath from his wound, smiled and said, I know. What about your body? Quanyue was apologetic when he heard this. The revenge you told me before really can't be helped during this period. My quirk will kill me if I use it again. Compared to the first use, he ran away. Until now, the one could not move. The second quirk can still be used. But to be fair, this quirk is not very comfortable to use. Yasuki and Nuichiro naturally knew Quanyue's sorrow. He put his hand on Quanyue's shoulder and said, it's okay. It's fine for you to do this. I may suffer more injuries in the future, so you are responsible for treating me. Quote. I'm not a doctor. Quanyue smiled. Yasuki and Nuichiro leaned his head on Quanyue's shoulder. He said, Quanyue, I'm so sad. Quanyue felt his shoulders wet. Yasuki and Nuichiro was crying. Quanyue was terrified. He has never had the experience of coaxing people, so he can only gently hug Yasuki and Nuichiro and pat his back in an attempt to comfort the crying person. He noticed that Yasuki Inichiro was stranger than ever, but Quanyue couldn't tell what was strange. In the dark, he felt that the other party would not tell him. Quanyue, okay, I might not be able to come to UA next semester. Yasuki Inichiro held Quanyue's hand. His eyes were red. I plan to officially inherit the family business. Advertisement. Is it a martial arts gym? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yasuki and Nuichiro shook his head, and he said, I don't know how to explain to you, but I'm afraid I will never see you again. Quanyue was a little surprised when he heard this reason, and he said, why can't I see? When you leave a number, email or home address, we can meet anytime, anywhere. In this information age, how can people who can't be seen or found? Yasuki and Nuichiro knew that he was talking with ducks. He smiled and changed the subject. I found some bosses about your father. Can I stay after school? Quanyue's eyes lit up and nodded in agreement. The gathering place of Villain Alliance. The dead handle wooden hanger sat on the sofa board and watched TV. There was a surveillance video from more than 10 years ago on the TV. In the video, the sky is full of flames, and people wearing black outer coverings shuttle through the flames to harvest one life after another. What makes people feel magical is that those who should have died did not die immediately. After receiving a fatal attack, they all lit up with white light. The wound quickly recovered under the light, and the white light moved to a man in a police uniform. The man's body was full of scars, and every white light falling on him accelerated his death. The uniform can no longer see the original color. Wow, it's dead. The dead handle wooden hanger knew from teacher AFO that this man was a key figure in the Great River incident more than 10 years ago, and a key figure that must be paid attention to in this mission. Izumizuki Nagasaki. The police file described as the only policeman who died on duty in the Daheidao incident and was awarded the title of martyr after his death. It is worth noting that he also has a nephew called Quanyue. Kurogiri walked over and reminded, they're here. The door opened cooperatively, and the black cover that was identical to the monitor appeared in front of Deadwood. The number of people is not as large as the surveillance video, only 2 people. 2. Dead handle wooden hanging snorted, there are only 2 people in total. There was a mechanical sound in the black cover, and the other party apparently armed himself to the teeth. 2 are enough. Kurogiri poured wine on the other person, and the person behind shook his hand in rejection. They also didn't sit down, and stood and started talking about things. Where is Yasuki and Nuichiro? The dead handle wooden hanger frowned. Kurogiri, blast them both out at once. His most annoying rude man came to find his most annoying, adopted son. It's really not pleasing to the eye. When the dead handle wooden hanger thought of the name Yasuki and Nuichiro, his teeth tickled. Kurogiri helplessly persuades. Don't be like this, these are all heroes. Advertisement. The dead handle hanger is even more dissatisfied. Heroes. What does heroes have to do with us? I hate heroes the most. A group of decent guys. The 2 men in black hoods smiled, and they laughed. It was very weird, as if it was being said in conjunction with the dead-handled wooden hanger. It seems that I can't persuade him. Let's go. This kind of kid wants to kill Yasuki and Nuichiro. It's a big joke. The black cover sneered. Let me say that Yasuki and Nuichiro was better than him when he was 7. Shit. The corners of the clothes move, and the outer cover is blasted. The pistol is loaded, the sword is unsheathed, and the 5 fingers of both hands are folded into palms and appear in various black holes, irrelevant in all directions. Space. A grim voice came from behind Kurogiri. Kurogiri's pupils dilated. When is there a third person? Before he could say more, he was stepped on his head and fell on the table. On top of Kurogiri, a woman in a black hood wearing stockings stepped on Hentiangao to reveal her figure. This is the strength of coming to meet with Jofeng of us. The laughter of the woman in silk stockings fell into the ears of the deadwood hanger, full of irony. How careless are you guys? Forget it. The two men in black hoods took their hands out of Kurogiri, turned and left. Let's go. If there were only these two people in the villain alliance, it would be too weak to be beyond his imagination. Wait a minute. Death Handle Mu Hang's eyes were full of killing intent and anger, and he lowered his voice and said, "What do you want?" The three of them continued to move forward, but they did not stop. Yasuki and Nuichiro, kill it if you want. This kind of guy. Damn it. Kurogiri kept persuading the dead-handled wooden hanger who littered. The dead-handled wooden hanger caught up with him, and he said, "Who are you guys anyway? Why did the AFO teacher let himself go to these arrogant and impolite guys?" "We." The last of the three women in silk stockings turned around and shook their hands. "We are Jofeng. The highest violent symbol of Honghu's ambition, a crime department composed entirely of professional heroes Jofeng." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL Fan Fiction, 2nd Chapter 135. The teacher is Stain. Quanyue didn't know what was going on, he was a little confused about the state. After rubbing his eyes for the 5th time, he had to admit that he was right. Anuichiro Yasuki pointed to the hero's assassin Stain and said, "This is our teacher in the next few days." He left Quanyue to introduce the hero's assassin who was in the limelight some time ago. Hero's killer Stain puts on a normal suit and has her hair washed, which is very different from the fierce look in the photo. Quanyue pulled Yasuki Anuichiro's clothes behind his back. He has no good feelings for these wanted criminals now. This is also due to the salty mouth fish. It's okay, the hero's killer is a principled person. Yasuki Anuichiro comforted. You also know that this guy only kills heroes. Quanyue does not approve of the actions of the hero's killers. In his opinion, those heroes did not do it. What's wrong? Everyone lives in the world well, why should they be killed for no reason? It seems to be a catfish in this society, but in fact it executes lynching on its own subjective consciousness. Yasuki Anuichiro brought Quanyue and the hero's killer to a small house. Quanyue noticed that he had been here on the second day of the sports meeting. Yasuki Anuichiro took out a short sword from the box and handed it to Quanyue. He said, "I saw you like this sword last time. I think about it later, I'd better give it to you." Hey, Quanyue was stunned when he took the sword. He felt that the sword in his hand was frighteningly hot, so he should return it as soon as possible. This is too expensive. Judging from the attitude of Yasuki Anuichiro that day, it was clear that he was holding this one sword as his own heirloom treasure. Seeing his unwillingness, Yasuki Anuichiro shook his head and smiled. What's more expensive compared to human life? This is a self-defense weapon I gave you. In the next few days, I want Stain to teach us some sword. Quanyue was still a little apprehensive. He once heard some students say that this kind of carefully crafted sword is no longer used for killing people in modern times. It is more of a collection and family history representative, which needs to be provided. Give it to yourself like this. Quanyue carefully drew out the sword. The beautiful lines on the sword are fascinating. If it is something left in his own home, Quanyue thinks he has no idea of giving it to others. Stain was too lazy to wait for the two to pull to show their intimacy. He sneered, "This time I helped you count my favor." He glanced at a small house in the yard, turned his head and said, "I don't care about yours. What revenge is, I will not help. At best, I can guarantee that one of you two will come back safely." Quanyue hasn't heard what Yasuki Anuichiro said to do. Asking now, Yasuki Anuichiro confessed honestly, "I found some news that I said before, and I plan to kill that person directly." "Is there any evidence?" "Yes, I'll show it to you later." Yasuki Anuichiro said, took out a few bags from the house and handed them to Quanyue. He asked, "Did your parents say anything before leaving?" Quanyue carefully. After recalling it, "I didn't find anything from my parents." Advertisement. It was because he was too young at that time and his parents didn't explain it. One was that he didn't understand it, and the other was that he didn't think it was necessary. Quanyue opened the bag. He held his breath and scanned it quickly. The bag contained information about the missions of the Quanyue family, photos of historical letters, and photos of the parties and their parents. Anuichiro Yasuki patted Quanyue's shoulder and comforted. "I investigated part of it, most of which are professional heroes. They and your father killed heroes 10 years ago. They had some mutual help in the office. But in the car corps. A few months before the case, your father suddenly chose to close the Quanyue office, and chose to retire when it was hot. Counting the time, it was also from that time that the family began to talk to Quanyue about moving to other places to settle. It's just that the final settlement location has not yet been determined. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue, it's been 10 years. All I can find is this information. There is another news. Do you know Jofeng? Jofeng. 9 Phoenix. Stain opened his eyes suddenly, and he said in a disgusting tone, Underground World Legends Organization 9 Phoenix. Stain is not a good kind. He has also spent some time in the underground world, and he has naturally heard about Jofeng. However, after the Great River incident more than 10 years ago, Jofeng has gradually disappeared. The blood exchange rate in the underground world is fast, and many newcomers think that Jofeng is just a fictional organization. Stain also felt that this was a fictitious organization. Since you want to become a heroes, why do you do evil things in the name of heroes? After listening to Stain's introduction to this organization, Quanyue also didn't understand. He felt like he was kept in the dark. The messenger sent him. Quanyue asked, well, I can ask my father why he closed the office. In Quanyue's impression, his father paid a lot of attention to the office, and he hadn't even kept it for a while. At home, even when he was young, his father always taught that every child from the Quanyue family would come to work in the office. When he spoke, he touched Quanyue's head and praised that he would become an excellent healing heroes. What was it that made my father decide to close the office and take the whole family out for disaster relief? Well, I only found information that it was related to the heroes traitor Shonkoyu. After all, that guy first harmed the Kwanzuki family office. Back then, it uprooted Thero's world of 37 offices across the country in one breath. Traitor. Yasuki and Nuichiro counted. If you want to say what things your Izumi family had at that time, it should be counted from the Big River incident more than 10 years ago. The Great River event. Forget it, I'll talk to you again when I have time. Yasuki and Nuichiro got stuck on the subject. He grabbed Quanyue's hand, and said, the two of us should learn a little self-defense first. Quanyue looked at his beautiful hands. Just like the short sword of art, I suddenly reluctant to use it as a weapon. Advertisement. And in the room, the foggy dog lay quietly on the window to peep on the young master and the young master's feud, learning the sword skills together. He thinks this world is a bit illusory. What is the situation? What's more mysterious is that the teacher who taught the young master and the feud is still the hero's killer Stain, who is quite at odds with him. Mom, Feng girl, don't put pressure on the backs of labor and management, it hurts. Wu Tiangu's back was full of holes. Feng Nu took the last feather from the back of the foggy dog, pressed her chest on it, and smiled. It hurts. I will rub it for you. Of course, it might be better if you don't rub it with your chest. The Wushan dog was puzzled with his chin. Hey, there is news from that fur-cold letter. Let's talk to the young master. No way, none of us can go down. Feng Nibi stopped and said. Don't forget, that Quanyue family has seen us before. If you go down, wouldn't it bother the young master? The two were really bored, and simply turned on the TV. A real-time news is being broadcast inside. Hello everyone, now I am near the Big River. We can see the monsters that appeared in Hosu City appear again. Ah, the camera blurs, and then the TV station the picture flicked and fell to the ground, only the blood and the walking feet of the monster could be seen. Next, Anomu lowered his head and opened his mouth wide to the camera. Click, it's all over. The villain alliance did it faster than they thought. Wu Tiangu swallowed his saliva, he started to do it, and withdrew the topless Feng girl on his back. I saw him, they. Who? Zhou Feng. Wu Tiangu hugged his head with his hands, showing fear. Are they? No, I. Wu Tiangu was shaking all over, he was a little irrational, I'm a little. Chapter 136 officially started declaring war. Quanyue called the orphanage that night and said that he was living in a friend's house. He and Yasuki and Nuichiro huddled in a bed to rest. You have some confidence. Quanyue turned his head to Yasuki and Nuichiro and said, the other party is a professional hero, you are still. He said that Yasuki and Nuichiro is going to get revenge. Quanyue didn't think that Yasuki and Nuichiro couldn't do it, but that it was in reality. The person that Yasuki Inichiro is going to kill this time is a professional heroes. In contrast, Yasuki and Nuichiro, an ordinary person without a quirk, is a bit embarrassed. Yasuki and Nuichiro didn't panic at all, he forced his eyes to rub Quanyue's head, isn't there you still? Quanyue was blocked by him and didn't know what to say. Speaking of it, it's useless now, if it really counts as combat power, guns are barely okay. Quanyue whispered, what the hell is the Big River incident you mentioned? Yasuki and Nuichiro didn't answer, he let Quanyue go to sleep. You will know soon. The next day, after having breakfast, Quanyue and Yasuki Inichiro took a bus to the hero's office. This is the hero's office where they are targeting. Quanyue carried a bow and arrow bag on his back, which contained a sniper rifle. For safety, Quanyue hid a lot of weapons in various parts of his body by using the spear concealing skills he learned. Stain disguised as a middle-aged man to follow them. Yasuki and Nuichiro was chatting happily with the old man next to him, and it seemed that he got a lot of news from it. Good reputation. Yasuki and Nuichiro came back and sat down, opened Quanyue a bottle of coke, hooked his mask and smiled. Drink. Quanyue knocked out his hand, grabbed his mask, sullenly said, don't do that. All right. Yasuki and Nuichiro opened another bottle for himself, and he said, actually, I don't think those scars are terrible. He grunted and gasped, the scar is a mark. Quanyue didn't bother to talk to him. Turning his head, he lowered the brim of his hat and drank coke quietly. Just before leaving, Yasuki and Nuichiro suddenly suggested that the two of them might as well form a revenge combination. How about just calling it a scar? It's a bit like a tooth for a tooth. Before Quanyue could react, Yasuki and Nuichiro settled down strongly. Advertisement. The intention is too obvious. Quanyue touched the scar on his face. But I don't know why, when he heard these two words, he actually felt a little excited. Maybe having a name is like giving a new life. A name dedicated to revenge. Scar. Right. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The broadcast on the train inserted news. It is reported that the monster that appeared near the river channel yesterday is the same type as the one that appeared in Hosu City, temporarily called Nomu. The river channel has now been blocked across the board. I hope you will protect your safety. Reduce the time to go out. Quanyue was concerned about the Dahidao incident, and he turned on his phone to search for keywords. Sweeping it down as all the big river Nomu haunted yesterday, and nothing can be found out a little bit ahead. What exactly is the Great River event? Yasuki and Nuichiro didn't seem to be in a hurry, and he went out to answer a phone call in the middle. Quanyue waited until he came back and asked in a low voice, "What the hell is the Great River Road incident? Why I can't find anything? I couldn't find out before, and now there is no news on the internet after Nomu broke out. It's so strange. Is there really a so-called Big River incident?" Yasuki and Nuichiro smiled. Keep it secret. Their goal now is to kill. On the other side, the three members of Jofeng who were connected to the dead handle wooden hanging were sitting in the bar drinking. The three of them are old members left over 10 years ago. News of Nomu is being broadcast on TV, and a lot of videos about Nomu are also appearing on the internet. Some people even combined the Nomu incident with the Go Heroes professionalization and Quirk self-defense proposed by Sean Lengshin. In the urban area near the river channel, some people have ignored the laws and regulations and started to spread the Quirk self-defense teaching content book, and organize the masses to make good use of it. Quirk self-defense. On TV, Fer Lengshin made a speech again. I think it is necessary for the people to learn to defend themselves. In this Quirk society, dangers are everywhere. We cannot rely on heroes, and heroes cannot be everywhere on call. We advocate people. People become their own heroes, so that heroes are no longer limited by profession, and real deprofessionalization. Pound. The cup was thrown on the ground, and the woman in the stockings in Jofeng said with a sneer, "This guy really did not give up the idea of the Yu family. What Quirk self-defense, eh? And a professional. If Fer Lengshin really realizes these concepts, the heroes industry will usher in earth-shaking changes. Don't say the fur is cold. Since All Might's debut, the crime rate has plummeted. Following this reduced curve, heroes will be forced to be laid off after a while." A man in Jofeng ridiculed, "If it were me being laid off, I really support this guy's remarks." Advertisement. The quirk is the weapon that heroes rely on for survival. In this society, the three data of crime rate, heroes' employment rate, and heroes' income are directly linked. As the crime rate rises and the workload of the hero's office increases, it is possible to boost the employment rate and increase heroes' income. If the crime rate drops, it will even drop to the point where no one commits a crime. Not to mention some of the lower to middle grade heroes, except for the top heroes, most of them will starve to death. The heroes industry is moving from the previous generation of more monks and more porridge to more monks and less porridge. It was said that heroes was later allowed to carry out sideline jobs, but there were very few heroes able to do well in sideline jobs. If you are counting on that sideline job to feed your stomach, you might as well just go to eat the soil. Then do it the same way. The man who was obviously the leader among the two said, "The Yeu family's first place in the government department was not for the purpose of doing this. We only need to put him in the government department. It's good to get something you've been managing for many years. Don't forget, that guy's quirk. The quirk of Cunninghamia Lanceolata. Command, which can give a person a command higher than instinct." The TV has reached the advertising stage. The salesperson was promoting the summer ice shaver, and suddenly a message came in, at 12:31 this day. Professional Heroes was killed in his own office. The women in stockings straightened their backs and watched the TV, and the men put down their legs. The picture is frozen on the wall of the scene, two big characters written in blood, scars. There are three obvious scratches on the characters, which were confirmed to be the hands of the professional heroes. The ground glass shattered, and several bullets appeared on the TV as evidence. The announcer said, "For this we are deeply sorry. I hope everyone can provide clues before closing." Died as one of their 9 phoenixes. After the three of them looked at each other, no one spoke, but everyone understood. This is a declaration of war. Chapter 137. Within a week, 3 professional heroes died. There is no trace of the place of death and the time of death. Some people have suggested that it may be the hands and feet of the hero's killer Stain, but the hero's killer will never write the word scar in the blood of the victim at the location of the crime. The culprit, Yasuki and Nuichiro, is bringing Quanyue and Stain to cook hot pot. Yasuki and Nuichiro eats clear soup and Quanyue eats red soup. Stain has no interest in eating, so he folded his arms and watched them chat while eating. What are we going to do next? Quanyue had a strong rejection of killing heroes at first. After all, he died for him before the professional heroes hidden senior. He has some guilt about professional heroes. But when Yasuki and Nuichiro exposed these heroes' private black deals, Quanyue immediately disconnected the gun. Especially when he saw that there was also a plan on how to embezzle the Quanyue family's property, and there was no trace under his hand. Yasuki and Nuichiro didn't answer Quanyue's question. He smiled and said, "It hurts your stomach so badly, be careful." Where does Quanyue care so much? His favorite spicy, he happily ate his hair back and exposed his entire face. Yasuki and Nuichiro's hand paused, and he continued to eat casually. But Stain reacted. He said, "What's the matter with your face?" "Things when I was young." This is reluctant to say more. The box was quiet for a while, only the sound of hot pot rolling and the sound of chewing and swallowing. When the group finished eating, Yasuki Inichiro said, "Stain, can you take Quanyue and leave first?" Quanyu keenly sensed that there were people around him, one on the upper left, two on the lower right, and one in front of Yasuki Inuichiro. Yasuki Inuichiro moved his body down and completely blocked Quanyu. Quanyu took out the gun from his sleeve, installed it, and stuffed it into the trouser pocket of Yasuki Inuichiro. This week's assassination operation gave the two of them the most basic trust. At least in terms of revenge, they have a common need. Blood debt must be paid in blood. The figure of the first person exposed in the dark is the stalking woman in Jofangjong. She put on an all-black combat suit, and Yasuki Inuichiro smiled. It's hard for you to keep it the combat suit that my father made for you back then. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He drew his sword and stood firm. After all, it was a gift from the old master. He had spent a lot of thought in training us back then. The woman in silk stockings twisted her hair, and she smiled. It is also our honor to be able to put on this dress and kill the young master. Kong Dang high-heeled shoes push the ground, leaving a fingernail-sized pit in the same place. In the dim light, only the sound of shoes is the only way to judge the direction. Where is it? Yasuki Inuichiro waved his sword and looked at the sound. He saw a hand facing his own hand, while the voice and breath grabbed the heel of his neck. Yeiyu's house is just a quirk. Yasuki Inuichiro pulled out the gun from his pocket and fired backwards. The sparks in the hot barrel made Yasuki Inuichiro's fingers a little red envelope. Without hesitation, he fired a second shot. But how can professional heroes make two mistakes in the same place? Advertisement. Just a moment of breathing. On the left side, Yasuki Inuichiro pointed the sword in his hand, his hair fell to the ground, and the loud kicking sound did not appear for a long time. Under the dim light, a vague shadow can be seen moving slowly. The woman slaughtered Yasuki Inuichiro from top to bottom. She smiled and said, "Young master. Go well. A quirk-free person cannot surpass someone who has a quirk no matter how much he exercises. It is not necessarily in other fields, but in the area of military force, this is an accepted fact." Thinking of killing Yasuki Inuichiro and getting rid of a heart disease, the eyes of the woman in stockings flickered. In the void, a man's figure flashed. His big red foggy Tengu mask and the woman in stockings looked face to face. The foggy dog appeared in the air by flashing, his speed was very fast, and the sound of the engine Caracalla made people feel terrible. Wu Tiango brought a chainsaw filled with diesel. At this moment, he pointed the chainsaw at the woman's waist. The woman in silk stockings screamed, "What are you waiting for?" A white ribbon was wrapped around Wu Tengu's neck, pulling him back, and another person rushed forward to stop Yasuki Inuichiro. "All of them are from Jofeng. I'm so brave." Yasuki Inuichiro sneered. "It's not dark yet, so I can't wait to prepare to kill. This area is probably cleared by the opponent long ago, and no one will come to rescue him even if he breaks his throat. In order to hide the fact that they have committed crimes, the heroes of Jofeng will not hit the list. But from the actual situation, each of them has the right to speak in their own city. In this hero's society, heroes can indeed do this." A foggy dog flashed, and he took a chainsaw to cut the heroes next to Yasuki Inuichiro from top to bottom. The opponent is not a hardened quirk, and was seriously injured after being attacked. Half of Yasuki Inuichiro's body was full of blood, and he didn't even wipe it. He raised the gun to get rid of the opponent. "Young master. Wu Tiango is holding a chainsaw, this guy usually uses a sword." This made him feel a little uncomfortable with the chainsaw. Wu Tiango said, "Feng Nu has arranged according to your instructions." Fog Tengu. Yasuki Inuichiro's face was solemn. "The other party's target is me. If I am killed or caught by the other party, don't hesitate, go and kill Quanyu for me right away." Wu Tiango didn't understand that his young master would not be allowed to kill for a while, and would kill again for a while. But as a good subordinate who doesn't like to use his brain, he chooses to be obedient. Their conversation did not prevent Villain from hearing them. The woman in stockings smiled. She stepped forward and dragged down the outer cover to reveal the combat suit, which was exposed like erotic underwear, and said, "It won't give you a chance to kill that kid. After all, that's the head that the partner named." Chapter 138. Fighting 1. The head called by the partner stayed on Quanyu's neck at this time. He was worried about Yasuki Inuichiro, but he was even more worried that he would be dragged down. After 7 days of escape and survival, Quanyu has been thinking about why the hidden senior died. The hidden senior at that time definitely had the ability to escape, but he chose to delay the time for the two of their students, and was eventually killed by the salty-mouthed fish. If you can leave the scene faster, don't worry the seniors. Maybe the senior will not die. Quanyu always thought so afterwards, and silently in his heart, don't hold back his teammates. Go up to this point. Unfortunately, things backfired. If the strength is not enough, the physical stamina is not enough, and the ones that should be dragged will still be dragged. Not to mention a man in a black jacket stood in front of the two. He wears a Raven Tengu mask on his face, covering his entire face. Stain drew his sword and got ready to go. Quanyu stepped back to observe the best sniper spot. But, it's too slow. The naked eye can only see that Stain's body is blurred. The next moment the person standing in Stain's original position becomes a raven dog. He stepped forward and flipped his hands, clasped Quanyu's wrists, and then quickly knocked off the gun in Quanyu's hand with his knees and stepped on his feet. His figure began to blur. Quanyu felt his hands itchy, and he couldn't see the changes in his hands in the dim light. But the sudden pain matched the one in his memory. Peeled. On the other side, The woman in silk stockings slowly walked towards the Yezuki Inuichiro, speaking of which, the Yezuki family has always loved and hated the Izumizuki family. This is a beautiful woman, bright red. The body with white lips and the graceful curve. Wu Tiango swallowed his saliva. If he didn't know the past of this woman, he was still willing to be with this woman. The woman in silk stockings laughed and said, whether it is the old master or the young master, you are extremely obsessed with the Quanyue family. Ah, wrong. You have always been obsessed with the legend of the Quanyue family. Yasuki Inuichiro watched the woman get closer and closer, the sword was ready, and the gun was ready. He lowered his eyelids, neither denying the woman's words, nor confessing it. Originally, Zhou Feng only wanted to cut off the relationship with Honghu's ambition. After all, we are all people with status and status. Every word of the stockings woman pierced the heart of Yasuki Inuichiro. We are not the son of a PR street youth. It's not the heir of the murderer's family, who knows if his brain will be brainwashed by the legend, it's a bit abnormal. Advertisement. Wu Tiango couldn't help it, he took the chainsaw in his hand and rushed towards the woman in stockings. The woman in silk stockings didn't even move. She was still saying, anyway, you are also a disciple cultivated by the crow. How come? Before the voice fell, the sparks from the chainsaw still exploded on the woman's clothes. Sparks passed through the woman's phantom, but for an instant, the foggy dog's hands were entangled. The whole press on the ground. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It was a man who was talking, why would you be willing to be a dog? The man had a mask with a crow's mouth on his face, and his entire face was black. The foggy dog seemed to have been hit by a meteorite, and his whole person became dizzy. The chainsaw in his hand could no longer be held, and it fell to the ground with a bang. The Raven Tengu in the 9 Phoenix, quirk replacement belongs to the quirk of the space category. It can replace people and their positions within the effective range. Even after Honghu's ambition disappeared, Yadengu relied on his own quirk to be in the hero's world. More importantly, he taught the Wushan dog out of hand. For the Wushan dog, the Yadian dog is his master. Yasuki Inuichiro watched quietly and didn't make a move. He knew that at this time, even if he made a move, it didn't make any sense. He should be more concerned about Quanyue. In fact, Yasuki Inuichiro was a bit late when he was worried. Quanyue fired 2 shots at the person holding his hand and waited until the 3rd shot was pressed. His other hand was also caught. Hiss. Quanyue took a breath, and the pain from both hands was transmitted to his brain, making him 100% sure that this was peeling. Well, the little guy is so mysterious. The woman's voice was soft and soft, like a lover's warning. Quanyue was anchored and horrified, and he tried to break away from the woman's contact. The unique fragrance of women is getting closer. Why are you so dead? You actually survived. Talking stockings woman, quirk open black lens bracket skinning close black lens bracket, people with skin relatives will be skinned. This peeling refers to the automatic peeling of the skin. Whether it is the actual lethality or the visual effect, this is an extremely powerful quirk. Quanyue wanted to kick with his feet, but as soon as he lifted his feet, he was caught by the woman's legs. Why is it so fierce? The woman grinned and said, come with me. After all, we are not bad guys. Stain's sword answered the question. Advertisement. The sword was like cutting splitting void air. The woman's breathing stopped for a while. She immediately let go of Quanyue's hand, then twisted her waist and flew forward. The whole person twisted into an incredible angle, and the sword cut from above her. I didn't get a drop of blood. Hero's killer. Looks like a good feat. The woman in stockings stood still and licked her tongue. How much can I get for killing you? Hero's killer Stain confronted the professional heroes. Accurate said the other person's name, Ruth, skinning hand. It really doesn't sound like a hero's. But in fact, she just got the license and can be called a member of heroes. Stain's eyes burned, and his intent to fight was burning in the night. This kind of rubbish should be put to death. It is because of this kind of people that the heroes industry will be a miasma, and this society will be in a pool of stagnant water. It is necessary to clean up the industry. Qing Yuan was standing in the corridor not far away with 2 Gothic loli. He prepared a telescope to observe the battle. On the other side, Feng Nu was doing what the young master had ordered. Sure enough, it appeared again. There was something on Feng Nu's interfering with the model. The young master is right, it really is the villain alliance. They seem to have new people joining. 2 Gothic girls, one is called Kangmu Voodoo, and the quirk is cursing on the doll. The other is Deku Karaki, who makes Deku from the corpse of a dead person for his own control. They were as silent as before, whether they were silently waiting for the young master's news or silently preparing tools for murder. Where is the fur cold letter? He is willing to help us. As an older sister, Karaki Deku prepares to curse the doll together with her younger sister. He said that he doesn't care what we are going to do. It doesn't matter if you have a broken hand or a broken body, he only needs a living Quanyue. However, the young master ordered that if the plan is revealed, Fu Lengxin will turn his face with them. Or he himself died in this battle. Honghu's ambition is facing the end of dissolution. Regardless of the type, abandon all pre-plans and kill Quanyue in front of everyone at all costs. If Quanyue cannot be used by them alive, it is better to die. Chapter 139 is a fight too, add more to the writer. Skinner Ruth and Heroes Killer Stain are fighting. Skinner Ruth's quirk must be in contact with the skin to be able to play to the extreme. Most of her fighting skills are fighting. And Heroes Killer Stain's quirk must be in contact with the opponent's blood. For both of them, the key point of the battle is in an instant. Was it the skinning hand that Ruth touched Stain's skin first, or Stain got Ruth's blood first? Quanyue was temporarily out of the attack range of the two of them. Quanyue evacuated the scene slightly. He saw his hands with the help of a street lamp. The skin and nails can no longer be seen in his hands, all of which are bloody tendons, flesh and bones. Quanyue gritted his teeth and borrowed the quirk from the family elders to regenerate. Within a few breaths, Quanyue's hands were super regenerated. Of course, the side effect was dizziness, and Quanyue had to lean against the wall for a while when the quirk returned. He took out the gun from his sleeve and observed the battle. From his perspective, you can see the fight between Stain and Ruth. In this week's battle, Inuichiro Yazuki and Quanyue said that his body is not suitable for close combat, and even close combat cannot last long. Quanyue's most suitable way of fighting should be a long-range sneak attack. You can fight if you can't fight, run away if you can't fight, and you can change places when the anti-cold gun comes. Although Quanyue himself has learned firearms, in many cases he passively or actively fights in close combat. The result is obvious: the physical condition is getting worse, and the use of quirk is getting more and more uncontrolled. The hospital repeatedly warned that Quanyue's quirk and physical relationship had reached the point of a vicious circle. Pounds the fire from the friction between the barrel and the bullet attracted some attention. Ruth never expected Quanyue to shoot. Did that child endure the pain of skinning his hands and shoot forcibly? Skinning hand Ruth thinks about it, and thinks she can't die. But if it weren't for shooting with both hands, would it still be shooting with the foot? She was skeptical about the standard of the gun in her heart. The physical habits formed over a long period of time allowed her to subconsciously avoid firearms. The bullet was faster, passing directly between Stain and Ruth and nailing it to the wall. It was missed. Ruth said something in her heart. She specially removed Quanyue's hands before, just to choke the long-range attack among them. As early as when they, scarred, the second Zhofeng member, the police gave an autopsy report. The corpse was precisely shot with arms and thighs removed before death. If there were no superb snipers in front of them for detection and strikes, these professional heroes would have the power to fight in close combat. This is a very scary sniper seedling. Ruth thought so. Her body suddenly stopped and she couldn't move anymore. The astonishment and sweat on her face did not stop, and the scream burst out of her red lips. How? Stain's sword was stained with blood, but it was not the sword that caused Ruth to bleed. It's a bullet. Advertisement. A person who has learned how to hide spears, you never know how many guns he has, and where his guns are hidden. Similarly, you don't know when he will take out a gun and kill you decisively. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue had prepared the second gun as early as when he fired the first shot. There is also a gap between guns and guns. For example, his first shot was the Desert Eagle, which is loud enough to attract the attention of others. But the second one is a small and exquisite silencer gun, which is fast and the attack effect will be discounted, but it is enough to make people bleed. Quanyue also didn't need to put the bullet into the human body. His first shot deliberately missed Ruth, mainly to attract Ruth's attention. As Ruth shifted her sight to the bullet, she fired a second shot, controlling the bullet to wipe from Ruth's thigh, creating wounds and bloodline, and giving Stain the opportunity to use the quirk. Judging from the final result, this choice is not wrong. Rao is a professional hero, and it is difficult to return to the original state after outsiders intervene in the rhythm of the battle. Quanyue watched Stain's sword on Ruth's head, and didn't let his guard down. You dare to kill me. You dare to kill me. The woman's scream echoed in the alley. You will regret it, and Zhofeng will make you worse than dead, you damn crimes. Stain didn't bother to talk nonsense with the type of heroes he hated the most, and he tied it directly around her neck to avoid long nights and dreams. He also has to protect Quanyue. It is too late to hunt heroes according to the past pattern. Let's go quickly. Go. What are you going? The skinning hand on the ground. Ruth did not completely die from the sword. She fell on the ground and stared at the two with wide eyes, because her throat was pierced and her voice was whirring like a leak. Rang. I won't die. I still want to. But she could only watch the two leave the scene. Skin your hands. You lost. A familiar light blue potion was placed in front of Ruth, and a hand came out from Kurogiri. Drink. The voice seemed to be the singing of a siren, constantly seducing the dying man. We have already got a production line into Hidao. Although the materials are not very good, it is after all an imitation of Quanyue's quirk. Under the light, the potion showed a beautiful color belonging to the sea. Unfortunately, it is the sea of death. The fear and hesitation in the skinning hand Ruth's eyes couldn't be more obvious. The hand in Kurogiri flickered. Oh. Then I'll take it. Zhofeng, there is no need for waste. Anyway, tomorrow morning, I drink. Give it to me, please. Advertisement. The blue liquid poured into Ruth's mouth in the dark alley. Ruth's wound was quickly healed, and her eyes and her limbs were healed at the same time. This beautiful woman full of vitality and temptation was like a soft plasticine, which was kneaded into a mass of flesh in an instant. Why did you fail? Hei's huge pressure crushed Ruth's body again. Sure enough, people from the Quanyue family still need to do it. On the other side, Yazuki Inuichiro was stabbed in his arm. He stood straight and chopped the last villain to the ground. Yazuki Inuichiro wiped his face and looked at the struggling Foggy Tengu. If the foggy Skygu on weekdays is considered to be 8 points, it can only play to 3 points under the attack of the Skygu at this moment, which is still good. If Yadengu said something in the middle of the wound when attacking, Wutiangu would probably stand there and be beaten. Wushin Dog is very afraid of his teacher. This fear was even higher than instinct. Yasuki and Nuichiro looks unclear. He has received news that Quanyu and Stain are safe so far. But there is also bad news. Feng Nu was discovered, and the drug production line that should have been obtained by them was succeeded by Zhoufeng and Villain Alliance. Fog Tengu. Yasuki and Nuichiro was about to give an order to evacuate. The Fizzy Tengu was being hit hard by the Raven Tengu and was smashed face down on the ground. Yasuki and Nuichiro was stuck in his throat when he wanted to withdraw, and he couldn't say it. He stepped forward and hugged the foggy dog in his arms. Wu Tiangu was crying, and he was a big man trembling in the arms of Yasuki and Nuichiro like a child. You really let me down. Yadengu mocked. Trash is trash. Yasuki and Nuichiro patted the back of the foggy Tengu, and he said to Qing Yuan on the other end of the phone, let Quanyu replace. I'll be here soon. Before Qing Yuan could respond, Yasuki and Nuichiro hung up the phone. He and Yadengu face each other. When will the young master intervene in our Zhoufeng affairs? Ya Tiangu stretched out his hand to grab the Wu Tiangu. I just want to educate today, I am an ineffective trash. Enough, said Yasuki and Nuichiro. You are not his master long ago. Chapter 140. Are you all shame? Are you going to challenge me as a quirk? Although Yadengu's mouth was not exposed, his challenge was fully exposed. Yasuki and Nuichiro was holding the Wutiangu. He knew that there was no chance of winning, but he knew better that if he left now, the Wutiangu would be killed by this so-called master. Wu Tiangu could not confront his master directly, not because of lack of strength, but mainly due to psychological reasons. Yasuki and Nuichiro guarded the foggy Tengu behind his back, and he said to Rakutengu, let me go with my head, or die here with me. What are you talking about? Aro Tengu's mockery became deeper. He activated the quirk, and changed the position of the foggy Tengu, and in half a breath, he had come to the back of Yasuki and Nuichiro. Yasuki and Nuichiro drew a sword and slashed at the key location of the Katengu, but the movement of the Katengu was even faster. He was just a quirk again and sent the Wutiangu to the front of the sword. This is a tit for tat between a breath. Yasuki and Nuichiro put away the tip of the sword abruptly, because of a gesture problem. He was cut with a long cut by the sword when closing the sword. I always think Yeyu's family is amazing. As a quirk, you are too brave. Ya Tiangu laughed. But being brave can sometimes kill people. Yasuki and Nuichiro did not answer Yadengu. He said to the Wutiangu, I don't know what you think now. If you want to die, tell me now. I will leave you behind immediately. But the Wutiangu, as long as you don't say it by yourself. He raised his sword and Yadengu confronted, just watch me die in front of you. Young master, your plan. Shut up. Yasuki and Nuichiro scolded. If you don't want to die, just leave me away. The quirk of Yadengu can only change the positions of people and people, although it is not clear whether the people he said include dead people. But so far, as long as one of the three people can entangle the Yadengu, it can create a chance for the other to escape. Yasuki and Nuichiro took a deep breath and slashed with a sword. Sonorous. Quanyu loaded the magazine in his hand and followed Stain's back cautiously through the alley. Stain didn't choose to rendezvous with Yasuki and Nuichiro, his task was only to protect Quanyu. He said. The woman seemed to be coming for you just now. Advertisement. Quanyu also understands, but he does not know the woman. I can only guess that they are related to the heroes they killed in the past few days. Heroes killer Stain looked around, and he saw a tattered little doll not far away. Quanyu next to him didn't notice that, he was checking his ammunition reserve. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Heroes killer Stain made a gesture, and he knew that Honghu had the ambition to be answered by someone on it. Qing Yuan, who was in charge of the response, saw the gesture, nodded, and let everyone start to work. The two girls left long ago. Only some old, sick and weak are left in the house. These people are all ambitious people, but they are different from other organizations. The basic masses of Honghu's ambition are not powerful people. Many of them are weak in this society, even with physical disabilities, quirks with serious defects, and non-quirks like Yasuki and Nuichiro. Qingyuan himself has no quirk. He looked at these old and sick people and bowed deeply, and said, please, everyone. There was silence all around. But everyone is smiling. Qingyuan opened the door for them and sent them out one by one. Downstairs, Stain led Quanyu to the corner. They were leaning against the wall, a bright light suddenly struck, and someone was talking. Did you see anyone? Someone pulled Quanyu in the dark, an elderly man. Quanyu looked at Stain and then looked at the old man. He was unwilling in his heart, but he had to admit that his current physical condition and current level could not be involved. When I get the things, I will fulfill my promise with the Villain Alliance. Tunbachi put away the blue liquid, with a snake head mask on his face. I'll confirm it last time. Did you kill them all? It's around here. He is the current leader of Zhoufeng and the leader who led Zhoufeng to rebel against Honghu's ambition. Stain pulled him and said, someone will pick you up later. He drew his sword, dropped Quanyu, and left alone. Where are you going? Quanyu shouted, what are you going to do? Stain. Pay attention to heroes killers. Those people are all Zhoufengji's professional heroes. Quanyu held his breath and quietly aimed at one of the 9 Phoenix heroes. Suddenly there was a loud blasting sound and the sound of fighting in front, followed by a very sharp child's cry. Advertisement. The car left the scene quickly, because the side effects caused by borrowing the quirk immediately swept the whole body after the spirit was relaxed. Quanyue was so weak that he actually fell asleep without knowing it. Can only leave. Quanyue gritted his teeth, he lowered his head and took his belongings into the car. Holding a mobile phone in her hand, Qing Yuan looked at the hot searches and various popular news on her mobile phone with a blank expression. He suddenly wanted to smoke, touched his pocket and was empty. The phone rang, and it came from the other side of the river. Well, how is the situation over there? But he is working hard to protect the innocent people. This incomplete live broadcast lasted for half an hour, just before the final camera damage. Everyone saw a familiar figure. This person is different from those in heroes' uniforms. He doesn't even have a decent combat suit, he only wears regular clothes. Kurogiri stood beside the deadwood hanger and did not speak. He has been wary of another man. The man was wearing Jofengji's black cover, and he was playing with a can of light blue liquid in his hand. In terms of Jofengji's internal name, this man should be called Baki, but more people are willing to add a word in front of him and call him Swallow Baki. The husky voice made a laugh. Xingyuan's hair was frightened. He grabbed the phone and checked the number to make sure it was Fengyi's. But the voice over there is male. Very good. Very good. Yu Honghu's ambition that trash Yeyu's family is too great. On the other end of the phone, the dead wood slammed the head of the girl who was stepping on the wind, and he smiled like a child. Really, you put one together, and Stain, the hero's killer. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Hero's killer Stain. In front of the live broadcast room, someone yelled, "It's Stain." A new trend began quietly, the new generation of dark heroes, the true justice of the city wandering Stain. The heat of Bozu City, the hero's killer once again appeared in front of everyone. He also missed a huge webcast. A live broadcast network celebrity famous for Night Travel Cities broadcast a video of heroes killing civilians tonight. The entire network caused a huge wave of discussions. The live broadcast room crashed 3 times in just 10 minutes. After 20 minutes, the major media received the news and began to suppress headlines, red lists and various individual user speeches. The hero's killer didn't answer them. He took the sword and slammed into the flames like he was mad.
5 Shish Chapter 141. Oh. You need to ask. Of course those disgusting guys are going to die. The dead handle wooden hanger deliberately let Qing Yuan on the other end of the phone hear what Qing Yuan said on the phone. He smiled, and Tunbaki next to him also smiled. Kurogiri didn't smile. He reached out and a group of Kurogiri appeared in the car. In the car, Quanyue was lying on the seat, and the side effects of borrowing quirk had not disappeared. Quanyue's mental state is not very good at the moment. The driver was silent, and Quanyue didn't speak either. This silence was broken by the appearance of Kurogiri. Pounds the fight is fast. It started very quickly, and it ended very quickly. Quanyue shivered and appeared in the darkness when he woke up from the confusion. What he saw was the driver who lost his head in the rearview mirror. When I saw the light again, Quanyue's neck was held down. The other person's neck grasping technique is very peculiar. Normal people grasp with 5 fingers together, but he will definitely raise his index finger and thumb. Quanyue was pinched tightly by him, coughed twice, and saw clearly the gray and wrinkled skin of this man. The dead handle wooden hanger was looking at Quanyue with excitement. He was excited not that Kurogiri caught people so soon, nor was it that Quanyue sent him to the door so quickly to die. He was excited that he could take care of this pesky guy by himself. Stopping Mew, stop, this is the child of the Spring Moon family. Kurogiri knew what he was thinking when he saw his expression. In a sense, the hanging hanger was actually very easy to understand. His thinking is like a child who has not grown up, just follow the child's thinking to understand. Kurogiri discouraged. Which person is this? Oh, you're right, you can't kill it yet, right? Shiga Sling promised this, but his hand movement did not ease at all. When I thought of this guy being protected by Inuichiro, I want to destroy him in particular, what should I do? Kurogiri looked helpless, he almost forgot this relationship. Quanyue kicked around with both hands and feet, clutching the arms of the dead handle wooden hanger with both hands, and rolled his eyes. Kurogiri hurriedly stepped forward and pulled the deadwood hanger away. What's the point of killing him? He could only follow the idea of the deadwood hanger. Think about it, even if you kill him now, what's the use of Inuichiro not seeing it? If you want to kill him in Inuichiro. Whether Yuzuki Inuichiro can come back alive or not is another matter, at least for now, he can keep Quanyue from being strangled to death by a deadwood hanger. The dead handle wooden hanger seemed to be such a thing. Isn't it more refreshing to strangle the person he fancy in front of Yuzuki Inuichiro, who is not happy with him, than killing him now? He said. Then tie him up. Tunbaki, who was standing aside, said, I'll do it. Tunbaki took out a snake from his sleeve. The snake in his hand was spitting out a snake letter, and his eyes were shining. The snake fell from Tunbaki's hand and quickly came to Quanyue's feet. Kacha! A sharp wind sword glided across the ground and chopped the snake into 2 petals. A breeze swept across the blood-stained Feng girl again. Her hands stretched out, her naked body was wrapped in wind and key parts were invisible. If her wind can cover her whole body in normal times, she can only cover some key parts now. The dead handle wooden hanger looked at the undead grasshopper and let out a weary tusk.
He was disgusted by these. Ants should die honestly. Don't get out of the way. The dead-handle wooden hanger didn't directly kill Quan Yu's anger at the beginning, and it just happened to be vending the wind girl at the moment. He quickly came to Feng Nu, who had been caught by villain before and was seriously injured. At this moment, he couldn't dodge and confronted the pale five fingers. Advertisement: hear the gunfire again. Quan Yu covered his throat and leaned against the ground, his barrel hot. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Kurogiri didn't react. He had checked it consciously. Quan Yu should have no weapons on him. Where did this gun come from? Because he thought that Quan Yu had lost all his fighting power, his attention was not put here at the beginning, and he missed the best opportunity to block. The dead-handle wooden hanger was shot in the arm. He stopped his attack on Feng Nu and turned his head to angrily at Quan Yu. Quan Yu coughed twice, apparently still in remission. As a qualified Tibetan spear user, you must ensure that you have a gun at all times. No matter where you are, you can't let yourself without a gun. This kind of guy really hinders my mood. Mu Hanger gave a pleasant smile. He gave up Feng Nu, but he didn't expect Feng Nu to play again. The wind blade in her hand moved towards the back of Death Emu's head. Kurogiri's incision appeared on Feng Nu's hand, and Feng blade also crooked. Feng Nu is not weak. Although her hands are blocked by Kurogiri, the wind is not controlled by her hands. Feng Nu's quirk is a windbreaker, and the wind is like clothes to her. Only a small squeak was heard from Feng Nu's mouth. The crooked wind made a bend in the air like being called, and returned to Feng Nu. Body. Quan Yu barely supported the ground to get up. The gun in his hand was held by the dead-handle wooden hanger, and it turned to mud in an instant. The quirk of the dead-handle wooden hanger. Collapse. Things that are touched by his five fingers will naturally collapse, which can be said to be a very powerful quirk. Quan Yu didn't expect the opponent's quirk to be so powerful. He was taken aback for a moment. It was this moment that the dead-handle wooden hanger's hand was about to press on the back of Quan Yu's head. Sang. The wind sword began to attack again. Kurogiri immediately used quirk to transfer the wind sword. But he predicted one thing wrong. The moment he shot the sword was not an attack. The moment the wind sword lost its target in the air and naturally returned to the wind girl, the wind sword wiped the face of the dead wood hanger and passed through Kurogiri's quirk and returned to the wind girl smoothly. As long as it is fast enough, it can be a real attack when returning to the sword. Damn it. The dead-handle wooden hanger was upset by the two people, and he decided to burn Quan Yu to death directly, leaving nothing else to do. But it was Feng Nu's sword that was faster than this. Kurogiri hurriedly moved the wind sword to various places, but if the living creatures were moved, as long as they were able to adjust their state after they came out, they could play a lot of role in killing the enemy. Base, Feng Nu was biting her tongue. Her mouth was red and she was obviously unable to bear it. There are transparent wind sword flying in the whole room. Swallow Baki is unmoved. The dead-handle wooden hanger becomes the key target of attack. Kurogiri is overwhelmed. There are wind sword everywhere. These wind sword will follow their own trajectory no matter where they are transferred. Attack. Advertisement can stop it. Feng Nu licked the small pouch of her back alveolar. She knew that this state would not last long, but thinking of what the young master said, Feng Nu stiffened her heart to bite off her pouch. The astringent blue liquid filled her mouth. If Quan Yu tastes this taste again, he will recognize it immediately. This is the semi-finished quirk potion he had drunk before. Boom! The house was opened, and a violent tornado spread from the ground to the sky. Wind girl quirk runaway. Kurogiri, the closest person to Feng Nu, was the first to be blown away. As a space department, he could only approach the dead-handle wooden hanger in a hurry and attempt to take the opponent away from the scene. But under the power of the powerful tornado, Kurogiri was slammed out by the wind before he even said a few words, hit the wall and was buried by a piece of gravel bricks. Tunbaki noticed something was wrong early, and he had retreated far away a second before the wind exploded. Quan Yu was turned over by the wind and shot on the wall. He fell to the ground, vomiting blood directly. Ahem. Quan Yu felt that his internal organs were about to be photographed. Lying on his back, Quan Yu tore his trouser legs, found a pistol and installed it. In the face of the powerful natural quirk, guns can play very little role, but it is better than nothing. Besides, Quan Yu, as a person who doesn't know how many times quirk ransacked, he can be said to be the person who knows quirk ransack best at the scene. The storm will not last long. This time is also an opportunity. On the periphery of the big river, all the police and the heroes waiting for news and timing looked at the location of the tornado. Needless to say, everyone knows something happened inside. Is there anyone in there? I don't know, we have been very strenuous just to clean the Nomu outside these days. Is there a super large Nomu? There are already heroes ready to enter the inside of the big river to see the situation. A huge tornado appeared for no reason, it is too strange to put it. If it was made by villain, it would have to be wiped out anyway. Yuzuki Inuichiro, who was still standing in front of the foggy Tengu with scars, also saw a huge tornado. The opposite Utengu said, "Do you want to continue?" "Go on." Yuzuki Inuichiro can still hold the sword, everything is in his plan. Chapter 142. Quan Yu took a look at the surrounding terrain. He should be on the second floor, with the wild woods and weeds outside. If he could jump down, he might get a glimmer of life. But all the windows here are sealed with iron bars, only one arm can be extended. Quan Yu himself knew that he couldn't break it, he wanted to expect the wind to blow away the iron bars. The chances were very small. On his left is the gate, and on the right is a corridor-like place. In fact, it's okay to go there. The problem is arrogance, and as long as Quanyue let go, he will either be hit by the flying furniture and rubble, or be filled by the violent wind. Quanyue tentatively fired a shot. He couldn't see if the bullet was blown away in the end, but he felt that he didn't shoot at all, and the sound of the bullet exploding out of the barrel was completely suppressed by the wind. In this case, I really can only blow myself up. Quanyue decided to go in the direction of the corridor. Maybe the wind would be a little bit smaller. He thought so. Quanyue squatted down, stabilized his weight, and slowly crawled towards the corridor. He had only walked a few steps before a wooden chair was shattered in front of him, and the wood dregs pierced Quanyue's face directly, causing him to close his eyes in pain. The snake's voice sounded in Quanyue's ear, and the cold thing hit Quanyue's arm, and the thing was circled and walked along the arm into the clothes. Quanyue sat down half-body, and he freed a hand to grab under his clothes. Bad luck. Quanyue whispered in his heart, and immediately noticed something was wrong. Is it really such a coincidence? In order to catch the snake, he took off his coat with one hand, revealing his scarred upper body. Above Quanyue, Tunbaki Snail dwells in the corner to avoid the strong wind. He remembers this child, the only heir of the Quanyue family. Speaking of Quanyue's wound, part of the wound was caused by Tunbaki himself. He still had blue potion in his pocket, his waist twisted like a snake, slowly avoiding the strong wind. Quanyue grabbed the snake's head. He had no experience in catching snakes, so naturally he couldn't hold 7 inches at once. At this moment, fighting with the snake, one hand is not enough, only 2 hands can come together. Tunbaki was behind Quanyue. He held his breath and suddenly became excited when he looked at the scar on Quanyue's back. This child is really alive and has grown to this age. According to the injuries of the ear, it should be impossible to survive. Even if it survives, it is probably disabled. Or to put it another way, how strong was the father of this child to keep his child alive? Tunbaki was very impressed by the scene. The father kept sending the wounds of the child to himself, using the pain of one life for another to ensure the inheritance of blood. Advertisement. He took out the blue liquid in his pocket and got closer and closer. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rumor has it that this semi-finished blue potion was specially made for someone at the beginning, but the raw materials used to make this potion are the blood of the Quanyue family and a strange mineral. But later this medicine was continuously improved and weakened, and finally became the quirk-enhancing medicine. Even if this is a legend, the big river incident that was hidden here 10 years ago is also related to the Quanyue family. Tunbaki remembered that the head of Honghu's ambitions at the time, the Yaoi family's patriarch, told him that he must capture the Quanyue family alive. What exactly does the Quanyue family have to make the Yaoi family want to pursue so persistently from generation to generation? Tunbaki's hand clasped Quanyue's neck abruptly and broke him back. Quanyue lost her weight and collapsed. Tunbaki poured the blue liquid into Quanyue's nose and mouth. Quanyue closed his mouth and held his breath. He shook his head hard to prevent this weird thing from entering his body. Although I don't know what it is definitely not a good thing at this time. Quanyue didn't care about the snake in his hand, and even the snake had broken free of his restraint and took 2 bites toward the tiger's mouth. Pounds. Quanyue finally exploded the snake's head with a single shot. His hands were freed, and he could deal with Tunbaki behind him at this moment. Tunbaki stepped on the ground, with the other foot resting on Quanyue's knee, gently pressing, causing Quanyue's knees to click, directly unloading the strength of his legs, forcing Quanyue to fall forward. All month, he immediately held the gun against the opponent's waist and fired a shot. The sound rang, and the barrel was hot, but Tunbaki didn't take any damage. His quirk is soft. You can freely change the softness of the body. When Quanyue shot, Tunbaki quietly mobilized that part of his muscles and achieved fine-tuning, just to make the bullet miss him. With his physical skills, Quirk Ryu can achieve precise control over the details. Advertisement. After Quanyue failed to shoot, the other body parts of Tunbaki were not idle. People who know how to do it can see that Tunbaki uses his body to lock all Quanyue's space for advance and retreat. The current Quanyue can be said to be held in the palm of his hand by Tunbaki. Except for the gun. It is inherently stupid to shoot randomly or expose the position of one's weapon without seeing the villain behind him clearly. But Quanyue couldn't help it. He felt that his body was getting hot, maybe part of the blue liquid flowing into the mouth and nose was working. The second quirk pain recall was activated, and the whole body fractured pain. Quanyue felt the opponent's legs lift up a little bit, and in this gap, he turned around and raised his feet to rush towards the opponent's abdomen, intending to kick the opponent out. Tunbaki immediately moved when he felt the abnormal body. Before Quanyue really touched him, he first flipped back and grabbed the ground. However, this back flip was not a full back flip, just the upper body left and left. Quanyue's contact. However, Tunbaki's feet were further on Quanyue's legs, pressing down hard, pressing down Quanyue's half-kicked legs. Compared to direct contact with hands, the lower body wearing pants and shoes is less vulnerable to attacks by suspected quirks. Tunbaki was sitting and lying on the ground now, Quanyue also sitting and lying up. They were leaning against the wall and fighting in the strong wind, and no one would let anyone leave first. Tunbaki put away half of the blue liquid in his hand. He avoided a shot from Quanyue and threw 2 snakes out of his hand. Pounds and pounds the blood mist was filled, and the snake fell between the 2. The tornado had begun to spread around them, and Quanyue felt that he was about to be unable to catch it. He saw the person on the opposite side trying to lean against the wall, hoping to increase stability. At the same time, neither of them would let go of their feet and hands. Who knows whether he will be thrown into the tornado by the opponent if he gives up. Chapter 143 Feng's Future, plus Winter Solstice Happiness. Feng Nu grew up in Honghu's ambition when she was a child. Her quirk Windbreaker, as the name suggests, is clothes made of wind. In her memory, because she couldn't control the quirk, she often let the wind tear her clothes to pieces, and appeared naked in front of everyone from time to time. Others only laugh at her, except for the young master. It's not your fault, it's just that your quirk is different from ours. The young master often persuades him like this, while putting on himself. From that moment on, Feng Nu decided to follow the young master with a warm smile. Like now. Crushing the high-concentration potion capsule prepared by the young master for him, destroying all the things related to the ambition of Honghu in the Big River. From the very beginning, they knew that the Nine Phoenix Club and the Villain Alliance had joined forces, and they had never thought about robbing what belonged to the ambitions of the Great River in the Dahe Dao. Their indicator is smashed. Smash it all. The ones that can be handled will be dealt with immediately, and the ones that can't be handled will be taken away by Jufeng and Villain Alliance. In the original plan of Yuzuki Inuichiro, he should come to replace Quanyue's place by himself, but in order to prevent this situation from happening, he had already talked to Feng Nu about a solution. Feng Nu turned around and made sure that nothing related to Honghu's ambition could be seen in this area. She tried to control the quirk, and tried to condense the quirk into a sword. It is 3 times more difficult to achieve precise control when the quirk is out of control. This also made Feng Nu tremble slightly when she took the sword, and she slowly cut through her arm while holding the wind sword in her hand. Quirk didn't control it for a while, and the wind sword suddenly lost control and cut a piece of meat off her arm. Feng Nu took a breath, and Quirk ran away even more uncontrollably. She knelt down and carefully sliced the cut meat, and found the chip inside. This chip was placed under her skin before the mission. If that time comes, give the chip to Quanyue. Advertisement. Feng Nu recalled what the young master said, and controlled Quirk to move in the direction where Quanyue was. The wind grew stronger and stronger, and a piece of paper wiped from Quanyue's side, cutting a scar on his ear. Quanyue curled himself up on the wall more carefully. Kong Dang the huge lathe was hit, although Quanyue and Tunbaki chose to relax their vigilance towards each other by coincidence. They watched the wall that sheltered them were smashed by the lathe, and the dust and rubble fell on the 2 people. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue's hair immediately turned gray. He coughed twice and could hardly open his eyes in the strong wind. Various heavy objects began to hit where they were, and Tunbaki no longer cares about Quanyue. He used his quirk to avoid all kinds of fatal injuries. He crawled on the ground and moved hard to move outside. Quanyue is holding his gun. Kong Dang a production machine was nailed to the ground, just blocking part of the wind for Quanyue. Judging from the location of Quanyue, it seems that this machine was specially dropped from above, and half of the machine was in the soil. It doesn't matter who it is, Quanyue can only squat in a place where there is little wind. He finally realized the terrible extent of Quirk's runaway. Although everyone has a quirk in this era, few people have a quirk that can reach the level of natural disasters. Even if there is, it is just a nirvana in one move. How can it be compared with the lethality of such a supernatural disaster that lasted for almost half an hour? Quanyue guessed whether a similar quirk runaway would produce massive damage, but this is not a question he wants to study. Not only pass through Million, but there are also several heroes that can walk from the ground together. They didn't know that when Yayan said the news, the leader of Jufeng Tunbaki and Honghu's ambitious Qing Yuan also got the news at the same time. Who doesn't have their own source of information these years? Qing Yuan took a breath, knowing that he should calm down at this time. But thinking that these children who grew up watching themselves will encounter unexpected events, I still feel more panic and melancholy. He still wants to leave. Passage Million has not been directly rescued inside the river. Before Heroes saves people, he will make some preparations. He is now holding a map of the original Big River. The map can only be taken in shorthand to facilitate the passage of Million to search and rescue the most likely places. However, not much information was given, and Yayan couldn't tell what was going on. Advertisement Qing Yuan knelt down and picked up the 2 little loli, rubbed their beards on their cheeks, and said, "Yeah. Investigation is the main thing." Yayan ordered. "Find the center of the tornado as much as possible." "I know all the news I got here." Just now Yayan saw part of the future with his quirk, and he saw a naked woman. Being injured by her own windblade, her ability seemed to burst out through the skin, and the whole person was on the verge of collapse. "Uncle, we are ready. The tornadoes are still expanding in the periphery of the Big River. However, it is not starting to expand from the center, but expanding according to the number. There is a certain distance between each tornado, and the whole situation can only be seen clearly from a distance." Yayan pushed his glasses. They shouldn't have their turn to take care of the Dahe Dao incident, but the impact of the incident has reached the point where it has to be taken care of. He only saw a woman's hand sticking out from the wind, and the wind sword scratched the woman's hand. Within a moment, there were bloodline and sword marks on the woman's arm. She did not shrink from the pain, but continued to pass her hand over and said, "Here you are." Quanyue grabbed the wall with one hand and tried to reach out to get it. The opponent puts the clenched fists on Quanyue's palm, and after confirming that the two are close together, he releases his hand and leaves quickly. Quanyue held it. He felt that this thing was only the size of a knuckle, and it seemed to be a chip. He just wanted to open the palm of his hand to make sure. A green thing suddenly sprang out from Quanyue's left side, and took the chip away in one bite.
Me. Me too. Two twins, Kangmu Voodoo and Kangmu Deku, Lolita clutching Qingyuan's clothes, said, "Are you going to Fang Yi's sister?" FCK. Quanyue later realized that it was a snake that had taken the chip in his hand. Who else will play snakes besides Toonbaki? Quanyue didn't know when this guy placed another snake near him. He decisively shot the snake, but unfortunately only hit the middle part of the snake. Quanyue himself didn't know where the snake went. Hey, Quanyue knelt down, sighing helplessly. They can only pray that everything is in the young master's plan. But before Quanyue thought about how to go, a strong wind hit his face and knocked his head directly against the wall. Quanyue felt the blood drip. A voice floating in the wind in front of him intermittently said, this, for you. The voice came from the wind, but because the wind was too thick, Quanyue couldn't hear it very clearly. Chapter 144. Cunningham Lanceolata has been paying attention to the progress of the Big River event. There was a huge tornado near the Big River. Please remember to take refuge, and pay attention to safety in the near future. Most of the things shown on TV have been deleted, such as the Big River incident, which is all pushed to the so-called dark forces. But as far as the news is from the first cold letter. The government began to put pressure on the matter, and the police began to cooperate closely with Heroes to start operations, and all major Heroes offices sent manpower to support it. And among the underground forces, the Honghu Ambition Force he was in a time of crazily destroying evidence. The Villain Alliance, which is said to have the support of the Dark Emperor, teamed up with the notorious Jufeng to snatch some things about Dehedao medicine. Cunningham Langshin looked upset at the information on the table. He and Quanyue's brother-in-law Izumi Nagasaki experienced the Great River event together. 10 years ago, Dahedao was a famous underground medicine sales market. In the memory of Cunningham Langshin, they got information from their superiors and went to Dahedao to search for illegal medicines. During the drug search, they clashed with a group of suspected drug dealers. Vendors have used quirk to attack the police, but once the police use the quirk, they will be reported. If they are confirmed to be true, they will lose their jobs. There were many injuries to the police, and Izumizuki Nagasaki was the only person who dared to use quirk at the time. Naturally became the key target of the attack. It sounds like nothing is abnormal. However, after thinking about it carefully, Langshin always found that something was wrong. For example, they immediately notified the nearby Heroes office when they discovered that the other party was using a powerful quirk, but until the death of Izumaki Nagasaki, no Heroes came to the scene. For example, if they carried a legal search warrant and were chased by illegal traders, would Dahedao really be a hawking market with such powerful people as guards? Why are those people a deadly killer move? After the Great River incident a dozen years ago, it was not announced to the public, and all the information was strangely blocked. If it is not announced to anyone, even Cunningham Lang will not be able to get the truth of the year by relying on its status. The information in his hand still comes from the downright ambition of Honghu. Statistics show that Dahedao 10 years ago was a key factory for Honghu's ambition to illegally produce pharmaceuticals. The pharmaceuticals they produced did not have any quality assurance and legal certification, but the factory had the certification. It has been a local taxpayer for several consecutive years. In order to protect the economy, the municipal government where Dahedao is located acquiesced in the existence of illegal factories. At the same time, the pharmacy produced by the factory began to emerge from the underground market. The ace product of the year was a quirk-enhancing medicament. After confirming the stability of the medicine, the government intends to negotiate with the person in charge of the factory with a legal certificate. The head of the factory at that time was now the father of Yuzuki Inuichiro, the former Honghu ambition to be a family member. He rejected the government's coercive and benevolent temptation to make a very absurd request, to send him a living Heroes family from the Quanyue family. The next step is what happened to Langshin. Advertisement. The government placed Izumaki Nagasaki, the only descendant of the Izumaki family they had at the time, in a police squad and sent them to the river in the name of a mission. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In fact, it is a transaction that belongs to the rights and interests of money. It's just that the thing about this transaction is his most happy and most guilty friend. There was a knock on the door. Shan Langshin took a look, and the people outside the door walked directly in. They carried guns and said, "Is this Mr. Shan Langshin?" The information related to Dahedao was still spread out on the table. Shannon Langshin didn't panic at all. He asked, "Who sent you here?" "Now we are arresting you for stealing important state secrets and inciting public opinion." The gunman walked directly to Shan Langshin, grabbing his hand and preparing to handcuff him. Cunningham Langshin hid for a while. He looked around and found the security of his building among the crowd. In the eyes of the onlookers, Cunningham Langshin suddenly smiled. He said, "I am Cunningham Langshin. Kill them." When everyone couldn't touch their heads, the security guard of the building suddenly shot at him. Front villain shot. For a time the scene was extremely chaotic. Cold letter, quirk, instruction. Although his quirk has a long incubation period of effect, it will have incredible effects at critical times. For example, he just used the password, "I am Langshin," to activate a broad command that has been lurking in the minds of security guards for 3 years. "I ask you to do what you do." Close black lens bracket. Amidst the chaos on the ground, Shan Langshin suddenly thought of a question. Why did the Honghu ambition of the year have to get the Quanyue family's direct line? Now the only Quanyue family's direct lineage feels ridiculous. Advertisement Quanyue has no idea what to do, mainly because he doesn't know who is outside. Is it heroes or villain before? Or the weird woman who gave herself chips in the wind? It is terrible to do anything without knowing anything. He was confused in his mind, wondering why he came to such a place when he was only 15 years old. Why would I run around in such a place when I was only 15? But then I thought that he had killed people when he was 15, and his hands were not very clean. Quanyue calmed down again. He was holding his gun, and it felt like he had a backbone. These days, he often realizes that he is in two states when he is holding a gun and when he is not holding a gun. Quanyue with a gun will kill. Quanyue without a gun will save people. Suddenly, Quanyue realized that he was getting further and further away from the dream of becoming a hero in the first place. This panic and consciousness reached its peak the moment he saw other professional heroes emerging from the ground. Quanyue subconsciously wanted to refuse the other party's assistance. He wondered if his identity would be exposed, what he and Yuzuki Inuichiro did, and how to explain his presence here. Why was it targeted by villain? Passing Million was the first to find Quanyue. He carefully controlled his position so that he would not be blown away by the strong wind. As always, he smiled brightly and said, "It's okay, I'm here." But Quanyue didn't look at him, but backed away. He was like a hedgehog curling himself up, and no one except Yuzuki Inuichiro could believe it. In other words, after killing several heroes in a row, can anyone trust professional heroes unconditionally? More deadly, Quanyue listened to what Yuzuki Inuichiro said bad things about heroes. For example, many heroes actually have private transactions with crimes. On the scene, they are acting for the public. In private, heroes shake hands with crimes. What Quanyue didn't know was that what Yuzuki Inuichiro was talking about was Jufeng, a well-known scum organization in the heroes industry. The rest of heroes are not like this. Kong Dang smashed a piece of house roof from above the tornado. Careful! Passing Million yelled. He rushed to Quanyue to move the opponent to a safe place, but faced the pitch-black muzzle. Boom! Chapter 145 Quanyue, you changed the sparks of the explosion, the falling roof, the fists flashing in front of his eyes. Quanyue slammed up, a cold sweat behind him. Someone is talking outside. Quanyue listened for a while, and he discerned that it was the professional heroes who stunned him in the storm. Quanyue was lying on a camp bed, covered with a bedding. He touched his whole body and found that his clothes had been changed, and now there was nothing left. He looked around, quietly climbed out of the bed and walked to the simple baffle in the middle to listen. Outside, Tongxing Million said, "How is the situation outside?" The voice of heroes who was talking to him made Quanyue feel familiar, but he didn't remember who it was for a while. He said, "The storm has just stopped for an hour, and there are already people who want to go in and organize rescues. It's a bit too anxious to go now. No one can say if it will be the same as before, just stop suddenly and wait for a while to erupt again." Quanyue heard that they were talking about the storm in the big river, and it seemed that some people thought this. It is caused by a person's quirk. Everyone even prefers that this is a natural disaster created by evil organizations illegally. A person's quirk can reach the point of a natural disaster, which is a bit shocking for this legal heroes society. If everyone can quirk outrageously, the crime rate and casualty rate in this society will increase substantially. Speaking of it, something hidden. Tongxing Million patted his hand on the table bitterly, his eyes full of regret. I didn't expect Yin would die like this. Heroes trader salted mouth fish. Quanyue confirmed after hearing it. He is the hidden senior who he knows. He didn't expect that the other party would still be implicated in your own Yin senior. He covered his mouth and prepared to retreat to the bed. An octopus's tentacles broke through the obstacle, rolled Quanyue's waist, and the whole person squeezed between the baffle and the baffle. It's you? Tianxiwan looked at Quanyue, who was covered with scars, and put down the opponent. He turned his head and said to Passing Million, "This is the schoolboy I told you about." While talking, the eclipse ring retracted the tentacles. He and Tongxing Million were originally internships outside the school. Tongxing Million was dispatched to rescue people inside the storm because of quirk, and he was responsible for the evacuation of ordinary people with most of the heroes. They are gathering here now. One is because they happen to be in the same area, and the other is the professional hero's license of the hidden senior was found in Quanyue's clothing. That is to say, you are in the same junior high school as Senior Yin. Quanyue was sent back to the camp bed by two seniors from the same school. He asked, "The storm has stopped outside." "Well, the storm has stopped," Tongxing Million said with a serious face. "The two of us are still friends in junior high school, but Yin moved back to his hometown in the third year of junior high. He is a great classmate and well, it's a great heroes." Quanyue looked at the opponent's clenched fists and breathed a sigh of relief. The other party is a friend of Yin Senior High School, and he is also a third-year senior in UA High School. No matter what, he wouldn't be the kind of rubbish heroes he once encountered. Thinking that Senior Yin passed away because of himself, Quanyue was also full of guilt. Advertisement. The eclipse ring doesn't go around, he said. Although I don't know how you came to the river, you seem to be involved in some very troublesome things. Since Chingsong City, someone has been targeting you. Do you know why? Quanyue knows that these are actually two groups of people. In Chingsong City, Shonkoyu said that he wanted to give him some exercise, but in fact he wanted to kill himself. I haven't even heard of the place named Dahidao. According to his existing information, it is speculated that it should be related to the news of Yasuki Inuichiro. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Thinking of Yasuki Inuichiro, Quanyue lowered his head and grasped the bedding a little worried. He has not forgotten that Yasuki Inuichiro has no quirk.
Even if he knew a little bit of fist and kick, he gave him a gun. Are you okay? Someone outside was yelling to Pass Million. Pass Million agreed. He shook his hand in front of Quanyue and cared. Where is it uncomfortable? Quanyue just lost his mind, smiled awkwardly and watched Pass Million left. Only Tianshuan and Quanyue were left in the room. After a moment of silence, Tianshuan said a word. Gun. Quanyue was cold all over and didn't speak, he just confronted the celestial eclipse ring. For Quanyue, the biggest difference between Tianshuan and Tongxing Million is whether there is a sharpshooter teacher who has studied for a period of time. Quanyue still remembers that when he first learned about firearms, Tianshuan Sr. was still his shooting sparring partner. The opponent knows best what gun he is best at and what range he is best at. The gun was taken from the school, right? Only 3 people had the keys to the gun room and training ground. Quanyue, Tianshuan, and the marksman teacher. Tianshuan said, I think the price of guns on the black market is something that students born in orphanages cannot afford. Yasuki Inuichiro is also very poor, as can be seen from where the other party lives. How could Quanyue let the other party pay to buy firearms? He took the guns from the school without fake, but the ammunition was really bought from the black market. The money for buying bullets wiped out his 15 years' worth. You should know that in Chingsong City, it was the marksman teacher who approved the franchise application for him. But after returning to school, Quanyue did not return the guns. Instead, he relied on the application to refurbish the old and took some of the guns. If you really want to count, the guns Quanyue gave up and damaged in the battle are a sky-high price he can't compensate. Looking at Quanyue's expression, Tianshuan knew that he was really right. Advertisement. He didn't know what to say. After all, the opponent was a junior who trained with him from the beginning. Although he was in the treatment department, he did not give up shooting training. Tianshuan also expressed expectations for the opponent's nirvana. Boy, you really let me down. Tianshuan said, I didn't expect you to be such a person. The gun room is the property of the school, and Quanyue appeared in the river with the gun stolen from the school. The current big river is stared at by countless pairs of eyes. As long as people pay attention to this and make use of it, Yue may be given another hat. Quanyue lowered his head, he didn't know who he was in the eclipse ring. He doesn't care who he is anymore. Tianshuan couldn't see Quanyue's expression clearly. He hated iron and steel and said, You do this kind of thing, brother Quanyue, you will regret it one day. Regret? Are you regretting it? Did he regret what he did before? Quanyue asked himself since Yasuki Inuichiro led him to kill the so-called heroes, he had no regrets. After each murder, he closed his eyes and saw the corpses of his parents all over his body. It was evidence that Inuichiro found the other side to torture his parents and planned to devour the property of the Quanyue family. Regret it. This is my business, does it have anything to do with the senior? Tianshuan turned his head and looked at Quanyue. He felt that there was a big gap between this and the junior brother he saw when school started. There is even a feeling of 2 people. What else does he want to say? 2 men in police uniform walked outside the door. They were holding the arrest warrant. As Quanyue here, could you please come with us? Chapter 146 Police Interrogation. Happy Christmas Eve. Quanyue knew the taste of handcuffs for the first time. Even if Tianshuan tried to stop him, the police forcefully took Quanyue away. Now only one person, one table and one lamp pierced Quanyue's eyes. His mask was taken off earlier, and the police looked at his face carefully and asked, how did this face hurt? Beihai Car Corpse case. The recording policeman stopped writing and looked at the questioning officer. This case is so famous. They quietly wrote, mental state test, and mental health test, on the paper. After arranging the 2 tests, the 2 police officers showed Quanyue a group photo. The 2 boys in the photo are wearing police uniforms. The boy on the left has a bright smile and handsome appearance. It is a proper male number 1 in the TV series. He deliberately twisted the hat of the boy on the right. The boy on the right is much more ordinary, belonging to the typical passerby look. After being pranked by the boy on the left, he stared back viciously. Do you know these 2 people? Quanyue shook his head. The other party took out a new photo of a man in a suit and leather shoes, with a plain appearance. He said, what about this? Quanyue had an impression of this person. The other party gave him fruit baskets and cards for a long time, and one day he told him about his uncle. But the name is not very clear. So he also shook his head. This man came to see you when you were in the hospital. One of the police officers even gave the exact time, hospital name and ward number. He said, he should stay in there for a while. What did he tell you? Quanyue said vaguely, something related to my uncle. Did you mention the place named Ahidao? Advertisement. Quanyue shook his head, alert in his heart. Fear that these policemen knew that they had killed 3 heroes, and at the same time wondered what the policeman wanted to ask. What does this man have to do with him? Or what is the relationship with his uncle? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The 2 police officers took a look and recorded it for the time being. They asked, why did you appear at the center of the Great River Storm? Quanyue sat himself in the car truthfully, and was caught by a group of Kurogiri in the center of the big river. He himself felt that this piece could be said, after all, no matter where he looked from it, he really had nothing to do with that group of Kurogiri. The police took this down. Quanyue didn't know what the other party was, but they knew it. Kurogiri might be from the villain alliance. Did you have contact with the people of Villain Alliance in the USJ incident? According to the information learned from Ua High School, Quanyue is the only student in the whole grade who has all the information of the normal class and the heroes class. Quanyue didn't know what the two police officers meant when they asked this. He has been focusing on revenge recently, and what the Villain Alliance is completely out of his consideration. Quanyue shook his head. Little did he know that his shook his head was a little more suspicious in the eyes of the two policemen. From what they knew, Quanyue was the only student who was taken away by Villain at the beginning of the game. No one even knew where Quanyue went in the middle of the game. When Quanyue appeared again, he appeared on the stage in an incredible state. After obtaining the SUJ hospitalization test from the hospital and comparing them with the related data of the Big River in their early years, Quanyue probably took illegal drugs from the Big River. Who gave it to him? When was it given to him? None of these can be found. What can't be found is the most doubtful. They began to talk about some weird questions, such as, do you know how to use a gun? What kind of gun do you use? When you asked for leave, you said that you went to Chingsong City to experience the workplace. Is it related to training? Advertisement. Quanyue jumped and talked a little, while the rest passed vaguely, or remained silent completely. The more he did this, the more suspicious he was in the eyes of the police. If it was Quanyue before, maybe he would trust the police and heroes 100%, asking what to answer, what to say, what to do. At that time, he was in the orphanage and a part of the police sheltered him because of his uncle, but at this moment no one suspiciously helped him. No one helped Quanyue, and naturally no one told him a very fatal news. Fu Lengxin directly launched the Quirk instruction with a part of government officials and armed police forces to stand on their own, and occupied the TV station. Radio and television stations publicly stated that they would establish a Quirk Self-Defense Association, and pointed out that the police and government violent agencies should be given the right to use Quirk. The inside of the government has been torn in half by the smashed cannon of the Fur Cold Letter. Some urban districts have privately promulgated and implemented the Quirk Self-Defense regulations, publicly supporting the Quirk Self-Defense remarks. The remaining part of the people who firmly oppose Quirk's self-defense are the interest departments closely related to the heroes industry. They put forward the Quirk Beast, saying that Quirk is a beast in human nature, unless it is an excellent person like heroes who can master Quirk. Using Quirk, the implementation of Quirk self-defense on a large scale will only release the beast in the hearts of the masses. Sure enough, the government has taken action. Qing Yuan stared at the computer, and his computer showed red dots one after another. These red dots are all Honghu's liaisons in different places. The red dots are densely distributed throughout Japan. All Might should have appeared. Kangmu Voodoo was pale, and behind her stood 3 dead heroes. If Quanyue were here, he would find that these 3 were professional heroes shot by himself and killed by Yasuki Inuichiro. Her sister Karaki Deku stood side by side with her face turned blue. They dialed a phone call. Ding ding ding. Yasuki Inuichiro covered the wound, he took a breath and let Wu Tiangu hand over the phone. Young master, Feng Nu might not have delivered the things. Qing Yuan said. Which plan should be implemented next? Yasuki Inuichiro gritted his teeth and put away the sword. Yadengu was ordered to evacuate. Wu Tiangu's mood has not yet eased. A3 plan. Yasuki Inuichiro didn't talk nonsense, and asked himself the question he cared most, where is Quanyue now? Being taken to the police station, the people on our side are still staring. Police station. Yasuki Inuichiro coughed twice, and he vomited all over his body. Wu Tengu came over to wipe him in a panic, but Yasuki Inuichiro stopped him. He said, Fog Tiango, go and bring Feng Nu back. Qingyuan, you can tell the police a little bit of wind. I want to see the results I want to see. Chapter 147. After meeting the ghost. Quanyue drank several cups of tea at the police station, until the other party wrote all the white paper on the front and back, and their conversation was considered to be over. However, they did not release Quanyue. Instead, they let him stay in the police station overnight. It was Nara's sister who gave him some clothes and quilts. Sister Nara. Quanyue was a little surprised. He hadn't returned to the orphanage for almost 2 months. Seeing Sister Nara at this moment, she was not a bit rusty to feel a joy. Sister Nara's eyes were red, and she seemed to be crying. She wiped her tears and said, you are going to scare us to death. She was talking about us, and Quanyue guessed that Granny Cat must have lost her temper. Mother-in-law was so angry that she dropped a tea set. She will send you to the US anyway this time. Nara May persuaded, you too, why do you go where there is danger? Quanyue did not speak. Some things are not something he is willing to provoke. But this time, he provoked most of it himself. If he didn't kill the professional heroes on the day of the games, he wouldn't get mixed up with Yasuki Inuichiro, and he wouldn't cooperate to kill a few heroes later. He did these things himself. Even if the cat mother tried to beat and scold him, he would not stop. Quanyue didn't want to tell Sister Nara about these things. He said dryly, I'm fine. Sister Nara sighed and didn't force it. She confessed a few more words to Quanyue, and left at the urging of the police. Quanyue took the clothes, rummaged in his pockets, and found nothing. He was in the same place as the room he had when he woke up, a camp bed, the simplest table and chair, and a baffle to protect privacy. Someone was watching from outside. There was no way to do anything now. Quanyue thought about putting on the quilt and sleeping with his head covered. He wasn't very sleepy yet, and turned over, feeling heavy on his back. Quanyu tried to pull the quilt off, but his fingers seemed to be frozen and couldn't straighten out. The legs were stuck to the bedboard in a daze, feeling the skin sticking to them. Quanyu could hear his breathing, and he felt someone watching him in the narrow bed. Quanyu's hairs are all up. The bed was not completely black, because the light in the room was not turned off, and some fuzzy outlines could be seen inside. Quanyu couldn't move his head, he could only open his eyes and slowly turn his eyes over. He saw a face. A face covered with blood and eyes closed. It is also a face Quanyu has seen, his brother-in-law Izumi Nagasaki. Outside the police rushed to pull out the gun, they saw Quanyu the quilt aside, the people turned down from the bed. What's wrong? A policeman stepped forward to help Quanyu up. Quanyu turned pale, he threw off the policeman's hand and said, "Go away." What happened to you? Advertisement. Quanyu stood up from the ground by himself, and he cursed. Go away. Go away. Go away. Like a ghost press, his dead uncle suddenly appeared in the bed. Coupled with the interrogation just now, Quanyu's bad temper has been completely exposed by the tight nerves that has been going on. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The police looked at each other, they didn't know what happened. One of them looked at Quanyu with a look wrong and called the doctor. Quanyu just needs a short vent, there is no way to calm down for a while. He did not refuse the doctor's examination. What did you see? Has anyone ever done psychological hypnosis to you? Quanyu answered one by one, the doctor gave him sleeping pills and turned and left. In the vagueness, he heard the doctor say to the police. It is better to find a psychiatrist, maybe something is wrong. It was a little irritated. I have no problem. Before Quanyu could say this, the doctor's sleeping pills worked. He lay groggy on the sofa, wrapped in a blanket and fell asleep. In his dream, he came to the old house of Quanyu's house. Xiao Yi. Quanyu. Father Quanyu Chengsuo eagerly came up and grabbed Quanyu's arm and said, "Did you see your uncle?" Grandpa stood aside and pulled off the anxious Quanyu Cheng's lock. He said to Quanyu, "Xiao Yi, did you see it?" Quanyu sighed. He was really frightened at first. After calming down, he thought it was 80% with him. There is a relationship in the dream. Sure enough, he sat down and told the truth about what he saw, including the fact that he was taken away by the police for interrogation. The elders listened quietly and exchanged glances. The ancestor shook his head and said to Xiao Yi, I will trouble you to bring the person back this time. If your uncle does not come back within 3 days, we will never see him again. Your uncle has a friend called Fu Lengxin, and his quirk is instruction. The ancestor said, your uncle is physically dead, but the soul is still there. This soul is still because of my quirk, dead souls. Quanyu couldn't understand it again. What does the old ancestor have to do with my uncle? Advertisement. Is there something wrong with my uncle? Although Quanyu hasn't seen a living uncle much, he understands that his relatives are all kind and will not hurt himself. Father gritted his teeth and said, it's not. Xiao Yi is a bit complicated to talk about this matter. The old ancestor sat in front of the window, and he remained silent. There was a strange wood scent burning in the room. At first it smelled a little uncomfortable, but after getting used to it, it got better. Quanyu looked at his anxious father, his grandfather who hated iron and steel, and his indifferent ancestors, and asked, what happened? I did see my uncle today. Xiao Yi, you find your brother-in-law back. Father Quanyu Chengsuo and brother-in-law are twins, so being brothers are naturally the most worried. There was hatred and anger on his face, the fur coldly believes that you must kill that guy. The ancestor frowned and said, just bring people back. Don't cause trouble. My quirk appeared after death. The ancestor smiled bitterly. After I die, as long as my direct descendants are still alive, I will live as a dead soul. Similarly, if I want to, I can let me the descendants of the dead live as undead. The premise is that they cannot run too far by themselves. You are the last heir of our Quanyu family. I also know the child of the fur cold letter. The old ancestor said. As long as the seeds planted by his quirk are carefully irrigated, they will one day become a big tree in the sky. Once successful, it will be higher than instinct. The old ancestor brought Quanyu to his side and said, let him touch you, as long as we touch you, we can take him home. He paused, touching Quanyu's face as if he was much older, and said, Xiao Yi, protect yourself. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Quanyu looked at the old house of Quanyu. He didn't find the shadow of his uncle. He thought it was the old ancestor who said, run too far. What am I going to do? Quanyu thought of the face of Uncle Bloodline Madara in the bed, feeling a little timid. He still mustered up the courage to ask if it was a matter of his family. Old ancestor. If it weren't for that guy, would Nagasaki lose his qualifications to become a heroes? Will he eventually die in the Dahei Dao? Father retorted, if it is me who survives, I must kill that guy. Quanyu got it. His brother-in-law is looking for Shan Lengxin. The ancestor threw a blank piece of paper into the incense burner and said, Xiao Yi, do you remember what I told you last time? Everyone's quirk has its own characteristics, it's not that you can't ask for it. Chapter 148. The details of what happened in the Big River are still not announced. In the news, the pot is still attached to the head of the villain alliance. After Quanyu woke up, he was told that he could leave, but he still had to report where he was going to the police station. It seems that he is now on some sort of list in the police station. Quanyu was still ignorant of the specific list. He got in the car and became more silent than before. Sister Nara took his hand and felt very distressed. As a woman, she played a maternal role after Quanyu was 5 years old. Quanyu now reminds her of when the child first arrived at the orphanage. Covered with scars, he didn't want to say anything. Xiao Yi, if you feel uncomfortable, please talk to your sister. Sister Nara kindly persuaded that she used her own quirk when she was talking. Although the quirk is a powerful rifle, it can make people calmer. A bit. Quanyu was thinking about the things the elders had explained, and the things about Yasuki and Nuichiro. I didn't care about Naramai's words at all. Narame couldn't help it, she took Quanyu back to the orphanage. As soon as she arrived at the orphanage, she was faced with Granny Cat's roar, "Where did you go?" From the workplace internship in Chingsong City, Quanyu's actions were not within the control of Granny Cat. No, it may be earlier. From the time Quanyu decided to apply for the school with Granny Cat on his back, Quanyu has been out of control of Granny Cat. Granny Cat's entire face twisted together. Do you know what your own situation is now? Do you know how I felt when the police came to me and said you were in the Deheidao? Quanyu was thinking about her own business all over her head, and she didn't even think about the words of Granny Cat. Do you think you have grown up? Quanyu, you are only 15 years old now, and your quirk is not completely recoverable. I shouldn't have expected you to become a heroes, you just need to be safe and secure. Just be an ordinary person. I don't have to be heroes now. Quanyu came back and roared, stop talking. He felt a lot of things thrown on him. From the beginning of the workplace internship in Chingsong City, hunting down, revenge, the appearance of people who were suspected of family feuds, and the hunting of professional heroes. Finally, he was even taken to the police station. Quanyu did not even understand what was involved in it. He just wanted to take revenge with Yasuki and Nuichiro now. Advertisement. Put aside something else. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Granny Cat never thought that Quanyu would snarl at herself so fiercely. She was not that kind of weak woman. She immediately cursed back, you are not happy to say a few words about you. Yes, I wanted you to be heroes before. I haven't let you be heroes now. You just want to be a heroes. You don't want to, you just think I can't do it. Quanyu ran up the stairs and said, I am 15 years old, I am not 5 years old. After the rush of running, Quanyu slammed the door shut. Sister Nara caught up, knocked on the door and twisted the handle, Xiao Yi, Xiao Yi. Granny Cat was also furious downstairs, Yi. Leave him alone, come down. Mother-in-law, Narame said helplessly, Xiao Yi just came back. What happened to him when he came back? Oh, I provided him with a high cost of treatment, tried my best to run an orphanage for him, adopted him, and let him live well to 15 years old. I even begged him to become Isn't It Possible for Heroes. I've only asked for it this way. Have I forced him to do anything? The cat mother took a long breath, sure enough, he's all grown up. Narame sighed. She understood that the orphanage was built to adopt Quanyu from the beginning. In recent years, Quanyu said that he did not enjoy the emotional life of a normal family child, but there is no shortage of food and clothing. Granny Cat is not good at communicating with children, and she is responsible for many things. Let them both calm down. Narame thought, maybe she will be better by the time she finishes eating. It wasn't until the dinner was really eaten that she didn't respond to any calls that Narame realized that something was wrong. She found the master key from her room and opened the door. Quanyu's room was empty and the windows were open. There are a few clothes missing in the cupboard. Yes. What's wrong with you, Quanyu? Quanyu paused after applying the medicine. He asked Yasuki and Nuichiro, do you remember when you took me to kill? Why are you here? Yasuki and Nuichiro didn't know what expression he would put on. He saw Quanyu still carrying a small bag in his hand. He twitched his mouth twice and poured a glass of water for Quanyu. It's all right, I'll do it myself. Yasuki and Nuichiro took the medicine from Wu Tengu's hand, and laughed. If you meet him again next time. Forget it, if I haven't said it. Advertisement. Quanyu stood outside. Quanyu put the bag on the ground, picked up the medicine and smelled it and said, can I live with you this time? Yasuki and Nuichiro was confused. He put the sword near the door and let Quanyu in. It is 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, and some stores have begun to close, and the lights have dimmed. Quanyu ran away. What will happen afterwards? Asked Yasuki and Nuichiro. You are really a bit weird, Quanyu. The change is so great. Suddenly, Quanyu seemed to be turned on, and became a bit extreme without warning. The speech has become sharper. Quanyu did not answer. He said, are you injured? The foggy dog was also uncomfortable. He wanted to say something when there was a knock on the door downstairs. Yasuki and Nuichiro held the sword in his hand, and Wu Tiangu silently held the chainsaw in his hand. Yasuki and Nuichiro gave the foggy Tengu a color, and the foggy Tengu flashed and disappeared into the room with Fengnu. Yasuki and Nuichiro put a coat on himself, and he quietly leaned on the door to listen to the sound, and opened a gap. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Quanyu glanced around the room. There were still uncleaned bandages on the floor, and the medicine lid on the cabinet was not closed. There was a smell of medicine in the room. Quanyu said, you are injured. The Wushan dog was aggrieved, sorry young master. Yasuki and Nuichiro was caught off guard by this. If he wasn't sure that Quanyue didn't know anything, he wanted to send Quanyue away now. Did something happen? Yasuki and Nuichiro asked with concern. Quanyue, you can talk to me about any trouble you have. Yasuki and Nuichiro nodded and asked, I'm okay. What happened to you? Quanyue, you seem to be something wrong. Quanyue couldn't tell what was wrong with him. He asked Yasuki and Nuichiro to take off his coat and put it on his own. Give him medicine while telling Nuichiro what happened after the separation. Speaking of being fed sleeping pills by the doctor at the end, I stopped when I fell asleep. It was about his own plan, and Yasuki and Nuichiro had to be cautious. In the same city, Yeiyu Kenichiro nestled in his small room, and Wudiongu helped him disinfect and change the ointment. Feng Nu was lying on the bed, covered with a quilt. The Wushin dog started a little harder, and Yasuki and Nuichiro took a deep breath, patted the opponent's hand off, and cursed, will you do it? Chapter 149 Complete Trust. Quanyue's killing refers to the three heroes. Unlike during the games, these three heroes were killed by Yasuki Inichiro with Quanyue. Quanyue still remembers the complexity in his heart when he knew he was going to kill. On the one hand, he wanted to avenge his parents with a strong hatred, on the other hand, he hesitated to kill professional heroes. It was Yasuki and Nuichiro who kept giving, and finally prompted him to pull the trigger. Yasuki and Nuichiro got a bump, and he grasped Quanyue's hand, becoming a little stern. Does anyone at Quanyue know our identity? I didn't tell anyone. Quanyue explained. Nuichiro, we are now grasshoppers on a rope. Yasuki Inichiro and Quanyue turned their heads. He saw Quanyue's scarred face and realized that the tone was a little bit stern. He relaxed and said, I didn't mean that. Of course he and Quanyue are grasshoppers on the same rope. Quanyue, you make me a little uneasy. Are you hiding something from me? Yasuki and Nuichiro pointed out. I said I won't hurt you, even if I hurt myself, I won't let you injured. His words are a little more convincing with the injuries of the whole body. Quanyue didn't want to say, but didn't know how to say it. He was also excited when he ran to Yasuki and Nuichiro's house. After all, he didn't have any good friends when he was 15 years old, so he was worried about him, but now he lives in Granny Cat, and he is not good at talking about himself. After all, only Yasuki and Nuichiro can be trusted. Nuichiro, I may be ridiculous, but can you help me find someone? Quanyue said, I know you mentioned him before. Yasuki and Nuichiro was able to find evidence 10 years ago. And Yasuki Inichiro is different from himself. Quanyue knew this in his heart. Who can help him? Only Yasuki and Nuichiro. Yasuki Inichiro got closer to Quanyue, and he realized that this might be a good time for him to get to know Quanyue one step closer. Yasuki and Nuichiro held Quanyue's cold hand and brought him some temperature. It's okay, Quanyue, I will help you. You can tell. After all, we are companions. That person is called Fu Lengxin. Quanyue was very nervous. He checked the information in advance. This person is the author of the recent Quirk self-defense declaration and a senior government official. Not to mention what to do in the end, just considering how to approach the Fur cold letter is a big problem. Would it be bad for Yasuki and Nuichiro to get in touch with this kind of trouble? After Yasuki and Nuichiro had been observing his words for many years, he suddenly realized that Quanyue's relative defensive state at the beginning had disappeared. Now Quanyue lowered his head and palms were sweaty, and subconsciously began to bite his lip, showing a guilty self-blame appearance. He didn't have time to think about why Quanyue suddenly changed to what it is now. Yasuki Inichiro focused on the name of the person Quanyue mentioned. Are you going to find this person? Fu Lengxin. He got out of bed and pulled out a cardboard box from under the bed and rummaged in it. Quanyue sat on the bed until Yasuki and Nuichiro wiped the dust off a hard leather notebook. No. Yasuki and Nuichiro handed it over. Look at it. Quanyue opened the notebook, and he saw that it recorded some things about the government. It was mainly a deal between the government and a pharmaceutical factory. Advertisement. Do you know the Great River Incident? Nuichiro Yasuki clapped his hands and sat up. It happened more than 10 years ago. Quanyue himself had just returned from the river channel. He only knew that there were chaos on the river channel. Everyone was paying attention to things near the river channel these days. Although I heard some things about the Big River Channel before, I haven't found any information about the Big River Channel. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yasuki Inichiro helped Quanyue turn to the next page and said, my father's death is also related to the Daheidao incident. Yasuki Inichiro and Quanyue mentioned that his father's death was related to a kind of medicine. Quanyue understood a little, and waited for Yasuki and Nuichiro to continue. My father is the main member responsible for developing medicine. At that time, government officials wanted to get the pharmaceutical factory and the production chain. But my father didn't give it. Yasuki and Nuichiro pointed to a photo of a man in a white coat. Dispose of the medicine carefully, since then the medicine factory has disappeared. Quanyue wouldn't believe it if there was nothing tricky in the middle. Yasuki and Nuichiro's tone was a little bit of hatred. Shandong Lengxin was just a small policeman at the time. After the Big River incident, the speed at which he soared makes people feel suspicious. It sounds like Fu Lengxin is also Knight. Villain of Suki Inuichiro. Quanyue hadn't thought of killing Cedar Lengxin, but he knew he couldn't stop Yasuki and Nuichiro from killing. Even let him choose between a person who has no friendship and Yasuki and Nuichiro, he will choose Yasuki and Nuichiro. Are you going to kill him? Yasuki and Nuichiro asked back, do you want to kill him? Quanyue shook his head. He just wants to bring back his uncle. If I say, he was still the murderer of your uncle. Yasuki and Nuichiro came up and smiled. There is a very interesting story in Ua High School. The ordinary students who are jealous of their friends prevent their friends from becoming heroes. Quanyue, do you know whose story this is? Nuichiro. Yasuki Inichiro stopped the topic. He asked Quanyue to apply the medicine to him, and said, you don't want to listen. Quanyue used a little bit of effort to squeeze out the filth from Nuichiro's back, and Yasuki Inichiro grumbled. You take revenge on me. Quanyue tried harder again and asked, how do you know so many things? My father told me a long time ago. Yasuki Nuichiro recalled his childhood and exclaimed. Now think about it, he seemed to be explaining the funeral a long time ago. Tell me everything. Quanyue said, my father doesn't say anything. When I was a kid. When I went to Beihai when I was a kid, I thought it was just a vacation. When are you going to find the fur cold letter? Yasuki Nuichiro raised his hands and asked Quanyue to wrap himself with gauze. Quanyue lowered his head and said, the sooner the better. Advertisement. The time is only 3 days, he can wait, the elders can't afford it. Yasuki Nuichiro looked at the boy's head, stretched out his hand and rubbed it with a smile and said, Quanyue, you can tell me anything in the future. We are companions. Don't you feel sorry for me or trouble me? What do you want to ask? Just ask. Nuichiro Yasuki looked at Quanyue, who looked like a well-behaved large dog with a nice skin and looked at people seriously. Every time Quanyue saw him, she would compare it with herself. Quanyue, you seem to dislike contact with others because of some things in the past. But in fact, it doesn't seem to be right. How to say, it looks cold and difficult to contact outside, but after a long time you will know that you are still too soft. Yasuki Nuichiro made an analogy, it's like dough overnight. Although there is a hard shell on the outside, it is still soft on the inside. If you rub it twice, you will find small bumps inside. Quanyue gave him a bit, what kind of metaphor is this? I can't help but want to get rid of the lumps inside. Yasuki Nuichiro cried out in pain, please, I'm still your partner. Quanyue didn't bother to care about him, packed up the medicine and started making the bed. What kind of bed are you making? Sleep with me. Yasuki Nuichiro smiled and said, it's not that you haven't slept before. Quanyue, please shut up. Okay. I don't know why he suddenly regretted coming to Yasuki Nuichiro. Yasuki Nuichiro still had a bright smile, and he leaned forward and said, I like rubbing lumps the most. It's the lumps in people's hearts. Go to bed, Quanyue. Okay, I won't hurt you. Many years later, Quanyue will still think of what Yasuki Inichiro said. I won't hurt you. Chapter 150 Izumizuki Nagasaki's words. Yasuki Nuichiro moved quickly. The next morning, the two men ran to the speech parade, holding a small flag of quirk self-defense, and wandering behind the large group. After an hour and a half, Yasuki Nuichiro relied on his excellent social skills to mingle with the leaders of the parade and obtained the address of the headquarters. I didn't expect to move so fast. Yasuki Nuichiro put his helmet on Quanyue's head and tapped, it's already organized in just a few days. He was referring to Quirk's self-defense. It's not just a few days. Quirk's self-defense has been publicized since the Uncle Gas incident. Isn't it clear at that time? Yasuki Nuichiro still rode his takeaway battery car. They were playing the follow-up of the Big River event on the big screen passing by the city. Currently, we are actively searching the whereabouts of Villain Alliance. I hope that citizens will pay attention to your safety recently. A video of the river channel is being played on the big screen, and the scene is in a mess. Heroes and the police are conducting searches and rescues at the scene. Quanyue didn't see Passing Million Sr. and Tianshuan Sr. on TV. Thinking of Tianshuan Sr.'s disappointed expression that day, he tightened his arms. Yasuki Nuichiro was pressed to the wound, and he took a breath, take it lightly. Sorry. Quanyue let go a little, how did you come back that day? Quanyue asked about the day they separated from the battle. Yasuki Nuichiro vaguely picked out some things to tell Quanyue, there must be no Foggy Tengu. When he talked about the same thing, he was there. In the tall building, Shan Lengxin listened to the roar of the phone, and said nothing. Shandong Lengxin, did you climb up with our family's power for such a day? It sounded like a woman's voice over the phone. It's fair. Shannon Lengxin finished saying this and hung up the phone. The secretary controlled by his instructions walked in and said, Mr. Fur, that one is here. Fur Lengxin opened the drawer, and there was a blue and white pistol in the drawer. It was at the very beginning that he started from Quanyue. Buckled over there. He picked up the pistol, opened the safety catch and placed it in the lower drawer. Outside the door, the secretary got an order to open the door for Yasuki Nuichiro, please come in. Quanyue also followed, but was stopped by the secretary. Yasuki Nuichiro pressed down the secretary's hand and opened the door to reveal his half. He deliberately hid Quanyue, and said to Cunningham Lengxin, hello, Mr. Cunningham. Kacha. Shandong Lengxin took out his pistol and stood up. He knew that Yasuki Nuichiro meant to kill him a long time ago. If it weren't for his senior executive status and unique quirk, he would probably be dealt with like most abandoned children. Yasuki Nuichiro smiled, he still had that kind of brilliant smile, and said, this time, I want to have something to talk to Mr. Shawnee. Advertisement. Go out. The fur cold letter made sure that he had nothing to discuss with this guy. Yasuki Nuichiro opened the door and walked in with Quanyue. Quanyu still had a helmet in his hand, and forgot to wear a mask when he went out. The scars on his face were clear at a glance. Shan Leng shook his hand. He threw the gun into the trash can and sat down. Please. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The word, please, is gnashing the teeth. Yasuki and Nuichiro knew that Cedar Lengshin would not do anything in front of Quanyu. Even if he knew that this guy detained Quanyu's admission notice, detained Quanyu's father's relics, and visited him when he was ill, wandering about wanting Quanyu to be an ordinary person, and wanting to see him succeed. The ambivalence of wanting him to die and not wanting Quanyu to die. Quanyu, this surname is a curse for Cunninghamia Lengshin. But the other party would never do anything too outrageous in front of Quanyu. Yasuki and Nuichiro was quite sure of this. He even shook hands with Shan Lengshin to express friendship. It's so polite, Mr. Shan, we have something to ask you this time. Okay, sit down. Fur Lengshin kicked the trash can under the table and smiled. Is it about Quirk's self-defense? Yasuki and Nuichiro got an inch. Mr. Shanmu will definitely be able to answer for us. Cedar Lengshin almost wanted to blow Yasuki and Nuichiro's head. Quanyu thought that Yasuki and Nuichiro was looking for opportunities for him to contact, and before he came back, Yasuki and Nuichiro told himself that asking questions should be cryptic, and first asked about things related to Quirk's self-defense. Hello, Quanyu thought about the question for a long time, and finally said, why did you think of Quirk to defend yourself? He wanted to find the uncle, but where is the uncle now? Quanyu. Cedar Lengshin stood up nervously. He looked at Quanyu who was pale and didn't know what was wrong. There are only 3 of them in the entire office, and there is nothing except books and office supplies. Fur Lengshin looked at Quanyu, and then looked at Fur Lengshin, poured water on them and said, if everyone can use the quirk freely, everyone will have the ability to protect themselves. The powerful villain will be handed over to the police, which is dangerous. Power is not in the hands of the individual. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Advertisement. Quanyu took a sip of water, falling into an ice cellar all over. He felt that his hands and feet were like frozen straight sack, and when he moved a little, the ice ridges on it fell out. Is blood. Quanyu. Yasuki and Nuichiro noticed something was wrong. He grabbed Quanyu's hand and found that the opponent's hand was terribly cold. Quanyu. Yasuki and Nuichiro asked in a low voice. This is not where you should be. Xiao Yi. Quanyu Nagasaki was scratched and grabbed Quanyu's hand, and said, don't listen to others talking nonsense. I'm fine. Suddenly, Quanyu stood up. The water on the table spilled on his clothes. Yasuki and Nuichiro grabbed Quanyu's hand in advance to keep Quanyu from falling to the ground. Nuichiro Yasuki said with a smile. Heroes should be someone with a strong sense of justice, but now heroes is a profession. Is it possible that these people are heroes? He knocked on the table. Speaking of which, I think the recent Dark Heroes stain is a good example. Someone called him in Quanyu's ears. Quanyu said, if everyone can use quirk, the future heroes will lose their jobs. He held the water glass, a little nervous. Cunningham Lengshin sat across from them, so I can't touch it anyway. Quanyu thought about what to do. Xiao Yi. From behind, a bloody hand held Quanyu's hand. Why did you come here? Quanyu held his breath. He didn't turn his head, just put his eyes away. His brother-in-law Izumi Nagasaki lowered his eyes, half of his face was red. There was something behind, and there was even a sound of water dripping in Quanyu's ear. Tick-tick is more viscous than water, it should not be water. But stronger institutions of collective violence will appear openly in the world. This is to imply that the fur cold letter mobilizes public opinion to whiten stain. Cedar gave a cold letter and said, it's just violence to suppress violence. He wanted to say something, but he stopped talking when he found that Yasuki Inichiro looked at Quanyu. Quanyu. Asked Yasuki Inichiro, speaking of which, Quanyu is going to be a healing heroes, right? Chapter 151 Is it a ghost possessed? Quanyu looked at the blood on his hand in horror, and he smelled a familiar smell. I have smelled it on my own body and on other people's bodies, the stench of meat and the bruise with the smell of rust. He looked at that holding his own hand, and the medical knowledge he had learned allowed him to distinguish at least 10 ways of injury. Xiao Yi, are you okay? Quanyu, are you okay? Yasuki and Nuichiro who was holding Quanyu found Quanyu staring straight at him. No, maybe not at him. Quanyu's gaze fell on his back as Tasuki and Nuichiro's gaze became longer and longer. Behind Yasuki and Nuichiro stood a cedar cold letter. Fur. Yasuki and Nuichiro thought of the quirk of the fur's cold letter, and didn't do anything to pretend to be a good student. Is it your quirk? Fur Lengshin never gave Quanyu any instructions. His quirk is very powerful after launch, but at least 1.5 years of preparation is required in the early stage. Calculating the time, he and Quanyu have not met for a year. How can this time be enough to subtly implant instructions into Quanyu's mind? He denied what Yasuki Inichiro said, but he felt that Yasuki Inichiro did something to Quanyu. After all, Yasuki and Nuichiro should have the production materials of Dahidao Pharmaceutical Factory back then. Among the medicines in Dahidao back then, there was an illegal medicine that could weaken people's minds. Maybe you gave him something he shouldn't drink. Cedar sneered. I'll call a doctor. While he was talking, he wanted Quanyu to be snatched from Yasuki and Nuichiro. Yasuki and Nuichiro couldn't hear the meaning of what he was saying. He clasped Shan Lengxin's wrist and twisted and said, "Stay away from him." The current Shan Lengxin has broken up with Honghu's ambitions. Interests are no longer unified on the same line, and there is even a point of contradiction. It's just that everyone didn't tear off the last face. You should be the one who should be farther away from him. Cunningham Lengxin thought of the information he had obtained from Honghu's ambition, and his face became black. Izumitsu Nagasaki's death was caused by you. Quanyue in the arms of Yasuki Inuichiro moved. He heard someone calling his uncle's name, and the uncle who was holding him moved. Uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki looked around, as if looking for something. Quanyue felt the cold from his hands, slowly climbing up his arms until he couldn't move his limbs. Izumizuki Nagasaki said, "Someone is calling me." Advertisement. Quanyue wanted to open his mouth to speak. He saw Izumaki Nagasaki's expression became strange, as if performing a sacred mission. On that bloodline Madara even had a trace of horror on his face. The words, "Go through fire and water," appeared. "Someone is calling me." Izumizuki Nagasaki repeated this sentence again, and he let go of Quanyue's hand and stood up. Quanyue saw that his brother's leg was broken at this time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the old dream house, he could only see the appearance of the elders before they were alive, but could not see the tragic state of their death. "Someone is calling me," Uncle said while standing up. He walked as if looking for something. "Someone was calling me. I want. He said this, standing still. "I don't know where to go," looking forward in confusion. In front of him stood the fur-cold letter. Cedar Lang believed that Izumizuki Nagasaki was standing in front of him. He thought of the entanglement between the Yeiyu family and the Quanyue family that he had seen in his profile, and said, "If it wasn't what your father asked for." Cunningham Lengxin, Izumizuki Nagasaki would die back then, you can't help it. Yasuki Inuichiro did not show any weakness and quarreled with Cunningham Lengxin. If it weren't for you, Izumizuki's family would have 2 treatment systems back then. Heroes. Quanyue's generation had only one heroes, Quanyue's father, dead heroes, Quanyue Chengsuo. Cedar didn't say anything, he bit his lower lip like he was about to tear Yasuki Inuichiro. He stepped forward and grabbed Quanyue's hand, trying to snatch the last son of Quanyue's family. "Give it to me." An electric shock exploded in Quanyue's hand. Invisible and intangible, only the electric shock sensation that Fur Lengxin can feel. After all, Cunningham Lengxin is an ordinary person, so he subconsciously let go of his hand and took 2 steps back. Yasuki Inuichiro guarded Quanyue and retreated behind the door, and Wu Tiangu showed half of his face behind the door. Yasuki Inuichiro called Quanyue softly, and the other party just looked over blankly, the focus of his eyes staying near the cold letter of the fur. This time it was behind the fur-cold letter. Yasuki Inuichiro didn't know what Quanyue was in now, or how much he heard. But it didn't matter. Yasuki Inuichiro broke the pot directly. "Shandong Lengxin, I have always remembered the things you have done for Honghu's ambition these years." Yasuki Inuichiro talked about the terms, "No matter good or bad, there are stumbling behind, as long as I get what I want to get. Even if it is written off." "A write-off. Haha, a write-off," Cedar Lengxin said, "You can tell me anything if you return Izumizuki Nagasaki." Yasuki Inuichiro shook his head. Quanyue is not Izumizuki Nagasaki. Advertisement. He is a member of the Izumi Tsuki family. Cedar Lengxin looked at Quanyue in Yasuki Inuichiro's hand with a gentle smile. "He is his nephew. And you are the young master." Yasuki Inuichiro shook Quanyue's hand tightly, and he smiled, "But what does it matter?" Yasuki Inuichiro was confident enough to understand Quanyue. From the beginning, he applied for the UA exam to get in touch with Quanyue. Of course he has him. Plan of. In Quanyue's view, Yasuki Inuichiro is his best partner, a friend who can make heart to heart, and a trusted object to keep common secrets. That's enough. He is the young master of Honghu's ambition, he will let Quanyue accept it. You are still too confident. Shani Lengxin was a little angry with the inexplicable self-confidence of Yeiyu Inuichiro. His eyes turned red when he thought of the blood feud between the Quanyue family and the Yeiyu family and his friends who died because of the ambition of the Honghu. Yasuki Inuichiro, you really think that everything is under your control? Quanyue in the arms of Yasuki Inuichiro suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were not black, but a strange white. The white color made Yasuki Kenichiro's heart beat. He once personally added quirk potentiation potions to Quanyue's food and injected Quanyue with high concentration potions. He couldn't be more familiar with Quanyue in this state. This kind of eye appears only when Quanyue quirk is out of control. How could Quanyue suddenly lose control? Yasuki Inuichiro was puzzled, and even then he didn't release Quanyue. Instead, he covered the opponent's eyes and turned to leave. Quanyue stumbling in his throat. Someone is calling me. Right. Yasuki Inuichiro comforted. I have been calling you. It's not you. Quanyue broke away from Yasuki Inuichiro's hand. He seemed to be in a strange state, and his voice was like a burr cut with a sword. It's not you, it's. He looked at his hands, as if to see the hole in his own hands. Cunningham Lengxin stepped forward and grabbed Quanyue's wrist and dragged the person away. Yasuki Inuichiro drew the sword and pointed it over Quanyue's shoulder at Cedar Lengxin's throat. Chapter 152. No matter how Yasuki Inuichiro and Suji Rongshin are fighting each other, Quanyue is in a state of crisis. Compared with the usual pain, there is almost no pain. But he could feel a kind of tiredness from top to bottom, and the smell of gasoline was all in his nose. In his world, he can only see the fire and snow in the sky. There is no one inside, and the sky is not the sky but the outside world. Quanyue was lying alone in the snow. He felt like he was returning to his mother's belly, and someone was calling his name. Yes, it is Quanyue's name. Quanyue. Quanyue, don't sleep, get up. He opened his eyes, and the sky was white, and there was something in reality in the white. Quanyue felt his bones fall apart, and he barely got up with his elbows on the ground. There is a wound on his arm. Quanyue gave a tisk, and he turned sideways to look at the wound. There was something behind his back. Quanyue turned his head to look. He saw two dark bodies. It was the corpse burned by the fire and the wreckage of a car. Quanyue's face didn't turn pale suddenly, he looked like a dazed little rabbit looking for bushes to hide. However, there was nothing left around here, the flames were still burning, and the hot tongue licked Quanyue's cheeks, turning his cheeks red. A drop of sweat slipped from Quanyue's forehead. He wanted to say something, just struggle and shout, but he couldn't tell. A huge fear trampled him on, as if something was struggling from his heart. Quanyue was trembling all over while holding his head. Suddenly, he saw a pair of shoes. A pair of children's shoes. The shoes are still stained with bloodline. One of the legs has exposed white bones. Quanyue grabbed his hair. He didn't dare to look up, so he could only stare at his shoes. A hoarse voice said to him, "Someone called my name. Dad. Dad, I feel so painful." Quanyue's tears of fear came from his eyes, and he didn't know why he was still so scared. At the same time an unprovoked anger popped out of his mind. "Go away, you walk away from me." He is not 5 years old, he is already 15 years old. Why are you afraid of these pasts? He obviously killed his enemies with his own hands to avenge his parents. He is already working hard to get revenge, why should he be afraid? This kind of fear is like countless ants and insects biting his flesh, gnawing his bones, and hitting his skull with gongs and drums. Advertisement. Dad, I hurt. The child was covered with scars and was only 5 years old. Kill me, kill Dad. When he spoke, his face was not painful, with a smile on his mouth. It was this smile that made Quanyue's hair creepy. Of course he knows who this child is. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The scars on the whole body, every cut and every sword, accompanied him for 10 years. The child smiled at him, his teeth were all red, and he said, "It hurts." Shut up. Quanyue stood up. He struggled to stand up his upper body, and gave the child a slap. Suddenly the palm of his hand was hot. "Shut up, it's all over, it's all over. It's all gone." The child looked into Quanyue's eyes, his eyes were white. It is different from Quanyue's white because of the quirk, this is a dead gray. He smiled and said, "Quanyue, you know, everyone said that my brother and I look like." Quanyue's face was blue and white. He looked at the child with a strong hatred in his eyes. That is a resentment and hatred that is even more abhorrent than seeing one's father and an enemy. The child said, "Listen, someone is calling me. Someone is calling me." A voice came from their sky, and he was yelling, "Quanyue, Quanyue." There was a strange expression on the child's face. He especially liked to laugh, it was a bright smile. If you pick up the photo and look at it, you will find that this kind of smile is the one that has always been passed down from the Spring Moon family of the healing system. Don't laugh, don't laugh. Quanyue said viciously. He tried to make his tone a little bit fierce, but it was useless. His hands were cold and his body was shaking. In reality, neither Fu Lengxin nor Yasuki Inuichiro moved. They could only look at Quanyue for a while, looking at their hands, and for a while, looking forward, their complexions from white to blue to purple. Shut up, these are all gone, this are all gone. Quanyue was talking to the air as if he hadn't seen them. Yasuki Inichiro slowly approached Quanyue. He took out a potion from his pocket and pierced Quanyue's neck in the coldly exclaimed cedar. UB*************D. Just as Shan Lengxin wanted to step forward to stop Yasuki Inuichiro's actions, he was caught behind the back by the misty Tengu that flashed over. Tisk. Wu Tiangu watched his young master calling Quanyue's name in a good manner, pressing the fur-cold letter on the desk, and asked, "Young master. Complete your task and come back after you finish it." The tranquilizer in Yasuki Inichiro's hands was officially listed as a banned drug 10 years ago, because the drug will have side effects on Quirk. But his calming effect is indeed excellent, and Yasuki Inuichiro will make this medicine again. Quanyue's time is too strange. If he follows this trajectory, there may be something out of his control. Yasuki Inuichiro didn't like to be out of control. Advertisement. Let go of him. Yasuki Inuichiro, if you do something as nasty as your father, you will regret it in your life. From a hand-to-hand perspective, Shengxi Lengxin can't beat the Wushan dog. Kind of small and young. He could only whisper and say, "You will regret it." Put his mouth shut. Yasuki Inuichiro said coldly, "I will not regret the cedar cold letter." But things can't go on. Yasuki Inuichiro was thinking about a problem, and suddenly a black mist appeared in front of his eyes. Kurogiri stood by and said to him, "Yasuki Inichiro, please." Yasuki Inichiro still took Quanyue with him, and he said to Kurogiri, "You are so anxious. Mr. AFO is already very upset. Whether it's the anticlimax of the big river or the fact that you are alive." Kurogiri said like a gentleman, "Master Shigaraki is also here. I want to send Quanyue away. Please take him with me." Kurogiri still bends over, without even looking up during the whole process. That person also asked me to bring you a sentence. Since you want Quirk so much, why not come now? Yasuki Inuichiro took a step back, and he smiled. It's not the time yet. He felt Quanyue in his arms move, and this movement made the smile on Yasuki Inichiro's face freeze. He once counted a stitch down and said that he would fall asleep until tomorrow. Even a monster like Nomu would have to be unconscious for an hour or two. Why can Quanyue move like this? Yasuki Inuichiro watched Quanyue slowly moving his fingers, and then his eyes opened little by little like a butterfly's wings that had torn glue together. In those eyes, the whirling white of Quirk disappeared, leaving only the gray pupils. Quanyue moved the muscles on his face. He pursed his mouth first, then puffed his cheeks, and finally pulled out a bright smile. That is definitely not the smile Quanyue can smile. But it was definitely the smile that was passed down from the Quanyue family that looked like a little sun. Chapter 153. Mr. Yasuki. The person in the arms of Yasuki Inuichiro said, "It's strange that you would actually hold me." He said that he got up from Yasuki Inuichiro's arms, patted his clothes, and covered his own with his hands. On his face, starting from the brow bone, he touched it very carefully and even closed his eyes and took a deep breath, until he felt the entire face clearly. He just looked at the links around him, did not speak, his eyes were indeed curious, it feels like a long time, ah. He got up happily, walked towards the fur-cold letter, shook his hand and said, "You are ashen. You are getting older than before." Quanyue, who doesn't know who is talking so far, smiled. "The last time we met, it should have been more than 10 years ago. We met more than 10 years ago. What is this about?" Quanyue tilted his head and thought for a moment. He stepped forward and said to the foggy dog who pressed the cedar coldly, "You are so familiar. Well, have we seen it somewhere?" The foggy dog and the night moon dog after Ichiro looked at each other, he quickly disappeared into the air. Quanyue watched the foggy dog disappear and suddenly realized, oh, it's that guy. He patted his face lightly, a little dazed, "It's so fast, I've grown up like this." Shan Lengxin looked at the weird Quanyue in front of him. He struggled and heard the child say in a familiar tone, "Axon." He hadn't heard this call for 10 years, and he thought he would never be able to hear this call in his life. Quanyue looked at Fur Lengxin. He didn't say who he was, just looking at Fur Lengxin with those gray eyes. Yasuki Inichiro didn't understand what Quanyue was calling out, Mr. Yasuki. In his memory, Mr. Yayu is what outsiders call his father. Thinking of his biological father, Yasuki Inuichiro put the sword back in the scabbard. The scene fell into a stalemate, and no one spoke out first. Quanyue didn't introduce himself to who it was, and the other two people had their own minds and didn't want to get confused in advance. Quanyue was walking around in the whole room. He looked at this cabinet and looked for another cabinet. Finally, he sat in front of the Fur Lengxin and looked at the Fur Lengxin with his chin. Advertisement. Letter. It's getting older than I thought. Ah, yes. Unexpectedly, Cunningham Lengxin didn't expect it. He sat in his seat and looked at the child for the first time. He was covered with scars. His face was so ruined by the scars that he couldn't see the original appearance, and the gray eyes were even more terrifying. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. It's not like at all, but it's really similar. Shan Lengxin couldn't say where he looked like, he only felt that the child's temperament was completely different from that before the coma. If the previous Quanyue was a weak white flower with a melancholy and gloomy temperament, the current Quanyue is a sunflower that turns in the direction of the sun. Everyone's attention will not be on Quanyue's scars, but on the warm and sunny temperament of this person. Quanyue now looks like a little sun. Just like Izumaki Nagasaki back then, it is his little son. Axon. Quanyue called to Shangxi Lengxin and said, "I haven't seen me in these years. I remember that Axon used to come to our house often." Shanshan Lengxin remembers that he does go to Quanyue often. Home, but that was before Izumizuki Nagasaki died. As a friend, classmate, and colleague, Izumizuki Nagasaki often took himself to live in the old house in Aomatsu City for a few days. Haven't seen me all these years. Who am I referring to? Once a person thinks in one direction, he will get into the horns. Cedar looked at Quanyue in disbelief, and Yasuki Inuichiro recalled the legend passed down by his elders, and his face was hard to look at. The two people looked at Quanyue with different thoughts again. Cunningham Lengxin stood up on the table, his eyes widened, and he staggered to Quanyue's side. He grabbed Quanyue's arm with both hands. He was obviously an adult but bent over and sobbed like a child. Is it you? I'm sorry. He touched Quanyue's arm with both hands, 2 tears on his face. Is it you? Advertisement. Quanyue smiled. He stood on tiptoe and patted Cedar Lengxin's head, messing with Cedar Lengxin's hair as if they were kidding, and said, "Guess." Cunningham Lengxin pressed against Quanyue's clothes, his sobs were all stuck in his throat, and his shoulders were slightly raised. He finally couldn't help it, and said, I'm sorry, I was wrong. It's all my fault. Nagasaki. Looking at the scene of this old friend reuniting, Yasuki Inuichiro pinched several scars on the palm of his hand. Rumor has it that at the earliest time, the ancestors of the Quanyue family and the Yayu family had their faces torn apart because of something, and the two families became feuds. When the Yayu family killed the old house of the Quanyue family one time, the Yayu family discovered that a ghost-possessed existence appeared on the living Quanyue family. Both in terms of being in life and speaking, they are similar to those of the dead, and even some possessed people will know the memories of the dead. But the most frightening thing is that these possessed people will have the quirk of the dead. Even short-term possession. Father, this is just a legend. The young Yasuki Anuichiro heard this rumor for the first time, picked up the sword in his hand and said, "There are no ghosts in the world." Anuichiro, I also think there are no ghosts in the world. Until I saw a ghost possessed by the Izumi Tsuki family. His father said while giving him medicine, unfortunately, I haven't figured out if he is real. If a ghost is possessed, that person will die. Died. The Taoist became Mr. Yeyu's father and said, the Quanyue family who possessed ghosts must die, because you never know what they know and what they will do after being possessed. Anuichiro, the most terrifying thing in the world is something that you cannot grasp. Chapter 154. Quanyue is not alone, there is a big family behind him. He had met his father, grandfather and ancestors before. Many times he thought that the family behind him would get a strange sense of identity. Look, I am not alone. I also have a family. He often thinks this way in the middle of the night when there is no one. Whether it was before or after the appearance of the old dream house, he always thought so. Uncle, Quanyue shouted. Uncle, where are you? At this moment, Quanyue was in front of a children's amusement park, and the swing was empty. The setting sun fell like blood on the swing frame, the ground, and the slide. The shadows of two children appeared on the ground, but the children could not be seen. Uncle, don't scare me. Quanyue shouted. Dad, he is worried about you, uncle, uncle. He was even more anxious when he thought of the 3-day time limit mentioned by the elders in the family. For Quanyue, every family member is extremely important, whether they are alive or dead. Izumi Nagasaki's body slowly appeared on the swing, with blood still on his face. Quanyue took a step back. He felt his heart lifted up, but his inner commitment to his elders and the importance he attached to his family made him come forward and say, Uncle. Quanyue Nagasaki's blood-red face has 2 white marks, Xiao Yi. He grasped both sides of the swing, and the rope was pulled out by him in a different arc. I don't want to go back. Uncle, don't listen to your father's nonsense. Fur Lengxi never apologized to me. Izumizuki Nagasaki said quietly, no one owes me anything. Uncle, but you should come back, or you will. Quanyue didn't know what to say, he only knew that if he didn't do something, the fate of uncle was worrying. Quanyue, you are already 15 years old. You should know that not everyone can believe it. Izumizuki Nagasaki said. Everyone has his own reason to do things, not everyone can interfere. Quanyue was a little embarrassed by the sudden persuasion of his uncle. He knew that my uncle didn't want to intervene in the past of Cedar Lengxin and Izumi Nagasaki. Uncle, this is related to your life. Where do I have any life? Izumizuki Nagasaki frowned. I always think it's meaningless to live like this. He thought of something, and looked at Quanyue with a smile. This kind of smile made Quanyue panic. He felt that this smile was like a pool of cold water. Although there was a layer of gleaming rime on it, it was always cold underneath. Do you think it's good to be alive? Quanyue Nagasaki asked back. Xiao Yi, I know you have been thinking about it, but you just want to live. Advertisement. Quanyue shook his hand and gritted his teeth. The uncle watched him not speak, and continued to preach. I know you don't like to listen to great truths, but this is really not something you should participate in. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Uncle, this is not your own problem. This is all of us are caring about you. Quanyue felt that uncle didn't mean to go back with him, and he walked forward and tried to hold uncle's hands. It's a pity that his own fingertips just touched his uncle's arm, and he felt like he had penetrated something. Quanyue Nagasaki looked at him coldly, as if it had nothing to do with Quanyue himself. He said for the last time, let's go, Xiao Yi. Quanyue still wanted to speak. Before opening his mouth, he was thrown into the endless darkness in the next second. In the darkness, he heard a person's cry. The man was yelling, Nagasaki, 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 don't you die. Quanyue opened his eyes suddenly, and he was surrounded by fire, blood, and black robes. The voice came from behind him. An ordinary-looking boy held the bleeding Izumi Nagasaki, tears streaming down his face. Quanyue hadn't recognized who it was at first glance, and when the man cried out again, Quanyue remembered it. Fur letters. This is a cold letter from Huxia Fur more than 10 years ago. This is the Big River Channel more than 10 years ago. Quanyue stood up. He wanted to continue talking, and fell into the darkness the next second. When I got up again, I saw a morning hall with white gauze in front of me, and Izumizuki Nagasaki's portrait was placed in front of me. Izumizuki Nagasaki's body is covered with a white cloth with a little black and red bloodline. Quanyue saw his parents wearing linen and filial piety, and his young boy was kneeling on the futon and looking pale. Is this trying to tell yourself something? Quanyue looked at the surrounding scenery and became more familiar. This is the old house scene that I have repeatedly dreamed of in my dreams. Opening the door is a pond and a yard. In the direction directly opposite to the coffin of my uncle, there are the spiritual cards of the elders of my family. He walked up slowly, as if repeating the action in his memory. Quanyue knelt down, and carefully lifted the white cloth on his uncle's face. Ah! He yelled strangely. Advertisement. One staggered to the ground, and his parents looked over and blamed him severely. Quanyue's fingers have become like children. He looked at his hand and found the clothes also smiled. In front of him, a blood-red hand was exposed under the white cloth. Kuan Yu plucked up the courage to get closer, he felt there was a secret in it. Perhaps it is the key point of this incident. He broke his uncle's stiff hand bit by bit, and Kuan Yu's upper and lower teeth trembled. He always feels that he is doing something rebellious. But there was a thought in his heart that kept driving him to do so. Kuan Yu pulled out the paper in my uncle's hand little by little. The paper was crumpled, and the quality of the paper was the same as the ward card that Kuan Yu had received. Kuan Yu flattened the paper little by little. On it was a familiar font with a line of words, "Are you willing to protect me forever?" The signature is a letter. Letter word of fur. What is this? Father's voice came from behind. He and his mother looked at the note, their faces showed a kind of surprise, as if they had seen this kind of thing for the first time. Then under Kuan Yu's gaze, this surprise turned into an anger. He has always given Nagasaki something like this. Father Izumi Nagasaki held his hair, his eyes flushed. It's Quirk, this is Quirk. He is suggesting what my brother does. Once the Quirk instruction of Fur Lengshin is successfully issued, the content of the instruction will be higher than instinct. However, the delivery process is difficult and the success rate is low. Kuan Yu watched his father snatch the note from his hand, then rushed to a room and took out a paper box. Kuan Yu Changsho opened the paper box, and there were all paper strips inside. Some were exercise books that were torn off during class, and some were greeting cards. But there is a sentence on all the cards. Will you protect me forever? It's these things, this kind of rubbish. Kuan Yu has never seen a moment when his father is so angry. He roars like a lion who has been violated in the territory. I'm going to kill that guy. What did he do to my brother? That's my only brother, my only brother. As long as there are key words, the instructions can be activated at any time. But the question is the instruction an interrogative sentence? It's really this sentence. Are you willing to protect me? Chapter 155. In my memory, Ashen has always said this to me. Kuan Yu Nagasaki suddenly appeared behind Kuan Yu. He seemed to remember something, and smiled at Kuan Yu. You know what? The quirk is very weak. Kuan Yu turned his head and looked at Izumi Nagasaki. He said, Uncle, no matter what you were like, I only want you to come back now. The 3 days are not long, and even short-lived. No matter how opposed my father, but he is also for your own good. It doesn't make much sense for me to go back. Izumizuki Nagasaki smiled, and he stepped forward and lifted the white cloth off his body. After all, I'm really a dead person. No, you've been alive, uncle, you're alive in my heart anyway. Kuan Yu stepped forward to grab the uncle's hand, and Izumi Nagasaki avoided. Izumizuki Nagasaki said, I don't expect myself to live in someone's heart. For my uncle, is Fur Lengshin already so important? My uncle thinks that being with us is better than being with that guy. Kuan Yu looked at Izumi Nagasaki's eyes wide, and he always felt small uncle puts his family first. Or, I really told my father that my brother was already controlled by the other's quirk. Even if he died, he was still affected by the other party's quirk. Quanyue, when I called you by this name, it was because I wanted to treat you as an adult. Izumizuki Nagasaki covered the white cloth on his body. For me, I live in this state. Kuan Yu didn't know what to say, he just felt that his heart was caught. Izumizuki Nagasaki said, from the very beginning I opposed this form of survival. So, Kuan Yu, don't stop me. Uncle. Kuan Yu could only shout, he didn't know what he was going to say. Is it compulsory to let the uncle come back in the name of a loved one? Or is it watching the uncle disappear after 3 days? How could this happen? Kuan Yu hurried forward and stopped in front of my uncle. Uncle, do you have any reason you can't say? Is it really because? It has nothing to do with anyone. Kuan Yu Nagasaki looked at the boy in front of him, and said seriously, Kuan Yu, you are a child without faith. This is the education negligence of our Kuan Yu family. In your heart, nothing is better. Can't live. From my point of view, there is actually no reason to blame you. But please don't interfere with the choices of the elders. Kuan Yu paused, and when Izumi Nagasaki uttered the word, alive, his pupils zoomed. Kuan Yu Nagasaki walked past him. Kuan Yu turned around and said, Uncle, why are you? Why do you say that to me? Advertisement. Am I a non-belief? People without principles. Then my revenge. What is my salvation? Why should I sacrifice myself to save others? Why should I? You are just an elder who has died long ago, and you don't understand me. Why do you say that to me? Kuan Yu clenched his fist silently, and gritted his teeth to prevent himself from retorting. But the anger condensed in his heart and gradually became a solid lump. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. There is no faith. What is faith? He sneered and said to Izumi Nagasaki. Yes, I don't have faith. What is my uncle's faith? You can abandon our family members and find that Ashen. Isn't Ashen faith for my uncle? Izumizuki Nagasaki stopped and said, this question is like asking you, is Yasuki Inuichiro your faith? How could it? This kind of thing. For me, Ashen is an important person, and for you now, Mr. Yayu is also an important partner. Izumi Moon Nagasaki looked at the sky and suddenly said, ah, it's bleeding. The sky followed. With this sentence torn open, a red liquid flowed out of the crack and fell on Kuan Yu's body. The sudden burning sensation stuffed Kuan Yu's words in his throat back into his stomach. Wait. Inuichiro. Only red was left in front of his eyes, and strange sounds and pictures appeared in front of him. One by one flashed before my eyes are memories. It is a memory before the age of 5. Did Xiaoyi ever think about what to do when he grows up? His father asked. The Quanyue family has been heroes for generations. Does Xiaoyi want to be heroes? What will heroes do? Probably it is to protect the weak. In fact, Dad doesn't know what heroes are. His father touched the head of the young Quanyue and smiled. Heroes should all have their own justice. Like All Might. As soon as the screen turned, he saw the 5-year-old himself and said, I will become heroes in the future. Because our family is the heroes family, my grandfather is heroes, my dad is heroes, and I will be heroes. I will definitely be heroes. Heroes. Revenge. What is faith? Please don't bother me with this kind of thing. Now I just want to live, I just want to live. Quanyue covers his ears, he feels his inner world is flooded with red liquid, the fear of not seeing the end surrounds his body and his eyes. Advertisement. Vengeance. Kill them. A voice slowly approached his ears and said, kill them all. As long as they kill them all, you can protect yourself. Go away. Uncle, are you? Go away. Quanyue felt his ears itchy and he turned his head to see a child's hand. In the past, there was a face of a child he was familiar and unfamiliar with, and that face was pale and terribly pale without scars. Kill. The child's voice kept saying. Quanyue, don't you want to survive? His voice began to thicken and become hoarse, and finally became Quanyue's own voice, just survive. Kill them all. Shut up. Quanyue covered his ears. He looked at the child next to him, and was horrified to find that scars of varying sizes began to appear on the child's body, and the blood spread from the child's clothes. Quanyue, you are still alive. But what's the point of living like this? To shut up. I am here just to take my uncle away, it has nothing to do with those things. Quanyue's eyes were splitting, and when the child was still talking, his left hand squeezed hard and slammed it over. Go to death. Too noisy. It's too noisy. Kwang. Yasuki Inuichiro was hit in the face by Quanyue. He had never thought that Quanyue would have such great strength. He covered his face and stepped back. Shan Lengxin was also startled by Quanyue's horrible expression. He stepped forward and said, Nagasaki. Shut up. Quanyue clutched his head, sweat lowered, get out. Yasuki Inichiro's eyes flashed brightly. Is Quanyue getting rid of ghost possession? In contrast, Cedar Lengxin, he grabbed Quanyue's shoulder. Wait a minute, Nagasaki. Nagasaki, I have something to say to you. Neat footsteps sounded outside the door, and the uniform, click, sound of firearms. The chief of the police station took out the arrest warrant from his pocket. I'm very sorry, we have taken control of this building. Please 3 of you come with us. Chapter 156. No one expected the arrival of the police. 3 people were taken away under different names. Yasuki Inuichiro refused to put on handcuffs. I was arrested just because my father had something to do with the Dagawa Road. It was a bit too rash. It is not ruled out that some people want to throw a pot to themselves after the Dahedao incident. I'm not a crime, wouldn't it be too funny to wear handcuffs without quirk? Yasuki Inuichiro smiled at the policeman. Quanyue's mental state has deteriorated to the naked eye. Yasuki Inichiro strongly requested to be with Quanyue, but he was mercilessly rejected and escorted to another car alone. Quanyue was arrested because he had appeared near the Big River and was suspected of having a relationship with the Villain Alliance. There have been rumors within the police that Quanyue is the spy of Villain Alliance inside Yua High School. After all, from the Quanyue entrance exam, there were signs of the Villain Alliance invasion. In the subsequent USJ incident, Quanyue was not visible to anyone for a period of time. Why did the other party specifically select first grade Class A as the opponent? As for Shan Lengxin, he immediately instigated the Quirk self-defense movement after the Great River incident broke out. Not to mention the police, some political enemies hated him. I said this is really useful. Zhou Fengji's Yatiangu watched the 3 people into the police car with the binoculars, the forces behind the cold letter of the fur, and the child of the Quanyue family. Compare it to the young master of the Yeiyu family, it turned out to be the one most likely to be detected by the police. After Tunbachi returned from the Big River, he immediately rolled into his room with the medicine and studied it. Even Yatiangu didn't know what he was doing. In the middle, the dead wood hanger of the Villain Alliance came 2 or 3 times, but Tunbaki did not come out to meet the guests, and Yatiangu was responsible for entertaining. Kurogiri was standing upstairs side by side with Yatengu. He also saw 3 people being taken away by the police, but his opinion was different from Yatengu. It's crazy. But I don't think the police are of much use. As a national violent agency, there are still many uses. Otherwise, the Big River incident 10 years ago will not happen. Yatengu put away the telescope in his hand. The current situation is chaotic like Okonomiyaki. From the moment when the AFO ordered the Dahedao to be reopened, the Villain Alliance first formed an alliance with Zhoufeng, and then was involved in the ambitions of the Dahedao incident. Below is the influence of the Great River incident, which caused government departments and policemen who had not cleared their tails to be involved in the turbulence. Kurogiri also lamented that everyone has their own stand in the Great River incident. For example, their Villain Alliance had 2 goals from the beginning: to take the production line of the river channel and to kill Yasuki Inuichiro. Now it is just the purpose of the second half. I think the goal of your Villain Alliance can be slightly expanded. Yatengu turned around and took out a sword from his pocket, and smiled. After all, on a certain level, the main battle now is not the ambition of a Senhonghu anymore. Not far away, a bloody young man fell to the ground, and Yatiangu walked over and stepped on the man's head carelessly. The panic caused by the Great River Channel incident has slowly recovered, and the people's attention has shifted to the self-defense of the quirk of Cunninghamia Langshin. As long as the public does not pursue the story behind the Dehei Dao, the official only needs to give an explanation for the current situation. The government needs a qualified backpot man, although you can't run the villain alliance. But Zhou Feng can't get these things. Ya Tiangu smiled and pierced the sword into the palm of the person under his feet. He said softly, "My good apprentice, you need a girl who causes a storm at this time, right?" Advertisement. As long as the wind girl who caused the huge storm is caught and sent to the police, the Big River incident can be finalized. The Wutiangu who was stepped on his feet made a sobbing cry of pain, and tears slipped from his face. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. In the police station, as Ya Tiangu said, it is in a state where the wind and rain are about to come to the mountains. Yasuki Inuichiro, male, is now studying in Class D of the first year of UA High School. His father is the head of the underground organization Honghu's Ambition. He was killed at home 8 years ago. The police read this basic message and felt a headache. Why did you show up in Fur Lengshin's office? I want to accompany my friends to get something. Yasuki Inuichiro said. Speaking of hiding quirk weapons, you must go to jail. The police randomly asked a few more questions and turned to the topic. Are you now inheriting the underground organization left by your father? Yasuki Inuichiro was bored. Inherit or something? If I inherit the organization my father left, I will work 3 jobs a day. Do I have to study hard to get a scholarship? Or, do you think it was a 7 or 8-year-old kid back then? It can support an organization all over Japan in the face of internal and external troubles. Hey, it sounds impossible. The policeman pressed his temples and cheered up. Then the next question, why are you and the Quanyue children? There was a sudden sound of footsteps and things turning over outside the door. A violent knock on the door. Wait a minute, interrogation is going on inside. You can't go in. A hand slapped on the door of the interrogation room. I'm sorry. After these words, a scream broke out. The policeman stood up abruptly. He took out his pistol and stood by the door, carefully pushing open a gap. Yasuki Inichiro probably guessed who it was. Wait a minute. Ah, he said it was a bit too late, and the policeman screamed and threw the pistol to the ground before he buckled the gun. The door opened, revealing Quanyue's face, but his expression was not as painful as before. Instead, he was smiling. I haven't changed it for so many years. Yasuki Inuichiro, you can't keep hiding from him. Izumizuki Nagasaki took the gun from the comatose guard. He was originally a policeman and was familiar with these things. If I can, I hope he knows and understands everything. Inuichiro Yasuki said, Izumizuki Nagasaki will not kill me. Yasuki Inuichiro covered his head and sighed, Izumizuki Nagasaki, you really are. Advertisement. Who are you? This is not Quanyue. Yasuki Inuichiro's palms are sweaty. What are you going to do? The other party touched his chin and asked, Mr. Yasuki shouldn't explain before this. What about your relationship with our kids? Izumizuki Nagasaki opened the handcuffs of Yasuki Inuichiro with a gun. What's the situation with Zhou Feng now? Stop, Mr. Izumizuki, you are already dead. I don't want you to be involved in the current affairs. Yasuki Inuichiro is one of the first 2 big people. I understand your mentality of wanting revenge, but you can consider your nephew. Quanyue doesn't know anything. If it weren't for your potion, I wouldn't be able to gain control of the body so smoothly. The trigger was pressed down slightly. Besides, do you think I will let the feuding child live? Me and Quanyue are just classmates. I won't hurt him. Inuichiro Yasuki was not afraid. This is my promise from Inichiro Yasuki. And spend a lifetime deceiving the fur cold letter. I want you to take care of him. It doesn't matter whether you deceive, or whether your family wants to take revenge in the end. Izumizuki Nagasaki said. Yasuki Inuichiro, as a member of the ambition of Honghu, I am believed by your family. Quirk self-defense, it was attracted by the ideal country. I hope that one day you can build such an ideal country for my nephew Quanyue. This sun-like man has the brightest smile, the most firm belief, the most terrible persistence. Just like he did not hesitate to join Honghu's ambition back then, he even died on the battlefield despite his plan in the end. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The other party took the pistol and said, Hello, Mr. Yeyu. On the other side, but I don't recommend you to find him. He is now a piece of steamed bun. Yasuki Inuichiro said, Besides, I don't want Quanyue involved in this. Izumizuki Nagasaki, you are only a minority. Inuichiro Yasuki is 1 head and too big, you know that you are using Quanyue's body now, and what you do will push Quanyue towards. Izumi Nagasaki, who was grasping Quanyue's body, smiled. His smile is always bright, and the sun under the clear sky conceals all emotions. He said, Speaking of thanks to your father's care, I really won't act on people with ambitions. What about Ashen? Kacha. The tip of the gun was pointed at Yasuki Inuichiro's head, and the other party was still smiling. Our family's marksmanship is very good, do you want to give it a try? Chapter 157 Izumizuki Nagasaki himself. I only have 3 days. Now 3 days are not here. Izumizuki Nagasaki said. Which one did you give him? Now he mostly relies on potions to forcibly gain control of his body. Although I am very sorry to my nephew, Izumizuki Nagasaki does not regret it. Yasuki Inuichiro reported a string of numbers, which was the code of the medicine. As the descendant of the Yeiyu family, the young master of Honghu's ambition, and the heir of the Dehidao pharmaceutical factory in name, he knew a lot about these things. But I didn't expect the side effects of this medicine to call you out. You didn't give the antidote to the side effects. I remember that I had made it back then. Izumi Nagasaki opened the door, and took Yasuki Anuichiro to find Cunningham Langshin. It was made, but it was not put into production. Anuichiro Yasuki knew a lot, he said. According to your algorithm back then, now you can control Quanyue's body for 24 hours. It's less than 24 hours. Quanyue Nagasaki neatly resolved a policeman at the corner, knocking him out and dragging him away. Although he occupies Quanyue's body, because of the difference in his soul, every movement is simply a neat, and even a smile on his face when he hits the head. The whole person's temperament has undergone earth-shaking changes. Yasuki Anuichiro rolled his eyes, slightly suffocating. Quanyue Nagasaki is a very ambitious person. If this news is left in the Quanyue family, it is estimated that Quanyue's father will tear the younger brother. But from the words of Yasuki Inichiro's father, Izumizuki Nagasaki took the initiative to find Honghu's ambition. This guy has a terrible talent for making potions. 80% of the illegal potions in Dehidao Pharmaceutical Factory come from Izumizuki Nagasaki. The remaining 20% is a weakened version of Izumizuki's Nagasaki medicine. The current descendant of the feud Izumaki family suddenly came to the door to express his support for the villain family. After learning this secret, Yasuki Anuichiro made up for the scene of his father's myocardial infarction several times. It should be quite exciting. What are you thinking? Quanyue Nagasaki found the key, and he opened the passage door and said, "Don't worry, what you are saying now will not be heard by Xiaoyi." He moved quickly, 2 elbows as soon as he opened the door and spoke. The attack eliminated the guarding police, and then smashed the surrounding monitors. Advertisement. Yasuki Anuichiro briefly explained the current situation. He estimated that it was a good thing Zhofeng and Villain Alliance did to report to the police. The two groups of people seemed to want to pull himself and the ambition behind Honghu together in one go. As for the fur cold letter, it should be implicated by something political. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As the central figure in the Great River Road incident, can't you explain the story of that year? Anuichiro Yasuki said, I mainly want to know what horrible things my father did back then. Nomu knows. Izumizuki Nagasaki quickly stepped forward and said, I wonder if you have seen the jar where it is stored. I made the liquid medicine in it. Yasuki Anuichiro. Huh, Nomu is a monster with plural quirks, but the body is still human. If you want to change the physical quality of the human body, increase the quirk and the enhancement of quirk, a very complicated set of procedures is required. The birth of each Nomu is very complicated. All the way to the big river. The pharmacy factory appears. Izumizuki Nagasaki turned his head and spread his hands and said, quick mass production. Behind the Dehidao pharmaceutical factory is a Nomu monster manufacturing center. But now Nomu is controlled by AFO. It sounds like my father really made wedding dresses for others. Yasuki Anuichiro muttered and asked. Wait, Quanyue wakes up, how can I explain it? Only Izumizuki Nagasaki can speak in this tone. On the other side of the corridor, Fur Lengshin sat quietly in the room. He has been in officialdom for many years, his mouth is very tight, and he doesn't leave a word about it when the other party asks. Now his mind is occupied by two things. One is that Quanyue is suspected of being possessed by the ghost of Izumizuki Nagasaki, and the other is that he was tossed into the police station by someone. Is Shuizi you? Cedar Lengshin asked, looking at the door half open, thanks to your care over the years. Cedar Lengshin stood up and stepped forward and said, Nagasaki, what's the matter with you now? He had 1,000 words in his heart to tell, but he stammered and didn't understand anything. What happened back then? That's because you don't know what I did to you. Cedar Lengshin said excitedly. I made a big mistake, I will give you. I have given you instructions for so many years, Izumizuki Nagasaki, you will finally I died because of instructions. Advertisement. That's your business and it has nothing to do with me. Quanyue Nagasaki lost the pot very quickly, I'm just in charge of Ashen's problem. Quanyue will leave it to you now. The door was completely pushed open, and Izumi Nagasaki said under the backlight, Shuizi. Axon, are you married? The fur felt a lump in confidence, and said, it's not that it is. I came back to the world because I wanted to talk to you about the things that happened back then. Quanyue Nagasaki smiled, I was too anxious to finish. Axon, my death has nothing to do with you. Cunningham Lengshin looked at him coldly, and he had just asked about it, and now he will come back soon, it is nothing more than someone visiting him. But Shan Lengshin recalled his past life, and it was not clear who would come to see him at this juncture. Oh, there should be quite a lot of ridicule. Izumizuki Nagasaki waved his hand and smiled brightly, he has two quirks, don't you know it? Seeing Yasuki Inichiro's expression seems to be really ignorant, Izumizuki Nagasaki feels more happy. Now you know. Come here. Izumizuki Nagasaki hooked his hand and slapped Yasuki Anuichiro's face with a slap. Snap. Yasuki Anuichiro's hands and feet twitched uncontrollably, and he sat down on the ground, watching Izumi Nagasaki go away. The bones seemed to be broken with a hammer, and Yasuki Anuichiro thought he had extraordinary stamina and wanted to scold a few vulgar words at this moment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Wait, FCK. Yasuki Inuichiro was rubbed against the ground in pain. Suddenly a sentence his father said when he told him the secret came into his mind. Izumizuki Nagasaki thinks everyone is good, but what he wants in his heart is not necessarily what he wants to do. Yasuki Inuichiro was stunned. He thought that Izumizuki Nagasaki had just said casually at the beginning, "Do you know what I am going to do? Your heart is really cruel. Live like a sunny lunatic." Izumizuki Nagasaki was amused by his friend's haste. The sound of unlocking the door came from outside. Axon's quirk is actually very strong. Once the seed of instruction is planted, the instruction will be higher than human instinct in silence. Izumizuki Nagasaki approached, pressing the fur cold letter on the position, gently said, "So, Ashen can tell me, did you give me any instructions that year?" Chapter 158. Fur Lengxin knew that he was a weak person when he was very young. In this era of quirk is equivalent to a kind of talent. People with low talents will be ridiculed, and people with high talents will be sought after. Some quirks related to controlling the mind will be rejected. It would be great if it could be stronger. Cunningham Lengxin thought viciously for countless times that if the preparation time for quirk didn't take that long, he could control whoever he wanted to control, so that no one would bully him. This idea was slowly suppressed until Izumizuki Nagasaki appeared. "I warn you, if you bully people, don't blame me for being impolite." 6-year-old Izumizuki Nagasaki stood in front of him and said, "I see one or two and fight once, if I hear it. If I can't fight, I will call. My brother is here." Later he became Izuki Nagasaki's little follower, and Izuki Nagasaki corrected it over and over again and said that it was not the follower but the bamboo horse. "Nagasaki, are you planning to be heroes?" "Yes, I want to help people who are in difficulty." Every time I hear these words, Shan Leng's confidence is not always good. He tossed over and over and couldn't sleep. Looking at Izumizuki Nagasaki's smile, there was an unclear panic in his heart. When they were 7 years old, Cunningham Lengxin successfully delivered the first command in life for the first time. "It's for Izumizuki Nagasaki. Every year and every day thereafter, I can't wait for every minute and every second." The fur cold letter is deepening Izumi Nagasaki's instructions. He didn't know why he gave that order, but looking at Izumizuki Nagasaki's smiling face, he thought it was also good. Moreover, the instruction was only out of selfishness. Cedar Lengxin didn't think this was a big deal until after he was admitted to UA High School with Izumizuki Nagasaki. Axon's quirk is really strong. Izumizuki Nagasaki took the quirk report on his desk, but exercise is very difficult. After all, it requires a lot of people to practice. Quirks with similar control psychology are all too easy to become criminals. That's how it is said. Cedar Lengxin was embarrassed. "I'm not the same as you in Nagasaki." "Is there any difference?" "Ah, you mean heroes." Izumizuki Nagasaki's tone is a bit subtle, it's just a different profession. "For me, heroes is not a glorious thing, just a profession. If you want to help others, you can help under any circumstances. This is true, but heroes is more upright. Can Nagasaki not take the heroes?" I knew that this was the other person's dream since childhood, but I still asked, if Nagasaki is to help others, it's okay not to be a heroes. It's okay to become a heroes. It's very painful to be the same thing as the last time. Last time they were abducted by the masses using public opinion to help the wounded on the side of the road. Izumizuki Nagasaki was forced to use the quirk and eventually had to be sent to the hospital for first aid. Advertisement. Izumizuki Nagasaki did not reply to him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. He still signed up for the Heroes exam of the therapy department once every 3 years. As a therapeutic heroes, which is completely different from ordinary heroes, it is the only type of heroes that can graduate from general subjects. Because of the small number and difficulty, a unified examination is only held every 3 years. Fur Cold Channel. Is it really important to be a heroes? For children born in the heroes family, it is really important to become heroes. Izumizuki Nagasaki said. Family honors, beliefs, sense of responsibility. There are many more. It feels like the original intention of helping others is not so much. It's important. Cedar Lengxin is a child of ordinary people, and he is not very clear about the reason Izumizuki Nagasaki wants to become a heroes. He just has a kind of inexplicable anger, although he doesn't know what to be angry. In short, the result is that Shan Lengxin joined an organization that promotes quirk self-defense and quirk dreamland, Honghu ambition. I don't want Nagasaki to become a heroes. He becomes a heroes and he will only hurt himself. So I secretly changed Izumizuki Nagasaki's admission ticket the day before the exam. But I am very sorry for Nagasaki. I will spend a long time, even my whole life, to make up for Nagasaki. So I chose a police career that I didn't like, just to work with Izumizuki Nagasaki. I gave Nagasaki an order. I later learned what the order will do, but I can't stop it. There is no way to eliminate the order from my quirk. Even if I die, the order will continue. Suddenly tears fell from the cold letter of the fur. He found himself holding Izumizuki Nagasaki's hand and was talking all the time. Memories are only a short period of 20 years, how can they be finished? Izumi Nagasaki smiled. You still love to cry so much. He stretched out his hand and rubbed the hair of the cedar cold letter. In the eyes of outsiders, a 15-year-old boy was very weird to a middle-aged man. But in the eyes of the parties, they seemed to have returned to their childhood, and Izumizuki Nagasaki would always do this every time after the furs coldly believed that they were bullied. Pattered tears hit the clothes, a few more tears. Okay, how old you are. Izumizuki Nagasaki sighed and took the fur cold letter in his arms. I just want to cry out if I feel uncomfortable. Cunningham Lengshin cried more fiercely. At the beginning, you obviously could leave Deheidao because of me, because I dragged you down. The fur cried coldly, it's all the instructions, if there is no such instruction, you don't need to come to save me. Advertisement. A person can only be given one order in his life. Quanyue Nagasaki hurriedly said, it's okay. As he spoke, he slowly took out the gun in his pocket. With a light click, he drowned in the cries of Cunningham's self-blame. Quanyue Nagasaki slapped Cedar Lengshin on the back and comforted. It's okay, it's not your fault, Axon, listen to me, it's not your fault. His gun went around behind Sean Lengshin. I didn't think of what happened back then. It's not your fault at all. Izumi Moon Nagasaki smiled and comforted. The more comforted he was, the more uncomfortable the fur was in cold confidence. Since childhood, because of the special quirk, only Izumizuki Nagasaki is his friend. In his limited life, Izumizuki Nagasaki was his playmate, his best friend, the brothers and relatives he grew up with, and even replaced part of the elder's role in unspeakable love. Sean Lengshin raised his head. He looked at this face that was completely different from what he remembered. He pursed his lips and said, the instruction I gave you was. Pounds gunshots sounded, and Izumi Nagasaki quickly distanced himself from Cunningham Lengshin. He fired at the opponent's limbs again, and looked at the figure on the ground twice, changing the appearance of another person. Crow Tengu. It's been a long time. Izumiyuki Nagasaki continued his warm smile, stepped forward to remove the opponent's chin, and quickly stuffed the hot barrel in his hand into the opponent's mouth. I always remember your lore. I really miss it. Yadengu's quirk can only exchange positions with people with the same physical condition. If he is an able-bodied person, he can only exchange positions with an able-bodied person. If he is a person with a severed hand, he can only exchange positions with a severed hand. As the old opponent of Yadengu, Izumi Nagasaki knew his quirk no more. When the opponent exchanged the fur-cold letter, he immediately interrupted the person's limbs and removed his chin. Yationgu widened his eyes, and he didn't recognize him for a while. Izumitsu Nagasaki snorted and knocked the opponent out. He can't hold back Quanyue in his mind. The time may be less than I expected. Chapter 159 Quanyue's Predicament. It is normal for Yadengu to not recognize Izumizuki Nagasaki. After all, Izumizuki Nagasaki has been dead for 10 years, and Izumizuki's theory of ghost possession is too mysterious. In the Quirk Society, most people don't believe in ghosts and gods for a long time. In addition, in Honghu's ambition, except for the dead owner of the Yazuki family and Izumi Nagasaki himself, only Yazuki Inuichiro knows the true identity of Izuki Nagasaki. Izumizuki Nagasaki will remember the Raven Tengu, but it is thanks to this guy's last blow. Advertisement. If it weren't for the last blow of Yadengu was too harsh, maybe Izumi Nagasaki could still survive with the cold letter of the cedar. Izumizuki Nagasaki really wanted to humiliate the opponent here, but considering the time issue, he didn't hesitate too much. He put the gun directly into the opponent's mouth and said with a smile, 10 seconds, I want a location. Speaking of which, his nephew's quirk is quite suitable for extorting a confession. Quanyue, who was trapped in his mind, was confronting himself when he was 5 years old. He was walking in the heavy snow, but no matter where he went, he could see the cars, flames, and himself seriously injured. This strange world seems to be a Umobi's ring, allowing him to loop infinitely. Quanyue has been telling herself not to be afraid, these things have passed. But the anxiety in his heart did not weaken by half, and there was even a tendency to strengthen. It's just that Quanyue can have normal conversations from the outside. But the child did not give him a chance to talk normally. Quanyue fumbled for what was on his body. He took out his gun, pointed it at the child and pressed the trigger. All this is fake and illusory. Quanyue comforted herself. If I can't get out from here, I'm afraid I will be trapped inside. Puff, the bullet hits the child's heart. The child paused and looked at Quanyue with his head tilted. Almost in the blink of an eye, Quanyue saw the child's chest lit up with white light, and there was only a small red bloodline on the ground. The child's jumping ability and running speed are beyond Quanyue's imagination. The opponent launched a quirk damage replacement. Damage replacement can transfer the damage suffered by oneself or others to other places. The child transfers the bullet damage to the ground at the moment of being attacked, and comes to Quanyue with the help of the explosive force generated by the soles of the feet in the ground. Quanyue did not expect that the other party would be so fast, and a small blood-red handprint was on his face. The child's strength was not great, but at the moment of physical contact, Quanyue flew out and fell into the snow and rolled 2 laps. He covered his face for a long time and then wiped his face with his hand. Bleeding. Advertisement. A slap-sized stab wound appeared on his cheek. It is definitely not something that a child can type, but it can be converted with a quirk. Quanyue stood up. He held his pistol, and looked at the motionless child, as if he had recognized his past self for the first time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Is that strong? He shook his head to wake himself up a little, and approached the child cautiously. The other party just repeats the word, kill, quietly. As for what to kill, Who to kill? No mention of how to kill. Quanyu aimed the wall at the child's temple, and he fired a second shot. Pounds almost at the same time as the bullet burst out of the barrel, Quanyu could only see the sky and then the ground. He fell face to the ground. There was a large scald on the entire back. After the child finished the attack, he kept his silent posture and continued to say, kill. Who to kill? How to kill? What are the limiting factors? None said. Quanyu coughed twice and stood up. The child is really weird. If he wants to leave this Umobi's ring, at least he has to pass the child's level. Relax your mind and treat this as a game pass. Quanyu comforted himself. These things are over. He needs to attack this child several times. If you want to get out, the past self might be the key. Quanyu raised his pistol and launched a third attack. Pound. Firearms are useless. The opponent's quirk damage replacement is stronger than his own cognition, and all attacks will be transferred to other places, even back to Quanyu himself. Quirk painful memories, it's useless. The other party seemed to feel no pain, saying that wind is wind and rain is rain. Quanyu was knocked out by the child again, half of his body hit an abandoned car, he fell to the ground and rolled a few times, covered with snowflakes and bloodline all over his body. Jumped down. There are 3 words written all over the body of this supposedly dead child. Live. Quanyu let himself take a breath and raised his arm, his pupils dilated. His throat was blocked, and he couldn't say a word. The fear that had been hidden from the whole body once again came out with his teeth and claws arrogantly. The Beihai car corpse case, the tragic death of the heroes Izumizuki Nagasaki and his wife, the only surviving child, the excessive use of scrapped quirk. Advertisement. What is this madman going to do? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. In fact, they can only see a small black spot. Wait, outside. A group of people suddenly got the news, and they all rushed to the windows. They looked up and saw Quanyu standing on the opposite roof, smiling at them. Yasuki Inuichiro held his breath, only he knew that it was not Quanyu, but Izumizuki Nagasaki. Next to the police station is a 10-story building, and the current Yasuki Inuichiro is on the 2nd floor. Where are the children of the Quanyu family? Quanyu's head rested on a hand, scarred, and bloodline Madara's fingers were missing a few. And the owner of this hand is his father, Quanyu Chengsuo. Everything reappeared in front of Quanyu. The desire to survive. In the police station, everyone was mobilized. They found that Yasuki Inuichiro was knocked down to the ground and automatically classified Yasuki Inichiro to the victim's side, not to mention that Yasuki Inuichiro was still a quirk. But you should die, Quanyu said viciously, you are the one who deserves to die the most. Izumizuki Nagasaki turned his head and smiled in their direction. Kill. The hoarse and tender voice appeared behind Quanyu, adding a bit of horror. Quanyu directly confronted the opponent without using a gun. After seeing the bodies of his parents, he finally realized what was different about this child. His head seemed to rest on something. Do not know. Chapter 160 Spring Moon Nagasaki shows off his might. Yasuki Inuichiro is one head and too big. Quanyu. Oh, Quanyu Nagasaki jumped off the building with Quanyu's body. He just didn't slow down. Why did he make such a big problem all at once? Izumizuki Nagasaki was already dead, and Yasuki Inuichiro didn't care about him. But what about Quanyu? Quanyu just didn't wake up. How could you, as a little uncle, jump off the building with his body? At the thought of what he was going to do, Yasuki Inuichiro's head grew big. Quanyu must not die. He just wanted to go downstairs when he heard those people exclaiming, it's Villain Alliance. Yasuki Inuichiro. The head is bigger than before, okay. If someone suddenly runs out at this moment and tells him, Izumizuki Nagasaki is actually a member of the Villain Alliance. It is estimated that Yasuki Inuichiro is also, finished. Advertisement. It turned out that after Izumi Nagasaki jumped off the building, Kurogiri's hand appeared in the air, and the opponent went directly to Quanyu and pulled it over. Izumizuki Nagasaki didn't panic at all, even confident. But it was too late to take care of these things, and Yasuki Inuichiro heard the police talking one after another. It really has something to do with the Villain Alliance. 8 achievements are spies. Damn it, he broke out too terribly at the time. It's like a different person. Yasuki Inuichiro listened to the police next to him, with mixed feelings in his heart. Quanyu was so disturbed by his uncle that he might not be able to clean it even if he jumped into the Yellow River. But what does Izumizuki Nagasaki want to do? Izumi Nagasaki, who jumped into Kurogiri's circle, rubbed his wrist, he smiled, but naturally faced the crowd staring at him. Pain memories used for interrogation are really much easier to use than a gun in your mouth. Izumizuki Nagasaki looked at the hand and raised his head with a smile. Opposite him, the dead-handle wooden hanger opened his mouth, and the spoon in his hand fell to the ground. What's the matter? Kurogiri also looked puzzled on the side. He should have come into contact with the Yatengu, but he never expected that Yatengu did not come out and ran out of a young man covered in scars. Izumizuki Nagasaki looked at the person in front of him up and down, and said, you are the Villain Alliance. The dead-handle wooden hanger sneered, he stood up and flexed his hands and feet, and said casually, is it really delivered to the door by himself? Don't you know the politeness at all? While talking, he had already arrived in front of Izumizuki Nagasaki. He aimed at that disgusting smile. Advertisement. Izumi Moon Nagasaki was not in a hurry, he raised his leg and hit the opponent's stomach with one knee. The dead-handle wooden hanger sneered and grabbed Quanyue Nagasaki's leg with his hand. I remember your quirk. Izumizuki Nagasaki seemed to have anticipated the other party's move a long time ago. Between the sparks and the fire, he directly removed the dead-handle wooden hanger's hands. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Then I twisted his hands. Regardless of the screams made by the dead handle, Izumi Nagasaki grabbed the dead handle with one hand and pressed the dead handle with one knee on the back of the dead handle, pressing the person on the ground in a folded manner. In addition to pharmacology when I was a child, the best was orthopedics. Izumizuki Nagasaki's iconic harmless smile, he said, your quirk should only be played with 5 fingers. You said that if I were a little bit careless, break so 1 or 2. Kurogiri appeared behind Izumizuki Nagasaki. Izumizuki Nagasaki remained unmoved, letting Kurogiri swallow his head, and when his face was about to disappear, there was even a slight smile on the corners of Izumizuki Nagasaki's mouth. For a while, Kurogiri let out a scream, vomiting out half of Izumizuki Nagasaki's head. Sure enough, it's different from what I guessed. Kurogiri is your body. Unfortunately, as long as you have any contact with this body, you can make quirk start to move. No matter how gentle Izumi Nagasaki's smile is, he can't hide his demon nature. If you don't want this person to suffer the pain of the broken corpse you just tasted, tell me where the fur cold letter went. What are you talking about? Kurogiri hasn't recovered from the pain just now. He told himself not to show weakness, and retorted, what hate do we have with you? Hey, Izumitsu Nagasaki grabbed a finger of the dead handle wood alone, and snapped his finger to the back of his hand, Deheidao drug production line, Nomu, and the Jofeng you cooperated with. Dead handle wood hanging he screamed in pain, and his body began to shake violently, trying to resist Izuki Nagasaki who was pressing on him. Izumizuki Nagasaki directly gave him a painful memory of a comminuted fracture, which made people calm down. Where is the fur cold letter? This is Jofengji's business, and it has nothing to do with us. Kurogiri absolutely can't let the dead handle wooden hanger have an accident. Thinking of the big man behind the dead handle wooden hanger, his heart trembles. Izumizuki Nagasaki slammed, and the sound of broken bones was particularly crisp in the room. The dead-handled wooden hanger was originally fainted by the pain, but he woke up with real pain. Ah, tell him and tell him. I will kill you if I kill you. Izumitsu Nagasaki smiled and moved the dead-handled wooden hanger. Hit the ground with his face, and asked again, where is the Fur Lengshin? He only got a temporary conversion location from Utengo. Fur Lengshin was first converted to the roof of the building next door with the quirk of the Yadengu, and then taken away by the quirk of Kurogiri. When I got here, I couldn't ask any more questions. Izumi Nagasaki knew in his heart the role of Fur Lengshin when it was installed in government departments, and those who knew this role were the high-level ambitions of Honghu in the past. For example, the current leader of Jofeng Tunbaki. Advertisement. I'll ask one last time, where are the people? Izumizuki Nagasaki let go and let Kurogiri witness the soft fingers of the dead handle wooden hanger. I'll ask again, one at a time. Base. A sword flicked across the face of Izumizuki Nagasaki, and the constant smile of Izumizuki Nagasaki's 10,000 years became a little weird in a trace of blood. He turned his head and looked at the person stepping on the window, as if saying hello to an old friend. Long time no see, Tunbachi. Tunbachi came down from the upper floor, with one hand still hanging on the window. He only heard the sound of the wind, and his face immediately received a heavy blow. When the whole person leaned back due to the force, one hand grabbed his hair and yanked him back. When you ordered Ling Kai to me back then, you should be prepared to be Ling Kai. Quanyue Nagasaki dragged his hair and asked condescendingly, where is the cold letter of the fur? Tunbachi did not answer. 2 snakes crawled out of his sleeves, their mouths stinking open and leaping towards Quanyue Nagasaki. Izumizuki Nagasaki did not fear at all, and took out the pistol he had brought before and shot twice. When Tunbachi saw this, he was about to stretch out his feet, and suddenly felt that his feet were twisted into twists by a pair of invisible hands. If he hadn't had a trace of perseverance, he would cry out in pain at this moment. But it is impossible to control his legs. The pain sensation reminds him that his legs can't move anytime. When Tunbachi wanted to move, he felt his legs resist. These legs are no longer his own. Izumi Nagasaki sneered while clutching Hachiki's hair. He had just used a comminuted fracture of his legs, combined with a strong beating pain, and it turned out to be effective. At least in Tunbachi's consciousness, his own legs could not move. Even if the body is okay, but after being misled by pain, you will unconsciously think that you are not good. Izumizuki Nagasaki asked again, where is the cold letter of Huxia fur? A display screen in front of them flickered twice, and a man's hoarse voice was heard from it, with a little noise in the middle, shushasha, shasha. Sure enough, this is the real Quanyujia. Shasha. The shadow of AFO flashed across the screen of falling snow. Chapter 161 Himiko Toga. Izumitsu Nagasaki looked ugly for a second when seeing the figure on the screen. He knew that he would have no chance of winning if AFO came. In addition, Quanyue in his mind is already finding his way, and the time left for himself should be less than 16 hours. Once Quanyue comes out of the trapped situation, the control of the body is no longer in his own hands. Izumizuki Nagasaki gritted his teeth and did a series of researches on ghost possession while he was still alive. After his death, he learned about the quirk of his ancestors and even planned this time of ghost possession. The ghost possession of the Quanyue family is actually out of control of the ancestor quirk. The deceased ancestor can also turn his immediate descendants into undead. But once the children and grandchildren are stripped of the scope of the ancestor's quirk, they can only survive for 3 days. Even if they deprive their control of the body within 3 days, they will eventually disappear. It's just that the body can be used for 3 days with the consent of the original owner of the body. If the original owner of the body does not know or disagree, then use some extreme methods, such as digging out a cage to trap the opponent. But when the original owner's consciousness returns, the ghost will be stripped of control. The faster Quanyue came out, the faster Izumi Nagasaki disappeared. He originally wanted to say something to AFO, but the other party didn't give any chance, so the black screen disappeared. Quanyue returned his attention to Tenbachi under his hand. He put the gun on the opponent's forehead and smiled, as the fur cold letter on it. Tenbachi's quirk can make very fine adjustments to the body, and climbing a wall or something is simply a trivial matter. Izumi Moon Nagasaki had a hard time during his activities. In order to save time, he could review the interrogation lessons he learned at the police academy. Kong Dang Quanyue can't count how many times he was thrown out. There was blood dripping from his forehead, and his whole body was hit on the car, with scars on his back. The old injuries combined with the new ones made him look even more terrifying. When he was 5 years old, was his quirk so strong? Quanyue barely raised his head to look at the child standing barefoot in front of him, his throat itchy, and wow, he vomited a mouthful of black blood. The white snow and the red blood match. Why didn't you kill? Quanyue had a meal, and he realized that it was the child who was talking. He raised his head, looked at the child's face, and hesitated. Kill? What did you kill? He didn't know what this meant. The child tilted his head and pointed to the front to show him. Suddenly a hillside appeared in front of him, and the hillside kept zooming in front of Quanyue, and finally he and 3 children in the woods. Quanyue held his breath. He knew that this was the first time he encountered the long-tongued ghost incident, but how did this kid know? Advertisement. What do you want to do? The child turned his head very hard and did not speak. He just walked slowly towards the mountains and forests. After a stick of incense, he returned with red hands. Without saying anything, standing in front of Quanyue, the forest slowly disappeared and then changed to a smaller time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What's the matter with your scar? It's so ugly. Wow, it's scary. I heard that your parents are dead. Tisk tisk, ugly, go fetch us water, you disgusting orphan. A tender curse evoked Quanyue's memories. That was the school violence he encountered when he was in elementary school. But why does it appear at this time? Quanyue didn't understand. He stood up on the car. What are you going to do? He was a big kid, but he didn't have any advantage in front of his 5-year-old. Why didn't you kill them? The child asked. Why are you being bullied all the time? Quanyue wanted to say a lot. For example, although those people bully themselves, they don't die. Let's say, hey, for example, what? Quanyue suddenly stopped. He couldn't say anything. He tried to recall the events of his childhood, but found that many bits and pieces were like fragments. He can't remember it anymore. Can't even recall what those who bullied themselves did to themselves. When he looked up and wanted to continue to watch those pictures and listen to those sounds, they all disappeared. In the vast world, only the child stood alone. You are too weak. Quanyue's eyes widened and said, I'm already trying to do it with my own strength. Whether it's the long tongue thing or other things, I'm trying to prevent others from getting hurt. The child looked at him and suddenly smiled. Advertisement. Quanyue, are you interested in deceiving yourself? Compared to the indifferent and rigid child before, his face suddenly became vivid, and he said viciously like a lion, Majesty, you are just guilty, you murderer. I'm just taking revenge. I kill everyone who deserves to be killed. Quanyue raised his pistol and yelled, what the hell are you? The child smiled. At the black muzzle, he tilted his head and said, the last tree in the flower garden under the mountain of Urine Primary School walks 3 steps inside. With the gunshots, everything returned to a pure white world. Quanyue feels that this is more difficult than the previous shots. But the child fell. The snow is still falling, it's over. Quanyue looked around and walked a few steps forward. It was found that he was still in the Umorbus ring, except that the child's body disappeared. Everything started again. Yasuki Inuichiro is also troubled by the current situation just like Quanyue. Following the police, he watched the tragedy of Yadengu, and got some weak news from the crowd relying on his own ability. So, All Might is here. The police next to him poured a cup of coffee to Yasuki Inuichiro. I don't know, it's just a rumor. By the way, you may have to make up a copy of your previous transcript. Compared to Quanyue running around, their impression of Yasuki Inuichiro is quite different. Not bad. Yasuki Inuichiro drank tea slowly, knowing that most of the participants in the Great River event had been transferred away. At least when the Great River event broke out for the second time, the survivors of that year were subconsciously excluded from work. Therefore, in the police station, there are few people who will help Quanyue with the blessings of Izumaki Nagasaki. To make matters worse, Izumizuki Nagasaki's jump almost actually hammered the relationship between Quanyue and Villain Alliance. Yasuki Inuichiro looked at the coffee in his hand, suddenly lost his mood. Inuichiro, someone wants to see you. Someone shouted outside, followed by the sound of a sliding door. A pretty high school girl with blonde hair stood in front of Yasuki Inuichiro. She smiled and flushed. Long time no see, Yasuki classmate. Yasuki Inuichiro put down his coffee and said, "What are you doing? Take my classmate." Chapter 162 Adding new bargaining chips. Hamiko Toga, a female high school student wanted by blood loss. The high-sounding appearance at the police base camp greeted Yasuki Inuichiro with a smile. On the surface, the two men knew each other. Yasuki Inuichiro feels that his chi training is really getting better and better. You came to see me. Ah, otherwise, Hamiko Toga really looks like a pure high school student. She smiled and bent over and approached Yasuki Inichiro's side and said, "Speaking of which, what about the boy next to you?" Seeing Hamiko Toga's flushed face, she sneered, thinking of the other person's unique hobby. "You mean that?" Hamiko Toga, who had not revealed her true appearance by hiding her quirk, grinned, and she muttered, "Stingy, people just like him." Yasuki Inuichiro remembered that the last person Hamiko Toga liked was already dead. "I don't like it so much." Yasuki Inuichiro was too lazy to spend his tongue. If he weren't still surrounded by a group of people in the lobby, he wouldn't need to go around several bends and ask questions. "What are you doing here?" Quote. "Yeah, I almost forgot to do business. Hee. Hamiko Toga lay on the table and took the coffee in Yasuki Inuichiro's hand and shook it slowly, saying, "Does Yasuki still remember Fungivi?" Suddenly she overturned the coffee on the table, pretending to be surprised. "It's really such a cute girl, but it's a pity that there are wounds on her body. What should I do?" Inuichiro Yasuki pushed aside the table. He wanted to step forward and give Hamiko Toga a punch, but the police onlookers pressed him in advance. 80% of the Wind Girl fell into the hands of the villain alliance. If it is a complete victory, Feng Nu can still escape, but now Feng Nu has just experienced a quirk runaway. It is not bad to be able to play half of the strength of the past. If you face Hamiko Toga in a weak situation, you will almost lose. He watched the coffee flowing on the table, slowly sliding down the edge of the table, taking a deep breath to calm himself. Hamiko Toga is a somewhat famous serial murderer in the underground world. Now she seems to have taken refuge in the villain alliance where AFO is located, indicating that the strength of the villain alliance is that in addition to AFO, Dead Handle Wooden Crane, Kurogiri and mass-produced Nomu, there will be a group of notorious people. From the very beginning, the entire Dahidao incident was the collaboration of villain alliance and Jofeng. AFO will never think about his own life. The Dead Handle Wooden Hanger has long seen that he is unhappy, and Jofeng and Honghu have a vengeance of treason between the ambitions of Jofeng and Honghu. Maybe the final prey of this incident was not the old Dahidao pharmaceutical factory case, nor any medicine, let alone the secret of the Quanyue family. Advertisement. It is Honghu's ambition. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As long as the organization of Honghu aspiration disappears from the world, and the last heir of the Yeiyu family disappears from the world, no one will know the secrets and grievances of the previous generation. The dead are the safest. Hey, Yasuki Inuichiro sneered, and said, "Take my classmate, Fengnu is my good friend, I won't make her sad." He didn't go on, showing a gentle smile. "Today is not a weekend, so let's go back to class as soon as possible. It's really too much trouble for you." Villain Alliance and Jofeng caught the Wind Girl, mostly trying to cover the whole incident on Honghu's ambitious head. How could Yasuki Inuichiro let them do what they wanted? As far as he is concerned, the leaders of these two organizations have a vengeance for killing his father and annihilating the clan. After Hamiko Toga left unwillingly, Yasuki Inichiro made his request, "I want to see your upper head." The policeman in charge of him was recording the conversation between him and Hamiko Toga, and he said in his hand, "You have what can you say directly to me? You are not qualified yet." Yasuki Inuichiro said flatly, "If your top boss is not there, let All Might come over." The police officers on the side sneered. Although it was said that Yasuki Inichiro had something to do with the ambition of the former underground organization Honghu, in this era when heroes were in power, the underworld set had long been out of fashion. Not to mention that Honghu's ambition is still an organization that has long since fallen, and it has no deterrent effect on the present. Any hero's office is much stronger than Honghu's ambition. Advertisement. Besides, who is All Might? That's a symbol of peace. On weekdays, he can be seen on TV and in various online videos. If you are lucky, you can still meet him on the street. Why is this kind of character because of a declining organized child? Was called here. This classmate, just tell us what you want. In fact, we don't think you have too many suspicions. The main thing is to ask and observe for a few days. You can go back if nothing happens. The police kindly persuaded, "Don't fear, we will definitely protect your safety." Yasuki Inuichiro himself infiltrated many low-level personnel in the police department, and he would not believe such words even if he died. He considered it, and said, Great River Road should not only be the participation of the Villain Alliance, but also another organization. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they held their breath, and they couldn't help but feel that Yasuki Inuichiro was really a child, and he was just talking big. Look, just be scared twice. Yasuki Inuichiro said with a low face, this organization handled the Beihai Car Corpse case and the Chingsong Yasuki's Full House case. The two cases were not long after a long time, but they were both unsettled cases that caused a sensation across the country. A cold sweat broke out on the policeman's head, he swallowed, and looked at each other with his colleagues. If what Yasuki Inichiro said is true, then the scope of this case is likely to be expanded a bit, and the level will be raised a bit. But if you participate in such a case yourself, it will be an irreplaceable feat. Yasuki Inuichiro closed his mouth. What about below? The policeman asked anxiously. Inuichiro Yasuki said, you can't guarantee my safety. Unless All Might comes over, I won't say a word. There should have been a new bargaining chip on the scales full of grievances. Chapter 163 Great River Road Planner. Here, All Might heard the request of Yasuki Inuichiro, let alone the opportunity to go to the forest with Class A, and was on the way with Principal Nezu. At the same time, Izumizuki Nagasaki did not waste time either. He broke the 3 ribs of Tunbachi, tortured the place where the fur was cold, and took the person out of a separate room. The quirk of Cunninghamia lanceolata does not strengthen the body in any way, and has not been systematically trained in these years. Izumizuki Nagasaki might still be able to hold his breath without breathing before, but now he is using Quanyue's body. Quanyue was in the healing stage, and after a while, she felt a little chest tightness and shortness of breath. Quanyue needs too much exercise. Izumi Moon Nagasaki scolded his eldest nephew for a while. He did not expect that he would gain control of his body, but his body had already begun to appear weak. Maybe the kid from the Izumitsu family with the weakest hand-to-hand ability. Izumi Nagasaki missed the years when he was invincible all over the campus. Cough 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 cough. Cedar Lengshin in his arms suddenly coughed. He opened his eyes while coughing violently. He was taken aback by Quanyue's face and his whole body shivered from Quanyue Nagasaki. Jumped down. Quanyue Nagasaki touched his face with both hands, and shrugged helplessly with a smile, it's okay. You are. Fur Lengshin was still a little confused. He only knew that he was suddenly changed from a cell to a roof, then fell into a dark hole, and just came out and smelled something and passed out in a coma. It's in a state now, and I'm confused about everything. Naturally, he couldn't recognize who was in Quanyue's body anymore. Izumi Moon Nagasaki was not angry, and said, Axon. He stepped forward and grabbed Fur Lengshin's hand, held the person by his arm, and said, Axon, it's me. I am Nagasaki. Fur Lengshin was deeply convinced. Taking a breath, he pressed his temple to free himself from the influence of the drug. Izumizuki Nagasaki, this is Izumizuki Nagasaki. You can trust him, the fur cold believes you can. Fur Lengshin kept giving himself psychological hints. What you can do, what you do is right. When he calmed down, he was completely different from his previous emotional breakdown. Izumizuki Nagasaki slowly let go of the arms of Cunninghamia Lengshin. He knew they should have a good talk at this time. Finally I can have a good talk. Ashen. Izumizuki Nagasaki walked to the top of the stairs and sat down. With a scarred face, he made Shan Lengshin feel the unspeakable guilt and fear in his heart. Guilt is that he always feels sorry for Izumizuki Nagasaki, and the fear is because these scars make him suddenly think of the tragic death of Izumizuki Nagasaki. But he still said, yes. Nagasaki, I always feel sorry about my quirk. About that order. Furaki Lengshin was halfway through, and Izumizuki Nagasaki pulled him by his tie. Cunningham Lengshin lowered his head and looked at the adult soul in his immature body, with a bitter smile. Advertisement. Izumitsu Nagasaki looked at the person she was familiar with, thinking of her preparations over the years, and smiled. Fur, I know that you have joined the ambition of Honghu. Cunningham Lengshin went stiff. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I also know that you were jealous and selfish, which made me lose the opportunity to become a heroes. Cunningham Lengshin never felt so dry in tongue. He wanted to say something to explain, but the air kept pouring in his throat, as if evacuating his lungs dryly. I also know that you have been. Izumitsu Nagasaki smiled and quietly said 3 words in the ear of the cold letter of cedar. Cunningham Lengshin didn't even dare to breathe, he felt the smell of rust on his lips, and he only licked his tongue to find that it was blood. Izumi Moon Nagasaki didn't panic at all. He stood up and went down the stairs to look at the fur and said coldly, Axon, I am not a moral kidnapper. I will bring these things into the coffin too. Don't be afraid. Izumi Moon Nagasaki looked at Cedar Lengshin's dark eyes and smiled. Actually, I just want you to take care of Quanyue, this child. Don't treat that child like me, okay? Izumi Nagasaki came over, for example, return my brother's belongings to my elder nephew. I must pay it back. The fur cold letter seemed to be fished out of the water. Nagasaki, you listen to me. I have been working in the government over the years, and I have controlled many government members with instructions. These are all given. Will you forgive me? I'll give you all of these, as long as you want to. He was talking while looking for a notebook and pen on his body, writing down the names and key passwords of those people. Izumizuki Nagasaki stopped the movement of Cedar Lengshin. Ocean, Honghu's ambition is not a credible place. I can absolutely trust Mr. Yasuki, but I can't believe it with Yasuki Inuichiro. He thought that after his death, Mr. Yayu can escape the catastrophe, but he did not expect that Mr. Yayu, the father of Yasuki Inuichiro, would also be killed a few years later, and the Yayu family and Izumi's family left only the last heirs. He looked at his friend's teary eyes and nodded. I should be the one who said I'm sorry. The Great River Incident, the mastermind from beginning to end, was also the only deceased Izumi Nagasaki 10 years ago. Shan Leng believes that the 2 lines of tears on his face wantonly recklessly, he does not cry, but suddenly grasps the key point, as if he was awakened, when you go. Izumi Nagasaki, what are you? Do you know that you would die in the big river? Honghu's ambition is now being targeted by the villain alliance and Zhofeng, living like a boat in the stormy sea. Advertisement. Izumizuki Nagasaki was overwhelmed by tears. Izumizuki Nagasaki's heart got a bump. The fur said in a cold letter, "That's what you are talking about. Yasuki Inuichiro will get rid of you sooner or later. Ashen, your quirk is a time bomb in his eyes. Once he gets the list of all government officials in your hand, you will be killed." Nagasaki ordered. "You don't give this list to anyone. Including me. As long as this list is still there, you can at least save your life. Do you understand?" Izumizuki Nagasaki sighed. "Don't cry, let's change the place first. If you can, I hope you support All Might. The man who can give people a sense of security in all of Japan is the symbol of peace. Oulu Might." Yasuki Inuichiro then wrote a name on the top of Honghu's ambition, Izumizuki Nagasaki, and drew a circle. There are many things in the Great River Road incident that cannot be explained or explained clearly. Yasuki Inuichiro faced the symbol of peace. All Might said calmly, "This is the power map before the Great River Road incident broke out." Fingers soaked in water, strokes on the table. Honghu Zichi, AFO, OFA. The child of Yasuki Inuichiro Izumizuki Nagasaki has met once or twice. Our Izumi family has something to do with the OFA of the past. Asen, when I have to go to All Might, I just say, I know you are the heir of one for all. This sentence is enough. Izumi Nagasaki said. The more specific thing is in the park we used to go to when we were young, the back road I left for you when I walked. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. All Might is the pinnacle of the deep sea. Cunningham Lengshin looked at Quanyue Nagasaki dumbfoundedly and tears came down. Sorry, I lied to you a lot. He is a character who can play against himself and others. Chapter 164. All Might is not the first time he has come into contact with Honghu's ambition. But it was the first time he heard the truth behind the Daheidao incident. He and the boy in front of him stared at each other, who was also in the first grade, but Yasuki Inichiro had a secular and mature nature that most students did not possess. When you talk to him, you will not have any pity for your child, you will only treat him on an equal footing. All Might is the first contact with Yasuki Inuichiro. He said. About Izumizuki Nagasaki, I would like to ask if this incident has anything to do with Quanyue now. It is very important that Quanyue's pinned are not involved. This is a human life, a family of heroes that ended. Yasuki Inuichiro didn't tell about the ghost possession, he just said, Izumizuki Nagasaki is Quanyue's uncle, and Izumizuki Nagasaki's twin brother. In addition, the only blood of the Izumuki family now is Quanyue, no matter how much Quanyue will be involved. It's just to what extent it is related. In other words, let's see how crazy Izuki Nagasaki, who controls his body now, is going to be. Yasuki Inuichiro made a long story short, within Honghu's ambition, Izumizuki Nagasaki is the real person in charge and manufacturer of Daheidao Pharmaceutical Factory. My father only came forward as an agent salesperson. Relationship, so long has passed. Yasuki Inuichiro separated the four characters of Honghu's ambition with his fingers, and wrote two characters on the top of Honghu, Zhofeng. Zhofeng is a dark and violent organization that Honghu's ambition has always been. It is also the perpetrator of the Daheidao incident, the Beihai car corpse case, and the Chingsong Yasuki family case. Yasuki Inuichiro said, his tone was full of anger. According to the original, our plan is to communicate with the government and make the illusion of cooperation. In fact, it is to deceive AFO and create it for him to study with OFA as the prototype, the plural quirk success body. All Might's eyes widened, he slapped the table hard, you. The plural quirk does not mean that it is a semi-cold and semi-hot synthetic quirk like Shoto Todoroki, but it is really enough to be called a plural quirk if there are more than two quirks born on the person. Advertisement. The vast majority of experimenters end up as failures like Nomu. The human body cannot break through the limit. It can only be assisted by drugs. Yasuki Inichiro smiled helplessly. The government record should say that our Yasuki family asked for a direct line of the Kwanzuki family in exchange for it. Come up with the real medicine formula. But do we need the Izumaki family's direct line? Izumizuki Nagasaki has been a core member of Honghu's ambition for a long time. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. So you, what role did your Honghu ambition play in the Daheidao back then? The role of a victim. Inuichiro Yasuki made no secret of his hatred in his eyes. The Great River Road incident was a complete failure for us. The first few potions were all to enhance Honghu's ambition. The initial beneficiary of the medicine is Zhofeng in Honghu's ambition. Very early, the prototype of the experiment began. My father, the Patriarch Yeiyu of the year, trained his own apprentices. With the help of illegal drugs made by Izumizuki Nagasaki, a total of 370 peak combat powers were mass-produced. Yitasuki Inuichiro said. Of these 370, only 1/3 of them became heroes, and these 120 people made up the 9 phoenixes of the year. All Might was silent. More than 120 combat powers from the once dark forces were mixed in the heroes industry. He broke out in a cold sweat, shivered, and said, what about the rest? How can you gather so many people? Even if the old school Ua High School only enrolls 40 students a year, there is no guarantee that all students will successfully become heroes upon graduation. There are always exceptions to everything. Do you think it's difficult to recruit and brainwash more than 300 people from a young age in Yeyu martial arts halls across the country? Yasuki and Nuichiro looked at All Might's eyes and said calmly, All Might, you can't imagine how crazy the Yeyu family is. We have passed on this way from generation to generation for hundreds of years. What? All Might was shocked, but even more chilled. As a heroes, he can punish the wicked and uphold justice, but like the Yeyu family silently use teaching institutions to brainwash young students, how much can he stop? Yasuki and Nuichiro continued. I know you feel that Yeyu's family is very frantic. But now Yeyu Martial Arts Hall has disappeared, and Honghu's ambition has come to an end. After he said this, he let go of his hands and palms. After a few red marks, my heart is desolate. Advertisement. The AFO back then was the monarch of the underground world. Our ambition is the most prestigious and appealing organization in the underground. The AFO has never looked at your OFA. All Might said this by Yasuki and Nuichiro. A trace of anger. All Might, OFA focuses on inheriting and accumulating strength. You really couldn't deal with AFO at the beginning. Back then, the only organization in the underground world that could fight AFO face to face was Honghu Aspiration. Your confidence is Dehidao Pharmaceutical Factory. Relying on the kind of medicine that can be mass-produced in a large area and improve people's quirk ability. Still talking about relying on the Yeyu family's many years of heritage. All Might can only continue to speculate, he goes to guess the truth under the layers of mystery. The answer was actually spread out in front of him. Yi Yu's family lost. Honghu's ambition also lost. What you see is the deal between us and the government. The so-called exchange of people and medicine. That is, Honghu's ambition is already tearing his face with the Dark Empire under AFO. We hope that the government can support us, but our ambition as the underground organization has not been legalized because of the core organization's key points and the government policy's mutual refutation. Yasuki and Nuichiro lowered his head and said, Izumizuki Nagasaki proposed what you saw. In fact, he planned to request it from the beginning. Pulling the government into the water. He created the illusion that he was studying multiple quirks and leaked the news to postpone the attack time. On the other hand, he began to promote the negotiation between the government and Honghu's ambition to make himself a commodity to be exchanged, and part of the government power and handle are sent to Honghu's ambition. The police, as a violent government agency, or important goods traded intervene in the game of underground black forces. There must be some operations that Yasuki Inichiro does not know about, such as operations in police-related institutions, such as minor changes in the administrative department and final implementation. My father told me that Izumizuki Nagasaki didn't mean to win or harm anyone in the first place. Nuichiro Yasuki said, everything I did was for the counterattack years later, that's me. The rise of a generation. In a long silence, All Might's fingerprints were pressed deeply on the wooden table, and he leaked a few words between his teeth. Yasuki and Nuichiro, what do you want? Let the Honghu ambition legitimize. Yasuki and Nuichiro stood up and said, Honghu ambition is fed up with the rat in the gutter. I, the head of the Yasuki generation, is willing to exchange any news for the bright and positive Honghu ambition. Legalization. Chapter 165. After being rejected. This is not something I can take the lead. All Might said. You are a symbol of peace, All Might, you underestimated your influence on the people. Nuichiro Yasuki said. Although the Dehidao Pharmaceutical Factory stopped production more than a decade ago, all the production lines and materials have not changed. After all, it's all in the Big River, and now, the Villain Alliance where AFO is located can produce medicines in large quantities. All Might trembled all over. This is not good news, but Yasuki and Nuichiro will not give All Might a chance to rest. He said. And the Jofeng I mentioned earlier. They are betrayers of Honghu's ambition. They have been trading with criminals in the underground world for so many years, arranging crimes to be arrested by themselves, so as to improve the ranking. All Might, you don't want this kind of people to stay in the heroes industry. Yasuki and Nuichiro strikes while the iron is hot. Our ambition only wants to rely on the identity of the symbol of peace, and will not cause any interference to you. All Might looked at the young man in front of him and sighed. Sorry, this is not something I can promise. He stood up and opened the door to let the police chief outside the door inside. Yeyu boy, Honghu's ambition is already in the past. Let it go. You are only 15-year-old. At the age of 15, he was in the prime of his youth. When All Might puts the word, Shinigami, on a person's title, it means that he is a child in his heart. Unlike before, he called the full name of Yasuki Nuichiro, it was an equal dialogue. Nuichiro Yasuki stared at the figure of All Might leaving, as if he had been hit hard by something, and shouted, All Might, you. He sat back on the chair and watched the policeman open the book, ready to record the pen, suddenly laughed. Forget it. Anyway, what is the difference between dying here and dying in the hands of AFO? The police calmly retorted, you won't die, it's safe here. But Quanyue will die. He has just been taken away by the Villain Alliance. Yasuki and Nuichiro sneered, and suddenly mocked. Anyway, for adults, our two 15-year-olds have nothing to use. There is room. Yeyu boy's world is not as dark as you think. All Might stood at the door. Quanyue boy is with Villain Alliance. Advertisement. They didn't know that Quanyue boy's consciousness was still trapped somewhere. But Izumizuki Nagasaki rushed on the way to escape with a cold letter from the Fur Lengshin was not physically strong enough, so Izumaki Nagasaki grabbed a bicycle on the side of the road and ran with people. Nagasaki, there is no one behind. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. We won't be able to run away when there are people. Izumizuki Nagasaki's own physical strength is also insufficient, while he scolds his nephew for being unsatisfied. While explaining the current situation to Cunningham Lengshin, Izumizuki's family, there is a legend I told you, the legend of twins. The fur-cold letter is naturally remembered. There are many legends in the Quanyue family. In addition to ghost possession, the most famous one is the law of twins. The first child in the long house of each generation of the Quanyue family must be twins. If you are not twins, but only have one child, that child will have two quirks. There can be no plural quirk in the world. Cedar Lengshin said, that's just a legend. It's not a legend. Izumitsu Nagasaki and Shanshan Lengshin both know the existence of AFO. After all, as members of Honghu's ambition, they have some understanding of the current organization. From a normal situation, the human body cannot bear the pressure brought by two quirks. It is as if two quirks are incompatible. If two quirks exist at the same time, we must consider the nature and suitability of the quirk in advance. With degree, Izumi Tsuki Nagasaki increased his pedaling speed and said, AFO, you should know a little bit. He is currently the only acquired plural quirk, but his body is constantly damaged and regenerated by various quirks. If he can't build a reasonable for AFO's quirk ecosystem, the body cannot stand it. Nagasaki, what do you want to say? The most important medicine of Dahidao Pharmaceutical Factory is to enhance human body activity and increase the healing speed. This medicine can make up for the incomplete quirk ecosystem of AFO. Izumizuki Nagasaki said, the more quirk, the better. But the more refined the better. Although the AFO's quirk is powerful, it is, damn it. Kai Huge Nomu stands on the street not far from them, arrogantly destroying them. Is it okay to put Nomu? Izumizuki Nagasaki vomited. AFO doesn't know that the highest combat power under AFO is the product of this kind of mindless quantity. His time is precious, but no time is wasted in such a place. In 3 more hours, Quanyue will be able to get out of the dilemma in his mind. Advertisement. Izumizuki Nagasaki shook the hand of Cunningham Cedar, turned the front of the car, and ran in a certain direction with the person, grab it well. Cunningham Lengshin was surprised, aren't we going to do business? At first Izumizuki Nagasaki ran with him. In addition to avoiding the villain alliance, he also planned to take himself to an underground contact point of Honghu ambition, saying that he could be there. Someone is contacted by the underground contact point. Izumizuki Nagasaki smiled at him, I changed my mind. Since AFO is willing to put Nomu, it is unlikely that they will put Nomu one by one. There should be 5 at least. The 2 of them are clearly beyond the match. Let's take a detour and find a park to play. The dying man finally wants to do something of his own. Looking at the eagerness in the young man's eyes, Shanshan Lengshin tightened his arms around his waist, smiled and nodded, it's good if you are happy. Grumbling is the sound of bicycle wheels turning. Lu. After a brief period of darkness, Quanyue opened his eyes. He only remembered that he was walking in the center of the long snowfield, although he knew that it was an illusion, it was just something in his mind. But when I really face it, I still can't suppress the desolation and emptiness in my heart. Quanyue looked around and found that the child who had been following him in the snow did not appear here. A carport, this is the carport of the elementary school Quanyue attended. Why is it here? Quanyue doesn't understand it himself, he feels his past is like a riddle. Many things seem to be clear by themselves, but there are too many really unclear. Even in Quanyue's own mind, he didn't remember any special place in this shed. To say that there is something worthy of attention, it is probably that this place is very close to the location that the child mentioned, the last tree in the flower garden under the mountain of Urine Primary School walks 3 steps inside. Quanyue walked towards the tree according to his memory. Everything is normal, nothing happened. But he always felt that something really happened, and there was another voice in his heart saying, nothing has happened, there is nothing here, just a very ordinary primary school car shed, a primary school flower garden. The last tree in the flower garden under the mountain of Urine Elementary School walked 3 steps inside. Quanyue repeated this sentence several times, firmly remembering it. Chapter 166 is the curtain closed yet. This is a trivial day for many people. The only thing worth writing in the diary is that it is sunny. The students of Ua High School Class A may add a few sentences. Today we will go to the place where we will stay in the forest. It's such an ordinary day. The Dahedao incident has made the final conclusion on the relevant information of the police station. No one greeted Quanyue and Yasuki Anuichiro, saying that the matter was over, and no one was arrested. Everything appeared strangely calm. The panic caused by Nomu of the Villain Alliance seems to be changing from an emergency to a daily emergency. The world is changing at a slow rate. The folks began to spontaneously emerge quirk self-defense teaching to teach people how to use quirk to protect themselves in times of crisis. Cunningham Lengshin was imprisoned in the police station because he had something to do with Honghu's ambitions, and his charge has not been determined. As the young master of Honghu's ambition, Yasuki Anuichiro was also detained in the police station. When Quanyue woke up, there was no room for modification. He was lying on the bed and the doctor was giving him an infusion. Your body has been overloaded for too long and needs rest. Quanyue looked at the water in the infusion tube into her body bit by bit, feeling like a world away. In a daze, he felt that he was still in that piece of snow. Izumi, how are you feeling now? All Might pushed in, and he said, I've already asked you for leave at school. Quanyue and Inuichiro Yazuki are both first-year students in Ua High School. But because of the Dahei Road incident, they did not go to the final exam. Quanyue moved the corners of his mouth, feeling that all his facial muscles had become rigid. It's okay. He wanted to prop up his body, and the doctor hurried up to stop him. Quanyue asked, excuse me, how is Inuichiro? Youth boy Yeyu is very good. All Might came here this time not only for comfort, he asked carefully, younger Quanyue, do you know what Yeyu boy does at home? His house used to open a martial arts gym, and he also opened a drug factory in Daheidao. Yazuki Inichiro once taught Quanyue a little fist and frankly said that he had opened a martial arts gym in his home. What happened to the pharmaceutical factory was what they knew when they were involved in the Big River incident. Quanyue closed his eyes. He was really tired now and wanted to take a break. All Might's heart jumped. He said some comforting words to Quanyue, and walked out the door. Outside the door are several policemen, standing or sitting. All Might. What did he say about that kid? One of them stepped forward and asked, he doesn't know the true identity of Yazuki Inuichiro, right? Advertisement. After All Might said the original words, several policemen stared at each other and didn't know how to judge. A group of people got together and no one went in first. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Forced to make an ending for the Daheidao incident, the government captured Feng Nu and Yatiangu. The former stated that it was searched by the police, but in fact it was true that the villain alliance sent people to the police in order to suppress Honghu's ambition. The latter's Raven Tengu was purely an accident. If Izumizuki Nagasaki had not beaten this guy violently, and immediately broke his hands and feet, the police would never catch him. Yazuki Inuichiro has already identified you as a member of the crime syndicate Jofeng. The policeman looked at the man in front of him. After removing the mask, it was a face burned by fire. Yadengu's hands and feet were simply treated. He said, I didn't do anything. We have found the key evidence of your involvement in the Great River. The policeman said, there are also 2 malicious murders that you led 10 years ago. Yatiangu looked at the policeman in front of him and said, I don't have one. What? I didn't kill anyone. Yatiangu bared his white teeth and said, I was indeed involved in 2 malicious murders. You even said that I was involved in the Daheidao incident. But I am not a person with a butcher sword. One is Honghu's ambition. There is another villain alliance. You should look for them. Yazuki Inuichiro stood outside the glass window and quietly looked at the Yadengu inside. His hands were in shackles, and a special policeman was watching him. However, compared to those with Quirk, Yazuki Inuichiro has the lowest guard. He stared at the raven dog inside and sneered. There are unexplainable grievances between Honghu Aspiration and AFO. AFO also thinks about the status quo of the Big River. He thought of the people more than 10 years ago again, bared his teeth and said, you are the same as those in the government, thinking that this is a rush. Yes, I think he is a little irritated. Advertisement. Of course not. The Daheidao thing is not yet fully utilized. The medicine resources of the Daheidao were obtained by them, but the interpersonal relationships that were unclear and chaotic in the past are still entangled. But as long as his AFO doesn't say to stop, this matter will not stop. With these medicines, it can just ease your pain. The doctor bent over to adjust the volume of the medicine for AFO. He smiled and said, what happened to Daheidao this time? What do you think? Even in the file archives, this matter has come to an end. This sneer seemed to arouse Yadengu's attention. He turned his head and watched Yazuki Inuichiro say a few words to the people inside. After a while, the door opened. The police said, bring people in. He turned to let Yazuki Inuichiro in, whispering to his companion, that guy said Yazuki Inuichiro knows where the cold letter of cedar is. Waiting for the time. This game of chess is not over yet. AFO said lightly. The police are not the referees on the chessboard. It's not that they have the final say. AFO looked at the medicines on the assembly line, with a rare feeling of good mood. He soaked his whole body in the blue potion and put a mask on his face. Although the facial appearance cannot be restored, other parts of the body can be treated with medication.
He struggled violently as he spoke. Isn't it on the other side? When All Might rushed to the scene, he only saw Quanyue who had passed out in a coma and the fir tree who was taking care of others. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. On the other side, Villain Alliance. They found the Wind Girl. When she found out, Feng Nu was dying, but she still tried her best to resist. For this reason, the dead handle wooden hanger also abolished the woman's 2 hands, saying that he wanted to make up for the pain of his severed fingers.
Chapter 167. Akiyama Keizu, 21 years old, participated in many terrorist attacks, including the attack on the Ua High School general examination. The police put the report in front of Yazuki Inuichiro. According to the information we have collected, Akiyama Keizu is 100%. 80 is the core member of your Honghu ambition. Yazuki Inuichiro stared at the white paper in front of him without saying a word. The police held his forehead helplessly, but Yazuki Inuichiro hadn't spoken for a few days, and silence seemed to be the standard for this young man. Outside the door, All Might had negotiated with the police, and he sat down to communicate with Yazuki Inuichiro face to face. Quanyue was already awake. Yazuki Inuichiro raised his head and looked at All Might. All Might kept rubbing his hands and his face was a little cramped, but we still can't let you see him. Yayu boy, you can't see Quanyue boy until you have cleared your suspicion. You won't let me clear the suspicion. Yasuki and Nuichiro knew that these people wanted Honghu's ambition to make all the faults of the river channel, whether it was more than 10 years ago or now. All Might sighed, Yayu boy, it is impossible for Honghu to make a big mistake. If you really regret it, I can act as your guarantor to guarantee your release from prison. In his heart, Yayu dog no matter how wrong Ichiro made a mistake, he was only a 15-year-old boy. At the age of 15, everything is still too late. Yasuki and Nuichiro refused and said, no, thank you. He made his request, I want to know how is Quanyue's body. The doctor gave him salt water. It's better than yesterday. All Might couldn't help but talk. Although I don't know why you are so concerned about the young boy, I hope you will not hurt him that kid. He has suffered so much that he shouldn't have suffered. Yasuki and Nuichiro moved his fingers. He gently said in a voice that only he could hear, I will protect him. From the moment I found out that he didn't know anything, I planned to protect Quanyue. But no one can protect anyone at all times. Advertisement. Avenue Tengo finally spoke. The policeman guarding the door quietly talked about the recent topic, speaking of which I really didn't expect some heroes to do some dirty things. Recently, a lot of people have dug out from the mouth of Avenue Tengu. The news includes a part of the Beihai Car Corpse case. Once these old cases are exposed, they will trigger a new wave of riots in public opinion. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The above is for the time being suppressed, and I plan to announce it when the public's mood eases slightly. In addition, there are also topics related to Fu Lengxin, the initiator of the Quirk self-defense wave. But the two didn't say much, they just nodded to the policeman who came and let him go in to see Quanyue. Quanyue was lying on the bed and he looked at the scenery outside the window. The doctor changed the potion for him, and the transparent potion was flowing into the scarred body along the slender tube and needle. He always felt like he had jumped from a building, but his memory was telling him that Quanyue had never done such crazy things. But the body's strong sense of dangling left a bird's eye view for a moment. Kakuzu repeatedly told Quanyue that this happened. Something really happened. Is it convenient now? The police discussed with Quanyue, Cunningham Lengxin wants to see you, if your health permits. We suggest you go see it. From the Dehidao incident to the previous Beihai Car Corpse case, then the Fur's cold letter quirk is related to self-defense, and it seems that it has nothing to do with the boy in front of him. But inextricably linked, the most crucial mystery lies in this sickly scared teenager. Quanyue sat up, his mind was still a little confused. Quanyue can only get fragmented scenes of what Quanyue Nagasaki ghost possessed and did on him. After 2 or 3 days, he could not sort out the whole thing. It would be nice to meet the Lengxin from the Fur. But 3 days have passed, and Quanyue hasn't seen his uncle at all in these few days. He once suspected that his uncle had really disappeared, but the intense physical discomfort seemed to express that Izumizuki Nagasaki was still alive somewhere. It's just that Quanyue doesn't know it. There is one more thing that we don't think it is suitable to tell you. But after all, it is related to the Beihai Car Corpse case 10 years ago. Quanyue, you must calm down. The police were worried, and he said, one of the main perpetrators of the Beihai Car case. Yatiangu asked to see you. He said that there are important things that you must see before you can speak. Quanyue clenched his fists, and the quilt was rolled into a roll. He carried the police on his back, and outsiders could not see his eyes, but he felt a great sadness suddenly appeared on the child, like frost in the sky. But there is a more complicated sentiment under the frost. Advertisement. Probably hate it. If you can. I want to see him first. Quanyue's voice was a little hoarse. He pulled out the needle from his hand, and the water droplets from the vial dropped to the ground. I want to see Yutengo first. These days. In the hospital bed, Quanyue's body has not recovered yet, so he staggered and stood firmly by the side of the bed. I want to see him. Quanyue said, Abenade. At the same time, the dead-handle wooden hanger of the Villain Alliance and Niufeng's Tunbachi met again. Yutengo. Tunbaki looked at the medicine in his hand. He has been studying the ingredients of this medicine these days. What do you mean? You want me to rescue people? The fingers of the dead-handle wooden hanger were wrapped in a layer of gauze. The fingers that were broken by Izumizuki Nagasaki had not recovered. He thought of the extremely arrogant face and the threatening words, his expression was distorted, save. What a joke. I just want to put that B********* D finger, one by one. Ah, I really don't cherish my subordinates. Tunbaki looked freely, this is very easy to hurt the hearts of partners. Isn't you the person who gave up your space department? Or maybe you heroes only have this ability. Shikaha snorted, I changed my mind. I don't just want the head of Yasuki and Nuichiro, the scar is stinking. I want to, kid. Tunbachi put away the potion he was playing with, joking with a cynical taste, hello. This is not the same as we said. The sword in his finger showed the blade, Quanyue can't die, he is very important. This is not the beginning. Is there a consensus between us? But Yasuki and Nuichiro is someone who must die anyway. Death? Oh, I think life is better than death, and it must be more in line with the wishes of both of us. The dead-handle wooden hanger snorted coldly and took the water glass that Kurogiri handed over. The white powder of the tablet that is dissolving in the water slowly rises and decomposes. Tunbachi put away the blade, get ready. He opened the door and disappeared into the darkness. Our goal has not been achieved yet. The dead-handle wooden hanger drank the potion in his hand in one gulp, coughed twice and threw the cup to the ground. Haha, it's really unpleasant. Kurogiri, he said, the thing about that gangster, and the new guys, you need some snacks. His ambition is not just limited to a great ambition. Chapter 168 The Truth About the Beihai Incident. You want to see me? Quanyue saw Yadengu for the second time. Unlike the last time I saw only one silhouette in the alley, this time the two of them were sitting face to face. Although Yationgo was restrained by handcuffs, from the perspective of his aura, he did not feel guilty or anxious about his being caught. On the contrary, it was Quanyue, because his physical foundation was not good, the continuous high intensity made him still have a slight cough. While sitting in the seat, the police specially prepared a glass of warm milk for him. It is also the first time that Yadengu takes a good look at Quanyue. The last time they met was 10 years ago. During the Great River Road incident, Yadengu only saw Quanyue a few times from the photo. When they met in the alley, the surrounding lights were dim, and Yadengu did not see the scar on Quanyue's face clearly. Now it seems that he can bear these scars. Yatengo smiled, and he leaned forward and said, Are you a child of the Quanyue family? A survivor of the Beihai car corpse case. Quanyue took a sip of milk and did not answer Yadengu's words. Yationgu is asking this knowingly. Compared to this Quanyue, his mentality is even more strange. He should be angry and roar hard, using all vicious words to curse and abuse the man in front of him. This is in line with the mentality and behavior of a victim. But at this moment, Quanyue really calmed down completely face to face with the murderer. It can't be said to be calm, he just felt an unknown fatigue in his heart. It seems that the burden of many years was suddenly taken away, the stiff muscles on the shoulders relaxed in an instant, and strange noises were made when the bones were loose. You will make me very unfulfilled. Yationgu said. I supported killing you back then. Why kill us? Quanyue asked. Why did my parents die? Advertisement. Yationgu touched his chin. Kill them. No, we didn't kill them. The man smiled triumphantly. We just want to do something to your father, such as asking about his brother in Heidao affairs. In the follow-up, there are some secrets about the Quanyue family. Of course, we have no need to kill him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue listened quietly, clutching his trousers, and his clothes fell apart in a short while. Quanyue family, after all, it is a rare therapy family. But your family is the only one that can mix to this level. If it's not an accident, we don't want to kill you. Yationgu used finger strokes on the table. If it weren't for your excessive use and scrapping of quirk at that time, I think there should be a lot of underground organizations that would snatch you away, cultivating a healing department heroes secretly, but there is no harm in it. I want to know why my parents died. Quanyue said this, and he felt his breathing slowed down. If he knew why his parents died, Quanyue would have solved half of the huge doubts in his life. He could follow the why he died, and slowly sanction all the culprits one by one. Including the people who were killed on the first day of the games, they were indeed the 4 heroes of the 9 phoenixes. Quanyue, you transferred all the damage you suffered to your parents. Quanyue, aren't you surprised? Why did your father transfer the damage you have suffered to himself? In the end, you were the one who overused and scrapped the quirk. Yationgu continued with a devil's smile. We did it back then. The action did not kill Quanyue Changsuo, that is, your father, heroes who died at the time. Just need to know why. I just replaced you and used you to threaten your father. Don't say anything at this time, or get involved in other topics. Quanyue didn't speak, he held the milk glass and warmed his palms. What do you want to say? Advertisement. Yationgo smiled. He clicked on the table in front of Quanyue and said, We went to your father back then. One is because there was a problem with the cooperation between Quanyue firm and our Jofeng, and your father discovered that Quanyue's family the relationship between the second son Izumaki Nagasaki and S, of course, will not be a good relationship. Izumizuki office is the office of heroes, the main treatment department, and often performs tasks in conjunction with other offices. This kind of cooperative working relationship between firms is still in use today. Quanyue's heart lifted. He looked at Yadengu and wanted to talk, but his teeth and tongue were frozen. Yadengu pulled his finger back from Quanyue's table. For me, no matter where I escape, it is an easy task for people I have seen to switch over. Speaking of revenge, don't you think it's too ridiculous? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. We didn't use your father, we just used all the torture imaginable on you, forcing your father to cooperate with us. Every word Yationgu said carried blood beads. Everything Quanyue recognized was corroded cleanly. Quanyue can even think of the plot behind. A group of people locate their family status through quirk, and the next step is the brutal and inhumane killing. Quanyue didn't speak, but his brow furrowed and his chest felt a little dull. Although there are only 2 of them in the room, there must be police outside listening to their conversation. Quanyue, you must think we are inhumane. Yadengu looked at Quanyue's expression and knew what he was thinking. Let me think, do you want to do everything we do to your parents? Try it again on me. Yadengu was very relaxed, and even laughed at this time, and smiled happily. Do you think we don't know what you and Yasuki Inuichiro did? Kill those 3 people. Oh, it should be 4. You killed those people, it is indeed related to Jofeng. But it is not necessarily related to Beihai. Yatiangu admired the boy in front of him and raised a new question. I heard that you survived because of your father. Keep transferring your damage to yourself. One more thing, your father, including you, was the only two alive in the Quanyue family at that time. Some of the secrets of Dehidao Pharmaceutical Factory have something to do with your Quanyue family. We wanted to kidnap you and threaten your father, but, unexpectedly, your father did more than we thought. He closed the Quanyue office directly during his career upswing and planned to flee the hero's world with his whole family. Chapter 169. A Broken Heart. I killed my parents. Impossible. I won't do this kind of thing. He had no reason to do it. Quanyue stood up and said, you are lying to me, why don't I remember this kind of thing if I did it? In Quanyue's own memory here, his parents have always protected him. My parents died because they were protecting themselves. How could it be killed by my quirk? Why don't I remember this kind of thing? How could such an important thing be forgotten? Quanyue looked at his hands, they were scarred, and he rolled up his sleeves and he could almost get all the wounds on them one by one. How could that kind of pain have something to do with killing the parents? Yadengu smiled. Quanyue, why should I lie to you? Now, Yadengu is still indifferent. I have already been in jail, maybe a bullet will be a few months later just killed me. Why should I lie to you at this time? Quanyue felt that his mind was cold, his hands and feet were also cold, his nose was completely inoperable, his mouth was breathing hard, and his lungs seemed to be obstructing the air. We are indeed responsible for killing your parents, but we were just doing the aftermath. Every sentence is a spell of the devil. Your quirk must be in contact with the human body before it can be used. In that case, we will put you next to your parents. Every sentence is a sharp sword. Your father said that you are the best child in the Quanyue family, because your quirk seems to be the only one who can transfer the damage to others in the Quanyue family. This is not true. You were yelling, Dad, kill me, but you know you were killing your father. It's really so funny. Shut up, shut up, shut up. Quanyue stood up. He overturned the table, splashing milk on Yadengu's face, and the imprisoned Yadengu fell to the ground and laughed. Advertisement. Quanyue, do you think you are very kind? Do you think that you are saving someone? You are always pretending that you are not yourself. Yatiangu laughed and coughed. Seeing you kill your parents at that moment, I knew that you were selfish or bad in your bones. Quanyue exhaled. He looked at Yadengu with only one thought in his mind. Kill him. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Let him shut up. Kill him. Tear his mouth. Quanyue himself didn't know why he had such a crazy idea. He kicked the chair and was stopped by the police who rushed into the room. The scene was under control, and Yadengu was forcibly taken away. He looked at Quanyue and smiled and said, you, Quanyue, you. The bones are bad. Even the parents can kill. There is nothing you can't do. Quanyue looked at the ground and didn't even know when he was taken to the room to rest. He is messed up now. My heart is messed up, and my mind is messed up. He tried to think about what happened in Beihai in the heavy snow when he was 5 years old. Quanyue hugged the quilt and wrapped her whole body tightly. Beihai, fire, cars, blood, he can only think of so much, even if the appearance of a child flashes in his mind occasionally. He is covered with blood, his whole body is scarred, and his pupils are dull. It's 5-year-old Quanyue. But about his parents, he can't recall the most crucial part at all. He only remembered his father saying, you are the last man in the Quanyue family, please, live well, and then. Nothing left. Is it true that what Yadengu said? But why doesn't he remember? The more Quanyue thought about it, the more at a loss, his emotions were concentrated by the Beihai incident, and he didn't even see Kurogiri appearing behind him. Kurogiri stared at him quietly, like his future partner. In the abandoned building, the dead-handle wooden hanger poured himself a glass of water, and Tunbachi sat next to him. The screen in front of the two of them flashed a man's face. The man's face has no facial features, it looks like a wrinkled piece of meat, you don't even know where the sound is coming from. Long admiring your name, AFO. Tunbachi saluted to show his respect. Thanks to you, I got what I always wanted for the Dehidao incident. But teacher, why let Kurogiri pick up that guy? The dead-handle wooden hanger felt uncomfortable with this snack, and he sneered and said, what's so good? Advertisement. How about the preparations at Ua High School? AFO expressed his concern for his disciples. As far as I know, All Might is not with Ua High School students. Only after competition can the dead-handle wooden crane make better progress. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. AFO did not respond to Tunbachi's flattery, but just looked at his beloved disciple, the dead-handled wooden hanger, and said, the previous handling is better than USJ, but it is still too reckless. Dead-handed wooden hanger, you have to remember that you are for pioneers in the new era, patience is sometimes necessary. Teacher, I will. The deadlock was confident. It is stupid to make a mistake. It is a shame to make the same mistake twice. He slowly learned to use scheming, strategy and clever disguise like all adults. Get everything you want. AFO chuckled and did not agree. He tidied the bow tie of his suit and said, move it when it's time to do it. The dead-handed wooden hanger, cutting grass and roots are what you want to learn in this class. Kai the tail of the spoon pierced the policeman's throat. In the separate cell of the police station, Cunningham Lengshin waited for a long time and didn't wait for the person he wanted to see. Ah, what about those guys? He showed a distorted smile that was not an ordinary person, and his cheeks flew red. Shaw, recalling the countless scars on the scarred teenager, her eyes are filled with infinite admiration. AFO didn't answer this question. He just talked about another guy who made the deadly wood hang a heart. Compared to this, you should study well with Yasuki Inuichiro. Whether he is planning, patience, or timing is worth it. You study. But don't worry too much, Yasuki Inuichiro itself is the sharpening stone I prepared for you. When necessary, you can do anything cunning. He clearly said that he wanted to meet that boy, but he didn't wait for a long time after sitting. Ah. Death Handle Muhong's face sank. She opened the door, like a lover whispering, "Where is my lovely prey?" Ah, I'll leave the matter to Pioneer to do it. Sadaka Hanger said solemnly, "Teacher, please be sure to leave Inuichiro to me to handle it." The fur-cold letter, at this moment we should call her Himiko Toga. A high school girl who likes to eat blood commits a crime. Quirk is a transformation. As long as she obtains the blood of the other party and drinks it, she can become the appearance of the blood master. The time to transform is proportional to the amount of intake, and the amount of a cup of blood can last about 1 day. The policeman who delivered the meal knocked on the door and came in with a plate. The plate was curry and the tableware was a spoon. The police placed the plate in front of Shanshan Lengxin. He looked at Shanshan Lengxin's face and said, "Are you sick?" Chapter 170. The Villain Alliance Strikes. After Quanyue and Yadengu were forcibly separated, the police in charge of surveillance reported the content to their superiors, shocking countless people. Assuming that the truth of the Beihai Car corpse case is what Ya Tiangu said, and the real murderer who killed the Quanyue couple was their 5-year-old child, what should we say about this case? How to explain? Everyone hopes that the Dehidao incident will end soon, but it is their accusation as the police to find the truth of the matter. It's a bit too hasty for a crime to rashly identify the truth 10 years ago. Everyone who heard the news thought so, and at the same time, it is undeniable that this news gave them a new understanding of Quanyue, a child. Where is All Might? The team leader in charge of the Dehidao incident asked. I don't want to see this become the headline of tomorrow. As a famous family of heroes, the Quanyue family has always enjoyed a reputation in the heroes industry. Although his status has declined in 10 years, it has not completely disappeared in people's memory. Some of the popular heroes in contemporary times have been blessed by the heroes of the Quanyue family. He seems to be talking with another kid. Is it a child from the Yeiyu family? The team leader pulled out the information and stood in front of the inference wall. There were densely pasted various old photos on it, and the red lines marked the relationship between the characters. Let's rewrite this. Arrange the incident again. Taking the Dehidao incident as a starting point, the 3 old cases involved in a network of graphs. The original Dehidao pharmaceutical factory incident, the Beihai Car corpse case, and the Yeiyu Jamenman case. 3 pictures on the wall. Photo. 1 is a photo of Izumizuki Nagasaki with Fur Lengxin when he was still studying at UA, a photo of heroes trader Shonko-yu in front of Izumu office and Izumu Longsuo, the leader of Izumu, and the other is Knight family portrait of Yu family. From the timeline to clean up, in the original Dehidao pharmaceutical factory incident, the second son of Quanyue Nagasaki died. His good friend Shani Lengxin was transferred from the police force and entered the political world after the incident ended. 1 year after the pharmaceutical incident ended. Half a time later, Shonko-yu betrayed Quanyue office and was wanted all over the country. A month later, Quanyue and his wife died in Beihai. The team leader's finger points to a photo of a crime scene taken 10 years ago. Cruel and bloody, he silently removed his finger, and then went to the timeline. After the Beihai corpse case shocked the whole country, the Yeiyu Manman case occurred. The only thing in common between the 2 cases is the eldest son of the family who survived. Quote. 2 families, 2 children. As if something flashed in the head of the group leader, he shouted, apart from the big river, is there any intersection between the Quanyue family and the Yeiyu family? It seems that they are all from Shingsong City. Huh. The policemen who packed their things and wrote records were taken aback, this counts. The team leader had a headache, check up for another 50 years. He had a hunch that there must be clues in the police station's filing. That kid from the Yeiyu family must know something. Honest, he is still a child. The beautiful man opened the door and walked in. He pulled the chair away and sat down, restless between his brows. How about Quanyue? Advertisement. It's okay, but there is not very good news. All Might, what about your side? Masachi Tsukauchi, as All Might's friend, was sent this time to deal with the follow-up of the Great River incident. He still does everything. Don't you want to say it? All Might thought of the boy's stubborn face. He held his head and hunched his back to repeat the conversation between himself and Inuichiro. He said his own opinion. The boy would not do anything to the boy. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I don't think so. What is the relationship between Yasuki Inichiro and Quanyue? They are not particularly good at school. If they have to be close, Quanyue and Yasuki Inichiro have experienced the UA High School General Examination together. Quote. Police officer with integrity, the friendship of young people always comes and goes as freely as the wind. Chiuchai rubbed his temples, stood in front of the reasoning wall and wrote the names of all the dead, crossed them. Quanyue and Yeiyu shouldn't be as simple as we thought. He ignored his friend All Might and changed the subject, speaking of which, it seems that your disciple has gone to stay in the woods. Are you planning a special training? As Midoriya a teenager. Indeed, although he has had a real fight with villain, he hasn't been able to control his power well. Talking about his heir, symbol of peace, All Might has a hint of joy and sadness in raising a son. Sukauchi looked straight at his watch and reminded him, is your time for today almost up? Since fighting with the AFO 5 years ago, All Might has only 3 hours left in his continuous transformation. Some time ago, in the USJ incident, his old injury did not heal, and with the new injury, it must be more reluctant to maintain the transformation. Well, indeed, today's time. As soon as All Might said, there were rapid footsteps and screams outside the door. In the panic, you could see the traces of bloodline sprayed on the frosted glass. The mound slammed open the door, several police officers clutched their necks and leaned against the wall, saying, "Ah." They were about to speak. Pound! A huge wave of air lifted from behind the police officer in the mound, and All Might's iron fist passed through the gap between the upright in the mound and the door. Be careful. The white air wave directly broke through the surrounding obstacles, and the glass in the corridor shattered. Fur Lengxin, with a weird smile, abandoned the spoon in his hand. The tail of the spoon and his hands were already full of blood. 2 guys in police officer uniforms suppressed the integrity of the mound. According to the social system, no one can use quirk except professional heroes. The police is the part that is being watched closely. A blue flame flickered behind the 2. On the other side, in the room where Quanyue was located, the fluorescent light above his head flickered a few times, shaking constantly. Quanyue looked at Kurogiri in front of him and muttered, "You let me join you." Sukauchi looked straight at the extraordinary smile that appeared on the face of an ordinary man, twitched the corners of his mouth, and shouted to All Might, "He is not a cedar." Although he didn't communicate much with the cedar, he could tell that the man would not expose the emotions nakedly on the face. Advertisement. I know. Yasuki and Nuichiro opened the door, "You take the wind girl and I will go to Quanyue." He paused and asked, "Where is the foggy dog?" However, the symbol of peace should have reached its limit. He just vomited a mouthful of blood, he ignored himself, and shouted at All Might, "All Might, the information, where?" It took only 10 seconds from the time he was thrown out to shouting these words. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. There was a moment of fear on Himiko Toga's face, but soon her smile continued. Really, the intelligence didn't say a bit. Boom! A series of explosions sounded behind All Might, and Might was directly at Himiko Toga was thrown out by the air wave. As for whose blood it is, look at the ground, it goes without saying. Pounds! The walls were turned into shredded tiles by the shock wave. The blue fire broke through the doors and windows of the police station, and the huge fire and air waves drove the whole house. Yasuki and Nuichiro opened the handcuffs with a sword hidden in his cuffs. He knelt down and continued to open the lock with the sword. The dust on the roof fell on his shoulders. Himiko Toga, disguised as a cirque letter, tilted her head and smiled, "Ah." In front of this man, all darkness is gone. Young master. Xing Yuan was wearing a police uniform and lowered his hat. The villain alliance is here. 10 seconds is enough to decide everything in the hands of the strong. Himiko Toga was hit by the shock wave on the wall, and in front of her was All Might, who occupied number 1 in the heroes rankings all the time. The fire light illuminates the data room, and Dabi, who was flashing blue fire in his hand, destroyed the necessary information one by one according to the news. I didn't expect All Might to be here. With this, Dabi finally sorted out the reasoning of the police officer in the mound. The walls and all materials are burnt clean. He's going to kill Raven Tengu. Xing Yuan sighed, he said that he disappointed the young master. This time he will do a break. Chapter 171A Prelude to Failure. Quanyue. Kurogiri is insidious. Actually, I have always been curious, why did you become the way you were when you have suffered misfortune? I am willing to help others and hurt myself. In the end, there is no benefit at all, and I will hurt myself. Quote. Quanyue looked at her hands. From Kurogiri's point of view, there were only past wounds on these hands, but in Quanyue's eyes, every wound and every small scar on these hands was bleeding outside. The blood is a trickle. Villain Alliance is a joint organization that brings together our own ideas. Under the constraints of this society, we cannot show our true selves. Looking at the teenager, Kurogiri kindly persuaded, we need your power to change society. In exchange, we can help. You release your purest self. The fluorescent tube shook violently, with light and dark intertwined. Quanyue removed his mask early, and his scars were daunting under the shaking light and shadow. He said, the purest self. You have always endured the unfairness of this society to you. The Beihai Car Corpse case, school violence, and all kinds of discrimination against your appearance, restrict your life, and force the expectations of your elders on you. Quanyue, why do you have to bear this? Quanyue looked at Kurogiri quietly, there was light in his eyes. You have the Quanyue family's strongest quirk from the moment you were born. Why do you suppress yourself with a strong quirk? Kurogiri reached out and said, Quanyue, join the Villain Alliance. We can tell you about it. The truth of everything. Quanyue looked at the intangible Kurogiri hand and murmured, the truth. What is the truth? Did he kill his parents? Or is the Yadengu lying? Is the murderer someone else? Or is he always deceiving himself? He laughed hoarsely, the truth. Quanyue raised his head and laughed heartily, ha 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 ha, the truth. There was a smashing sound from the door, and Yasuki and Nuichiro's voice sounded outside, Quanyue, 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 can you hear? Quanyue. Quanyue looked at the door and said to Kurogiri, can you tell me the truth? Of course, Kurogiri explained, I am not telling you the truth, but AFO can tell you the truth. It doesn't matter anymore. Quanyue looked at the door. He stopped laughing, like a balloon suddenly frustrated. He said, let's go. Step into the darkness. Quanyue looked at Kurogiri in front of him, stood up and took the first step. At this moment, he suddenly thought of a lot of things he had done before. From the moment his parents died, from the moment he lived in the orphanage, to the moment when he put up a smile and worked hard to face all the difficulties. By the time he finally got up his mind, ignored those who attacked his appearance, and even encountered all the difficulties later, Quanyue himself felt that he had worked very hard to face everything. But, you have always endured the unfairness of this society to you. The Beihai Car Corpse case, school violence, and all kinds of discrimination against your appearance, restrict your life, and force the expectations of your elders on you. Quanyue, why do you have to bear this? Advertisement. Why are you such a virgin? People like you are really disgusting. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No matter what you do, no matter how you clean up your mood, no matter how you pretend to be kind in others' hearts, should you always be poor, always weak, and always live in the dark. Speaking of revenge, don't you think it's too ridiculous? Quanyue, you are this kind of person, you are bad in your bones. After the door was hit by a crit early, he broke a big hole and fell to the ground. Yasuki Inuichiro was holding a fire hammer in his hand, gasping for breath. He saw Quanyue walk into Kurogiri, panicked. Quanyue. If it was before, Quanyue would definitely smile or talk to him with a gentle and shy expression. But now it's just indifference, but this indifference makes people take it for granted. It seems that Quanyue should be such a person in the first place. Wait, Quanyue. Quanyue. Yasuki Inuichiro rushed forward. Wait. Quanyue's figure in Kurogiri slowly disappeared. Yasuki Inuichiro wanted to scream, but he couldn't scream, so he rushed forward, just letting his body fall to the ground, his elbow scratched. He looked up. There was nothing on it. About nothing. He is the only one in the whole room. Quanyue and Kurogiri of the Villain Alliance are gone. Why? Where did it go wrong? Did I do it wrong? Yasuki Inuichiro looked at the ground and was at a loss. Behind him, the room monitor recorded everything honestly. On the other side, All Might was forced to end his transformation, and a large amount of information was destroyed by Dabi's flames. Himiko Toga left under the cover of the other two policemen. After Chiuchi was overpowering the other party, he found that the other party was controlled by other people using quirk. Damn it. The police officer in the mound got rid of the shackles and came to the room with a fire extinguisher the first time, trying to put out the fire and rescue the information. Oulu Might, you help me watch those people. Advertisement. The few policemen who were subdued by them were all watched by All Might. The entire police station was in chaos, and people kept coming to the place where the police officer was in the mound to help him put out the fire. Some experts came directly to help All Might. It should be dead long ago. Several coroners checked the status of several police officers. Now it should be a quirk forcibly hanging a sigh. They took the few police officers who were still active to other places. Before taking a few steps, I saw one of them collapsed softly, bleeding from the corner of his mouth. Bite your tongue and commit suicide. Hurry and stop them. The crime escaped in the chaos. These people might be the last clue. It is a pity that the police did not open their jaws fast enough, and all controlled police stopped breathing during a few breaths. The scene fell into a long silence. Group Leader Sukauchi. A black-faced policeman opened the door, covering his nose and mouth, holding a USB flash drive in his hand, and said, "The monitor has not been damaged." He exhausted all his strength and shouted, "There are still people in the room where the Yatengu is held, and there are people. There are also people, which means that this confrontation between justice and evil is not over." All the police officers took their equipment and rushed to the room where the Yatengu was. In the room, Wu Tiangu wore a mask and quietly looked at the man facing his sword. I thought Zhofeng would not come to save people. The opposite Tunbachi smiled. He showed the little snake in his hand. It depends on who it is. There were 2 blood holes in the neck of Yatiangu. The person fell on the ground and didn't know if he was dead or asleep. Up. Wu Tiangu was much more stable than before, and looked at Tunbachi without saying a word. The foggy dog. I'm very curious. How can the young master keep you a failed product? Tunbachi turned the topic. This dog raises. It depends on the breed of the dog. Thorn. Bloodline ran down from Tunbachi's face, and the blade of Wu Tiangu's hand was silent and his eyes were fierce. He bared his white teeth. It's better than raising a shameless white-eyed wolf. Hey. Tunbaki was not irritated by the foggy dog. He wiped the blood stains from his face and made a beheading gesture at the foggy dog. Honghu's ambition is long past tense. Wait for AFO to clean up this remnant defeat. Poor, defeated dog that only barks at the door. Chapter 172. It's our internal gathering. Everyone here knows that there were 2 vicious incidents in a row yesterday. Masachi Sukauchi posted the information in his hands. A UA high school student was attacked in a forest dorm. Several students were unconscious. 1 student is missing. 1 hero's present is missing and 2 are seriously injured. All Might in the first place clenched his fists, sitting on either side of the famous heroes in the rankings. Including Endeavor in 2nd place, Hawks in 3rd place, and Best Genist in 4th place. Everyone looked solemn at the information in their hands. The missing student from Ua High School was the first in the UA games in the first grade, Bakugo Katsuki. Masachi Tsukauchi inserted the USB flash drive into the computer, and yesterday's record was displayed on the big screen. In the picture, a young boy covered in scars followed Kurogiri and left after communicating with Kurogiri. Everyone who knew about the USJ incident knew what Kurogiri represented. This is the second vicious incident. The kid who was taken away is called Quanyue. From the video, he is. Before Makauchi could finish speaking upright, Endeavor interrupted him and asked. It was Heroes Izumuki who died for him. Long-locked child. The scene fell into silence. The heroes present are all famous battle heroes. In their early years, they had more or less contact with the healing department Heroes Quanyue. Some of them were cooperation between the offices, and some of them were specially understood by individuals who needed treatment. There are so few healing departments in the heroes world, and a few of the famous ones can count them with their fingers. Masanori Tsukauchi knew that this situation would happen. He hesitated and decided to tell the worst guess. Compared to what everyone knows, the police station was attacked yesterday. The members who attacked the Ua High School were the same group. People. He released the collected information on the big screen. The destroyed reasoning wall, the list of missing information, the cold letter of the fur disguised by someone, and the comparison of Quanyue photos that were completely different some time ago and now. Make sure that the other party is the villain alliance. Our police team hopes that you will treat this child as villain. Quanyue is very likely to be the undercover agent of villain alliance at Ua High School. Ah, is this guy planning to join our villain alliance? On the other side, the dead-handle wooden hanger let out a chuckle. He stood up and put his hands in his pockets and leaned in front of Quanyue. It's rare. Quanyue glanced at him, then set his gaze on the explosive boy who was tied up in front of him. The opponent's hands and feet were firmly tied up, and the wide-open limbs completely restricted movement. If there is any offensive power, probably only the mouth is left. Kurogiri smiled awkwardly at Quanyue, apologetic. He was ordered by the AFO to bring Quanyue back. After bringing it back, I learned that the news had not been told to the dead-handle wooden hanger. Reminiscent of Quanyue breaking off the fingers of the dead-handle wooden hanger before, Kurogiri can think of the U's life in the villain alliance will not be better. Advertisement. Quanyue. No matter what villain alliance thought, he ordered a glass of rum. Isn't it necessary to add iced black tea or gabbit? Drinking it directly will be more exciting. Although Kurogiri persuaded him, he still gave Quanyue a glass of pure rum. He watched Quanyue drinking slowly and chatted with the boy. Is this your first time drinking? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Okay. Speaking of it, I really didn't expect you to go with me in the end. I planned to take you away forcibly. Kurogiri asked the others what drink he needed, and was scolded by the deadwood hanger. Deadwood hanger is now full of irritability. At last he won a battle, he should be happy, but seeing Quanyue, who was calm and gentle on the side, his good mood disappeared. Of course, the dead-handle wooden hanger needs to change the topic. He turned his head to look at another student, I'll just say it. Bakugo Katsuki who volunteered to become heroes. Will you be my companion? Quanyue didn't divert his attention, he lowered his head as if the rum in front of him was all the same. Bakugo Katsuki's eyes were flushed, and he mocked. Let's talk about your dreams when you fall asleep. I'm not in a dream. Death-handle wooden hanger pointed to Quanyue who was sitting and drinking. Look at that guy, from a family of heroes, he has been studying at Ua High School. Oh, it is said that you also attended class together, and finally haven't you joined us yet? Dabi stood beside Bakugo Katsuki without speaking. Quanyue put down his glass. An apology meeting announced by Ua High School was shown on TV, and Aizawa Shoto wore a suit to cheer up. The reporter then asked, excuse me, what kind of explanations did you follow to the parents of each student before this incident? What specific countermeasures did you take? For the students abducted by villain, how do you plan to carry out the next rescue? How is the current communication with the parents of students? Some parents have allegedly threatened to let students drop out of Ua High School. The dead-handle wooden hanger triumphantly said, how high I am usually held, how bad I am now. His gaze swept to Quanyue, and suddenly he felt bad thoughts, whether it is Ua or some hero's family, in the end, isn't it all reaping people's condemnation? Students who have not been protected are condemned, and the wounded are condemned if they are not treated. Oh, we should say that they are condemned for failing to protect the students as best as we can, and those who have nothing to do with them are condemned if they consume their lives without curing them. Advertisement. Why are they condemned by people? Because they are heroes. A high school is a place to train heroes and an industry benchmark in the heroes industry. The heroes family is a relay ground for heroes' talents. In people's minds, heroes must be perfect. Failure is shame. Converting the lives of others into money and opportunities for self-exhibition, as well as this distorted society framed to death by rules and regulations. Coupled with the encouragement of the defeated, the citizens have fallen into trouble. Wearing a glamorous skin like Jofeng, he regards the heroes industry as a person who earns money and grows fame. Heroes of Izumaki, who tried hard to save people but was ensnared by public opinion and had to hurt them seriously. Uncle Gas, who worked hard to protect his family but was sentenced to jail for using the quirk without authorization, is quietly acting in a wave of quirk self-defense in this society. Our battle is to ask questions. What are the so-called heroes and justice? Are they correct in the current society? Our goal is to get people to think about these issues, so I think we have won. Snap the sound of a cup on the table. Quanyue stood up. His face was not covered by a mask, as if he was an evil spirit coming out of hell. 1. He said softly, walked to the deadwood hanger, and asked, "Do you think you have won?" Dead Handle Muhong widened his eyes. He saw Quanyue's twinkling white eyes. In addition to the brilliance of power, there was a terrible killing intent in those distinctive eyes. Same as Quanyue who broke his finger before. No, even more terrifying. The power is not released in a chic and unrestrained manner, but as if trapped in this body for many years. You just used my family as an example. Quanyue said quietly, I'm very unhappy. If you ignore his eyes, this is really just the most common expression of, I'm very unhappy. But the situation is different, Quanyue said. If you think you have won, I don't want to interfere with you anymore. I just want to know the truth. He came with Kurogiri for only one reason, to get the truth. Chapter 173 Integration and Prelude. The truth, suspiciously asked, as the truth of this society. Quanyue grabbed his collar and lifted the person up. Don't pretend to be stupid with me. Quanyue said. This society is too big for me. He just wants to know the truth about the Izumiyuki family. The Deadwood Hanger turned his head to look at Kurogiri. Kurogiri grabbed his head, not knowing how to explain. Kurogiri just received the order to repeat some of AFO's words. He really didn't know the truth of what Quanyue wanted. Quanyue saw the helplessness on Kurogiri's face, and did not force the Deadwood Hanger. He knew that he was not suitable for head-to-head with the opponent right now. The dead-handle wooden hanger did not let Quanyue let go. He held Quanyue's wrist. Do you want to know the truth about the Beihai corpse case? The dead-handle wooden hanger smiled under the face hidden by the hand. I heard that. You guy killed your parents. 80% heard it from related personnel in Zhoufang. You should have heard something from the police station. Of course, your business has nothing to do with us. But I can see from this matter that you are too suitable for us. The dead-handle wooden hanger said. Born to be the material of bad people. I think about it, my parents were tortured by villain, and later experienced a series of bullying that led to psychological distortions. Faced with the suspected murderer, Heroes had no scruples about killing. He died. I finally thought I was avenging my parents, but found out that I was the culprit. His face was a little excited, as if he had received an out-of-print toy. Although your ability is not as good as this Bakugo Katsuki, you are a sufficiently distorted guy. Ah, I seem to have just found out that you are distorted more to my liking. Say, Teacher Wooding just values you. The background of the Heroes family, a completely distorted life. Quanyue sighed, is that why you want me to join the villain alliance? Although everyone here has different reasons, they are all in the pain of being restrained by people, rules, and heroes, but I believe you and this Bakugo classmate can definitely break through this. Bondage. The constraints of this social rule, the constraints given to heroes in this era, and the constraints given to people of different classes by people's narrow worldviews in this era. I said you, did you make a mistake? Quanyue raised his sleeves and took out a short sword from his clothes. If Yasuki Inichiro would find it here, this is the Japanese short sword he gave Quanyue. Under the light, the flowing water pattern on the blade refracted a beautiful light. Advertisement. It's just because I'm miserable, so you think I must be distorted. Just because I watched my parents die in front of me when I was 5 years old, you just decided in vain what kind of person I would become. The same is true of everything I have suffered. Violence, indifference, and unfairness. Do you think people who are treated this way by society will get worse, right? Quanyue showed a kind smile, but the smile couldn't hide the white light that exploded all over his body. What a joke. I'm just here to ask for a truth. I have no interest in any distortion or joining the villain alliance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Some people laugh more terribly than when they don't. Hey, are you angry already? The dead-handle wooden hanger took a step back and leaned his back against the edge of the bar. The sword in Quanyue's hand slowly condensed a layer of white light, and the surrounding villain assumed a fighting posture. I just want to know the truth now. The joint conference where many heroes were ushered in an uninvited guest, Fu Lengxin. I have the truth you want most. He did not come to the scene as a real person, but entered the meeting through remote electronic intrusion. His face was much paler than before, and his clothes were a little messy, but he remained a politician. The demeanor you should have. Everyone, please stop the useless search. I am now secretly transmitting information to you through the quirk of the hero's traitor Shonkoyu. The man seemed to be talking about a speech, without a slight ripple in his tone. This is for the greatest degree of confidentiality. Endeavor hammered the table, violently wanted to say something, but was stopped by Hawks on the side. Fu Lengxin, as a government official, was able to mix with the wanted criminal heroes and traitor Shonkoyu, which is not good news for most people. But the other party actively contacted them, indicating that it was not a complete enemy. First of all, I am a member of Honghu's ambition. My quirk, instruction, allows anyone to comply with a certain order forever. Unfortunately, I will tell you that after the outbreak of the original Dehei Dao incident, I lurked in government agencies and dealt with more than 100 people. A completely different order was issued. Fu Lengxin raised the card in hand. I only know all the quirk orders. If I don't want me to disclose the order, I hope you can give priority to my safety in the coming days. Quote. Secondly, this time villain has not only the members of the villain alliance, but also the violent organization Zhoufang, which has betrayed Honghu's ambition. It is worth mentioning that all the members of Zhoufang are professional heroes. Please be sure to do well with your colleagues on the battlefield. Preparations for a good friend to face each other. Fu Lengxin, what on earth do you want to do? Mirko demanded. She is a hot-tempered female hero. She is famous for hand-to-hand combat. If Fu Lengxin appears in front of her now, she will probably be beaten into a pig. Finally, this conversation has been open to the core members of Honghu's ambition. I hope that you can negotiate with Honghu's ambition for the next action. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that I will initiate an instruction at any time to do something. Cunningham Lengxin was not in a hurry. He said, I won't tell you. Advertisement. Yay you boy, the cooperation you said. What can you bring us? Yasuki Inuichiro's face has fatigue that does not match his age. He said, hello, seniors, I am the young master of Honghu's ambition, the current leader. Honghu and I have no ill will towards you. In this extremely irritable situation, everyone didn't know what rhythm it was. Yasuki Inuichiro pushed open the door of the meeting room. His arrival was like a flashlight in the dark, breaking the road all at once. Why should we trust you? Just because you and AFO have hatred. And how do you ensure the accuracy of the news? How do we know that you are not an agent sent by the Villain Alliance? All the people present in the last sentence were frightened. AFO, Villain Alliance, and Zhofeng all want my life. Inuichiro Yasuki pointed to his head and said, including the Fu Lengxin who is in contact with you now, in a sense, he is also for me. Time bomb. I have to confess one thing to you. I don't know exactly who he gave orders. I can give you all the information you want. Yasuki Inuichiro pulled a chair and sat down. He sat on an equal footing with these professional heroes. I can help you no matter if it is dealing with Villain Alliance or Zhofeng. The boy tried his best to express his position to the professional heroes present. Mirko kicked the chair broken. His question succeeded in making everyone more vigilant towards Yasuki Inuichiro. I think this is the first time you have heard of the name Honghu Ambition. Yasuki Inuichiro said concisely, Honghu Ambition was dismantled by AFO 10 years ago. Later, in the Yayu Manman case, the former head of Honghu Ambition died in Zhofeng. In the hands of the members. For you, Honghu Ambition is already a historical name. The person who asked the question was Endeavor. Don't look at his usually hot temper, but his ability to hit the nail on the head at critical moments is not weak. Boy, who knows what you mean? You are the head of Honghu's Ambition, you say you don't know. Chapter 174. I was adopted by the AFO after the Yayu Mansion's case, said Yasuki Inichiro. AFO adopted me just to make Honghu an IA whetstone for sharpening his heirs. There is a disagreement between him and me. Hatred. From the overall situation, it is impossible for him to stand with Villain Alliance. Personally speaking, Yasuki Inuichiro will not choose to support the Villain Alliance where AFO is located. It seems to be the dead wood hanger. All Might understood the identity of the young man in his heart. After discussing with several heroes, he counted Yasuki Inuichiro into the combat meeting. As for the true trust, Yasuki Inuichiro hasn't gotten it yet. We want to know what you know. There are a series of things that happened afterwards about the Big River. The most important thing is the two people of Shangxi Lengxin and Quanyue. Sukauchi asked honestly and unceremoniously, if you can you tell me what is the relationship between the Yayu family and the Quanyue family? Inuichiro Yasuki said, the things about the Great River are the same as I said before. I have nothing to tell you. He faced the government and other personnel in the same way, and did not tell outsiders the existence of Izumizuki Nagasaki. At the same time, it also hides Quanyue's role in the Big River. The statement was the same as the statement stored in the government file, but when Sukauchi asked about the relationship between the two families, Yasuki Inuichiro hesitated. Our two families are feuds. My parents died earlier, just telling me that if I meet someone from the Izumi Tasuki family, I must kill each other. Of course, what Yasuki Inuichiro said is a lie, but this lie has always been. Everyone believed by Honghu Ambition, even if the other party used it to verify with any one of Honghu Ambition, it would only be more certain of this statement. The integrity of Sukauchi was a little surprised. He guessed halfway that there would be a relationship between the two families, but how could this explain the weird relationship between the two children, intimate? Or is there a relationship that is not easy to describe in words? Quanyue and I are actually more alike. No matter what, but he doesn't seem to know that our two families are feuds. Thinking of this, Yasuki Inuichiro's expression softened. Do we still need to kill each other at this time? Obviously he did not know anything. Unexpectedly gentle. Don't you want to attack someone who doesn't know it? Sukauchi sighed. Unfortunately you have to do it this time, if you are on our side. Once Quanyue is determined to be a member of the Villain Alliance, then the two children will stand on opposite sides again. Yasuki Inuichiro knew, but he believed in Quanyue. Quanyue, how could it be mixed with Villain Alliance? The gathering place of the Villain Alliance is falling into a strange situation. Advertisement. I want to know the truth. Quanyue said to the dead handle wooden hanger. Since you see that I am angry, I advise you not to mess with me. If he used to do this, he would never do this kind of thing, but under the impact of the huge change, coupled with a little alcohol to add to the fun, Quanyue can't care too much. Kurogiri was about to come up to round the field and was stopped by a dead handle wooden hanger. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I remember that you were willing to join our Villain Alliance. Dead handle wooden hanger said. According to your current statement, as long as we give you the truth. Quanyue, would you be willing to join? The sword in Quanyue's hand paused, and the white light paused recklessly, and the flow was not very smooth. He really only wanted to know the truth, and the option to join the villain alliance didn't exist in his mind from the beginning. But now, it seems that if you don't join the organization, you will never get the truth. Let Quanyue join an organization that has attacked him before, and let him do things for the other party. In other words, we should be firm in our position and would rather stay in the dark for the rest of your life and not to confuse with the darkness. Two choices, two paths, will also have two endings. You didn't mean to join us by following. You just want to get the truth from the villain alliance, and then kick us away without hesitation. The dead-handle wooden hanger rubbed his chin. Where is there such a good thing in the world? Quanyue asked. I think you must have an idea. The dead-handle wooden hanger snapped his fingers. Joining any organization is indispensable for the so-called assessment. The previous villain alliance can ask for anything more than the weak. The villain alliance is different now. They are not only about digging people, but also choosing people. The dead-handle wooden crane took over the practice of villain alliance, and learned a lot from confrontation with Yue High School, Honghu Ambition, and government agencies. He now has a leader's mindset. I want to test you. Test a person's loyalty, test a guy's ability, and whether he can completely burst out the distortion in his heart. The villain alliance is no longer the villain alliance that anyone can want in the past. What the villain alliance now needs most are valuable chess pieces. What do you want me to do? Kill someone. The death handle finally remembered another chess piece he had overlooked. He pointed to Bakugo Katsuki and said to Dabi, go and untie him. Dabi was unwilling, shoving and looking for another guy. Untie Bakugo Katsuki. The dead handle wooden hanger turned his head and said, Cunningham Lengbei, you killed this guy. Join us in the villain alliance, and I will tell you the truth. Advertisement. I don't kill innocent people. If the blood of innocent people is stained on his hands, Quanyue feels that his last persistence and line of defense will be completely destroyed, and he doesn't know what he will become. If you ask for this, I forgive me for not being able to do it. Innocent. Honghu's ambition does not have any innocent people. The dead handle wooden hanger throws out a reason that Quanyue can't refuse. Do you know how the fur cold letter can climb rapidly in 10 years? He was originally just an ordinary policeman, but after killing your uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki, he was immediately transferred to the government agency and began to rise at an incredible speed. If it has nothing to do with your uncle, who will believe it? You have no evidence. Quanyue's refusal came to his lips, and his father's voice suddenly came out of his brain, promise him. Xiao Yi. Quanyue shook, retracting the white light, and the sword in his hand was also sheathed. He heard his father's angry voice echoing in his head, Xiao Yi, your uncle is dead. The soul flies away for the cold letter of the fur. Father Quanyue Chengsuo coldly snorted, he left you something. A white light flashed in Quanyue's mind, and the white light slowly pieced together two lines of words. Xiao Yi, believe in the cold letter of fur, he is someone you can trust. After reading these two lines, they slowly disappeared and faded, and then a new line appeared before Quanyue's eyes. When the time comes, I will kill the fur cold letter. In Yamanaka, behind the old house of the Quanyue family in Chingsong City, Shani Lengxin stood in the cemetery of the Quanyue family. He slowly walked up the high steps and lay a coffin quietly in the top cave. The name is engraved on the coffin, Izumizuki Nagasaki. The Quanyue family who died will be buried in this cave. Shonkoyu held the lamp with his only arm, the hole was dark, and there was nothing but two coffins. Cunningham Lengxin stared at the coffin on the right for a long time. I never knew. I was shocked when I knew it. Shonkoyu agreed with a smile. Is it necessary to mark a cemetery for you in advance? He knew what role the man in front of him played in Izumizuki Nagasaki's plan. Thank you for your hard work, for that child. It doesn't matter, everything I have is to be inherited by him. Shan Lengxin took out the quirk pistol. This thing has fallen into my hand again. I have to trouble you to transfer it to him. He thought of himself earlier. At that time, she tried everything possible to prevent Quanyue from becoming a hero, and sighed. It's impossible to hide. But thinking of the imminent death period, Fur Lengxin touched his chest, recalling the last meeting with Izumizuki Nagasaki, full of warmth in his heart. It is an honor for me to be the awakened chess piece of the Quanyue family. Chapter 175 Special Announcement Not a Eunuch. Because there are a lot of dark lines in this article, the author needs to sort out it again. I feel that the pace is a bit too fast at present. The following narrative feels a bit difficult for the author, and at this speed, he will soon be able to come to the black line plot that the author is looking forward to together. In addition, the mood is not right recently, so I plan to sort it out a bit. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Rest is for better renewal. Anyway, this book is not signed, just JPG. My author is very Buddha JPG. If you want to add any role to the dark chapter, tell me in the book friends group. Chapter 176. Quanyue didn't know what kind of conversation happened in the remote Izumizuki's old house, and he didn't know what agreement Yasuki Inichiro had reached with many heroes at the police station. For himself, everything is to get the final truth. The truth about the Great River event. The truth about the car corpse case in Beihai. And the truth behind the tragedy of the Quanyue family. At this point in the matter, Quanyue also realized that the deaths of the Quanyue family through the ages did not seem to be as simple as he thought. From the first meeting with the elders in a dream, the elders warned themselves not to have any relationship with AFO or OFA. It just so happened that Quanyue learned from Yasuki Inichiro that the AFO had supported the existence of the Villain Alliance. He himself is now a sword in the hands of the Villain Alliance in order to get a truth. It is ridiculous that he did not obey the elders. At least from Kurogiri's attitude, Quanyue guessed that the Underground Emperor AFO still used himself as a chess piece. As for what it is used for, Quanyue can't be clear. He can't be sure what value he has now, but it's definitely not just the value he recognizes. Quanyue ordered a glass of rum at Villain Alliance. He opened the window and the cold wind blew his face. The Villain Alliance didn't send him anything, and if the people who watched him were counted, then twice could barely count as one. His real name Quanyue is not clear, but he knows that this guy's quirk is proliferation. Not only can proliferate his own body, but also proliferate other creatures. In addition, this guy is a happy talking tuber. I haven't seen such a good-tempered dead-handled wooden hanger. Oh, you guys are not so good-tempered than his many hands. Let me tell you, brother. When I saw your face, I bet I was terrified. Twice wore a headgear on his head and dark tights all over, so it didn't look like he was doing a good job. On this point, his appearance in the Villain Alliance has already explained everything. Quanyue was too lazy to listen to these words. He was thinking about what his father said, and the white note in his mind that told him to kill the fur cold letter. Although Quanyue spent time with his father taught a lot of his life. For example, the act of Our Lady, that many people don't understand. He still remembers when his father shook his hand and said, "The quirk is a treasure bestowed by God. To have a powerful quirk is to have a powerful weapon. We should use weapons to protect rather than harm others. As the strong, we must protect the weak. As doctors and rescuers, we must abandon the background of the injured and all mistakes the moment I see the injured. We just need to save people." Advertisement. Quanyue had no way to believe that his father who taught him would say, "Kill the fur cold letter." According to what he knew about his father, even in the face of villain, he couldn't say, "Kill him." The strongest evidence is the Beihai Car corpse case. Even when he was tortured by villain, even when he watched his beloved wife and only son be tortured, this man did not say, "Kill you." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue always remembered that his father kept saying to him, "I'm sorry. I'm sorry." There is also the phrase, "Don't take revenge, and live well." In fact, after encountering such hell, it is strange to say, "Don't revenge," to his son. Quanyue had thought about it before, but when he recalled, he was scared for a while, so he didn't think about it carefully. Now I can finally summon the courage to dig deep into the details in my memory and I can find many things wrong. He looked at the flowing scenery outside the window, the neon light reflected on his face, and his ugly face could be seen on the glass. "Do you know where is the cold letter of Huxia Fur?" Tuves laughed. "Doing some tricks. Did you really kill your parents?" "Ah, really? What did you think at the time?" He chirped so much that Quanyue wanted to draw his gun. Shot on the spot. Unfortunately, the Villain Alliance is also very poor. So poor that he doesn't even have a standard pistol. Quanyue didn't answer Twice's question about whether he killed his parents. He himself is not clear, because in his memory, he firmly believes that, in order to protect me, my father transferred my whole body injuries to himself and caused his own death. Just relying on the words of villain, who has a blood feud with him, it is difficult for Quanyue to convince himself. He couldn't believe it either. After packing up his mood and persuading himself, Quanyue stood back to the point that, my father sacrificed himself for me. He used this to convince himself. But there is no way to explain that Quirk is not a mother who is in a cure system and cannot bear the injury. Why the corpse will show the same tragic situation of being abused by Ling Kai like his father. Is it really just because of my uncle's death? Too many questions appeared in Quanyue's mind. These answers are the Villain Alliance can't tell him, unless he can one day let his elders tell him, otherwise everything will be buried under the mud forever in the end. Advertisement. I met Yasuki Inuichiro and started a revenge plan with Yasuki Inichiro. After 7 days of pursuit in the workplace, he was involved in the Dahidao incident. Now, in order to find a truth, I am going to kill Lengshin of the Fur. Did not go on, but Quanyue understood. Shankoyu's avatar jumped and replied with a word. Why would his father kill him himself? He held the sword next to him, and said silently in his heart, salted fish. Are you there? In the dark world before his eyes, a salted fish logo slowly lit up, like all old-fashioned computers turning on, a page is slow. Popped up. Looking at these things, he couldn't match up with the average middle-aged man who came to the ward to see him bring him a fruit basket and cards in his impression. Quanyue did not understand why such an ordinary person would do what was written on paper and why he would be chased by the Villain Alliance. As long as he knows it himself. Look, we're here. Twice had a hint of excitement. He lay on the window and said, but it's a bit late. Oh, how much money do you have? Is it enough to look at the 2 rooms? He finally spoke a little cautiously. If I sleep in a room, I like to sleep naked. Where will we go? Quanyue felt that in just a few months, it was just a few months from enrollment to the present that he had undergone earth-shaking changes. He has been chased by a long-tongued ghost, inspired 6 quirks, and talked to the elders of the family. After enrolling in school, he was taken care of by many relatives and friends of his elders, and even saw his enemy at the sports meeting, and killed him. But these are not important anymore. Quanyue looked at this familiar city. Shut up. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fan fiction, second element novel can be read at Hot MTL novel for free. It's absolutely abnormal for this kind of politician to have no human blood in his hands. The dead-handle wooden hanger said when he gave the information to Quanyue, I know you may be soft-hearted, but you must know that according to the age of the fur cold letter, it is a miracle to be promoted to that position. The thing behind. Where did the uncle go? Why does it never appear in the form of undead again? When Quanyue agreed, the villain alliance handed over all the information about the fur cold letter to Quanyue. They let Quanyue see a lot of things, at least on the surface about the persecution of cedar cold letters on others. They issued an order that led to the final death of Izumaki Nagasaki, and being selfish in middle school caused Izumaki Nagasaki to miss the first term of the treatment department heroes exam, and the admission qualification of Quanyue was privately deducted in the FERS. Chapter 177. In one word can explain many problems. Shonkou's quirk, brain intranet, can connect people with people's thinking, online like a remote chat. But this quirk has certain restrictions on distance and number of people. Generally speaking, the farther the distance, the worse the communication effect. The more the number of people, the more the chat is stuck. The limit of Shonkouyu was the last 7-day hunt. Within the scope of a town, it can hold 500 people online at the same time without limitation and chatting online. After Quanyue left Chingsong City, he tried to contact the other party, but Shonkouyu did not reply, and the entire page was in a dim state of standby. Now that the other party is willing to contact him again, without excluding the risk factors, Quanyue feels that he can try to persuade Shonkouyu. Even to be fair, he really wanted to avenge the tragic death of the hidden senior, but he couldn't do it now. He didn't believe in the people of Villain Alliance, and he didn't believe that the other party would tell the truth after he killed someone. Although Shonkouyu is not a trustworthy person, his background and current resources are closely related to the Quanyue family. First of all, this man said at the beginning of the meeting that he owns the huge wealth of the Quanyue family and a large amount of real estate resources. Quanyue didn't care about the property from the attitude of Shonkouyu at that time, but just kept the property intact. Secondly, from the later public information of the police station, Shonkouyu was a rare type of heroes excavated by his father before he became a wanted criminal, and achieved the second-in-command position in just 1 year. In addition, after this man was cut off by himself, he could calmly reply, being. You can see this kind of tricky. Quanyue moved in his heart and asked, Shonkouyu, do you know the cold letter of fur? He is not sure if his father mentioned this man's name before. Now Shonkouyu answers, no, or, don't know. Let him get two completely different answers. There is no news on the opposite side for a long time. When Twice urged Quanyue to pay the fare, when the two stood on the platform empty-handed, the news came. Why are you asking this? It seems to know. Quanyue slowly stood on the platform with Twice. The billboard behind the platform is the brightest light source in the dark night, and each of the 6 characters, welcome to Green Pine, is half a person tall. Quanyue looked at Aoyama Green Water on the billboard in a daze. He replied, after typing this line, he silently ordered its deletion. Shonkouyu really knows the existence of Fur Langshin. Now what he wants to know is, what do you think of this person? Quanyue asked. Shonkouyu gnawed the pork knuckle, and placed a glass of shochu in front of him. He and Shan Langshin sat in the courtyard of Quanyue's old house to eat something to cushion their stomachs. Upon receiving the new message from Quanyue, Shonkouyu glanced at the cold letter from the fur next to him. He took a screenshot of the chat conversation in his head and sent it to the other party. Advertisement. How do you answer me? Cunningham Langshin looked at the line, what do you think of the whole person? Stopped his hand to organize the data, he glanced at Shonkouyu, and said weirdly, do you still use quirk at Quanyue's house? Hey, I don't apply quirk. How do you contact those heroes? And do you still have a hidden line? Shonkouyu rolled his eyes, it's really the men from the Quanyue family who do nothing but do nothing clean. A little bit. Although he had realized that this was a mess, he didn't expect it to be so bad. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. I knew I wouldn't agree to a long lock. It's too annoying. Cunningham Langshin thought for a moment, and said, you write me to the wrong. He guessed that Quanyue had already obtained basic information about himself from other parties. For example, the police, Honghu's ambition, and the Villain Alliance. Those organizations will regard his existence as a threat. Honghu's ambition wanted to kill him from the beginning. Villain Alliance also has a great chance to get rid of himself after knowing his own danger. Needless to say, the government and the police are united on the surface and hostile in nature. That's really good, Shonkouyu retorted. I said, Izumuki Nagasaki won't be possessed by you. He has been guarding Izumuki's house for 10 years, passing through Izumuki. Various legends and records have learned about this mysterious state of ghost possession. Within 3 days, it will dissipate after being attached to the blood relatives. But there is a more cruel way. I have decided to go to death. Shan Langshin stood up. He was wearing a cross dress today. You can write in viciousness. That child will not shake my heart because of you. The people of Quanyue's family are very kind. Then make them unkind. Fur Langshin turned his head and looked at Shonkouyu. The moonlight was clear, as if he had sharpened a sword in his eyes. Shonkouyu, don't forget what we are all for. Shonkouyu took a deep breath, released the 5 fingers together, and began to reply to the message. Cedar Langshin said, I want to die tomorrow night. Can you arrange it for me? He didn't say it like his own business. Help me link Yasuki and Nuichiro again. Shonkoyu sighed. The message is confirmed to be sent. The other party has read it. Advertisement. On the other side, in prison. Young master. Yasuki and Nuichiro hugged the pounced Fungivi. Although Fungivi is older than him, she is more like a little sister at the moment. He keeps on twittering. Young host, are you okay? How is the situation outside? Yasuki and Nuichiro didn't have any excitement. Heroes Mirko, who stood by and watched the whole process, snorted. Feng Nu looked over and stuck her tongue out. Yasuki and Nuichiro took off his coat and put it on the Wind Girl, and explained Mirko's identity to the Wind Girl. Honghu's ambition is now in alliance with Heroes. This is Mirko who helps us. Said it is auxiliary. In fact, it is still surveillance. Yasuki and Nuichiro knew very well that the other party knew that he was the young master of Honghu's ambition, and he was also the adopted child of AFO. Although his parents claimed to have been killed by AFO, they were still poked with an uncertain label in the eyes of the other party. It can only be said that it is a temporary cooperation, and it may be kicked off at any time. Mirko said. The people have been released, you should have given your things. Yasuki and Nuichiro nodded. He is an excuse that Fengmai is an indispensable part of the follow-up mission, so he can bring people out. Yasuki and Nuichiro said to Fengnu. What did I give you before and let you give Quanyue in the big river? Fengnu tried to recall. He remembered embarrassingly that the young master just gave him a small chip and asked she put the chip into Quanyue's hands. It is said to be, Quanyue knows what to do after seeing it, an absolutely secret chip. But the chip was swept away by the storm in the big river event and its whereabouts are unknown. Now it should be broken into pieces. The reason is that neither she nor Quanyue caught the chip in the big river. This is very embarrassing. Mirko also waited for a reply. Feng Nu opened her mouth and said, I have already given Quanyue, now it should be in Quanyue's hands. But in fact, she watched the chip blow away. The situation was that neither of them caught the chip. But Quanyue was not here. Feng Nivi naturally thought of the enmity between the Yeu family and the Quanyue family, and then thought about Yasuki Inichiro's protection of Quanyue, and said, I gave it to Quanyue when I was in the Dehei Dao. This is not a lie, it is just a concealment. Part of the truth. Mirko was unhappy. What the hell is that thing? It's the distribution map of Nomu's resource distribution center and the source of the previous Nomu experimental body. Yasuki Inichiro said. The ambition of Honghu who was defeated by AFO and some diehards are all there. The foundation of Honghu's ambition has long been announced under the noses of all the heroes present. They are a disciplined and regular organization, but their leaders have always been quirk-free males from the Yeu family. They established a martial arts gym to teach combat skills and spread the ideas of quirk self-defense, quirk, freedom, and established a certain combat team in the later stage. But in fact, go out to Zhoufeng with the highest combat effectiveness. The vast majority of Honghu ambition members are people who have no quirk or weak quirk. Among them, there is no shortage of weak people who have acquired their fighting skills by themselves, such as Qingyuan, who has no quirk in Honghu's ambition. It's just that most of these people are turned into monsters after Honghu's ambition is desolate. Single quote. Nomu.
6 Shish Chapter 178 Nomu's Historical Origins. The production of Nomu cannot be achieved overnight. According to the information that Yuzuki and Ichiro knew, the prototype of Nomu appeared in his grandfather's generation. Back then, it was not called Nomu. All experiencers were secretly called beggars, which meant nothing but a gift. The total number of people in the experiment is no more than 50 people, and the full name is called Quirk Endowment Experiment. Most of the people who participated were quirk-free people, and some were vagrant who hated their quirk and volunteered to participate in the experiment. The experiment was shocking both now and then. Using a medicine that is said to be able to peel off the quirk from the original owner, the individual is peeled off from the body, and the quirk is transferred to another person with the aid of a blood exchange and a series of medicines. The basis of this experiment is to regard quirk as a kind of human body organ, and quirk as a transplantable organ for transplantation. It would be incredible for other families to do this kind of thing. But Yasuki Inuichiro understood why his grandfather would do this, and even from the standpoint of Yasuki's house, he somewhat hoped that grandpa would do it. Yasuki Inuichiro is a quirk-free person, his father is also a quirk-free person, and his grandfather is also a quirk-free person. Since that incident happened in their Yui family, there has never been a quirk in generations. If Quanyue's family is the hero's family, the Yui's family is the quirk-free family. In this society where everyone has a quirk, no quirk has been labeled as second-class disabled, and those without quirk will be discriminated against and unfairly treated in the society. Even if the quirk has nothing to do with the career they're going to pursue or the life they're going to leave, ridicule and indifference will be added to them. When you are incompatible with other people, you are already a different person. Advertisement. What's more, the grandfather of Inuichiro Yuzuki was still a quirk-free person who inspired to be heroes. How can one without quirk become heroes? Yuzuki Inuichiro lowered his head. He knew that there was no difference between having a quirk and having a quirk in battle. Those without quirk can only rely on the body and skill to fight, but the farther behind, the physical exercise will reach the limit. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. No matter how Yuzuki and Ichiro thought about Nomu, when Mirko heard the 5 words, Nomu Distribution Center, he had already exploded into a ball of wool. What? Why didn't you talk about such an important thing earlier? After the Great River event, Nomu appeared more frequently than before. Judging from the intelligence feedback from the police stations in various places, on average, one Nomu appears in the city every week, and sometimes 3 or 4 Nomu appear in groups in the suburbs. On the forums, people discuss the existence and causes of Nomu every day, and some even ask whether Nomu is a new type of monster. The heroes and the police who have the truth have not released Nomu's truth. Man-made monsters act recklessly in the city, and it's not good to hear them. Inadequate safety measures in some small places have even caused large-scale casualties. Local governments with relatively few heroes offices have even begun to borrow from heroes offices in big cities. There are even rumors that the third-year heroes students of many colleges will go directly to the front to fight Nomu. But this means that their experiment is feasible, but it is a little imperfect. The map is backed up in the old house. Yuzuki Inuichiro sighed. He would never pass on the news that Nomu's prototype is an experimental sample in the Head-Out pharmaceutical factory. This news is known only to him so far. Mirko gritted his teeth. Go to your hometown first, I'll let them know. In fact, there is another weird thing. Yuzuki Inuichiro has always been weird. Yuzuki Inuichiro was not in a hurry, he just nodded after hearing Fengnu said that he had lost it. I want to go back to Yaoi old house. Fengnu was surprised. Young master, you want to go back? The old house is in Shingsong City, but after Yuzuki's house is destroyed, Yuzuki Inuichiro will only go back on the New Year's Day and the anniversary of his death. Inuichiro Yuzuki doesn't have a lot of favor with that place. If you go to see more, you will think of more bad memories. Advertisement. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at Hot MTL Novel for free. Why did his grandpa suddenly give up being a Quirk heroes, turn to study the Quirk transplant experiment? His father had been teaching him since he was a child. The Spring Moon family owes us. You must recapture all of this. But he regards the second son of the Spring Moon family, Izumi Nagasaki, as his confidant. You must know that the Yaoi family is not the kind of family that is good at relying on medicine to eat. Their purpose from the beginning is very clear. Quirk. So all the research in this area was given to Izumizuki Nagasaki to do it. After all, if it is spread out, Honghu will not wash his ambitions. No, you go to clarify the news about Nomu first. Mirko was anxious. Now Nomu has spread beyond just a few cities, and there are signs of Nomu all over Japan. He sighed, and confirmed the time with Mirko. Did your combat meeting determine the rescue time? Or is it that destroying the Nomu base and rescuing are two different things? He is mainly responsible for the Villain Alliance, and the rescue is impossible. Yuzuki Inuichiro at the Villain Alliance, no, or the information that AFO has gone beyond their expectations. Perhaps it is to raise the importance of this teenager a little bit higher. Now that Yuzuki Inichiro knows Nomu's distribution center and the source of the test subjects, why is such important news being said now? Mirko wished to let Yuzuki Inuichiro spit out everything he knew now. It wasn't until Izumi Nagasaki showed up at Yaoi's house with the potion that Yaoi's experiment made a breakthrough. They even successfully transplanted a Quirk in the early stage, although the test subject died because of a low match with the Quirk after 3 days. Yaoi's experiment is not a Nomu experiment. Their experimental direction has always been how to transplant Quirk. Even many of their experiments are still on data work, and they haven't entered in vivo experiments for a long time before there is a certain guarantee. The heroes and the government will directly choke them to death. Chapter 179. Spring Moon Nagasaki reappears when Yuzuki Inichiro and Mirko went to Aomatsu City. Quanyue and Twice have reached the target location. This is where the fur cold letter appeared for the last time. Quanyue looked around. They didn't find a hotel to rest or sleep, or even didn't eat anything, so they came to this place directly by night. Quanyue looked at the abandoned houses and a dilapidated building around him, and closed his eyes. Here he has an impression. It was here that he began the nightmare of escape for 7 days. I was not sure whether the cold letter of the fur was related to Shonkuyu before, but now Quanyue understands that the two people are absolutely inseparable. The question is, what confuses a government member with the wanted criminal? Is it an interest? Or some kind of a common past? Quanyue felt his brain hurt, and he didn't want to continue thinking about it. If he thinks about it any longer, he can't control himself. He can't help but put the two people together and sort out their relationship with the Quanyue family over and over again. This has nothing to do with our family. Our family has always been a family of heroes. Quanyue muttered silently. Heroes. Twice did not hear clearly, but only caught the last word. Heroes. He hid in Quanyue. Behind him, he looked around and said, Where? Heroes, where's Heroes? Quanyue didn't speak much. He took out the information and asked, The last cold letter from the fur appeared here? Are you sure? There has been no popularity around for a long time. Quanyue also had no lighting tools on his body. The two fumbled in the dark, and finally assembled under a broken street lamp. Twice looked around, sighing and feeling very unlucky. How'd I know? Anyway, people with ambitions are followed here. He made a few exaggerated moves to simulate the scene at the time. They said it was shoo-shoo. After a while, the people disappeared. Ha ha ha, but I think they were knocked out. Quanyue thought of Cedar Langshin's usual posture, as well as the man's muscular state. All traces indicate that this person is not a guy who is good at fighting. The name Quanyue, Honghu ambition, has an impression, but it is not a good thing. He asked, How many people has Honghu's ambitions? It seems to be 3. Hey, those 3 are useless. They're all unusable waste quirks. Twice didn't care at all, but urged. Seriously, boy, what is your name? It's the name. Can you really kill this guy? It seemed that many people wanted to kill before but they didn't succeed. 3 people? It is impossible for Shan Lengxin to stun himself and run away under the eyes of 3 people. Quanyue overturned this inference again. He opened the information and confirmed it again. Cedar Lengxin's native place is Chingsong City, correct. Advertisement. Quanyue opened the Shangkuyu chat page again and sent a message. Fur Lengxin is with you, right? Quanyue ignored the piece of news from the other side that told the bad things about the furs. He said, Shangkuyu, what is your relationship with him? He felt that the more he went to investigate, the fog was enveloping him one after another, not only myself, but also more mysteries about Quanyue's family. The fur cold letter is just one of them. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Shangkuyu's head fell silent and turned gray, did not speak and did not express much. Quanyue was urged by Twice for a long time, closed the page, and walked down the street. They spent the night in an abandoned building. Looking up at their location, you can see an abandoned Quanyue office sign. The writing on it has faded a long time ago, and only traces of different shades of dust indicate that there have been such things. Oh, it looks like there is some state at the scene. Twice started to do it, complaining. Oulu Might seems to be here. What are you telling me about this for? Quanyue sat beside Twice with his arms folded and said coldly. Oh, don't be so indifferent. Twice's quirk can divide himself into 2 people. He seems to have known what happened to the Deadwood hangar in another city by some means. It seems that Oulu Might, they still mentioned you. That exploding kid seems to have said too. Thinking of him, he gets angry, he actually blows up my face. Still talking about Twice, Quanyue didn't bother to pay attention. He cared a little bit about the sentence, Mike you, but didn't think about it. Having gone through the Big River incident, and now passing the so-called test of the Villain Alliance, I probably can't go back. Quanyue looked at the quiet page in his mind and fell into deep thought. Did he guess wrong? Still guessed wrong? Fur Lengxin and Shangkuyu can first determine that they know each other, and secondly, both of them are related to their families. It can be said that both of them directly or indirectly caused the death of their relatives. Each of them detained their admission notices, causing them and the heroes to miss out. Another is to give yourself a big gift like escape for 7 days. No matter how you look at it, you want to jointly kill your own rhythm. But Quanyue couldn't explain the fact that Furs kept sending cards, fruit, and visiting him. He couldn't even explain why Shangkuyu occupied the Quanyue family's huge fortune, and instead of directly taking away the money and fleeing, he let himself come in contact. It's too strange. It seems that you want to drag the Quanyue family into the infinite abyss, but why not take the means of cutting the grass and rooting it? Giving Villain time to grow up is too inconsistent with these 2 extremely vicious styles. Quanyue tried all kinds of ways to think and hypothesize in his mind, but he always couldn't get a reasonable explanation. In the old house of the Quanyue family, Shan Lengxin and Shangkuyu are eating supper. The 2 of them make small hot pot to eat. Cedar Lengxin changed into a formal outfit this time. Shangkuyu is very casual. He only wore a pair of shorts, and began to comment on the craftsmanship of fur cold letter. Tisk tisk, this pot bottom. If you want me to say that the pot bottom made of long locks is the best. Quanyue Changsuo? That child's father? Advertisement? I thought you would call that kid's brother. Shangkuyu was a little bit distressed. Speaking of which, I have a problem now. Did you treat Quanyue well before? Okay. I mean, if you were kind to that kid before, you might be fooled by playing the emotional card. You know the effect is not so good. The salty fish stuck out his tongue and began to pour the chili sauce into the hot pot. Fade out the bird. I'm afraid it will be useless if you die this time, you know. He pointed towards the Quanyue family cemetery. I don't want to play that card at the end. Cunningham Lengxin smiled bitterly. I'm not the dealer. Oh, all right. You are not a card maker, you are also a king fry. The salty fish caught a chopstick enoki mushroom and gave a cold letter to the fur, and said kindly. Eat, tomorrow morning. I can't get up to see you off. Unexpectedly, the chopsticks were thrown out directly. Cunningham Lengxin stumbled and said, he doesn't eat golden needles. Mushrooms. His body seemed to be controlled, and his head fell with a slap. Shangkuyu was stunned. I wonder if the fish in the chopsticks in my hand is for? Still not giving? He watched the neck of the person in front of him crooked, and the chopsticks were gone, and said, Huxia fur, don't scare me, you kid. I'm so salty, what should I do if I am scared to death? A white light flashed through Shan Lengxin's eyes, and then, he raised his head, looked around, moved his neck and said in another tone. It's dangerous, I thought I was dead. Oh, are you here? Shangkuyu watched the man calmly tidy up his suit and clothes, calmly walked to the lobby of Quanyue's house, and calmly turned on the TV. The scene of Oulu Might playing villain is being broadcast live on TV. Fur Lengxin waved his hand and said, bring the pot over. It's just time for food. Oh. Isn't it over 3 days? Why do you still exist in this world? It's best for you to die from such a scourge. Fur Lengxin blinked innocently, showing a bright smile. Any comment? Chapter 180. Who should survive? Shinkoyu had a big opinion, but he couldn't do anything to this guy. In desperation, Shangkuyu glared at this guy, obediently brought the small hot pot over, sat down, and began to curse. Quanyue Nagasaki, you have something wrong with it. If you die, you die. Why do you die back? Are you tired? Aren't you tired?
Izumi Moon Nagasaki, who lives in the body of Langshin Cedar, smiled. He took a chopsticks of beef. I'm not tired, but I have good news. Bah. Say. The plan changes a bit. You can leave Quanyue's life and death alone. The guarantee plan is already in place. Wait, he is your nephew. What are you telling me about life and death? The salted mouth fish was refreshed again. The beef on his chopsticks fell to the ground, and the whole person jumped up. You are now again. What are you doing? This is not your son, don't you feel bad about it? Izumitsu Nagasaki looked over with a smile and said, he is not your son either. Why do you feel bad about it? Shankuyu and Izumi Nagasaki looked at each other for a minute, but finally lost in a bright smile. If you just look at that smile, you can hardly find a haze. Hey, isn't it? The salty-mouthed fish cleared up the trash on the ground and said, I mean I'm serious Izumizuki Nagasaki, I can't stand it anymore as an outsider. You said that you guys Izumizuki's family is doing it well. What? Isn't it good to live well? Everyone is like this, as if you all know what you are going to die. Shankuyu threw out his doubts. I know what kind of soul in your Quanyue family said that the dead souls of the ancestors will always shelter the heirs. Is it you who sheltered like this? Now you can say everything regardless of life and death. Izumizuki Nagasaki quietly listened to the salty-mouthed fish complaining. He ate all the dishes in the small hot pot, and finally drank an extra bowl of soup, set the tableware and chopsticks comfortably, and said, I'm done. Shankuyu almost opened the pot. Did you tell me about this when you got out? Are you a little conscientious? That's your nephew. I know. Izumizuki Nagasaki smiled. I told you to leave it alone because it's my nephew, or from today on. What about the awakening? The awakening that the kid said to me before his father left. Forget what my brother said. Quanyue Nagasaki's gaze fell on Shankuyu Kong's sleeve tube, and there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. Speaking of which you can't even beat Xiaoyi, it's really embarrassing. Shion Muyu couldn't lift it up in a single breath, and almost died of anger. Izumizuki Nagasaki stood up and opened the doors and windows of the room to taste. He is very familiar with the main house, and he has spent half his life in this courtyard. The TV in the room also shows the news of All Might. No matter which TV station is switched to, the final battle of All Might is broadcast live. Shankuyu looked at Izumi Nagasaki, not knowing what he was going to do. He was about to speak and was attracted by the voice on the TV, All Might is going to win. In the night broadcast, the appearance of All Might appeared, and the muscular man on TV and various advertisements appeared on Peace Sunrise. Different. The current All Might is just a thin middle-aged man. Advertisement, All Might, we have to win. Don't lose to the bad guys. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. These voices are the voices of the masses. They watched All Might fighting on TV, and eagerly hoped that the symbol of peace would not fall. Izumizuki Nagasaki cleaned up the table and cabinet, but didn't even look at it. Shankuyu was completely attracted by the TV. He walked over and sat down, turning his back to Izumi Nagasaki and said, Did you choose this day specially? He clenched his fist and recognized the other protagonist on the TV. All for one. Izumitsu Nagasaki did not answer. He found a rag and brought a small bucket of water from outside. He knelt down and quietly wiped the tablets in the next room. Salted-mouthed fish can talk to Izumizuki Nagasaki by falling down a little bit, but he doesn't. Izumizuki Nagasaki did not answer either. Only the TV presenter excitedly told everything, including the UA High School forest house was attacked by the Villain Alliance, information related to the Dehedao pharmaceutical factory, and some publicly available information that could be found. I don't know how long it was, maybe it was just a moment of effort, a few fists went down, and a huge wave of air was rolled up. From the video, everything is so grand and thrilling. Everyone in front of the TV held their breath, and the bloody fist on the TV was slowly raised. Countless people chanted the name, Oulu Might. The host said incoherently, Villain. Lip to the ground. All Might. A big victory. All Might stood on the battlefield as a winner. In the end, the host's voice was crying. She obviously forgot her professional qualities and vocational education, and sincerely feels happy for Heroes All Might. Shankuyu watched TV and didn't speak. The follow-up continued on the TV. Although the professional heroes carried out non-stop rescue activities during the battle between All Might and Villain, we can still see that this incident will cause quite serious casualties. I hate such a scene. Izumizuki Nagasaki said, if we still have heroes in Izumizuki's family, we will definitely be called to participate in this kind of scene of heavy casualties. He wiped the last tablet in his hand, put it away. The tablets in the entire Quanyue old house occupies half, and the other half is vacant. It's too late for him to wake up slowly and exercise the quirk. Quanyue Nagasaki interrupted the salted-mouthed fish. He explained with a smile, I'm afraid that your soft-heartedness will lead Quanyue on a crooked road, and I will force it to stay today. Know that the world is no longer the original world. His emotions are on the verge of losing control. You have asked your brother to accompany you to do it. What else do you want? You have to make your Quanyue house clean, right? Advertisement. If I didn't see the desirability of Quanyue as an elder, I would personally send him to another world. Izumizuki Nagasaki calmly said. Ashamed, I always think that the person who should survive that year is me. The ultimate mission in the awakened person should be me. But as long as you wake up, it's impossible to save people. It's been a while since things happened. Izumizuki Nagasaki packed up the rags and small buckets. There will be a series of things going on later, so I told you to leave Quanyue alone. He should grow up. I learned pharmacology and emergency medical care from an early age.
After I grew up, I did a lot of research on quirk and developed a potion that made the government in the dark world headache and jealous. Izumizuki Nagasaki's vision is no worse than that of any healing heroes. He has already seen that All Might has reached the limit. Who is our villain? Shankuyu, you have to figure it out. There is no time for Quanyue to grow up slowly. He has to grow up quickly to the point where he can stand alone. Izumizuki Nagasaki said, I told you to leave him alone. Life and death is the same principle, you still can't bear to train for the previous 7 days. You will not understand what our family has given. If I were you, from the moment my brother died, I would not let him live in the orphanage. I would take this child back to the old house, tell him everything, and let him know that I was bringing him what mission is to live on. Instead of letting him live as he is now, I don't know anything and still be kept in the dark. Kwanzuki Nagasaki smiled like a spring breeze, but said the same thing as Lion Majesty in his mouth, it's so stupid. This is your kind habit. Shankuyu, don't think that my brother taught you alone, you can use your status as an outsider to comment on Quanyue's affairs. But, this is wrong and wrong. Izumizuki Nagasaki, you can't add yourself and the wishes of your Izumi's family to that child. He doesn't know anything. Everyone told him from an early age, your family is the hero's family. How did you make that child accept this kind of thing? Even I didn't completely accept this thing until a year later. Shankuyu saw those smiling eyes, like going back to hell. I'm just telling the truth. Izumizuki Nagasaki stood up and looked at the salted-mouthed fish. The life of the people of Izumizuki's family is shorter than that of a generation. Do you think it is accidental? All the legends and myths of Izumuki are really true? Was it fictionalized by the predecessors, instead of him Quanyue? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Tomorrow, the world will change at dawn. If I guess right, there will be a relatively big turmoil in the next 3 months. The underground world will change first. AFO will be locked up for at least 1 year, this year it's the time he left for his successors. Similarly, you don't understand the pain of our family for generations. Shankuyu never knew who the vacated half was for. He looked at Izumi Nagasaki and said, I didn't expect All Might to be so fast. I thought it would slow down for a few days. Shankuyu hesitated to speak but stopped. Chapter 181. It was late in the night when Yuzuki and Ichiro and Mirko rushed to Aomatsu City overnight. The two of them watched the live broadcast of the Battle of All Might on the small TV in the car. Mikkel was excited and shouted, All Might, with others. But Yuzuki Inuichiro was watching how long he was from Aomatsu City. There were not many people on the midday shuttle bus. Mikkel stayed up in the middle of the night and didn't let himself go to sleep. Instead, Yuzuki Inuichiro persuaded the stubborn female heroes to squint a little. Taking advantage of this time, Yuzuki Inuichiro tried to contact the clues left by the salty-mouthed fish in his mind. In times of crisis, Inuichiro Yuzuki used to prepare enough information, not just the first-hand information, he would dig out all the old information in the past, and read them all before he was relieved. Like Shankuyu, the hero's traitor is his focus. Before Shankuyu cooperated with Fur Lengshin and became the new faction now, Yuzuki Inuichiro paid more attention to the relationship between Shankuyu and Izumitsu's family. Shankuyu did not come from any of the famous heroes' colleges. It is even strange that the information in his elementary and junior high school was filled in without quirk. It was not until his sophomore year that he was discovered to have a quirk, brain network. Quirks that are not easy to find. There are all kinds of weird quirks in the world, and some quirks are hard to be discovered without the stimulation of special external environment. For example, Quanyue's second quirk, pain memory. Without sufficient pain stimulation, this quirk will not appear for life. Similar to this kind of quirk that needs to be stimulated by the external environment, most of them are called hidden quirk. The proportion of invisible quirk in the social population is even rarer than that of no quirk. This also does not include whether a part of the non-quirk is really a non-quirk. In some medical quirk research fields, it has been stated that many non-quirks should not be without quirks, but invisible quirks, but they are not stimulated under specific conditions. Judging from the past data, salted-mouthed fish should be a hidden quirk that was stimulated later. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at his palm and thought of his family. His family has not had quirk for many generations. In the impression of Yuzuki and Ichiro, no matter what quirk the men and women in the family are trying to find, the most powerful people are married or married, and the children born in the end are quirk-free. Without any exception, all children are quirk-free. It's like a curse. He still remembered his mother saying to himself, I thought the child I gave birth would have a strong quirk, but I didn't expect. She didn't finish, but the disappointment in her eyes was very disappointing, obvious. All the men in the Yaoi family total more than 500 people. They're a big family in Chingsong City, and none of the more than 500 people owns quirk. This incident even made it into the local news at the time. Many medical experts came to analyze their blood and family medical history. Finally dropped an ambiguous sentence, probably, hereditary? Everyone wants quirk, and the people of Yaoi's family want quirk. When Yuzuki Inuichiro was 5 years old, he saw his sister-in-law being rejected by his sweetheart's family because he was a woman from the Yuzuki family. The other's family said, the child you give birth will be quirk-free. Advertisement. When he was very young, he also knew how unpopular his own man was. In Chingsong City, the surname, Yaoi, is a notice of withdrawal from the blind date market. As long as you say that you are from the Yaoi family, there is nothing a guy is willing to say one more word to you. No quirk equals second-class disability.
Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Who wants their children to be born without quirk, be discriminated against by classmates, and be insulted by all kinds of words? Who wants his child to be squeezed out after being born, because there is no quirk, to be looked at with various eyes because of no quirk, and to be pitied by others? No one wants. We're here. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at the station sign in front. He shook Mirko and led people off the station. He walked down the path to an antique temple, walked through the temple, and walked for a while turning a corner on the path as the Yui family's old house. Yuzuki Inuichiro opened the door, blew the dust on the cabinet, and put down the wash bag. He opened the door, trying to help Mirko get his luggage, but Mirko refused. Yuzuki Inuichiro smiled helplessly, and took Mirko into the old house of Yuzuki's house. At the entrance, there are dark brown Madara spots on the ceiling, door, and floor, and a splash of pattern on the wall. It was not a day or two for Mirko to be heroes, and she naturally recognized what it was. Yuzuki Inuichiro finally found 2 slippers. He said, "There is only this." Mirko looked down, the whole person couldn't help backing up, and he took a breath of cold air, and nausea came up from his throat. She hadn't noticed her feet before, the light was dim, and she could see a human figure surrounded by white lines when she looked closely. This is the white line drawn on the outline of the corpse in the murder case. Explains how many years ago, a person died here, and he happened to stand in the position where the undead last existed. Yuzuki Inuichiro put the slippers away and said, "That's my cousin." What? Inuichiro Yuzuki put on slippers, put his shoes on, and took things with him. The place where you stepped on is my cousin's position. He just came back from school that day and died before he could run. Inuichiro Yuzuki recalled. I remember he was 14 years old. Mirko's face was not so good, she couldn't vomit, and she was too embarrassed to vomit. I don't know why, she always feels that this old house is full of a strange smell, like mothballs, but it's not, more like a smell of rotten steel. She closed her eyes and felt the smell strongly seemed to stimulate her sense of smell. Quirk comes from charity, and the family of charity is called Quanyue. Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't care. Even when she was walking, she reminded Mirko, "Be careful, that's my grandmother. That's my little aunt." The more Mirko walked inside, the more iron-faced her face became, and she even wanted to jump directly to the destination instead of being there. I accidentally stepped on those white lines in the middle. Advertisement, it's not a quilt problem. No, I just think it's a bit weird. Mirko walked over a little bit, and she wondered what was wrong. Is your tablet a bit weird? Why are all lying on one side? It looked like one right-angled trapezoid, while leaving nothing on the other side but leaving all empty spaces. She changed the subject bitterly. What's that? In their sight, they could just see an open room in which various tablets and pictures were enshrined. It's like preparing something for someone or something. Yuzuki Inuichiro smiled, and said perfunctorily, "It's a legend, but everyone in the family believes it, so we will follow suit. Generations have used it. But who needs so many tablets? It's only 4 o'clock, would you like to sleep for a while?" Yuzuki Inuichiro said, "Don't go down here in the corridor. I'll find a utility room for you." He carried Mirko and threw the wash bag to one. In the room, quickly closed the door. Mirko didn't want to stay in this weird place any longer. She overtook her and said, "I can do it again tomorrow." Before she finished speaking, Mirko stopped. She knew that her mission was to watch Yuzuki Inuichiro carefully, and it was related to Nomu's distribution center and production process and other confidential events, so she must not leave. Mirko glanced at the wall next to him. There were splashes of blood all over the wall. Because it took too long, these bloodlines were confused layer by layer, but it was very hierarchical. At least Mirko could see that there was a long bloodline on the ground, and a few bloody handprints on the wall. The blood on the wall splashed not once, at least 3 times, which showed how cruel the slasher was. Legend has it that long ago, each generation of their family would have a quirk. Are you going to worship? Yuzuki Inuichiro turned his head and smiled. It's okay, the quilts are all new. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. This is a naked haunted house. Why don't you clean this house? Mirko asked. Isn't it uncomfortable for you to live like this? Yuzuki Inuichiro said openly. I don't have money. Mirko was choked. He was telling the truth. The Yui old house was a big house that could accommodate more than 500 people to celebrate the new year together. It can be said that it was similar to a small town. If you want the current Yuzuki Inuichiro to spend the money to do the cleaning, it is better to let him do the cleaning quickly. Chapter 182 What is Quirk? No one can tell how long ago it was, and when did it start. In the memory of Yuzuki Inuichiro, all the children of the Yuzuki family grew up listening to this legend. Every 10 years, the best child from the Yui family will be sent to the previous temple alone. Quanyue's family will also select a child of the same age to send in. The 2 children will live together for a week, and they will wait until the sacrifice, and the priest will hold the quirk transfer ceremony for them. There is no record of how the ceremony was carried out in the family's written documents, and oral statements have been forbidden. After the ceremony was held that day, the last elder who got the quirk would go in and use the specific holy water and the holy stone obtained by the Quanyue family for the next step. When the whole set of rituals is completely completed, 1 month has passed since the first day. The younger generations who are not involved in the ceremony can only learn the same ending of the ceremony from the rumors. The Yui family child who gets the quirk inherits the entire family and becomes the family leader. And the child of the Quanyue family can only get a piece of white cloth and a coffin. The last ceremony was held more than 160 years ago. After that, Quanyue's family disappeared. The whole family seemed to disappear from the horizon, leaving only an empty residence. Yayui's people went to the deep mountains and old forests to find traces of the family, but there was no result. It wasn't until the last 50 years that Quanyue's family reappeared in front of everyone. However, like the Yayui family, which used to have a large number of people, the population of the Quanyue family has been reduced from a large family of hundreds to a single branch now. Until now, there is only one person who inherited this family name from this family. Yuzuki Inuichiro smiled bitterly when he thought of this. When his father told him this legend for the first time, he exclaimed, "If there is such a ritual, Inuichiro, you can also get the quirk." As the young patriarch of the Yezuki family said up early, Yezuki Inuichiro will be an excellent heir trained according to family standards. Quirk, it's very important in this society. Student Yayui, your house is too weird. Mirko rubbed his goosebumps and looked up and down the beams and surroundings of the old house. I always feel that someone is watching us. Maybe it is the undead of the elders. Yuzuki Inuichiro is reluctant to spend money to stay in a hotel. Besides, this is his most important home since he was a child. Why would people be afraid of his own home? He picked one of the fruits in front of the tablet that he could eat, rinsed it with the spring water in the courtyard, and handed it over. Mirko shook his head frantically, almost crying out of Yuzuki Inuichiro's behavior. She is not the kind of girl who is timid and screaming, but in this veritable murderous house, she can't eat and sleep like impermanent people. Let's leave when we take things. It's going to take a long time to organize things. Why don't we start to organize them now and don't rest? Yuzuki Inuichiro found a flashlight, only to find that the thing had long been out of power. He sighed, found the candle lit on the tribute, and said, "It's still quite dark further down. I really don't want to go inside, wait for me here." Advertisement. Mirko bit his scalp and retorted, No, I have to look at you, who knows what the hell you were going to do." Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't stop him, and walked into the depths of the courtyard with the candle. You can't see where the air leaks in the dark, but you can only hear the wind roaring from every corner. Mirko doesn't believe in any ghosts, but in the old house of the Yezuki family, he is holding the corner of Yezuki Inuichiro's clothes with one hand, fearing that he will be lost. Up. Yuzuki Inuichiro went to this room and took 2 steps from that room. He put the information bag he got into Mirko's audience. Mirko clutched the information bag and continued to walk with Yuzuki Inuichiro. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. How long will it take? I don't know. Yezuki Inuichiro comforted. It will be much better after dawn. At this moment, he can see the white belly of the sky. In the same city, Quanyue shivered and woke up. He subconsciously held the short sword in his arms. Without the support of guns and ammunition, he can't completely control himself. Quanyue, who is quirk, can only choose the bayonet that he is least good at in hand-to-hand combat. Although, he is not good at this at all. Hi. Shankuyu yawned and waved his hand like a stupid large dog. Good morning. Twice also woke up, his eyes widened. You are. Shankuyu yawned again and moved his joints. Snap, only a clear sound was heard. Twice was hit by a whip leg and he flew out. A man in a suit had a golden arch takeaway bag on his head. The bag had 3 holes in it. He also carried a KFC plastic bag in his hand. Quanyue leaned against the wall in a defensive stance. The man in the golden arch hood sneered, and said to Shankuyu, I still want to laugh at it. What is so good about the orphanage? Can you give up fighting for custody? Can we stop talking about the old topic? Shankuyu took the burger thrown by the man in the golden arch hood. Besides, I was a wanted criminal. What kind of custody can the wanted criminal grab? The man in the hood expressed disdain. There are still many ways to grab it. You can only say that you are stupid. He threw a hamburger to Quanyue, then threw a bag of soy milk over, eat breakfast. Quanyue took the burger and soy milk, and was caught off guard. There was no expected battle, only a barely acceptable breakfast. After eating, let's go to do things with us. The man in the hood is obviously the one who controls the right to speak. He said to Shankuyu. What are the heroes doing now? Can you help me ask? And Honghu's ambition? Shankuyu generally bit the burger in his hand and said, You are not afraid to reveal our place. Unless they can dig out your brain and install a tracker. Quanyue did nothing but drank a glass of pure rum last night. He didn't know whether salted fish was an attitude, and whether the people with him were cold believers of the cedar that he had previously speculated. He sipped his hamburger and followed the 2 of them. The 2 adults are even more peculiar. They completely ignore the danger of Quanyue, and they argue over the French fries and ketchup in the bag. If you remove the current environment and put on 2 sets of regular clothes, it really looks like the daily routine of office workers. The 2 of them didn't take the road, but started from the ruins and walked down. Among them, they drilled directly under the steel plate and cement block, and the 2 of them walked all the way to the front of the office sign that said, Quanyue. The man in the hood patted the sign, and took a breath to fly a lot of dust. Quanyue watched quietly, putting the finished wrapping paper in his pocket. Advertisement, Quanyue. Do you know what this is? The man in the hood said, pointing to the sign. Quanyue nodded. It's the brand of Heroes firm. In his 15 years of experience, many Heroes firms will hang their brands outside. The still lavish office of Heroes erects billboards directly on the top of the building and even advertises on TV. Wrong. The hooded man stared at Quanyue through the 2 small holes and said word by word. This is the remains of the loser.
But before telling you my true identity and purpose, I will ask you one more question. What is quirk? I have a second quirk. Is this something wrong? Quanyue almost wanted to ask this sentence, but he was still sober, knowing what to say and what not to say. Unexpectedly, the other party added this sentence completely. I know you have two quirks, and I also know that these two quirks are completely out of control by you now. Quanyue froze for a moment. His use of quirk can be said to be very bad. I started to use quirk frequently to fight in the last year. In the previous 10 years, Quanyue has not used quirk to do too much training due to his fears and physical limitations. Even the body is in a calm state. Even if he now knows that he is getting further and further away from becoming a hero, he doesn't want others to poking his spine and mocking him. Quanyue retorted, why do you say Quanyue is a failure? But what's wrong with his quirk? First, the quirk is out of control, the physical fitness cannot keep up with the quirk's development, and it is in a state of extreme collapse. Facts speak louder than words. 10 years have passed, except for some people who remember the heroes of Quanyue's family. The hooded man walked forward and said to Quanyue, Quanyue, I ask you, you haven't felt anything after using quirk for so long, isn't it right? With a series of activities such as interpersonal communication and reproduction, more and more children of the next generation are good at compound quirk. For example, Shoto Todoroki in Class A of UA High School is a typical compound quirk. Judging compound quirk plural quirk, the biggest difference is the principle. Who are you? Second, the use of quirk is equal to suffering, and long-term use is torturing one's spirit and senses. But like Quanyue, his first quirk, damage replacement, is the same as the quirks of the Quanyue family, and the principle is exchange transfer the damage from one place to another, but the damage itself will not disappear. And his second quirk, pain recall, uses sensory memory to forcefully reproduce pain. The essence of quirk is different, it can be called plural quirk. The principle of quirk is the same, and it can be basically judged that it is a compound quirk derived from a principle. The Quanyue office is the work of the third generation of the Quanyue family. It was the Heroes brand made by Quanyue's grandfather. It was not until the death of Quanyue's father that the road to the heroes of the Quanyue family was broken. Quanyue, who was educated to become a healing heroes from an early age, had always taken inheritance of his family business as his goal before the Bakugo corpse case. Although the second quirk was awakened afterwards, the doctor advised not to use this quirk. So much so that in the first quirk in the later stage, there were many times of rampage, and after the painful recall was forcibly activated, it brought Quanyue's own senses beyond ordinary stimulation. The headgear man leaned against Quanyue's sign. Does it matter who I am? He tidied up his suit and laughed. Important. Chapter 183 Quanyue's real quirk. What is quirk? This problem was born where quirk appeared, and it has not been solved well until now. Some people say that quirk is a gift from heaven, some people say that quirk is a large-scale genetic mutation, and some people say that it is caused by various natural disasters such as meteorites. With the birth of various quirk origins, followed by the emergence of quirk essence. Once one of the mainstream opinions in academia, organ theory. The quirk is one of the indivisible organs of the human body. But this argument did not receive a detailed argumentation, and was finally defeated by other theories and gradually disappeared. More people now support the quirk gene theory. Quirk is a gene. Quanyue's cognition of quirk since he was a child also comes from the indoctrination of his knowledge from the outside world. The quirk gene theory has been mainstream in the last 2 decades, accepted by most people, and is also recorded in textbooks. Gene theory also makes some sense, the hooded man said, but I don't want to hear this. I mean, what do you think quirk is for you? Quanyue never thought about this problem. Since he was young, having quirk is like eating and drinking water. He feels that owning quirk is a matter of course. Someone will pursue, what kind of problem is my kidney for me? This question is a bit too inexplicable. However, Quanyue replied, I think quirk is born, and there is no way to change it. It is a talent for us. Yes, it should be a talent. He thought that he was born with such a quirk since he was a child. Da has always been educated by his parents to become heroes of the treatment department. For oneself, quirk should be a kind of talent, which can make oneself a talent of professional heroes. The man in the hood said, well, I know. You still don't know anything. He took off his hood and smiled brightly. Hey, do you know who I am? Quanyue's brain was hurting. He watched that plain face overlapped with the face of Shan Lengxin, the subject he wanted to kill in the document. But the other party's smile was too bright and beautiful, adding a touch of warmth to the plain. Fur Lengxin laughed loudly and shook his head. I guessed wrong. Advertisement. He pointed to his nose and said, the whole process is quite different from what I thought, but it's okay so far. Except you are too bad, and you don't know anything. He shook his hand halfway through, standing in front of Quanyue. The height of Cunninghamia Lengxin is not much higher than Quanyue, but such a stop is actually half more imposing and suppresses Quanyue's life. Officially introduce, I am your uncle Izumizuki Nagasaki. Izumizuki Nagasaki said, I ran out secretly. I think your dad must be clamoring to take me back and beat me up in the small black room. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. That's right. At this moment, Quanyue's mind was the same as it was exploded. His father Quanyue Changsuo's roar was comparable to a cannon on earth. Among them, Quanyue also heard the voice of his grandfather persuading his father. Uncle, why are you? How could you control Fur Lengxin's body? Where did the real Fur Cold Letter go? Quanyue felt even more embarrassed when he thought that he would kill Fur Lengxin. But then I thought about it, which one is more important between my uncle and the villain alliance? Of course it is his own uncle. Izumizuki Nagasaki naturally saw what his nephew was thinking. Quanyue is different from him. Although there are scars on his face, the emotions and sorrows are more likely to be revealed from the distortion of the scars. If I had the courage to observe Quanyue's face carefully, I realized that he was still a 15-year-old child. Are you talking about my soul? Or are you talking about my cold letter with cedar? Izumizuki Nagasaki mocked. Don't listen to your father's nonsense. He just didn't have any good friends since he was a kid and he was jealous. Me, he said naturally, with a touch of intimacy. Quanyue was a little surprised and unfamiliar at first, but after a few words he became acquainted. The two people rarely say that yin and yang have been separated for more than 10 years, but they seem to have only met yesterday. Quanyue was surprised by how clever his uncle spoke. Izumizuki Nagasaki chatted for a few words and then returned to the topic. Your vigilance is still too low. I will find a place to talk to you about Quirk. I don't know when the salty-mouthed fish has disappeared. Quanyue Nagasaki took Quanyue out of the ruins, and the two of them passed through the winding road came to a rotisserie. The Battle of Oulu Might's sacred field was being broadcasted on TV last night. It's not a meal. There are not many people in the shop. The morning paper that has just been delivered is on the cashier. Quanyue borrowed it to take a look. The front page is Oulu Might's combat special. He flipped through 2 or 3 newspapers, feeling that he had missed something. Izumizuki Nagasaki applauded the barbecue, and he drew pictures on the table with his fingers. When Quanyue read all the Oulu Might reports in the newspaper, the younger uncle Izumi Nagasaki said, You said that Quirk is a talent. If you look at it this way, Oulu Might should be the most talented person. But now all Japan knows that Oulu Might is going to take a back seat, because his quirk is gradually weakening. Advertisement Quanyue sighed, according to the terms of talent, there is nothing wrong. But if you have not exercised, no matter how strong your talent is, you can't make good use of it. He thought of his quirk several times, and then recalled the power he had when he ran away. Quanyue will regret that he cannot control this powerful force. Quanyue Nagasaki sneered, Wake up, Xiaoyi, you can't become like Oulu Might. Besides, you should be considered a gang with villain alliance now. Thinking of the dizzy things he did, Quanyue couldn't say anything. He regretted it now. Izumizuki Nagasaki puts the grilled meat one by one and sprinkles the seasoning. You are only 15 years old now, and you are not a kid anymore. Uncle, what do you want to tell me? Yeah, I think the two of us can have a good last meal. Izumizuki Nagasaki turned over the barbecue. What I say below can be heard by your father and family members. Because of us. The essence of the common Quanyue, you are also fast, and the day when you are fully awakened will not be far away. Quanyue put down his chopsticks, what awakening? Quirk. I have enough. He has 2 quirks. The first quirk cannot be used because of the runaway. Forced use must be uncontrollable. Second, quirk, to be honest, Quanyue doesn't like it too much because every time I use it, it hurts too much. Besides, his quirk has accompanied him since childhood. Another quirk is a rare hidden quirk. So I said you don't know anything. Every one of the adults in the family said something for your good, for your own good. You could have said it when you first saw us. You have been procrastinating until now. Said. Quanyue Nagasaki put a piece of meat for Quanyue, and he smiled. But we also want to find a good time to talk to you about these things. Xiaoyi, neither of your quirks are the real quirks of the Quanyue family. The real quirk of the Quanyue family can only be inspired by death. This is your last guillotine meal. Chapter 184. There are not many people in the huge restaurant. In the early morning, the shop owner and waiter also disappeared, only the sizzling sound of the barbecue and the oily glow. Quanyue looked at the barbecue in his bowl, his eyes shifted to the person in front of him. Decapitation. Quanyue's real quirk. I will die after eating. Quanyue said, but I still have a lot of questions. He passed through several deaths after passing by Shinigami. Since the Daihedao incident, everything has slowly changed, and the truth about many things has been torn apart and disguised. Quanyue's family may be more complicated than he thought. So we can still eat slowly. It doesn't matter, I will tell you your questions during this meal. Izumizuki Nagasaki said, but after eating, I will kill you. He laughed. Passed the pepper and told Quanyue that this brand was his favorite. Quanyue was silent. What's the matter with the Daihedao incident? This is the first question, how did you die back then? He has been looking for 2 truths. What is the Daihedao incident in the Beihai car corpse case? In order to get these 2 truths, he did not hesitate to go with villain alliance. In the case of the Daihedao incident, first of all you should have heard the name of the organization Honghu Aspiration. Daihedao Pharmaceutical Factory was producing quirk augmentation potions that year, and other illegal drugs that assisted quirk. Daihedao Pharmaceutical Factory is a downstream industry of Honghu Ambition. 1. Honghu's ambition and the government to join forces to make the organization face-to-face, was betrayed by the government and attacked by the underground emperor AFO. I was actually acting as a pharmaceutical researcher in Honghu's spirit. Related researchers were finally killed. But you didn't die after the incident. You were the only policeman who died in the river. So I said you don't know anything. Quanyue, do you know Yaoi's house? Chingsong Yaoi's house. Quanyue Nagasaki smiled, a very old quirk-free family. Yazuki. Yazuki Inuichiro. Advertisement Quanyue's expression betrayed him. Izumizuki Nagasaki looked at his nephew's funny expression and blew a whistle. Yes, it's your Yazuki Inuichiro who persuaded you to kill the professional heroes.
Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. What does it have to do with him? Quanyue said halfway, remembering the photos that Yuzuki Inichiro once showed himself. In the photo, the father of Yuzuki Inichiro is one of the researchers of Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory, and Yuzuki Inichiro also told himself that his family had been killed. The Yei family has a very ancient ritual. The function of the ritual is to deprive the quirk and give it to the quirk. Although the family has said that the ritual has been lost for a long time, people who heard it also say that he is a legend. Izumizuki Nagasaki finally ate it. With a mouthful of vegetarian food, he smiled and said, but when I was still alive, the ritual was restored. In other words, the current Yuzuki Inuichiro can start depriving people of the quirk and the quirk given to them at any time. How could there be such a thing? This is too fanciful. How could quirk be deprived? Quanyue later realized Izumizuki Nagasaki's key points. You did it, uncle? Restoring this ritual of depriving and granting quirk, doesn't he know how much impact it will have on society and people's thinking? Once it can be controlled by humans, what a disaster will happen. Don't listen very much, it's actually just a ritual with a success rate of less than 10%. Remember what we said when we first met you as undead? Izumizuki Nagasaki repeated that time if you want to. Draw the key point. Our whole family keeps you away from AFO and OFA. Quanyue knows what AFO is, but he has not had any face-to-face contact with AFO. As for OFA, he hasn't even heard of it. I haven't touched it. Don't turn the topic off. Quanyue took a bite of the meat and said bitterly, I want to hear the truth. AFO's quirk ability is to capture quirk and grant quirk. He is the main research object of Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory's pharmaceutical production direction. The deprivation and enhancement drugs that I mainly studied in the later period can be seen at a glance as imitation. The quirk ability of OFA is mainly inheritance. It is a kind of inheritance of strength. Strictly speaking, Quanyue is also a bit similar to OFA's ability, but we are the product of failure. Inheritance is strengthened by the blood unity from generation to generation. Advertisement. Quanyue was confused. Uncle, what are you talking about? Yuzuki's rituals used to be presided over by a sacrificial ritual in the past. Preside over the deprivation and grant of quirk. Izumizuki Nagasaki nodded. Don't show that expression, it will make me want to beat your fragility again. Little mind. What Quanyue Nagasaki said was constantly reorganized in Quanyue's mind and finally came together in one sentence. The Yei family has been depriving Quanyue's quirk with the help of AFO. Quanyue said incoherently. He thought of his usual relationship with Yuzuki Inuichiro, thought of the other side's meticulous care of himself, thought of all the details that he didn't pay attention to in the past. I and him. Stop. Izumizuki Nagasaki paused. Eat, it's not what you think it is. The first time I heard about the Yei family was the same as you. I felt that the opposite family should go to hell. But Xiao Yi, you must know that the Yei family has never taken away the quirks of people outside the Quanyue family, and at the same time the ceremony stopped before our grandfather. We Quanyuejian 4th generation have not been persecuted by this kind of ceremony. I helped the other party to restore this kind of ceremony itself for our Quanyue family. Your dad and I are twins. My quirk was activated a week after birth. The congenital diseases of all newborns in the entire ward were transferred to me. Fortunately, it was an ordinary pediatric room, except for children with jaundice and jaundice. There are not too many disasters other than congenital heart disease. But at the same time, my quirk keeps me from seeing the color in this life. In that ward, there was a child who was genetically colorblind. My quirk, received on behalf of, can transfer other people's injuries to myself within a certain range. In my childhood, your grandfather did not allow me when I go out. I can only live in Quanyue's old house. Because no one knows if my quirk will suddenly run away after going out, and no one knows whether anyone nearby has been seriously injured. If one is not careful, I go out. It died once. Unlike your dad, my quirk appeared early. Your grandpa tried his best to keep me alive. One night I saw him kneeling in front of the family tablet and crying. He said that there is a medicine that can make me like a normal person. To survive, it's a pity that the medicine only has a 1% survival rate, and I am destined to carry all the pains of losing the quirk. At that time I was 6 years old, and I said to your grandpa, it doesn't matter, I can control this kind of quirk. Izumizuki Nagasaki smiled. Your father has always been worried about me. I accidentally said that when I was young he is colorblind and rejected by many people. He said that after he can master his quirk, he will always be by my side, and he can give me blood back anytime and anywhere. Really a fool. I just thought, it would be great if there was a potion in the world that could make quirk disappear. Izumizuki Nagasaki smiled. When I grow up, through Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory, I will tell you what your grandpa said. The medicine has been improved, and the survival rate has increased from 10% to 50%. But when I made the potion, I didn't need it anymore. Izumizuki Nagasaki smiled. I was dead when I was your age. Chapter 185. Izumi Moon Nagasaki's Past. Quanyue Nagasaki was an excellent policeman in his 20s when he died. Quanyue is only 15 years old and is an ordinary student of UA High School. The time is not right, but I'm really dead. Ashen told you that when I was in high school, I would often use quirk to help others. On the way to and from school, Ashen and I met an injured person in a family. Public opinion and threats from victims, I rescued their family, but I was sent to an ambulance. Axon has disapproved of me going to Heroes activities since that time. I didn't care at the beginning. I felt that I could control my quirk. I could do Heroes activities like my brother and help more people. There are many people injured by quirk in the world, and more people will die in an instant. Our quirk can save more people, this is a good thing. I think I might die someday. If I can use quirk to make more people alive while I am alive, it should be a very meaningful thing. Izumizuki Nagasaki sprinkled all the meat with seasoning. Until a month after I was discharged, I felt something was wrong. I went to the hospital for a full set of physical examinations, from the inside to the outside. The checklist says that I have AIDS. What's worse is that AIDS has passed the incubation period. But I don't remember when I was exposed to the source of infection. I am 15 years old and have not had any relationship with anyone, nor have I been exposed to it in my life. Anyone with AIDS. The doctor told me that my time is running out. I can't accept unexplained death at all. I spent a lot of money to look up the medical history and physical condition of people around me. I finally found it. I took the information in my hand and went to the home of the woman I had rescued before I was hospitalized. She has a son who has been in the incubation period of AIDS before and is a bad AIDS spreader. AIDS spreader? Quanyue had never been in contact with such a person, he didn't quite understand. After learning that I had AIDS, I began to have mad relationships with other people, and spread the virus to other uninformed people through bed relationships. Some people even regarded the number of infections as their record and sent their prey. Tablets, shrouds and other things. I am because of quirk. The quirk power beyond my personal capacity gave me the AIDS epidemic that was about to erupt from the AIDS spreader. Naturally. That person was cured. When I came to the door, their family was shouting at the doctor for AIDS. The misdiagnosis, the family happily ate to celebrate. Advertisement. Izumizuki Nagasaki thought of himself that day. He plucked up the courage to knock on the other side's door, without thinking of any compensation. He didn't know what to do, he just felt confused and desperate in his heart. The aunt he had rescued looked at herself coldly. After she said, "I was infected with AIDS by your son," she was like a cat stepping on her feet and exploded. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Who are you? You come and say bad things about my son. Believe it or not, I will cut you off. Talking nonsense is for the person in charge. Besides, who knows where you got the infection from, it will not look clean. She scolded Izumizuki Nagasaki bloody, shoved Izumizuki Nagasaki down the stairs, and the people around quietly opened a door, poking out half of her head to talk about the farce in a low voice. This kind of unclean disease, look at your appearance, you might be a stab in the door and walk through the back door. It's really disgusting. Just a few months, forget everything? Yes, I died in the 3rd week after visiting this family. I died in the Quanyue mansion when I was 15 years old. Your grandfather was no longer there at that time, and your father was going to school again. I was alone quietly. Lie on the ground, thinking a lot before I die. What I think the most is, why should I save those scum? Quanyue Nagasaki paused for a moment when he thought of something. This seems to have to tell you, it has something to do with Dai Dao. Keep it simple, Honghu's ambition will become like this later. Xiaoyi, I have to admit that I have certain responsibility. Still don't care about anything, or don't want to remember it. It's only the first step to weaken Heroes' influence in this society step by step. Izumizuki Nagasaki looked at his nephew and said, the fur-cold letter can rise so fast in a short period of time. It is my arrangement. Before he died, I explained that he used my death to make some political bargaining chips. Then I asked your dad to use Quanyue's contacts to arrange a political marriage for him. But you can rest assured that the other party also clearly needs some things. Like money. Our Quanyue family is different from other heroes. Every hero's behavior we do is consuming our limited lives. But let us dedicate our lives to people who don't know how to be grateful or how many scum, and we also ask us to be selfless. Dedication does not require any complaints. Izumizuki Nagasaki sneered, the emergence of professional heroes is an accelerator of this social atmosphere. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Advertisement. Heroes is no longer a spiritual concept of selfless dedication, but a profession, a high-yield group of people. Izumizuki Nagasaki said, the people think that they pay taxes, so they can ignore Heroes' life. Feel free to put forward all kinds of unreasonable reasons, even without considering Heroes' feelings as human beings, and equate all heroes with saints to request. Is there your shadow in the quirk self-defense advocated by Fu Langxin now? Many people say that we are heroes, the great heroes who save people. But for those who have been saved by us, we are just a cutscene in their lives, and they take heroes for granted. Honghu who possesses Jufeng and potions is too ambitious. I'm afraid I can't control it, so I'm ruined. You said you were dead. Fu Langxin's political management in recent years, and the financial expenditure required by the families of his marriage partners, are all provided by our Quanyue family. As a reward, Fu Langxin needs to work hard to climb up and reach out to this country. All the upper-level figures, the longer they stay in that circle, the better. I instigated Honghu's ambition, the strongest combat power, Jufeng. Who doesn't want to live? I didn't have the guts to knock on the door that day. The detective who spent money to find told me. The murderers who killed this family were all AIDS-infected unawares. After seeking justice and fruitlessness, they gathered together to find opportunities to kill this a family. That day, I suddenly understood the people who committed crimes in the street. Heroes never distinguishes between good and bad to save people. What is good or bad must be handed over to the law to sanction, but the result, the scum of society is not released early because the sentence is too light,
or it is constantly playing the side ball. Jump like a grasshopper. Like those AIDS spreaders, they disappeared in the crowd and continued to do evil because they could not be convicted, quantified, and unable to obtain evidence. And I, when I died for the first time when I was 15 years old, activated the real quirk of the Quanyue family, and lived like a walking dead with my real quirk. It was at that time that I met a Yaoi family woman, Hong, whose ambition was the young master's biological sister at that time. I also indirectly caused the Beihai car corpse case and the birth of you now, chapter 186. Quanyue was stunned. He had a lot of possibilities before that. For example, it was threatened, deceived, or all kinds of possibilities. Subconsciously, Quanyue still placed Quanyue's family in the position of the weak. His feelings about his family remained at the moment his father died when he was 5 years old. They are a family of therapies who have no power to protect themselves. Uncle, you are lying to me, Quanyue said. Jofengji's people are the people I met before. After I killed someone, the people I met in the alley. How can it be? Destruction is not necessarily killing, Izumi Nagasaki said. The barbecue in front of him was almost eaten. Izumizuki Nagasaki changed his posture and asked Quanyue, "Are you full?" Quanyue was anxious to know what was going on. He nodded indiscriminately and said, "Okay." He leaned forward and spoke faster, "Uncle, what is going on?" Izumi Nagasaki did not directly answer this question. "I'm full." The chopsticks in his hand were horizontal, poking towards Quanyue's eyeballs, then it should be on the road. Quanyue hadn't expected this move, although the other party had said the concept of beheading rice before. Izumizuki Nagasaki's tone was too understatement, and there was no similar killing intent in the subsequent conversation. Quanyue didn't take this in mind. At this moment, he leaned forward and backed away, avoiding the chopsticks poked by Izumizuki Nagasaki. Stabbing the corner of Quanyue's eyes is occupied by intense pain. Although not directly inserted into the eyeball, the chopsticks rubbed the corner of the eye. Quanyue pulled away the stool and stepped back into a fighting stance. The response is bad. Quanyue Nagasaki retracted his chopsticks. He looked at Quanyue's bleeding half of his face and said, "The men of Quanyue's family may not be able to fight, but they must protect themselves." Quanyue walked around the table and went to a slightly wider corridor. He decided that it would be better for him to be in an open area. No matter how good Izumi Nagasaki's fighting consciousness is, he won't necessarily lose by relying on the physique of Cunninghamiya Lengshin. Don't let go of every small voice in the air and every small movement of the other party. Quanyue touched himself, regretting not taking any good products from Villain Alliance. I had known this kind of thing a long time ago, and I could take a few guns away at the police station. Now there is nothing but a short sword given by Yuzuki Inuichiro. Quanyue himself is best at spear skills, and he doesn't use it at all with first-rate physical skills. Just as he was calculating his own pros and cons in his mind, Izumizuki Nagasaki moved. He did a very simple thing. Took out a pistol from under the table. When you enter any unfamiliar place, you must investigate in advance. Izumizuki Nagasaki is like an elder's gentle educating younger generation. His tone is still joking, and the gun in his hand is not a joke at all. Quanyue had come into contact with a lot of guns during the special training under Mr. Shinso, and he could see the firepower and the number of bullets of this gun at a glance. Careless. It took 45 minutes to eat. You didn't notice what I did here. Izumizuki Nagasaki smiled. I heard from Ashen that you also joined Heroes combat practice in Ua High School. In class. It was really disappointing. Advertisement pulled the trigger. Quanyue ran towards the barbecue table on one side. As he ran, he turned the table over with his hands. Use the volume of the table to disguise yourself. Izumizuki Nagasaki did not start a series of blasts. He did not have many bullets, and he did not let Quanyue judge his ammunition quantity through large-scale blasts. After simply firing 2 shots, Izumizuki Nagasaki stopped. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue held the sword and held his breath. He held back his head not to stick out, squatted on the ground and moved slowly. The vase beside Quanyue was shattered by a bullet and just fell on his feet. Quanyue bit his arm to keep himself from making any movement. He was stiff all over, and if he took a step late, the vase would fall on his head. Izumizuki Nagasaki, how did his uncle judge it? The shopkeeper installed a camera a year ago. As if he knew what Quanyue was thinking, Izumizuki Nagasaki didn't rush to play with a pistol, and pointed at the picture frame on the wall. The frame fell directly on Quanyue's head from above. Quanyue gritted his teeth not to let himself go out. The blood and glass slag mixed together, and the ground was bloody. Can't go out, hold back. My uncle can know where he is, but he didn't come to kill him directly, which means he doesn't necessarily have to kill himself now. Looking at the other person, it is more like a cat playing with a mouse. If I kill him now, Izumizuki Nagasaki is more than 60% more likely to kill himself with a single shot. Especially under the premise of death can inspire a new quirk for Quanyue's family. Quanyue has reason to believe that Quanyue Nagasaki will not release water to himself. The other party really wants to kill himself. To sum up, the observation ability is 0. Quanyue was still thinking about how to break the game. The image of Izumizuki Nagasaki appeared on the table next door like a ghost. The man kept smiling, holding a gun, and said, "When I was young, my brother seemed to pay too much attention to your theoretical education." In the impression of Izumizuki Nagasaki, he and his twin brothers learned how to protect themselves in various environments under the guidance of their father since they were sensible. For the lifeless Quanyue family, living is more important than anything else.
Quanyue drew the sword and threw it at the opponent. The moment the sword was released, he realized that this was a very stupid move. It is not sensible to abandon weapons in the battle, but at this moment he really can't think of how to get out. Quanyue did not miss the thrown sword, and ran out of the shop without turning his head back in a curve. As long as you leave the store, you will have more chances to survive. Quanyue recalled the dining street he had seen before, and found angrily that it was the morning when he came to the store. The opening time of such restaurants is generally at 9 or 10 noon. It's only 6:30 now, however, this street is mostly used for catering and there are no breakfast shops. Too early. Even if Quanyue ran into the street now, the idea of using the crowd to ask for help was unrealistic. Pound Quanyue hit Quanyue's calf with one blow, and he fell to the ground. The glass shards on his face pierced into the flesh, and Quanyue could have ignored this pain long ago. He had endured more pain, and he didn't care anymore. Advertisement wow. With an electronic ticking sound, Quanyue watched the electric rolling door of the store slowly lowered. He turned his head and looked at the electronic key in Izumizuki Nagasaki's hand when. In the beginning, Izumi Nagasaki said, 3 days ago, I asked Ashin to pay to buy this shop. It is very convenient for modern society to do this, electric rolling shutters and cameras. He walked over and said nothing. Feng Qing even took a few toothpicks from the cash register. But a more powerful white light burst out of Quanyue's eyes. The white light was swallowed bit by bit. Several times the whole body crushed the pain and broke out. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Quanyue, you have a very good quirk. Izumizuki Nagasaki comforted. It's very good. The trick just now is great. The black mist rushed through the tables and chairs on the ground, the picture frames on the wall trembled violently, and the pots and pans fell on the ground and screamed. A shadowy black shadow appeared in Fur Langshin's body. In the black shadow, Izumi Nagasaki's original face was slowly revealed. What was different from a living person was his pale face as white as a white paper. Izumizuki Nagasaki, the real quirk inspired by death, borrowing a corpse. Unfortunately, you forgot. Your body is not suitable for any strenuous exercise. Izumizuki Nagasaki made a judgment. The doctor should have told you to rest. Izumi Nagasaki smiled, you really are not a good student. He stretched out his other hand and pressed it on Quanyue's heart, admonishing with a smile, I said it all, I awakened the real quirk. Uncle, don't forget. My quirk, uncle, what the hell are you going to do? Quanyue stepped back and leaned on the rolling door, his upper body was stained with blood, you want to kill me? Why? Quanyue tried to stand up, he knew he couldn't escape. I simply lifted my trouser legs and looked at my calf. There was a hole in the calf. In addition to that hole, there were many scars. Some of these scars were left over 10 years ago, and some were left recently. Quanyue held Quanyue Nagasaki's hands tightly with both hands, his eyes were intensely white. His hands sank a little, and Quanyue felt like his heart was caught by something, and his 5 lungs and 6 internal organs seemed to be eaten by some bug. The white light on his body broke out again, but this time it was shrouded in powerful black. When you die, you will know. Quanyue Nagasaki reached out his hand. Quanyue had nowhere to escape, his face was held by Izuki Nagasaki. Izumitsu Nagasaki's body had a black air, like a draft blowing his hair. How can a man who is not afraid of death be afraid of PAI Chapter 187? Izumizuki Nagasaki awakened when Quirk, borrowing the corpse, exactly when he died of AIDS transfer. He clearly felt that his pulse had stopped jumping, and his breathing had disappeared, but the pain disappeared quickly in an instant, and his whole body was awakened again in the scrapped body. Quirk. Borrow the corpse. You can enjoy the control of the body while the body is still active. Borrowing corpses is divided into 2 types. One is Izumizuki Nagasaki's current type, which directly possesses the right to control the body with the permission of Cunninghamiya Lanceolata. The other is to enter the corpse and survive as he did when he was young. Izumizuki Nagasaki looked at his nephew who was wrapped in darkness and acted harder. Because the body is in direct contact with Quanyue, it is natural to see several figures emerging from behind Quanyue from his perspective. Those people are the undead of the Quanyue family hidden behind Quanyue. Izumi Nagasaki, don't do too much. The undead didn't show their true faces, but Ying Ying showed his figure approximately. They stood behind Quanyue one by one, like silhouettes. Stop it. Those who can live there. Quanyue Nagasaki said, pressing Quanyue a little deeper on the ground, if he can't even beat me now. The accelerating white light seemed to pierce Kurogiri with a sharp sword, and Quanyue coughed violently. This time, the white light covered him like a net to protect him. In times of crisis, Quirk protects Quanyue as if he has self-awareness. Quanyue Nagasaki took a step back, unbuttoned his suit, and went up with a forward kick, knocking Quanyue directly to the ground. When he attacked, he focused heavily on the places where Quanyue had old injuries. Quanyue couldn't handle several attacks. His eyes widened and he wanted to activate the quirk to transfer his wounds to Izumizuki Nagasaki. Unfortunately, it didn't work. Izumizuki Nagasaki stood in place as if he were all right. How come? Quanyue didn't have time to think about it, so Izumizuki Nagasaki punched him to the ground. You must be wondering why injury replacement is useless for me. Izumizuki Nagasaki said quietly, it is also stupid to start doing things without knowing the quirk of villain. Quanyue held his gun against his forehead and said, too much nonsense, it's stupid. As soon as the voice fell,
Quanyue picked up the shattered stool leg on the side and threw it at Izumi Nagasaki's forehead. Quanyue Nagasaki tilted his head, arched his shoulders, and then twisted Quanyue's arm with one hand, and crushed the person to the ground. Izumi Nagasaki said, "You are my nephew, I just told you this." He pushed Quanyue to the ground, and Quanyue heard the sound of a pistol changing its magazine. "Don't move." Izumizuki Nagasaki pointed the pistol at the back of Quanyue's neck. One time immune to death is very troublesome. Advertisement: the sickle of death had never been so close to him. Compared with the previous few times, Quanyue did not panic or despair, he just felt unwilling. "Uncle." Quanyue struggled and said, "Uncle, you can tell me the truth about Beihai. Otherwise, I won't be stunned by death." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue Nagasaki turned his head over and coaxed the child and said, "Hey, it's better to go over there and ask your father." Quanyue's father is dead, and the same death still exists in the form of an undead. The sound of bullets being loaded. "I'm a big lunatic every day." A voice suddenly exploded in Quanyue's mind, and then a huge trash talk came surging from a dumped garbage truck. Quanyue hadn't figured out what was going on. Suddenly he felt that the restriction on his body was opened. He immediately got up and his face was covered with a wet cloth. The cloth fell from the ceiling. Quanyue looked up and was dumbfounded. There was a wide gap in the palm of the central air conditioner that originally existed on the ceiling. At this time, the central air conditioner continued to croak. Dust fell on Quanyue's body. As for Quanyue Nagasaki, she was lying on the ground with her eyes closed like a robot that suddenly crashed. Quanyue didn't care too much, and stepped forward to take the pistol in Izumizuki Nagasaki's hand. He looked for it and got the key to control the rolling door. There is not much time for Quanyue to tie Izumaki Nagasaki. With a stab, a large piece of ash fell on Quanyue and Izumi Nagasaki. A pair of feet came down from the ceiling, and the Shankuyu hung on the ceiling with one hand, and gently jumped to find a place to stay. He shook his hand to Quanyue with a sullen head, and said hello, hi. Shankuyu's smile remained unchanged and said, "Then brother, why don't you discuss something? Why are you so happy to talk about?" Shankuyu tidied up and greeted the people above. "Should we always go behind? Or in front? Is there anything to eat here? I'm really starving to death on top." Twice obviously doesn't care what Shankuyu is. It's easier to understand the point that Shankuyu is also a wanted criminal. Shankuyu couldn't help laughing when he thought of this, and patted Quanyue on the shoulder and said, "Don't think your crazy uncle is very strong. In fact, as long as you use the quirk reasonably, you can defeat it. After all, he now has no use for the quirk. Can't fight." Advertisement, but he didn't have time to talk more, so he hid the pistol and ammunition in his clothes. Planning to open the rolling door and go out. Shankuyu is still talking nonsense. "This store has a secret recipe that is really delicious. I will treat you to it next time you come. Hey, let's not talk about it. I want to send this silly boy back first." Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. "What the hell did you do? But speaking of it, this guy feels very good." Twice slapped Shankuyu affectionately. "I just talked with him for a long time. It was really good. Especially Quirk. It's simply too appetizing for me. Hey, are you interested in coming to Villain Alliance together?" Quanyue seriously doubted, when did the two of them get on the line? The quirk of Shankuyu is brain intranet, which links the human brain together to form a network, which mainly relies on the human brain. Although Izumizuki Nagasaki himself has no shortcomings that can be said, no matter whether it is a wit or a fight, he is not lost to anyone present. "You betrayed? And above, there is another person." Twice chuckled, "Brother, I've been talking for so long. I won't talk to you anymore. The Villain Alliance wants Quanyue to kill the man on your back. Why don't you just give it a go now?" Twice, "It's not high, come down." Shankuyu greeted each other kindly, then kicked the fur on the ground coldly, and explained to Quanyue. "I just restarted it again, and it should be restored now." The pattern of fur cold letters. Quanyue was a little overwhelmed. In his impression, Fur Langshin and his uncle were a pair, and Shankuyu and Fur Langshin were together. But looking at it now, it seems that Izumizuki Nagasaki and Shankuyu have not reached an agreement. To defeat him, some special methods must be used. Soul state and body state are two areas. For example, I can create individual users for Fur Langshin and start chatting, but I can't talk to the dead Nagasaki lunatic at all. Shankuyu didn't kick very hard. He said Shannon Langshin carried on his shoulders and said, "To make it simpler, I used a lot of spam messages and viruses to attack the brain of Shangxi Langshin. Now it's dead. Well, but by rounding it up, I can be regarded as defeating the lunatic." It didn't take him a long time to fiddle with viruses and junk traffic packets. Oh, forget it. Shankuyu sighed, "I still have things to do. Besides, you have a little brother in the Villain Alliance. I believe you can take good care of Quanyue. After all, it is my old friends. Children. Two men from different forces seem to be a little bit married, and I am very happy with each other." Chapter 188. Now the situation is a bit illusory. Quanyue stood between the two men and set up a small hot pot. Fortunately, he didn't smash everything when he fought with Izumizuki Nagasaki. Shankuyu sits on the left-hand side, and Twice sits on the right-hand side. The two have switched from the state of old friends to the state of bitterness. But one thing more clearly is the rainbow fart. All kinds of rainbow farts bragging about their own forces. "Look at our Villain Alliance. There are handsome guys and beautiful women. Didn't you kill All Might some time ago? You see, we are all elites, and those who can join us are all top people. But you are poor. Shankuyu revealed his newly purchased high-end sneakers. No, you said, how can we do this for money? We are doing this for society and ideals, what a noble human cause. But you are poor. Shankuyu revealed the limited edition watch in his hand. Twice. Even in the Quirk Society, the most enviable Quirk ability is still the money ability. Alright, then you can tell me what is good about your organization. Twice had a slight doubt about his move to join the Villain Alliance. But he still insists on this organization that gives him a place to stay. After the Battle of the Wild, there will definitely be more like-minded guys appearing. He knows something about Shankuyu. A former Heroes who had doubts about his identity and behavior and did not hesitate to betray, in Twice's view, belonged to the guy who was looking for his true self, just like himself. Everyone knows that All Might's retirement after the Battle of the Wild has made many villain in the dark feel ready to move. The Villain Alliance is regarded as the leader by those people, and countless people have joined the Villain Alliance to seek cooperation. But it is definitely not easy to get into the core of the Villain Alliance. Twice didn't dare to say that he was in the core, but it did not prevent him from speaking from the standpoint of the Villain Alliance. Shankuyu said leisurely and leisurely. Indeed, All Might, as the incarnation of justice and a symbol of peace, has not shined in the new #1 after retirement. Various forces, such as your Villain Alliance, Honghu Aspiration, and others. Small pieces of tissue. Quanyue heard Honghu's ambitious name on one side, and his hand shook. The ingredients fell directly into the pot without being caught. You all have your own advantages, unlike mine, who is so poor that there is only money. Shankuyu sighed up to the sky. Advertisement Quanyue did not speak, but listened quietly. After all, the name of Cunninghamia Langshin was mentioned by both Honghu Jij and Villain Alliance. Earlier, Cunninghamia Lanceolata was related to Honghu's ambition. Quanyue calculated it in his mind, so to speak, the current situation is. Cunninghamia Langshin may be a person of great ambition. The two people involved in the Dehedao incident, Quanyue family and Yaoi's family, Quanyue Nagasaki is the main cause of the Dehedao incident. One of the persons in charge, the same Yaoi's family is also a relevant researcher of Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. My uncle said that he instigated Jufeng in Honghu's ambition. Yuzuki Inuichiro said that it was Jofengji's people who killed their parents. It can be guessed that the younger brother must have been a high-level person with ambitions back then. Even if it is not high-level, it has a very close relationship with Honghu's ambition. There is also the phrase, meet the Yaoi family. Even during the conversation, especially the news of the Yaoi family. Quanyue connects all the clues together and connects the Yaoi family to the Honghu ambition in his heart. Stand up. Honghu's ambition should be led by the EU family, but how much this leader occupied when the younger uncle was still alive, and how much it occupied now requires a question mark. Honghu ambition, Yaoi's family, Quanyue's family. Beihai corpse case, Yaoi family's destruction of the door case, Dahedao incident, Quirk self-defense propaganda. Villain Alliance, AFO, OFA, Battle of the Gods. All Might retired. Shankuyu didn't notice Quanyue's rich heart. He said, hey, our organization is very small. It's really so poor that there is only money. There are no people, no influence, no influence. He patted this thigh, pointing to Quanyue and said, this guy is the young master of our future organization. It sounds like Honghu's ambition. They also have a young master. Twice touched his chin, but I haven't seen what that young master looks like. Shankuyu is not in a hurry. He forced him to talk for a long time before he came to the point. I heard that your Villain Alliance is going to kill Cunninghamia Lanceolata. Do you know why? Twice became wary. It wasn't me who wanted to kill, it was the dead-handle wooden hanger who did it himself. And it wasn't for me to do it, it was for this guy to do it. He pointed to Quanyue who was looking at the hot pot. Shankuyu was happy. I know this guy, he won't. Shankuyu grinned and weakened the atmosphere a bit. Come on, this meat is cooked. Shankuyu. It's okay. Anyway, the Nagasaki lunatic is not there. Close black lens bracket. Shankuyu invites you to enter the group chat. Squeeze that honest person out. Advertisement, Shankuyu. I just estimated that this traffic packet may not be enough. You guys, wait for me. I will put a virus in it. At Shan Lang Shin. Come out and talk about your thoughts, and give feedback when you wake up. I can pack a virus to attack others. Close black lens bracket. 10 minutes later, Quanyue watched the group again. The 99 plus above are all Shankuyu talking alone, and the latest one is Shankuyu's only hard-working interaction. Group in. Fur Langshin. It's noisy. Close black lens bracket, the members of this group. Fur Langshin. And, Twice number 2, are not your friends, please chat carefully. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Shankuyu. Everyone, we are all here now, la 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 is really not easy, crying JPG. The two skipped the topic, sitting in the messy hall and happily eating hot pot. Quanyue took a sip for himself, but he hadn't tasted anything yet. 3 times in my mind, a new reminder arrived. Fur Langshin. At Shankuyu, what's the matter? At Twice number 2. Obviously, compared with the previous large group of 100 people, the current small group of 4 people not only has better internet speed and faster code words, but also comes with image functions and emoji package output. Shankuyu was the first to break the silence in the chat window. Hey, so that all of us here will be there. Shankuyu also special at Quanyue, shouting. The newcomer will be the name of the group, and the real name system will be required. Quanyue took a chopsticks of lamb and looked at the big water monster salty mouth fish in the group. Looking at the reality, he kept talking about twice as salty fish, and couldn't help but admire his ability in two-line chat. What the hell? You have entered the chat group to squeeze that honest person out. Shankuyu. I am repacking the garbage data package here. If you have any emoticons in mind, you can send me over and I will kill the phone. Doghead JPG. Twice number 2. Hello everyone, I am Twice's deputy personality. Close black lens bracket chapter 189. Twice's quirk is multiplication. Whether it is himself or other creatures, he can rely on quirk to make the opponent change from 1 to 2, and then from 2 to 3, 4, 5 or even more. But the problem is that the proliferated Twice is not a puppet, but an individual who also has self-awareness. After each individual becomes independent, he will have a similar ultimate question in life. Who am I? I'm Twice. If I were Twice, who is the other guy? Who is this guy? Who is the guy who looks exactly like me? After an accident, all the proliferated individuals began to kill each other, leaving only one body in the end. The proliferated individuals have independent thinking, then after death, will the thinking of these individuals return to the mind of the ontology? Twice number 2. Although I claim to be a sub-personality, it is because I am different from the other proliferated guys. I know my identity clearly. I am an individual proliferated by Twice, and I am an extra guy. Close black lens bracket. Shankuyu. The human brain is usually linked to only one personality, but this guy was much smarter than I thought, and he intercepted my communication first. Close black lens bracket. Twice number 2. I have always been at a disadvantage for grabbing control of the body, but it's enough to do something in your consciousness. Close black lens bracket. Quanyue. What do you want? Kill the master? Close black lens bracket. Twice number 2. I don't have to kill him. For my individual, he is him and I am me. I contacted you simply because I was not satisfied with the path he has chosen now. Close black lens bracket. He was probably referring to the host character Twice who talked to Shankuyu in reality. Twice number 2. I don't think Villain Alliance is a good choice. I personally do not agree with the concept of Villain Alliance. I want to find my own Garden of Eden. Close black lens bracket. Cirrus Fur. Garden of Eden. Quanyue looked at the news, feeling that he was still in an outsider identity. He didn't know exactly what he was going to do, but Ying Ying Yushui seemed to have caught something. Before Shankuyu came, the fight between him and his uncle was enough to make him panic. Now facing the salty-mouthed fish who once hunted him down, Quanyue still maintains this calmness on the surface, but he has no bottom in his heart. He can finally describe the feeling of confusion in his heart. It is like propping up a lone boat on the foggy sea. Not knowing where is the end, it's like trying to find a goal for yourself. The people around seemed to be doing it for their own good, but everyone had their own purpose, and everyone was hiding their secrets. Only oneself knows nothing like a fool. Whether it's the Fur Cold Letter, the Villain Alliance, or the Honghu Ambition. After calming down, what made Quanyue unacceptable the most was Uncle, and all the people from the Quanyue family. There must be something that I haven't told myself yet. Quanyue tried it after the Long Tongue Ghost incident, and couldn't contact the undead of the Quanyue family by his own will. The initiative has always been held in the hands of the undead of the Quanyue family. Tell me nothing, but I am already 15 years old. Advertisement. Quanyue watched the group chat scroll up one by one, and clicked on the portrait of Shankuyu. Unlike others, Shankuyu's head was taken from a photo. The other person in the photo leaves only one hand on the shoulder of the salted mouth fish, holding a pistol in his hand. Quanyue. Shankuyu, what organization are you talking about? Close black lens bracket. Shankuyu did not answer. The meat in the hot pot is cooked. Quanyue is not hungry. He looked at the soup in his hand and suddenly thought of uncle. Obviously he was the gentlest uncle in his memory, but he was able to say in different words. Although it feels terrifying, it feels that everything is under his control. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. But it is precisely this nature of grasping the overall situation that makes Quanyue more deeply aware that he is a fool. There is no way to tell myself. In order to find the truth, I joined the Villain Alliance. Quanyue couldn't even explain why his elders didn't tell him the whole truth. Shankuyu. You can ask your father, young master. Doghead JPG. In the group, Twice is still talking, but Shan Lengxin doesn't say much. Even if he does, he doesn't say much. Open black lens bracket. Twice. What I want to find is myself, and the path I walked on myself. After a while, I will suppress the master, and you will take the flight forward. Close black lens bracket. Quanyue. Wait. This battle plan. Close black lens bracket. The message popped out. The owner of the group Shankuyu changed the group name to Quanduo Twice Body A Project. Fur Lengxin. Nagasaki, I have communicated well. Close black lens bracket. Twice number 2. Okay. Shankuyu. Okay, I'll count 3 and 2 to 1, and I'll go together soon. Close black lens bracket. Quanyue. Wait, what am I here for? Close black lens bracket. Salted fish. You don't have to do anything. At the end, the other party added, it depends on the situation, you take care of yourself first. Quanyue looked at the dialogue box in front of him,
but it feels that all the power has been taken away from the whole body, not from any external factors, nor from the physical weakness caused by the previous fight with Izumizuki Nagasaki. How to describe it? Emptiness. Not needed. Still say something. Like a puppet occupying the throne, everyone needs him, and everyone around him. All the policies and all the relations are for his good, with sweet words in his mouth and honey in his hands, all the starting points are for the good of the puppet emperor. But when they woke up, they found that they only seemed to care about who was in that seat. It seems that everyone cares about his Quanyue family's survivor. Instead of caring about him Quanyue, advertisement. All the causes are related to his being a child of Quanyue's family, but it has nothing to do with whether he is Quanyue or not. When Quanyue wanted to mess around with himself to a dead end, a black shadow flashed from his back, revealing his uncle's face in the black shadow. Little Quanyue was knocked on the head before he finished speaking. Izumi Moon Nagasaki smiled. I'll clean up you later. He fluttered and left a sentence, come back and kill you again. He ran quickly in the direction of Twice. Kurogiri appeared again, this time attacking Twice. Unlike Quanyue back then, Twice seemed to have lost the power to resist. Suddenly he threw the bowls and chopsticks to the ground, put his head in his hands, let out a painful cry, then twitched his limbs and remained motionless. Shangkuyu did not touch Twice, but first supported the fur Langshin on the ground. The person who got up this time was a real fur cold letter. Well, the three of us will go first. The rest is up to the lunatic, Shangkuyu said. He looked back at Quanyue, only to find that the other party shook his head a few times and fell down with Twice. The Shangku fish outline came forward and was caught by the fur Langshin. It was made by Nagasaki. Cedar Langshin said, the plan has changed. He let us go first. Honghu's ambition has already started. So fast? The remaining power of All Might has not completely dissipated, and all forces are waiting for the opportunity. Whoever becomes the first bird to be the first to become the first bird is probably to kill the chicken and the monkey. Fur Langshin sighed. I told the supporters of Quirk's self-defense to stay still. It seems that someone has been incited. Then, we don't care about the two of them. Nagasaki should have pulled Quanyue to the other side. Cedar said hesitantly, that is the main battlefield of the Izumi Tsuki family, the family that is completely dependent on Shinigami. It was pitch black, and Snow White flashed several times in the middle. Then he went back to the darkness. No matter how stupid Twice was, he knew he was in the middle. But when he realized this, it was too late. Shouting loudly, running desperately, or struggling against the ground or walls will not help. Damn it, what is this place? While talking, Twice felt his quirk start to activate. It's just that quirk is not under his own control. But another person. Twice felt that his consciousness was squeezed out like plasticine, threw it in the drum washing machine and stirred for a long time, and finally took it out and placed it on a new skeleton. He was separated from his own body, and Twice, who occupies the body, is looking at him. Chapter 190 Farewell to the past. In the old house of the Yuzuki family, Yuzuki Inuichiro spread all the information on the ground. It's already half of the day. Mirko insisted on using his mobile phone to take pictures and record these documents. Mirko said, All Might will officially hold a retiring press conference tonight. Not only All Might himself, but also many people on the Heroes rankings will be present. After the press conference, this year's ranking may come out a bit earlier. Yuzuki Inuichiro understood, later villain will increase, and Nomu. I'm going to pass these information to the police first. Mirko got up and said, I don't want to stay any longer, go back quickly. Wait a minute. Yuzuki Inuichiro said, Milko, can you go back first? I want to talk to the family in the old house. Mirko looked at the sky as it was bright, rubbing his hands and walked out. She didn't go very far, standing where you could see Yuzuki and Ichiro, calling for takeaway. Yuzuki Inuichiro put the information in a file bag. He stood up and took a picture from the room. Behind the painting is a square hole. Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at Hollow, hesitated and stretched his hand in. Inside is a small box. After the box is opened, there is a black magnetic card and more than 10 white pills in a vial. There is a line of small characters on the magnetic card. Pharmacy number QY1515 peeling. Nothing is written on the bottle. Yuzuki Inuichiro put the magnetic card in his insole, and he poured out 3 pills and put them in a sealed bag. AFO has now been locked up in jail, although it gives himself breathing space, but again, after All Might retired, it was too late for him to do another thing. Yuzuki Inuichiro hid the pills. He put the painting back in the distance, knelt in front of the many tablets, banged his head 3 times and said, I'm sorry, Dad and everyone. I can't kill anyone who doesn't know anything. He smiled and said, when I arrange Honghu's ambition, I will do what I want to do. I really can't kill the Kwanzuki family. Yuzuki Inuichiro said softly, I don't think there is any need for the two families to struggle with the quirk anymore. It will be over. AFO was knocked down by All Might. Now he is in prison. Yuzuki Inuichiro smiled bitterly when he thought of his life under AFO's hands. I thought that Honghu's ambition had no chance to go to the bright side. But there is still a ray of life, Grandpa and Dad. I will carry forward the concept of Honghu's ambition. I always remember how you educated me, and I remember Honghu's ambition to initiate real ideas. Regarding Quanyue's family and quirk, I will stop. After Yuzuki Inuichiro finished speaking, he stood up and walked outside. Mirko felt that this child was a little different from before, as if he had made a certain determination. The whole person became a sword about to be unsheathed. Advertisement, yeah, let's go, but she didn't pay much attention to the change. The place where
Izumizuki's home, referred to by Cedar Langshin as accompanied by the eye-catching words, Shinigami's favor, is actually the dream home that Quanyue has visited several times. Life is like a dream, but entering a dream is another world. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. However, the dream home of the Quanyue family is a bridge between the living and the dead. Quanyue was thrown to the ground by a dog chewing mud. He saw his father holding the shower and staring at him in a daze. Xiao Yi. At this time, it shouldn't be. Quan Yu Changsuo was a little surprised, his face distorted as he thought of everything, and he roared towards the surroundings. UB************* D Nagasaki, get out of here. The black smoke of Izumizuki Nagasaki vibrated in the air, revealing half of his body. Brother. What the hell are you doing? Quanyue Changsuo saw Kurogiri, his face was furious. You used quirk outside, why didn't you just die outside? Brother, it's useless to be angry. With this mindset, you might as well enlighten your son. Kwanzuki Nagasaki pointed to his back, I'm busy doing things. You and your son will talk about Beihai. Quan Yu Changsuo was so angry that he could not speak, he is still a child. Dad. Quanyue grabbed his father's hand and said, I'm 15 years old, tell me. He knew everyone was hiding from him, because you all left too early, so there was nothing. Tell me, right? I'm grown up, not a kid anymore. He wanted to seek a truth. Only by knowing what happened in the past can you be qualified to make judgments about the present. Quanyue Changsuo looked at his bruised son, touched the scar on his face with his hand, and said, you got your revenge outside, right? Quanyue nodded. He did kill the crime related to the Beihai car corpse case. Before I die, I told you not to take revenge, don't take revenge. Quan Yu Changsuo waved gently, and the surrounding scenery suddenly changed and became a sky full of universities. It is the snow scene of the North Sea. Dad, I just want revenge on my own strength. The police haven't found the murderer for so many years, and haven't solved the crime. Quan Yu Changsuo touched his head and said, even if there were no cases of Beihai car corpses, I would not survive that winter. What? Xiao Yi, you should know that the quirk's ability is beyond the body's ability to withstand the pain. Every use of a therapeutic quirk like Quan Yu's family will cause damage to the body. The more damage, the more broken the body. The last generation of premature aging, even I don't know if I was killed in vain. Quanyue Nagasaki scribbled and smiled. I closed the office that year, let the salty fish have an accident, and took you and your mother away from Chingsong on purpose. Advertisement, I know someone will come to chase and kill, and I also know what will happen. Quanyue Changsuo with a trace of guilt, I don't want to tell you these things, you were too young at that time. How could he bear to make him only 5 years old? The son knows the changes in the adult world. Quanyue stared at him with wide eyes, why is all this? Objectively speaking, your quirk killed me, nothing wrong. Quanyue Changsuo looked at his son who was as tall as himself, and said cautiously, but it's not your fault, you know? You were only 5 at the time. Years old, no one can blame you, I thought they would attack me. I didn't guess that they would commit these atrocities to you. Xiao Yi, you are not wrong, these are not strange in the case of human desire to survive. Quanyue glared at his father with red eyes. Quan Yu Changsuo showed a sad expression, go, I will tell you everything when I come out. Quanyue shook his hand abruptly and said, shut up. You know that you all know, Quanyue Changsuo. You all know you know that we will be killed in Beihai. You know everything. This is when he was in elementary school. Then, Dad, my quirk, Quanyue slowly saw everything in front of him, small children, small desks, and a group of people in a small classroom. Quanyue looked at his hands. The scars on them were obviously newer, and the important thing was the same size. Quanyue is going crazy. So what are you doing? What are the tears I shed for you because of my suffering? You know everything. What have I been doing for so long? Quanyue gritted his teeth and walked towards the wind and snow. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. He and Yuzuki Inuichiro murdered and took revenge together, looking for the real murderer behind the scenes, the big river incident they experienced together, and later, in order to find the truth, he agreed to kill the Fur Langshin for the villain alliance. Quanyue Changsuo looked at the angry little beast's son, closed his eyes and nodded. He stretched out his hand to comfort his grown-up son, it's not to blame you, you don't know anything. Quanyue, you said you are no longer a child. Quan Yu Changsuo pointed to a small figure in front of Fengshui and said, then say goodbye to you when you were a child. The white light pierced his eyes, Quanyue, your face is disgusting. You stay away from me, it's terrible. Whether your quirk is used or not, and what is the difference between it and no quirk? So you let those people torture your wife and torture your son. You know everything. What about my uncle? He knows too? All know. Everything is planned. Chapter 191. He lost his parents when he was 5 years old and was adopted by the cat mother-in-law. After that, there was no change in his life like the most ordinary. Quanyue tried to touch everything around with his hands, but found that his hands went directly through the table and chairs. And the young one sat in the seat, surrounded by a group of small classmates. How did you get your scar? I heard you killed someone, or what? It's so ugly. Did you really grow up in an orphanage? At that time he dressed well, ate well, and used nothing worse than anyone else. Granny Cat never treats him materially. Even the elementary school where he came to study was the best school in the local area. But those terrible, ugly scars were nailed to his skin like medals of sin.
When the teacher took him into the class on the first day, he specifically said, "This is a new classmate, everyone should get along well." Quanyue watched her young self awkwardly and explained the Beihai car corpse case and explained. "I did not grow up in an orphanage." Looking at the envy of the surrounding classmates when they heard that his father was Heroes, and then sighed when they heard that his father was dead. "Quanyue-kun, you will become a Heroes, too. But Quanyue-kun looks so ugly, shouldn't Heroes be handsome?" Tong Yan Wuji. Only villain is ugly. Children are the least able to express their emotions, and they also least understand how to conceal their emotions. She looked at herself with curious, pitying, and hateful eyes. "Let me help you with this. Is your injury still not healed?" Regarding yourself as a weak person, showing your kindness no matter when and where, turning your head around to show off this matter as a talk to your classmates. Some classmates will give him some snacks and toys. The same table will also lend their stationery to Quanyue. But the kindness of people is only short-lived, and it takes a period of effort to achieve self-intoxication. "Quanyue-jun, can you not stand behind me?" A classmate said, "I saw your face when I was washing my hands, and I felt so terrible." The 5-year-old Quanyue was stunned. He didn't know how to explain, so he lowered his head and said, "Yes, I'm sorry. I also think Quanyue-jun's face is terrible, I can't sleep anymore." Quanyue-jun laughs and feels disgusting. As long as one person says it, everything will be logically like a dam with a bursting embankment. Quanyue watched her childhood leave school alone, walked alone on the street looking at the face in the shop window, and shed tears alone. When he came out of the convenience store again, he bought a mask. From that time on, Quanyue started wearing a mask and long-sleeved trousers to school. In a short-sleeved shorts in elementary school, he is undoubtedly outstanding. Advertisement: two bright colors in a jungle are always easy targets for hunters. A group of people made an appointment with Quanyue from elementary school. "Hey, I heard that you were a child from what Heroes family?" One of them pushed Quanyue to the corner, took off his mask, took a breath and laughed and laughed. "It's so miserable, what Heroes is it? I heard that it was Heroes for death. Fling in teeth. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Hey, aren't you from the treatment department? Hurry up and show us a treatment." Beaten. "How dare you tell the teacher? Do you think the teacher will help you? You will complain to ghosts, cowards. You will turn to others for help. What Heroes do you actually want to do? Daydreaming. Call for help. Scream, keep shouting. Even if you break your throat, no one will come to rescue you." The leader smashed a brick on Quanyue's forehead and smashed it twice. "Anyway, you are the quirk of the therapy department. No one will find the mask on and the bangs down, right? Don't. I watched Oulu Might's trick on TV yesterday. Hey, come here. You stand as villain." Oulu Might. "Ah, yes, it's Heroes. Where is it? Tell the teacher that there is no punishment." After the teacher made a bold warning in the class. "Tell the cat mother-in-law that she came to school for a few times and made the matter worse. Go to Heroes. What's the use? It's all kids playing around. Besides, isn't it the treatment department? This small injury should be easy to treat." Did not tell anyone, and gradually stopped talking to anyone. Nara, the only sister in the family who was still in school, was able to take care of her a few times for the first time, but she couldn't take care of herself if she was too many. There are more and more children in the orphanage. Mother-in-law Kat is often away from home for the follow-up work of Quanyue's family. Sister Nara will ask herself to help if she can't come. "I have been favored by others, don't bother others. It doesn't matter if I get hurt, I am a child from the Heroes Department of Healing, and I can." Quanyue watched his 5-year-old grow up slowly, drank his medicine year after year, and went to the hospital to review the recovery of Quirk every month. "Congratulations, Quirk is finally ready to use." The doctor wrapped his hands and comforted him. "Don't use it to others, you can't stand it yourself." Advertisement: it's finally over. On a rainy day at the age of 10, the school began to build a new gymnasium. The corner where violence is often carried out is very close to the construction site, surrounded by barbed wire, puddles one after another, and all the mud is covered with 1 foot. Several blood-stained utility sword fell on the ground. An escaped boy was pressed to the ground, his pants were soaked, and he didn't know whether it was urine or rain. A white light transmitted from the hand that pressed him to his face. A scarlet hole quickly appeared on his face. "Yes. I'm sorry, I was wrong, I really know it was wrong. Quanyue, you. Ah. The rain is very cold, so it needs blood to warm it up." Quanyue burst into white light all over his body. 10-year-old Quanyue did not understand what this meant, but 15-year-old Quanyue understood that this was a sign of his quirk. When the body is injured beyond common sense, the quirk will run away uncontrollably first. Runaway is a kind of harm to anyone. For the 10-year-old Quanyue, it was to return to zero the effects of his many years of healing. For the remaining 10-year-old children, it means death. "It hurts." Quanyue knelt down and said, "The sword is here." He nodded his eyes, "Here." Nodded his cheek, and here. Finally, the chest. The boy screamed, but his eyes suddenly flashed a white light. The eyeballs fell to the ground. Quanyue said softly, "Does it hurt?" The boy showed a look of fear. His companion's figure was reflected in one of his remaining eyes. "Quick, kill him." Quanyue didn't look back, he just moved his fingers, and the quirk that ran away like a crazy beast quickly bit on it. The prey behind. It was just a moment, huge pain and injury superimposed on each other. Splashing blood, gleaming white light and rain mixed together. Is it fun? 10-year-old Quanyue asked. Let's play heroes and villain games. I'm here to be villain, you are a hostage. Let's see when heroes will come to rescue you. Quanyue picked up the utility sword on the ground, and the utility sword popped out one by one. The boy wanted to scream, but in the next instant, his tongue was chopped off by the white light, and he could only make a whimper. Quanyue smiled. Guess what, when will the heroes come? Won't come. No heroes will come to rescue me at any time. It was good before, now, and in the future, no heroes will come. Chapter 192. A true new awakening. Quanyue watched everything in front of him reappear to disappear again, and everything was calm in the rain. Quanyue Changsuo looked at him quietly, and he looked at his father quietly. Sorry, Quanyue Changsuo said, I'm really sorry. Quanyue shook his head. I almost forgot. He really almost forgot that he even killed someone, but in all fairness, he himself did not take this matter to heart. Since I appeared in your dreams, I feel a little strange, Quanyue Changsuo said. You shouldn't be pretending to be kind. The long-time ghost incident, Uncle Gas incident, and other miscellaneous incidents. Thing. I don't want to cause trouble to others. Quanyue said, I want to try to help someone when I see someone hurt, because it hurts. Do you remember how you did it when you killed someone? Quanyue Changsuo asked curiously. That's why you want to be heroes, but you don't want to be heroes? He still remembered the first contact with his son at the time. He was hesitating whether to apply for UA. It rained that day. I found a shovel from the construction site next to it and opened the sewer opening. I used a shovel and a quirk to divide them up. Quanyue recalled hard. In the beginning I let them scratch me with a sword at will. They're very hard, and I don't resist. Then use quirk to transfer the wounds to their most vulnerable enemy methods, such as the following things. Dad, when I was young, I first carried organs, bones and human things. Therefore, move the wound to the most vulnerable part of the human body, first remove their mobility, and then slowly cut off the soft tissue with the wound, and slowly dismember the person and the doll in the key part. I remember when I was using the quirk, a person woke up. Quanyue finally remembered. He scratched me a lot, and his eyes were terrible at the time. I just pierced his eyes with a utility sword. Up. And then? Push it down. Quanyue said, this thing has nothing to do with my fear of being heroes. I had a high fever when I went back that day, and I kind of forgot. However, quirk can no longer be used by people. Because it has always been an invisible person in the class, and quirk is a seemingly harmless treatment system. No one doubted Quanyue's body. Xiao Yi, I'm sorry. Quanyue Changsuo said. I have always wanted to say it before, now make it up. He and Quanyue landed on the thick snow in an instant. Once again it was the snow in the North Sea. You use less quirk, but your quirk is more powerful. Quanyue Changsuo said. I teach you pharmacology and medicine from an early age at home. It's not that I want to educate you to use quirk better from an early age. Advertisement snowflakes are falling one by one. This is my real quirk. A revolving lantern. It can make people look back on the dead in a short time. Quanyue Changsuo smiled. Quanyue's family doesn't have a combat quirk. Come here if you are ready. A small black ball emerged from the fingertips of Quanyue Changsuo. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Walk over. Then touch. Everything will be unfolded in front of me. That's right, Quanyue held the small ball and met his father's eyes. There was only the sound of wind and snow covering the world. In reality, Twice was split into two people in the distressed restaurant. One of them stood up and took the lead in moving his hands and feet. He took off the mask from his head and exhaled a long breath, finally got a body. Not far away were Quanyue, who was unconscious, and another Twice. Izumizuki Nagasaki, the guy who occupies Twice's body, stretched. In the beginning, Shankuyu was chatting with Twice's body outside, reducing the other's vigilance and connecting to the second personality in Twice's consciousness. After Shankuyu transmits the virus gift package to the body's brain via Twice 2, causing the other party to suffer a brief shock, Kwanzuki Nagasaki will appear on the scene and use the quirk to borrow the corpse to gain control of the body. The body is created through the Twice number 2 control body quirk proliferation. Quanyue Nagasaki glanced at Quanyue on the ground, knelt down and picked up the chopsticks from the ground, and pierced Quanyue's throat in one breath. Quanyue himself twitched twice, his throat made a gurgling sound, blood slowly poured out, and the white light jumped twice on the wound. The wound did not heal completely. Quanyue's quirk, only by direct skin contact can the quirk be launched on someone or something. But Quanyue Nagasaki uses a new body and does not touch Quanyue anywhere. Even weapons are chopsticks. Izumitsu Nagasaki looked at his nephew who was slowly struggling on the ground, put his hands in his pockets, took all the money from the cash register, and then went to the changing room to find the employee uniforms to change. When he came out again, he was like an ordinary waiter. You were crazy. Advertisement silence. Yes, he had never smiled like this before. This smile was full of provocation and looked brilliant. The real quirk has awakened, but his eyes have never been so bright. If you don't want to do this, you can let Nagasaki do it. Izumizuki Nagasaki couldn't bear it. The family has arranged a back road for you. You can spend your old age on the west coast of the United States. Goodbye-bye. Xiao Yi. Bloody. I wish you a happy awakening. Izumizuki Nagasaki put the lighter in his hand on the charcoal fire of the small hot pot. Fire is always one of the best ways to eliminate on-site evidence. Is that all? Crazy. A huge Kurogiri emerged from his body and swallowed him. So from the beginning, we are the ones who are wrong.
We are planning everything, including death. Quanyue asked. We seized Quirk, used Quirk to marry, held so-called ceremonies, cooperated with OFA, took refuge in AFO. Finally, did everyone come to a conclusion? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Quanyue smiled. In Quanyue's dream, Quanyue released the black ball and looked at his father. The whole figure seems to overlap with Quanyue on the rainy night when he was 10 years old. Congratulations, you drove me crazy. Chapter 193 Nomu R and AMP. Decenter. The recent situation is very chaotic. Masaichi Tsukachi is in trouble for the follow-up. After the Battle of Kano, heroes and the police are affected by the first wave. The afterglow in All Might's body has burned out, and the symbol of peace died in full view. Perennially ranked #1 heroes in Japan's active heroes rankings, All Might, after counting the total number of incident resolutions, social contribution, national support and other statistics, in the future, I can only say goodbye to heroes' activities. The host's tone was not a sigh caused by the retirement of heroes, but more noisy, panic and incredible. This is a TV show that has long been a professional heroes as a selling point. All Might used to be a frequent guest of this show. Not only is there enough news, the ratings will always skyrocket with the emergence of the first heroes. I am afraid that it will not be possible to break the current peak of ratings for a long time in the future. All Might has shown his true identity. At the same time, he announced that his body has reached its limit. In a dimly lit room, there are half-eaten takeaways next to the computer, Coke lying on the floor, and stinky fried chicken nuggets. The person sitting in the chair scratched his neck with his middle finger and smiled. Look at the tone of this. True identity. He put a severed hand on his face and smiled. Isn't the All Might before? A dark shadow flashed behind him. Kurogiri appeared beside the deadwood hanger. Deadwood. What are you doing? Watching the live TV, the host became more and more excited, and began to comment on the heroes that appeared in this Battle of the Wild and their careers afterwards. Kurogiri was forcibly turned on the quirk in the Battle of the Wild. After some training these days, the quirk can be used normally. He has some incomprehension about the behavior of the Deadlock in AFO. Deadlock, I don't understand why AFO wants to expose himself at this time. It's not something you should be concerned about. The dead handle wood hanger looked up at Kurogiri. Compared to this, what about that ugly monster? The ugly monster in his mouth was Quanyue with scars all over his body. Kurogiri didn't pay much attention to Quanyue's affairs, because he felt that Quanyue should be with them in the end. After talking about the recruitment of members of the villain alliance with the dead handle wooden hanger, Kurogiri went to various strongholds and began to act. Speaking of which, the 2 production lines obtained from Dehedao. The host was still chattering on TV. The more he talked, the more energizing he was. The noise made the wooden hanger a headache. He raised his foot and kicked the computer screen. Well, annoying, up. The news on TV continues. With the arrest of AFO, several Nomu strongholds were destroyed, and the masses regained a little trust in heroes. There is only one All Might, but there are hundreds of Nomu, and no one knows when they will encounter a monster with a plural quirk. Advertisement. Yuzuki Inuichiro copied the information on the computer. In front of him sat all the heroes who were able to attend again. Obviously, Heroes Endeavor hadn't sorted out his emotions. He allegedly posted a lot of information in the exercise room at his home, Temper. Heroes Mirko didn't have much excitement either. She understood the importance of the information and the terrible facts before anyone else. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. And all this is in the hands of a 15-year-old boy. Hello, professional heroes, my name is Yuzuki Inuichiro. Before reading these materials, I hope you can make a guarantee. Yuzuki Inuichiro sits on the first side. Next to him are computers and projectors. All Might, I fell down. You must not fall down. Mirko motioned to Yuzuki Inuichiro to start quickly. A stone was projected on the screen, and Yuzuki Inuichiro then released a photo of the potion. What you see now is the 2 main materials used to make Nomu. The peeling potion and a stone material of which we have not yet figured out the material. Andrew raised his head, his hands clenched, and flames spurted from his nose. The mountain goddess almost yelled, and the whole person fell from the chair. Even though Mirko, who knew the inside story a long time ago, was also nervous at this moment, looking at the potion and stones on the projection, he couldn't help but drink his mouth to relieve his nervous state of mind. In the huge meeting room, only Mirko swallowed water in the end. Why do you own the materials produced by Nomu? Andre asked. What is your identity? Are you from the Villain Alliance? Yuzuki Inuichiro shook his head, took out half of the potion from his pocket and said, this is the peeling potion in the photo. I have sent half of the potion to the research institute. These potions in my hand are the last peeling potions in Honghu Jiji's hands. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Looking down from the distant universe, the earth is vast, and everything has disappeared under the cover of snowflakes. There is only white, so white that everyone thinks it is a blank piece of paper. There is no record. Yuzuki Inuichiro sighed and released a new photo, which was all white. Honghu's ambition was suppressed 10 years ago, and a lot of information has long been unavailable. Similarly, the Yaley family has been abandoned for many years, and nothing remains. These information is all I can find. Advertisement. Do not know. What about the stone? What is that stone used for? Inuichiro Yuzuki said. I haven't found any relevant information. This stone is just saying that it can increase the survival rate, but how to increase the survival rate has not been recorded. Andrew knocked on the table and asked again, where is the origin of the stone? This place is called Beihai. It is covered by snow and ice for 10 months of the year. Legend has it that a powerful ice hero was born here, which caused continuous snow and ice here. The photos were constantly zoomed in, and everyone saw that it was a map. The half-year-old boy has an aura of breaking the boat. I believe you all understand the weight of this potion. If you zoom in again, you can see a thick layer of snowflakes between the factory and the factory, the icy edges under the eaves, and the crumbling billboard. There are only 2 fast-fading prints on the billboard, moon, and place. A small and insignificant black spot appeared. How did you find the stone back then? Zoom in again. It is a factory building, one after another bungalows stand quietly on the white wilderness. All the stocks of stones are kept in this factory. If we want to crack the secrets of Nomu manufacturing, we must go to this factory once. At the same time, I must tell you that here, Beihai is the only villain alliance that can cultivate a Nomu R&D center where Nomu is manufactured. Enlarge. It's just a satellite map taken in winter. Chapter 194 The Nomu Manufacturing Center, the term popped out, successfully made everyone face an enemy. After the retirement of All Might, when the villain alliance had not yet become a certain climate, Nomu, which appeared in the public eye in the early stage, became a social nuisance. This monster is similar to a humanoid and possesses a variety of quirks. IQ is low and can be manipulated manually. When losing control, there will be behaviors such as indiscriminate robbing and killing. Every Nomu can be said to be a fusion of several quirk talents and beasts. The wild beast with the quirk has lost the imprisonment of the cage and slaughtered in human society. What do you want? Endeavor asked. Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't speak, he just posted the photos one by one. They were all old photos, which were still developed on film. Each sheet clearly states the year, month, and day, and the closest to the year is 10 years ago. Honghu's ambition has nothing to do with this matter. Yuzuki Inuichiro said. I only hope that everyone present can be clear. Solving Nomu's credit is part of Honghu's ambition. The mountain goddess stood up and patted the table and asked, then your information is. This is the thing of the Yezuki family. If you need a scapegoat, I'll be fine alone. Yezuki Inuichiro is younger than everyone in the room. He was still wearing UA high school uniform when he played today. Such sincere words, coupled with his youthful appearance and humble attitude, make it easy for people to trust him. Most of the heroes present thought that the behavior of Yuzuki Inuichiro was acceptable, and said that he would not be regarded as a crime related to Nomu. Yezuki Inuichiro also explained to them the murder case of Yezuki's family, and implicitly mentioned the murder of his father because of the medicine. The teenager pursued and killed by the Villain Alliance, an underground organization suppressed by AFO, is willing to share precious information with young family members. Yuzuki Inuichiro finally merged into the circle of professional heroes in another form. It seems to be short-lived now, but it is enough to cope with the current situation. In the distant Chingsong City, the commercial street was not affected by a small fire in a barbecue shop the day before yesterday. The scent of food wafted out of the shop as usual, and the couples in pairs entered the Western restaurants, Huxia restaurants, and Japanese restaurants holding hands. The family held hands and sat in a brightly windowed hall discussing what to eat. At the beginning of the Wadang, it is gorgeous and bright. Everything is so warm. There was only one place abruptly resembling a sunken cave, gasping in darkness. The billboard still had traces of being lit by the fire, and firefighters posted the words, "Beware of gas and prevent fires," on the side. There was a hastily surrounding a cordon at the door, and a large hole was pierced through the electronic rolling shutter door, and only a few dark objects could be seen when I walked in. But you can't recognize what is at all. Advertisement. A figure crossed the yellow cordon, rubbed his hands with a breath, and took out a sword from the tennis bag on his back. He used the tip of a sword to cut away the black object and carefully poke it away. From the left to the right, he rummaged everywhere, and he rummaged in the huge restaurant for 5 hours. It's already closing outside. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Really dead? Shankuyu put away the sword in his hand. He didn't quite understand what was going on. That day, he took the fir tree cold letter and prepared to leave first, and then he heard the fir tree cold letter saying that Quanyue was okay. In my heart, I felt that they belonged to their Quanyue family, so it wouldn't be too much. After turning off like this, Shinkoyu saw Quanyue's portrait on the chat page slowly dimming after 15 minutes. There are only 2 situations in which the avatar is gray in the brain: disconnection and brain death. I didn't go far in 15 minutes. Shankuyu knew his quirk very well. If he could be disconnected at this level, he might as well apologize. After excluding one, only brain death is left, but when he ran back, it was too late. 6 pedestrians were accidentally injured by the gas explosion. One of them was hit in the head by fragments of the blasting shutter door. He is still seriously injured. The fire reached a height of 2 meters, and the firefighters couldn't even go in and save people. Chingsong City had experienced its own bloodbath for 7 days before. Heroes were originally small, and the number of heroes specifically targeted at the fire was directly 0. Huh. Shankuyu exhaled a mouthful of Nagasaki, sat down on the ground, complained. Madman, the whole family is madman. In his mind, twice number 2 was still alive, and even not so active. Guessing from the words, this guy and the body are fine. I knew that I would treat that child better before he was alive. Shankuyu hates iron but not steel. Why don't you say that this treatment department can't protect itself? Awakening well doesn't mean you won't die? He couldn't be more angry. He saw a long black burned object on the ground. No matter what it was, he kicked it up. With a bang, the long object hit the corner and spun out. That was the short sword given by Yuzuki Inichiro to Quanyue. Forget it, I see me. This life is a tombkeeper. The old man who kept complaining about his fate took away the sword and ran away cursingly. The surrounding lights went out one by one, quietly silent. The sound of rustling came out from the fire scene, the gravel falling from the ceiling vibrated twice, and the load-bearing plate knocked gently. Advertisement. No one responded. Patter. A stone fell out, and the fleshy hands barely stretched out from under the corrugated board. It can be seen that his flesh and the pus and blood in it are constantly being pulled, and finally ruptured. There is no scream. It seems that the pain is not important anymore. The hand moved forward with the tip of the nail against the ground 1 centimeter by 1 centimeter, even 1 millimeter. The scorched earth merged with the new blood. The arm is driven by the power of the palm, like an exhausted rubber band, which will collapse in the next second. Until I grab the sword. Short sword given to Quanyue by Yuzuki Inichiro. Quanyue, you have to protect yourself, it's so. In an instant, a powerful force erupted from the sword, as if someone was holding a sword invisible and smashed everything into pieces. The corrugated board fell in all directions, the stones rolled to the ground, and the people inside showed their true faces. The holes in the neck have stopped bleeding, and there are extensive burns on the back and thighs on the face. Quanyue pressed his chest and stood up holding short sword. The legs crooked a bit, it should have been crushed by something, and the bones inside were at least misplaced. Quanyue steadied his body, leaning on the wall, and could see the stars and lights belonging to the residential area farther away. He took a deep breath, trying to make a sound, only to find that his throat was so smoked that he couldn't speak for a while. The pain disappeared, and he will say goodbye to the pain in the world forever. Likewise, there is no breathing, no heartbeat, no pulse. He is really dead. Quanyue stood up, took a few steps, and ran a few steps. I found that I really didn't have much intuition. What's more serious was that his body was now dead. If you can't find a new body, your current body will stink and decay within about a week. Unless his new quirk is similar to my brother's, borrowing the corpse. Beihai. In Beihai. Quanyue said to himself, there's medicine in Beihai. I want to live, I want to survive. He said very softly, it was a tone lighter than Ha. To survive, I want to break this era. Chapter 195. The Train to Beihai. The North Sea is located in the northernmost part of the Japanese border. After the quirk generation about an ice heroes spread in the local area, many people have moved out of the North Sea to live in big cities one after another. It's actually snowing. Yuzuki Inichiro put down the newspaper in his hand and said to a wind girl who came. It is true that it snows earlier in the North Sea. This is not simply early, and the summer has not completely passed, and the north wind is roaring outside. The broadcaster on the train interrupted a message. Passengers, because of the heavy snowfall, the road ahead is blocked by snow. It is expected to be half an hour later than planned. Please stay calm. Fungno lay on the window. In one breath, draw on it with your fingers. Mirko sat on the other side of Yuzuki Inichiro, and she was in charge of monitoring Honghu's ambition. Seeing Fungnu's childish behavior, she turned her head and asked Yuzuki Inichiro, there are so many of you? That's all that can be brought here. Yuzuki Inichiro asked the train attendant for a cup of hot milk, put it in his hand to warm it, and replied, Honghu's ambition has been hit a lot in the early years. Extinct. The old man only has one Xingyuan, and the rest are new members who haven't been cultivated yet. This time, Yuzuki Inichiro only took 3 people. The Aoyama wind girl of Quirk, Windbreaker, the foggy Tengu of Quirk, Flash, and the green kite without Quirk. Fungnivi's Quirk outbreak doesn't seem to be cured. Mirko joined the heroes rescue team of the Great River Road incident from the very beginning, and was very dissatisfied with Aoyama, the instigator of the big storm, isn't letting her go to the North Sea to die. The stone we were looking for in the North Sea was said to have the effect of suppressing the Quirk. Inichiro Yuzuki recalled. The rampaging Quirk can be temporarily calmed down under the action of the rock's magnetic field. If worn for a long time, it can have a good therapeutic effect. I don't see that you still feel sorry for your subordinates. Wu Tiangu is wearing a mask and sitting in his seat watching the video. He is watching the recording and broadcasting of the Battle of the Wild. Xing Yuan sat next to him and said, it's the first time, don't you feel tired? Wu Tiangu swiped the video over. Actually, I really admire All Might. No matter how you say it, it's number 1. Advertisement. Who doesn't think he is good? Xing Yuan sat down and heard a sneer from the person next to her. A raging fire with his hands. Heroes Endeavor sat next to him in his uniform. The foggy dog turned the video off in a whisper. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Now the first Heroes has become the Heroes Endeavor. In addition to Mirko and Endeavor, the number of heroes is not too few, and a total of 50 people have been gathered. However, due to the impact of the Battle of the Wild, the top few heroes were not present. Most of the heroes who participated in this action ranked between 40 and 80. It belongs to the upper middle class in the heroes industry. Most of these people have heard of each other's names. Some people who know each other stopped on the train and began to exchange feelings. By the way, they talked about their current tasks. The Battle of the Wild has not disappeared from the sight of the public, and the hearts of all the people are tense. At this time, he rashly announced the Nomu Research Center. If the final mission is successful, It can stabilize the situation and restore the people's trust in the government and heroes. But if it fails, it will undoubtedly be hit harder and even cause a series of social problems. Consider the possibility of failure. This time in Beihai, everyone signed a high-secret contract, received a high salary in advance, and even bought a huge amount of insurance. I haven't seen Nomu in the city yet, but I've heard of it. A professional hero stood in the bathroom and chatted with a smiling man on the opposite side. I don't know what will happen this time. The man looks average, but he makes people feel very comfortable when he smiles, as if all the unpleasantness will disappear under his smile. It will be fine. He patted the professional heroes on the shoulder, comforting. Profession Heroes was about to continue talking. Suddenly a pain in his abdomen. Before he could react, he was dragged into the private room. Advertisement. The door closed with a click. Dead? Shanshan Lengshin came out of the blind spot behind the door, holding an electric stick in his hand. Izumizuki Nagasaki took off his jacket and dragged the person onto the toilet. It's not that easy to die. Izumizuki Nagasaki is still using the body proliferated by twice. Where's that guy? The back carriage. As he spoke, Kurogiri spread out in his hand, and Quirk, borrowed corpse, started. The professional heroes sitting on the toilet twitched twice as if a fish on the chopping board suddenly straightened his waist. But the original Sojourn's body leaned back, staggering 2 steps will open his eyes and hold his forehead with his hand. Cunningham Lengshin watched Izumi Nagasaki finish all this, and asked with concern, what if he suddenly wakes up? Quirk open black lens bracket borrow corpse close black lens bracket can only be used for 3 kinds of people. One is the unconscious body, the other is the sharer who voluntarily shares the body, and the last is the dead person. Izumi Nagasaki adjusted his expression in the mirror. He opened his mouth to look at his mouth and said a few words up and down. Every time I spoke, I could feel the change in my accent, and gradually my way of speaking changed from Izumi Nagasaki to another person. Izumi Nagasaki rubbed his face with his hands, loosened his shoulders, and smiled coldly at the fur like another person. Isn't there still you in number 2? Cedar Lengshin is a sharer of Izumizuki Nagasaki. Only Cedar Lengshin is nearby, and Izumizuki Nagasaki can live in Cedar again at any time. Number 2 is another personality of twice, and it also has twice as quirk, proliferation, as long as he needs to reproduce an individual to live in Izumizuki Nagasaki at any time. Similarly, he is also willing to become a sharer of Izumizuki Nagasaki. Cedar coldly persuaded Izuki Nagasaki not to move, and sighed, tidying up his messy clothes. It has been determined that there are Jufeng people in this group of heroes going to Beihai. Izumi Moon Nagasaki smiled. Coincidentally, I just saw an old person. Chapter 196, The Coming Convergence. There are not many people who can be called old people by Izumuki Nagasaki. Fur Lengshin didn't ask much. He opened the door carefully and let Izuki Nagasaki leave first. Crowding 3 big men in a small toilet is already the limit. Cunningham Lengshin grabbed his hair a little irritably, and left the bathroom after about half an hour. He changed into a crossdress as if he were an ordinary tourist, and went to the second half of the carriage. Because there are fewer trains and fewer trains provided, the heroes only booked the first 3 carriages, and the next few carriages are still serving passengers normally. Fur Lengshin and Twice bought normal tourist tickets. The 2 of them sat staggered, and Twice didn't know where he went again. It didn't come back until the train restarted. They have reached the hinterland of Beihai and are still 3 hours away from the nearest station. At the same time, Quanyue, who is also targeting Beihai, has not moved yet. He was taken to the police station by the police because of his horrible face and ragged clothes. Because Quanyue had a bad voice and was reluctant to speak, the police regarded Quanyue as a homeless person. After a simple transcript, he placed the person in the office of the police station and provided dinner, hot bath water and plush blankets. Quanyue does not need sleep. If he were still a living person, warm food, high-quality sleep and timely medical treatment would be the first things that he needs right now. Unfortunately, Quanyue is dead. He simply washed his body and made an accurate judgment on his body. Extensive burns, more bone fractures, and if he didn't rush to the North Sea next, all kinds of situations would erupt together within 3 days at the earliest. He put on a clean shirt and looked at himself in the mirror. Completely ruined. His face was ruined too. Quanyue fastened the buttons, put the short sword on one side away, and leaned to the door to quietly listen to the movement of the police office. There is no money, and it is not realistic to rely on the police to send oneself to Beihai in a short time. Quanyue opened the door and walked out. After a few bites of porridge, he went to the bathroom. He vomited all the food. Advertisement: the body of a dead person can no longer eat any food, even if it reaches the stomach, it can't digest it. If he can't go to Beihai, he will really die. Quanyue constantly deepens this recognition every time he feels sick, and now he must have new powers. With the awakening of the new quirk, the 2 quirks in his lifetime have entered the dormant period. It seems that the quirk can only be used when the body is active. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The quirk that the Quanyue family must be triggered by death can be used in the undead state. The limits of quirk use, the range of capabilities, and the limits vary from person to person. A police officer outside noticed the abnormality in the bathroom, and knocked on the door to inquire about Quanyue's status. Quanyue opened the door and signaled that he was okay. He curled up on the deck chair and fell asleep. When the police were almost gone, he got up to search for what he needed. Pistols, bullets, a national traffic map, and a professional hero's license from the Special Golden Police Department. Quanyue hung the necklace around his neck and placed the hero's license next to him.
After doing all this, he quietly opened the door, and there was only a night policeman at the door who sucked and ate instant noodles. Quanyue quietly walked past the police's eyes, but the police didn't notice it at all. This is one of the special effects brought by his new quirk. Quanyue opened the door without any hindrance. There was a gust of cold wind outside. It's quite cold today. Shankuyu rubbed her hands and breathed, eating ramen while thinking about her future. Izumizuki Nagasaki must not be able to follow. The lunatic has now abducted a secret weapon, Fur Lengshin, and deceived it twice too. Shankuyu ate a few bites of noodles, wondering if he really wanted to go back to Quanyue's old house to consume it. He was thinking, and suddenly heard the voice of a female anchor on the TV. The following is a missing person announcement. Quanyue, male, 15 years old, studying in the first grade of Ua High School General Subject, in Chingsong City on a certain day of a certain year. Lost. Cough cough cough. Shankuyu coughed loudly and was frightened by this missing person notice. He stared at the TV in front of him, and when he switched to another station, he found that it was still a missing person notice. But I changed to a male anchor to read it. He changed 3 tables in a row and was choked on the table. What the hell, this orphanage, is it so rich? Advertisement. The owner of the ramen shop wiped the table and said, this has been left for a day. It is said that this missing person notice is displayed on big screens in several cities. Shankuyu rubbed his temples and settled the bill. The night was dark. He slowly took out a ticket in his pocket. The final point of the ticket was in Beihai. You can't let those people really ruin it. He walked slowly and waited for a long time. There was a man dressed in dark lacquer standing next to him. He couldn't tell whether it was a male or a female. He could only see a disfigured face under the light. Shankuyu once tried to strike up a conversation, 3 times and 3 times, 3 times and 3 times. The lights of the train fell to the front. Shankuyu took out the ticket, turned around and said to the man, brother, how many do you have? The conductor was even more strange, and looked behind. Who is it? Shankuyu paused. Right here. There was no one behind. Shankuyu grabbed his clothes, stepped back, and looked left and right. Only him and the conductor were on the empty night train. No, there really is someone here. Don't say it, it's scaring people. The conductor took the salted fish on the train, and said with relief, it's at night. Thinking about it, the salted mouth was creepy, and he immediately compiled and excluded the 360 of the night train in Chingsong City. A ghost story with a different routine. In all versions, there is a man with half of his face destroyed. A hard object is against the back of the neck of the salted mouth fish. For a long while, Shankuyu raised his chest and shivered and said, well, that guy is shameful, you can't kill. Chapter 197. Slowly start layout. Shankuyu thinks he is a spineless person. What is spine for him? Is it edible? He is not the kind of pedigree of the Quanyue family that can inspire new quirks after death. Besides, he still doesn't want to die. In Shankuyu, the battle between heaven and man is extremely complicated. He tried to mobilize quirk, trying to accept the other party into his own brain network. The person behind held the gun very steadily, and there was no tremor for a long time. Shankuyu was forced to the corner step by step, with cold wind blowing behind him. Shankuyu wants to be reasonable with the people behind him to delay the time, and at the same time connect the quirk with the previous conductor. Turn off your quirk. The person behind finally said, raise your hands. The muzzle was almost sinking into the flesh. Shankuyu hurriedly said, well, brothers, don't do it, calm down. On the other side, his brain was frantically poking at the conductor's account and began to save himself. The people who are linked to the villain alliance. The voice said, just say Quanyue wants to contact them. Shankuyu paused, and his brain got stuck. Quanyue. Can't connect to the brain network, is this? Nagasaki lunatic, why are you targeting me? Shankuyu's brain crashed, I'm not with you, I'm just the one who works for your brother, okay. He thought of that behind the scenes. Quanyue lunatic, the whole person has a strange mentality of, it's better to die anyway than to die a little harder. Well, why can't the quirk be connected? It's normal for a dead person like you to think that it can't be connected. As he talked, he was hit by a gun on the wall, and a dark hand pressed his shoulder. The man said, Nagasaki. Shankuyu stared at that hand with wide eyes, raised his eyes and slowly saw a face destroyed by fire, pale, and screamed, ah. Quanyue knocked people out immediately. On the other side, the dead handle wooden hanger is watching TV in addition to eating and sleeping these days. Most of his knowledge of the outside world comes from TV. I don't know why he particularly hates the sun, the crowd, and the peaceful atmosphere in the crowd. Everything is so wanted to be ruined. He scratched his neck, and the TV advertisement was still a boring missing person notice, which had been broadcast for almost a day. The dead handle wooden hanger thought, could it be that the government still has some heroes looking for this? Ah, Quanyue. Advertisement suddenly guessing like this, the dead handle wooden hanger suddenly thought that a year ago, the teacher had asked himself to find the child of the Quanyue family. What did you say at that time? It seems to be a very rare quirk, and a useful piece. At that time, the dead handle wooden hanger did look for it, but was attacked by Quanyue with painful memories. In addition, Quanyue himself and his disliked Yuzuki Inuichiro were getting closer, and the deadhead wooden hanger completely dispelled the enthusiasm. Although Quanyue himself may be more suitable for villain alliance. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. As for the very rare quirk, Death Griff guessed that it was the treatment quirk of the Quanyue family.
However, the quirk put on the Quanyue family's physique is basically the same as the consumables. Before the curtain ended, the Quanyue family was called Heroes for Death. But in the eyes of the dead handle wooden hanger, what replacement heroes is just a replacement ghost. From the perspective of the current deadwood hanger, Quanyue, as a person who asks 3 questions, does not know as much as Yuzuki Inuichiro. If he had to use it, it would be the various social relationships he brought about as the only heir of the heroes of the Spring Moon family. Twice has news. Kurogiri quietly appeared on the scene and said, Shankuyu just contacted him. When Twice came back, he said what he had seen and heard that day, focusing on what he saw Quanyue dead. The kind of death that stops breathing. Hero's traitor? He is with Yaoi's gang? Suddenly, Muhong suddenly realized, I forgot. Now Cunninghamia Lengshin is no longer a person of Honghu ambition. Honghu ambition has retreated as a whole since the Dahei Dao incident. The core members and their young masters have all entered the government's protection circle. He asked Twice to come over, log into an account through a link on the brain's intranet, and a secret web page slowly opened. Pieces of data and evidence passed in front of him, and the eyes of the dead handle wooden hanger slowly widened, and the corners of his mouth curled up. Yuzuki Inuichiro silently wraps Fungno with a scarf, reminding Wuxiangu not to forget things. After saying hello to Mirko, he went out with Qingyuan. It wasn't until dinnertime that Yuzuki Inuichiro came back. Mirko couldn't contain the anxiety in his heart. Are we going to spend this time here? Except for a very special family, Yaoi family, he said kindly to Twice, come on, tell me all the things that happened with Quanyue. Deadwood bit the last few notes, all, completely, and again. Advertisement outside the window, it snowed again. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Not necessarily. Yuzuki Inuichiro analyzed. We have to discuss this point again. In modern times, the quirk of most offspring will be stronger than that of the parent. The quirk only gradually becomes stronger, and there is no saying that it gradually becomes weaker or disappears. Is there any problem with this data? Mirko asked. Maybe there are more people without quirk. She couldn't continue. According to common sense, even people without quirk and other children born are not necessarily 100% quirk-free. Yuzuki Inuichiro sipped the hot soup without worrying. They're the only family that has no quirk for generations. Yuzuki Inuichiro sighed and said, peel the medicine. There has been new progress in the research of this medicine at the Research Institute, and they found that this medicine is irreversible. If they have eaten peeling potions, it can explain why there are so many quirks in this village. He asked Xingyuan to stick a piece of paper on the wall of the restaurant. This is the quirk statistics of the local villagers. Because of the lack of printing tools, Yuzuki Inuichiro just sloppily recorded the various data. It is recorded on paper that the ratio of no quirk to quirk has exceeded the current normal 2:8. Mirko and the other heroes went to inquire about news nearby and brought some bad news. First of all, no one has heard of any factories nearby. Secondly, even the heavily armed heroes have been difficult to move forward in the heavy snowstorms these days. In Beihai, the train slowly stopped at the station. Endeavor sneered, then the villagers are lying? More than 50 heroes came out without receiving any news that the factory was closed first. But Yuzuki and Ichiro said that these people may have taken the stripping medicine, and the possibility that these people are the same enemy as the factory cannot be ruled out. The quirks of the local villagers in Beihai accounted for 80% of the local population, and only 20% of the people who had quirks. This is the terminal station, and there is only a tourist village nearby, which is full of tourists who come here to see the snow scene. When Yuzuki Inuichiro and his party arrived, the snow just crushed half of the station. An old snow sweeper took them to the tour guide. Looking at the number of locals, they thought it was a big tour group and enthusiastically entertained them. Chapter 198 Gathering in Beihai. Due to the heavy snow in Beihai, all talents can leave the village for a little exploration until 3 days later. The external conditions of weather and temperature can also be serviced manually, but the 50 tourist group has differences on the issue of positioning. The villagers who led the way insisted that they did not agree to take the area on the satellite positioning map of their district, while Yuzuki Inuichiro insisted on using an ancient map 10 years ago, and the others were more inclined to go out and find it by themselves. There is no local person leading the way in such a heavy snow. Are everyone going to die? Yuzuki Inuichiro hammered the table. Once the North Sea blows heavy snow again, who can tell the direction? There was no way among them. The quirks that communicate with each other on a large scale, if they are divided into small units, the auxiliary heroes are far from enough. At this time, it will be much more convenient if the professional heroes combination P-Psy-Cat is there. It's a pity that the Puppet Cat, which has a large-scale survey capability, was taken away by AFO. Quirk, now the situation is unknown. Although the Mandalay Cat has a telepathic quirk, because the whole combination stopped moving, it did not respond to this task. Yuzuki Inuichiro sighed. He dare not relax too much these days. Some locals have already sensed their purpose and started to limit their range of actions a bit. Qing Yuan also slowed down in gathering intelligence. Let's continue to survey first. Endeavor gave a final word. He said, before you find the destination, save your strength and don't be reckless. This is a special situation. The absence of any professional heroes is not conducive to the next battle. The sound of the train stopped slowly, and someone from the village came to greet him as usual. They know that this is probably the last group of tourists to come here this season.
The door opened, and a man with a broken arm and a boy with an invisible face came down first. Behind them, came down a few strange people in casual clothes. Among them, there was a black-haired man with different skins linked together, a decadent man with a hunchback and a hood, and a suit and leather shoes. Kurogiri male. The 5 of them stood there, almost writing, "I'm a bad guy," all over their bodies. No one caught up to talk to him for a while. The dead handle shivered, it's really cold. He looked at Quanyue on the side and found that the other party hadn't shaken, and he was upset. Shankuyu obviously didn't expect the ghostly weather in the North Sea. While shaking, he moved towards Dabi, hoping that the other party would bring out the quirk flame and let him grill it. Quanyue and the prepared Kurogiri are the calmest of them. Heroes arrived earlier than us, Kurogiri said, but it's unclear whether they found the Nomu production center. Quanyue picked up a piece of snowflakes and said, "It's snowing so much. The reason for the weather is here, and no one has been looking for the Nomu factory for 10 years. Wanting to dig it out again in a short period of time is simply a dream." Quanyue believes that no one in the world can find Nomu production center except for the awakened self. "Don't forget, there's that lunatic," Shankuyu reminded in a low voice. "I bet that lunatic must be in Heroes. The lunatic in his mouth is Izumizuki Nagasaki." Advertisement. Well, I know. But when the Nomu production center officially landed, he was dead. Izumizuki Nagasaki used his brain network to communicate with Shankuyu. There was also the Villain Alliance trio at the scene, and many things could not be said to each other. If he is really the same as I guessed, to achieve the ambition of the Quanyue family, there is no reason not to go to the production center. They talked and walked, and soon arrived in the village and settled down. Happened to live next door to the heroes. "Excuse me, I came to a large group recently, and the house is really full." The landlord nodded and bowed. "I have such a standard room, and I will find someone to arrange board and lodging for the other 3. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue shook his hand, not paying attention. The Villain Alliance did not pay much attention to this. The few heroes who came down the stairs saw the group of 5. One of them rubbed his eyes, suspecting that he had made a mistake. The enemy. Villain Alliance. Dabi raised his hand to set the fire, and the salty fish flew over and hugged each other's arm and wailed. "Stop, stop, do you want to freeze to death in the snow? If Dabi burns the house, a group of people is real. The only way to blow northwest wind." The heroes didn't keep their hands, and they killed them directly. Shankuyu screamed like a pig, "FK. You are going to demolish now." He really didn't want to go out and be cold and blown by the north wind. Kurogiri rolled the remaining 3 people together. Quanyue took a step back, activated the quirk, and disappeared in the corner. The heroes all stepped onto the field, and they launched the quirk and made a big fight, smashing the ceiling directly into a few holes. All the people living here were shocked. All the Honghu ambitions led by Yuzuki and Ichiro and the heroes led by Endeavor came up to see the situation. When they learned that Villain Alliance had also come here, everyone became nervous. A group of people knocked on the door and searched the room. Knocked onto the room reserved by Quanyue, someone said, "It seems that there is no one in this room." The sound of the safety latch opening. Quanyue stood behind them, but everyone didn't seem to see him at all. Quanyue has a professional hero's license in his pocket, which is a bit stained. Advertisement: new quirk. Relic. The quirk of the other party can be replicated by carrying the deceased with him for a long time, or something of important significance, and the quirk can be played within 10 to 30 minutes a day. It should be from the Villain Alliance, they have already left. Quanyue watched the heroes leave, curled up in the corner and watched quietly as a few people came up and searched it several times. He quietly opened the door with the key in his hand and walked in slowly, locked. At the moment of his death, he learned all about Quanyue's family. Outside the door, there was a knock on the door. Quanyue raised his hands and lowered his head to look at Fur Lengshin. His quirk time has run out. Yezuki Inuichiro's voice said, "I'm sorry, is there anyone in there?" Foggy Tengu yawned lazily and shook the key in his hand. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. A gun poked out from behind the door. Quanyue didn't turn his head, only heard light footsteps behind the door. The other party seems to have been entrenched here for a long time, and even did not wear shoes in order to reduce the sound of footsteps. He walked forward, raising his hands. Izumizuki Nagasaki is now in ambush in the middle of Heroes, and he and twice number 2 are living in it under fake identities of ordinary tourists. When the heroes came to check the room, both of them ran to other rooms to avoid suspicion. Twice number 2 placed Fur Lengshin, who is not good at sports, in the only room with no guests, in order to ensure that Fur Lengshin will not be discovered by the professional heroes. The other 2 old quirks cannot be played at all due to physical death. If Quanyue hits the fur cold letter at this time, the sound of fighting and crashing between the 2 people will attract nearly half of the heroes below. And once Quanyue moves, Fur Lengshin will inevitably shoot. Whether it is victory or defeat, it is impossible for 2 people to break each other silently. Shan Lengshin raised his pistol and looked at Quanyue. He did not recognize that the boy who was disfigured again in front of him was Quanyue. He pointed the gun at Quanyue's head, lowered his voice and said, "Don't make any noise, or we will both die." He did not speak, but raised his eyes to look at the man in suit. Shan Lengshin slowly pressed every foot to the floor, and he was pushing Quanyue to the corner step by step. "No, I think the landlord just wanted to rent out the house." Izumizuki Nagasaki's survival in the world after his death mainly depends on his quirk and the sharer. that allows him to coexist. However, Quanyue survived for a short time with the help of his ancestor's quirk, and his own quirk only provided him with more abilities. Chapter 199. Young Master, haven't you checked it out? Wushingu is bored, leave this to the heroes to do it right. We just come and lead the way to eat and drink. Yuzuki Inuichiro gave him a jujube and cursed softly. Keep your eyes open, you really don't see what we want. The Wushin dog was wronged. He grew up in Honghu with ambition and has always been with the young master. What else can he want after so many years? It was nothing more than killing the Quanyue family and revitalizing Honghu's ambition. When Yuzuki Inuichiro saw the expression of Wushiangu, he knew that he couldn't count on this kind of brain. He took the key, slowly opened the door of the room, and said, AFO has been arrested, and Villain Alliance is now the leader of crime. It just so happens that the leader of this leader wants to kill me soon. He opened the door, the windows in the room were clean and the bed was clean and there was no trace of being moved. Yuzuki Inuichiro walked in and looked behind the door, in the cabinet, and in the bathroom. As he walked, he said to the Wushingu, when Honghu's ambition was first established, it was for the weak and non-quirk people. Our core idea is not to unify the world or the whole country. He checked inside and out, and found that there was a little wet in front of the window. Yuzuki Inuichiro opened the window and was blocked by the cold foggy Tengu, so he had to close the window. Wu Tiangu spread his hands, it's really so cold to open the window. Anyway, I don't think Honghu's ambition was. Hey, so it seems to be the same. Is the starting point good? The process went wrong? Honghu's ambition was for a few years. I have made a lot of illegal drugs before, and I have had a fight with Villain Alliance and AFO. This seems to be a crime among the authorities and professional heroes. But in Wushingu's childhood education, the first dogma they must recite is, quirk is not the biggest difference between people. Everyone is equal, and the same quirk ability is also equal. This dogma is more important than any faithfulness, benevolence and justice. That's why a high-level organization like Qingyuan has no quirk. They don't have a strong quirk, and even the quirk's flaws are very obvious, but they can still show their true self in their ambitions. The purpose of Honghu's ambition has not changed. The snowflakes outside the window hit the windowpane, and the wind grew stronger. Two figures slowly appeared behind the curtains. Advertisement quirk open black lens bracket relic close black lens bracket get a short new quirk open black lens bracket ignore close black lens bracket with the help of a professional hero's license. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. This is the quirk of the deceased hidden senior, ignore, which can make other creatures turn a blind eye to themselves and things within a certain range. Quanyue has a deep memory. During his 7-day escape from Chingsong City, Senior Yin once used the quirk to make the entire car neglected by everyone. Many heroes died in Aomatsu City on the 2nd day of the 7-day flight. Quanyue went to the police station to get some heroes' relics. Only after possessing the relics can he use his quirk. Maybe all the relics will finally return to the domicile place? Quanyue was surprised to see the hero's license of Senior Enemy at Cheongsong City Police Station. There was a time when he wore this license by his side, wanting to remind himself all the time not to forget those 7 days. Later, I didn't know where I missed this license. Quanyue was able to find out that it had to sigh, good luck makes people. The quirk, relic, can't let, ignore, be as extreme as the hidden senior, but using the quirk to hide 2 people is more than enough. At the moment when Yuzuki Inichiro and Wu Tengu opened the door, they backhanded Fu Lengxin and suppressed the whole person on the ground, and then activated the quirk to ignore the 2 people from the space, and slowly moved to the side of the curtain. During the period, Yuzuki Inuichiro walked up to them 3 or 4 times to check the windows and surroundings, and Quanyue even took out his short sword. He was about to spot something wrong and stab Yuzuki Inuichiro, jumped the window and escaped. Quirk equality means everyone is equal. Yuzuki Inichiro explained. In Destro in the previous era, he has been committed to quirk freedom. His point is that quirk should not be restricted and encourage everyone to use it casually. Quirk. He walked around the room and found nothing. While walking out, he chatted with Wushingu, and Honghu's ambition is that quirk is equal at the beginning. People are born equal, and quirk is also equal. It's just that I took a crooked path later. On the first floor, Izumi Nagasaki, who is chatting and laughing with the professional heroes, feels a little bit in his heart. The 2 pounced and fell to the ground. You can see Quanyue's hand covering Fu Lengxin's mouth. Fu holding the pistol is constrained by Quanyue. Quanyue half-personally suppresses Fu Lengxin. Without saying much, he twisted his opponent's arm severely. Come down. This is a very good organization. Then what did we do before? Advertisement Mirko brought Yuzuki Inuichiro downstairs. Wushin Dog Enlightenment. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. I think Honghu's ambition should not develop like before. Yuzuki Inuichiro is serious in every word. I want to give you a good new future. With this goal, Honghu's ambition must be a career heroes. To trust and promote part of the quirk self-defense activities, the most important thing is to legitimize the organization. As for the mistakes, all of them were murders and attacks on Yue the Villain Alliance, and all for one persecuted themselves. The early mistakes of Yue's family and Honghu's ambition had nothing to do with them. At that time, Yue Inuichiro was really a child. Yuzuki Inuichiro walked over and said something to Mirko. Wu Tiangu squinted at the curtains and didn't say anything to go out and close the door. As long as this trip to the North Sea ends smoothly, Yuzuki Inuichiro thought of a scarred young man and clenched his fists. Even when Honghu's ambitions are looking for new members, they still retain the old traditions, limited to include weak and non-quirk people into the organization, and focus on helping those who can't live and work because of quirk deformity. Yuzuki Inuichiro reorganized his language, being a licking dog of professional heroes, lick it when it's time to lick. Quirk equality is a view that was put forward when the quirk society was inflated in the early days. I think there are no bad quirks or weak quirks in the world, only people who can't use quirks well. Honghu ambition calls on the strong not to hurt others because of the quirk, and helps the weak to find ways to protect themselves and reasonably exercise the quirk. The Foggy Day dog stunned. Isn't there still the villain alliance? Yuzuki Inuichiro said lightly. Professional back-to-back Shigoka. At least recently, a young leader of his dignified organization has successfully created a little cabbage, in front of many heroes, illusion. Mirko's voice came from outside the door. Inuichiro? She walked over and saw the key in Yuzuki Inuichiro's hand, and asked, what are you doing? There seemed to be nothing wrong with this room, except for a little on the side of the window. There is a trace of water. Chapter 200 Izumizuki Nagasaki's body now temporarily belongs to a supporting heroes that ranks far away. He never fights unprepared battles, and in just one day, he has been mixed into a very complicated small circle. Don't underestimate the world of professional heroes. When All Might dominated Japan as a symbol of peace, the criminal record dropped to the lowest point. Some heroes made a lot of scrambles for outstanding performance. The typical representative is Jufeng, who split from Honghu's ambition. Yuzuki Inichiro and Mirko walked down and found a place to sit down as usual. Izumizuki Nagasaki heard someone say on the side, one without quirk. Many professional heroes questioned the fact that Yuzuki Inuichiro has no quirk, but can still surpass most people. Endeavor had to move out the possibility that Yuzuki Inuichiro knew the location of the factory to suppress most of the suspicions. Similarly, this also made many people hiding in the dark have been eyeing Yuzuki Inuichiro. Among them is Jufeng, who is hidden in the heroes team. Sure enough, it is the young master of the Yu family. It is said that I have been raising by all for one for these years, and I don't know what it has to do with the villain alliance. They gathered together and talked quietly. A bunch of big men smiled and joked, and all they said were secret words. Yuzuki Inuichiro didn't pay attention to this. He let the Foggy Tengu leave, and a person and Mirko had a face-to-face talk about setting off to find the Nomu manufacturing center. I still stick to the path 10 years ago, and satellite monitoring is not necessarily reliable now. But you have to give a reason. 50 people don't have time to spend anymore. Staying one day longer is an extra expense. Endeavor manages an office, and he is not a person who cannibalizes the fireworks. He said, satellites can monitor live, and we can better grasp the situation. Except for those who are ambitious, most people support following the satellite. Yuzuki Inuichiro insisted on not letting go, and neither side knew how many times it was the first talk. Endeavor exhaled, his eyes widened and said, in that case, you can stay. Yuzuki Inuichiro remained silent. The next day, Endeavor left with a small team and did not return for 3 days. This is something. Now, Izumizuki Nagasaki smiled and watched the two sides completely break. Having a friendly cup of tea with the newly acquainted companion of Jufeng, he went upstairs alone under the pretext of asking for something, and quietly trailed behind the Wu Xiangu. He watched Wu Tiangu return the key to the proprietress, and both parties chatted. Wu Tiangu went straight back to his room and never came out again. Izumizuki Nagasaki put his ear on the door and listened, and found that there was no sound. Wu Xiangu used quirk open black lens bracket flash close black lens bracket to go to other places. He was taken aback, and quickly ran to the room where Shan Lengxin was, took out the secondary card, and swiped it on the door. The room was empty. Izumitsu Nagasaki took out the pistol under the pillow, and slowly opened the bathroom door, but it was still empty. Advertisement Izumizuki Nagasaki hit the ceiling with a pistol. He knocked over piece by piece, and finally stopped on one piece. Izumizuki Nagasaki slowly moved the ceiling away, and there was a small paper bag inside. There is a letter on the paper bag. Dear brother Sadface, read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. When you read this letter, I have taken my lover and died in Beihai for many years. I thought about it for a long time today. Thinking of our common purpose, I decided to bring Quanyue together. Since he inherited Quanyue's blood and has this surname, he can't get rid of the curse of this family for thousands of years. Sooner or later you will return to the world. I have arranged the secular things of the Quanyue family, so you can use them. I cultivated salted mouth fish alone, and he can be trusted. When necessary, you can dig out his brain and take it to the North American Research Laboratory. Of course, it is best not to go to that point. This is my last stop at the end of Beihai. I believe you will fulfill the long-cherished wish of all of us, as long as you are willing. But the greater possibility is that you have given up the whole family, you have given up the goal that all of us have been longing for. I will not spit on you, because you are my brother, you can do everything you want to do. But the family will always be opposed to you, the cemetery is no longer open to you, you will lose the attention of all our ancestors, and you will have nothing in the world. Don't be greedy for life, because death is eternal peace for Quanyue. Your brother Quan Yu Cheng locks and stays. Izumitsu Nagasaki looked at the familiar handwriting, and slowly tore the letter to pieces and threw it in the toilet. Constantly pumping water, the sound is getting louder and louder. What a joke. He turned and left, but he didn't expect a small clicking sound to come from the package. The insulating material wrapped outside seemed to get some feedback. It slowly opened, and the strong sense of peeling force instantly enveloped Izumizuki Nagasaki. His soul seemed to be torn apart, and the seal that caused the original owner of the body to sleep through quirk is now crumbling. Black mist emerged from Izumizuki Nagasaki's hands, eyes, mouth, nose and ears. There was only a fist-sized stone in the paper bag. A piece of raw ore from a deep well mined from an old house in Quanyue. The person who is most familiar with this kind of stone is Shankuyu. He returns to the old house of Quanyue from time to time, where it has been less than 10 years. But even he has never seen it deep into the ground. Advertisement. No one knows what caused Quanyue old house to fail to activate the quirk. Slowly approach the doorknob with your hand. Actually, when I was a child, there seemed to be a lot of quirks in my grandfather's generation. The proprietress smiled, but in the past few years, most people have no quirks, so no one pays attention to them. She has lived in Beihai for a long time and rarely goes out. The concept of offspring quirks is generally stronger than that of parents is not strong. Izumizuki Nagasaki felt like his soul was torn apart. He is different from the others. Even if the quirk is suppressed, the others cannot activate the quirk at best. Izumizuki's quirk in Nagasaki is an important basis for his survival in this world. Downstairs, Yuzuki and Ichiro and Qingyuan were chatting with the proprietress. The walls of the Beihai room seemed to be thicker. They talked about the thickness of the walls of the house and the degree of warmth to the villagers 10 years ago or even earlier. Quirk. What's the situation? But Yuzuki and Ichiro and Qingyuan looked at each other, confirming the possibility even more. Who are you here with? Twice number 2. He just flashed again in every room according to what the young master said. Why did he see the difference when he came back? The foggy dog stammered. That. You continue? Before Quanyue turned his muzzle, he quickly flashed and disappeared again. This quirk-free village in Beihai should be made by man. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. Talk. Quanyue took out the pistol. It was not easy for him to speak. In the closed bathroom, Izumizuki Nagasaki was in distress. Young master. Young master. The Wushin Go came down in a panic, and Quirk forgot to use it. That. In the room. He panted with fright. The fur. The fur is also in the North Sea. Kacha. With a sound, the foggy dog flashed in the room. He looked at Quanyue, who was threatening Cunningham with a gun, and was stunned. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, ready to grab the door. Quanyue asked, "Where is my uncle?" Someone was talking outside the door. Quanyue hijacked Fur Lengxin, and the two of them bypassed Heroes and the camera and slowly walked into Fur Lengxin's room. Because they used pseudonyms for check-in, neither the proprietress nor the person checking the room list were aware. Advertisement Chapter 201. The battle in the hotel. Yuzuki Inuichiro hadn't reacted yet. Qingyuan was more flexible. Circ letter? The three big men glanced at each other, lowered their voices and sat in their seats as if nothing happened. Fur Lengxin was the backbone of Honghu's original propaganda of quirk self-defense, but when Fur Lengxin disappeared for no reason, the position of this former official became blurred. At least on the official level, many people are looking for him. From the perspective of a shameless force like Honghu's ambition, many people are also looking for him. Fur Lengxin is a man who has information about quirk self-defense and his fighting power. To move the Heroes Society, both his power and his own power are indispensable. The government wanted to find Cunninghamia Lengxin to suppress Quirk's self-defense at the moment of the crisis, and Honghu's ambition was to let Cunninghamia Lengxin continue to instigate the crowd to promote the Quirk self-defense statement. Wu Shenggu ran out first, and Qingyuan also followed up with an excuse. Yuzuki Inuichiro stayed in the lobby, obstructing the attention of the heroes. Mirko kept staring at them several times in the middle. Yuzuki and Ichiro smiled at her, not knowing that he had missed a chance to meet Quanyue. Upstairs, in a separate room, Quanyue started to feel that his chest was stuffy. If he was still alive, he might not take things too seriously. Originally, his body was already scarred, but now he is a dead person without any consciousness, unless it is a severed limb. The dead person is basically insensitive to minor illnesses and pains. He suppressed Fur Lengxin on the bed and half a man on the body of Fur Lengxin. The pistol was aimed at the bathroom door, where black gas started to emerge with naked eyes, and there was a sound like a bug crawling by. Depressed. Uncomfortable. Izumi Nagasaki's feelings are stronger than Quanyue's. He looked at the stone. Half of the man had been forced to peel off his body. The direct exposure of his soul to the air caused him a strong tingling pain. Quanyue Changsuo. He barely said his brother's name. I don't want to die at this time. He stood up straight, showed a gentle smile, and instantly changed his whole body from his original body. Strip it out again. Kurogiri, who was completely exposed to the air, began to be diluted at a speed visible to the naked eye, and Izumizuki Nagasaki began to move outside without hesitation. Since the emergence of Quirk is a kind of inexplicable existence that has not been fully explained so far. From the explicit quirk at the beginning to the implicit quirk like Quanyue, from the single quirk at the beginning to the compound quirk to the plural quirk at the end. If Izumizuki Nagasaki is destined to not survive on his own quirk, borrowed corpse, in the same way, Quanyue wouldn't be able to survive if he only relied on the new quirk that was awakened by himself. Both of them are superimposed with different quirks in the cemetery of Quanyue's house. Like Quanyue survived the fire and continued to walk around in the form of a dead body,
Relying on the postmortem quirk of an elder in the family, corpse freeze. This quirk can keep the dead body on the spot flexible and fresh. But what if their quirks are suppressed? Advertisement. The result was death on the spot. Quanyue's body will add a large number of Madara corpses at the moment the superimposed quirk is removed, and his body will decay rapidly. Izumizuki Nagasaki is the same, but he appears in a soul-like state. Without testing the water, no one can be sure what will happen to their dead Quanyue family after quirk is restored. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue looked at the bathroom door. He pulled Fur Langshin up and pressed his pistol against the opponent's temple without a word of nonsense. Kurogiri slowly came through the bathroom. Izumizuki Nagasaki's face was blurred, but his voice was still smiling. The movements are fast. When he treats outsiders, he will always be so calm and gentle, if not every second. The black color faded to a layer. I'm afraid Quanyue won't be so nervous. What's in it? Quanyue appeared disgusted, and the pistol pressed harder against the cold leather of the fur. What are you going to do? Izumi Nagasaki disagrees. I said, I just want to do what I want to do. He walked over, touching Quanyue's face with his hands. Your body is dead, right? Quanyue avoided his hands and squeezed the trigger slightly. Quanyue, since you have successfully awakened, you know many things. Izumizuki Nagasaki snapped his fingers. Yuzuki Inuichiro brought the heroes to Beihai to do what you were going to do. You also know in your heart, the same. I know what I want. Quanyue needs a special pharmaceutical agent to restore body muscles to normal state. If Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory is not destroyed, Quanyue can also go to Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory to get it. Because this medicine has been provided to AFO in large quantities for a long time, it is the best medicine tailored for his body recovery. Coupled with the Quanyue family's several treatment quirks, it is not a problem to restore the peak state of the body. What are you doing in the North Sea? Quanyue knows that Azumaki Nagasaki is playing a psychological war with him in circles. As long as I relax a little bit, Azumaki Nagasaki will get into the body of Cedar Langshin. Quanyue couldn't determine who was waking up. You must know that he can't do his own brother-in-law alone. So the best way is to eliminate all the possibilities that allow him to use quirk, borrowing the corpse. Izumi Nagasaki spread his hands and said that it didn't matter. I'm not robbing you. I just heard that Jofengji's people are also here. During the Dahe Dao, Jufeng took my things privately. Part of selfishness, he didn't need to talk to Quanyue. Xiao Yi, you want the potion, I want to get my things back. Our goals are not in conflict. Quanyue Nagasaki seems to have only one outline left, and his tone is still calm. Honghu wants to stepping on the North Sea and the Great River Road. You have attracted the villain alliance, and you only have one salty-mouthed fish that might betray you. Advertisement. Let's join hands. Don't even think about it. Almost in unison, Izumizuki Nagasaki and Quanyue both guessed what each other was going to say. Two people talking face to face, but it is the same as playing a riddle. The people of the Quanyue family will activate the hidden quirk after death, after which they will learn many things through the superposition of the quirks of the predecessors. There was a bang outside the door. Someone was knocking on the door. Qingyuan pretended to ask, do you need room service? Quanyue didn't say a word, but Izumi Nagasaki was smiling again. No, because the quirk was restricted, he was already weak in speaking. The person who will come in is the quirk-free Qingyuan. Quanyue and Izumi Nagasaki looked at each other. Quanyue asked, how many people do you have? As for how many people Quanyue took, it was pretty obvious. Quanyue was totally unable to bring people over, he hadn't even established his own power. Izumizuki Nagasaki gave the little nephew 3 fingers. He said, together, I still want to live here. Quanyue said coldly, I must go to Beihai. Outside the door, Qing Yuan knocked on the door again and moved the door handle several times. Quanyue heard footsteps suddenly far away and approached instantly, let go of the cedar cold letter, and threw the person to his uncle Izumi Nagasaki. The muzzle was turned to aim at the gate. A kick came, and the door lock made a clicking sound. The door opened. The gun also rang. Between the sparks and flints, Qing Yuan stood up directly, pulled out a short sword from the snow boots and stroked it towards Quanyue's neck. Chapter 202 Heroes. Quanyue turned the gun in his hand one head, and directly fought Qing Yuan with the sword. The pistol resisted the impact of short sword, leaving white scratches on the body of the pistol. Quanyue held the gun in one hand, and picked out the pistol hidden in his sleeve with the other hand. His spear-hiding skills have not become rusty, however, the speed was slowed by half a second because of the stiffness of the flesh. It was only half a second that the blue kite also moved. He stepped forward with his elbow against Quanyue's pistol, and the short sword approached Quanyue's throat in 2 close steps. Click. Quanyue's muzzle was aimed at Qingyuan. Under the influence of the strange stone, Quanyue has no advantage. The initiative is controlled by Qingyuan without quirk. Both parties did not relax and gathered together to watch each other's movements. The sword is fast. The bullet is faster. Unfortunately, Quanyue is a dead man. His muscles were tight, and his fingers were gently pressed down. Qing Yuan was not afraid. He said, you want to attract all the heroes downstairs, and shoot. Because of the extensive burns on Quanyue's face, Qing Yuan did not recognize who he was, but simply believed that he was with him. They are also interested in the dark forces. Quanyue was not moved by this sentence. On the other side, Izumizuki Nagasaki quickly entered the body of Cedar Langshin, as if he had passed out in a real coma. Qing Yuan didn't understand why Quanyue had to throw away the fur-cold letter when he broke into the door.
He guessed that the people in front of him did not know the importance of the fur-cold letter. It doesn't matter, the foggy dog is coming. The quirk is that the misty dog of the space system can snatch the gun from the opponent's hand in an instant. Qing Yuan plans in her heart, just wait. Several. Qing Yuan did not react. He felt that his back was grabbed by something, his neck was hooked and rushed forward. Quanyue unceremoniously raised his foot and hit Qing Yuan's belly hard. Qing Yuan gave up his defense and rushed forward directly, wiping towards Quanyue's neck. Quanyue turned sideways, rolled to the other side, and stood up neatly. He touched his neck and found that he still made a gap. The hands are dry, not much blood. Yes, I'm all ready. He looked at his scarred hand and realized once again, I'm dead. Advertisement: the blood of the dead is cold, it won't flow anymore. Quanyue pointed the pistol in his hand at Qingyuan, and he calculated the distance between the two people, 2 meters. The room is so big, and there is a fellow in the bathroom who was possessed by Izumizuki Nagasaki. It is not sure when he will wake up. It is also unrealistic to want to leave through the vent in the bathroom. One is that there is no sight survey, and the other is that there are things that make you feel uncomfortable. His eyes fell on the only narrow window in the room. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Iron railings were installed outside the windows, and it was difficult to break the iron railings and leave in a short time with the pistol in my hand. Qing Yuan can only be grateful that the other party still scruples the heroes downstairs. Compared with her own cold weapon, the pistol is easy to attract people's attention. He clutched his stomach and stood up. Ka. The other party seemed to have completely lost the pain. He just touched his neck and pointed the muzzle at Qingyuan again. I have to admit that at short distances, the lethality of hot weapons is several times that of cold weapons. How many more? Quanyue said again. Aspiring people. What are you talking about? Qing Yuan denied, making an attack. He expected Quanyue would not shoot. Pounds. The bullet passed by, knocking out his left ear. Qing Yuan hadn't felt pain yet, only knowing that there was liquid slowly staying behind, followed by buzzing tinnitus and a piercing sensation. You must think I didn't dare to shoot just now because I was worried about those heroes. Quanyue's hands were steady, and after doing this kind of thing lightly, it was so stable that it made people fearful. What do I need to worry about? Honghu ambitious? The Jufeng hiding in the heroes group? Or the villain alliance that came with me? Heroes traitor? Or the guy who is famous in the rankings? Qing Yuan pulled out a far-fetched smile. His tinnitus made him hear only a few words, and said, You are so brave. I was educated recently. Quanyue smiled. The scars and brown burns on his face made his smile look like an evil spirit climbing up from hell. Let it die and live. Quanyue pressed the trigger. How many people is Honghu's ambition now? For a moment, Qing Yuan thought of a certain person she had ever met. The figure of the boy in front of him and that person slowly overlapped. They climbed up from the same hell. Quanyue. Advertisement: the bullet burst out of the barrel. The door was hit by a huge airwave, and several layers of square films appeared in front of Qingyuan. It can be seen to the naked eye that the bullet passes through several layers of film and is wrapped by the entire film. Then the film integrates with the bullet as the center to form a white soft ball that falls on the ground. Occupation heroes, here it is. Quanyue glanced at it and checked the latest rankings on the internet before he came. The person who has just used several layers of square film is a professional heroes who is extremely good at capturing and defending. Behind him, there are professional heroes Forest Kamui and professional heroes Endeavor. Courageously, Endeavor made a simple description. Without a word, he dragged out the blue kite under his feet. Kamui from the forest helped him and watched Endeavor kill him. The scorching flame made him a wood heroes extremely uncomfortable. It was inconvenient for him to intervene in the battle, and he could only evacuate with the green kite and the cold letter of the fur on the ground. Quanyue smiled. The gun in his hand was not polite. The bullet was halfway out, and a huge flame sprayed out and melted the bullet completely. Quanyue squatted down to avoid part of the flame, but he could still feel half of his shoulder being attacked by the flame, and his clothes began to break. He rolled on the ground and pulled out the short sword from his waist. Heroes Endeavor, the former number 2 after the retirement of Oulu Might, inherited the first professional heroes. Quanyue bit short sword in his mouth. He bared his white teeth and hooked Endeavor. Are you cooperating with Honghu's ambition? Endeavor frowned. They never announced the existence of Honghu's ambition. But villain in front of him can accurately name this organization. Maybe it is an organization that has ambitions with Honghu. Fire Heroes Endeavor burst into flames with his hands, and he quickly approached Quanyue's body as a blow. Quanyue was pressed against the wall by the whole person, and the white wall behind was roasted into black by the flames. Under the high-intensity flame, no one can be safe and sound. Endeavor thinks that people can't just die like this, and their professional heroes have to get more useful news from each other. He controlled the temperature of his flame and was about to stun villain. Suddenly, the hero's uniform on his arm burst open, and the quirk was like a flourishing malt grass in spring uncontrollable. Quanyue pointed his gun at Endeavor's arm and fired a shot. The flame can melt the barrel, but the bullet exploded in a narrow space at close range, and Endeavor unconsciously released it in pain. His arm was covered with iron pieces and scratches long ago. It's really embarrassing. Quanyue smiled gently. It's far from Oulu Might. Endeavor changed his arrogance and blocked all the heroes who came to support him. Mirko and Yuzuki Inuichiro were late, just in time to hear these words. Name, no, vice, she, the, number 1 heroes. The word fell in the ears of every onlooker. Boom, the flame exploded.
Endeavor said coldly, then let it live up to its name. Chapter 203 The Great Crisis About Heroes. The flames collided in the room unceremoniously. Quanyue held the gun in his hand and looked at the burning Endeavor. The current #1 heroes, of course he knows not to mess with. But there is no retreat. In a narrow room, one-on-one combat is obviously more suitable. Endeavor also understands this. Considering the lethality of the flame, he just concentrated his power near Quanyue, trying to prevent the flame from burning the rest of the furniture like the bathroom door, and he did not move it. Quanyue stepped back, his back leaning against the window. Quanyue freed a hand and quickly opened the window, and the wind blew in. Is this your strategy? Endeavor sneered, unceremoniously Huiding-fisted. He hates how others compare himself with All Might, whether it was before or now, this is a haze that he will never escape. Quanyue also smiled. If the scars on his face were removed, the smile might be bright. He hooked Andrew and made a provocative move. Boom, a huge fist fell. Everyone outside the room covered their face with their hands, and the heat gushed out. They heard gunshots and the sound of things breaking in an instant, followed by a cold wind blowing in. The heat disappeared as if being pinched in the throat. What happened? Heroes had already noticed something was wrong. Heroes with alienated bodies such as Mirko and Kamui in the forest are a little better, and professional heroes with quirks such as the Foggy Dog have felt that the quirks in their bodies have been forcibly suppressed. Some people even started to breathe shortly and tried to remobilize the quirk to resist this force. The only person present who was not affected was the quirk-free Yuzuki Inuichiro. And at the moment when things broke out, as soon as the room faced a hot fist, Quanyue pointed the gunhead at the bathroom door not far away. The flames of the iron fist rubbed his face and landed directly on the iron railing outside the window. As a price, his face and parts of his body will be swallowed by flames again. These costs were exchanged for the gunshots heard by people outside, and the chain reaction that had occurred later. The door of the toilet was broken open by a bullet, and the huge impact of this shot directly broke the door open. The closest to the restroom is Heroes at the door, followed by Heroes Endeavor. When he was about to swing a second punch, the flame on his body seemed to be suppressed by a high-pressure water gun, and blue smoke appeared after a strong jump. Endeavor clenched his fists, looking like he was about to activate the quirk. Unfortunately, it didn't come true. Advertisement. Only a few sparks erupted briefly. Quanyue didn't pay too much attention to Endeavor, he directly smashed the iron fence with his elbow. The iron railing, which originally had a frost bonus, became fragile after being baked by Andrew's flames. Stop! Mirko fished out, stop for me. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Her hero's name is Rabbit Heroes Mirko, and it's obvious what the quirk is. Forest Kamui also stretched out his branches to restrain Quanyue, but unfortunately his branches encountered the same powerful quirk suppression when they passed through the room. Mirko is fast, but Quanyue is faster than her. The young man knocked his whole person out without hesitation, and he fell straight down. When Mirko came to the window, he could only see a human-shaped pit left in the snow. Damn it. Mirko finished speaking, short of breath in his chest. The weird quirk suppression is not ineffective for their alien form, but the effect comes later. For a time, only Yuzuki Inuichiro could move freely. He dialed the phone as soon as the proprietress downstairs asked for help, asking the other party to bring villagers without quirk to help. Then he went to the bathroom to find out the culprit, wrapped it in the existing tin foil, then placed the heroes, and sent people downstairs to search for Quanyue's whereabouts. What needs to be done and how to do it, each is carried out in an orderly manner under the arrangement of the half-year-old. Yuzuki Inuichiro put the strange stone into a completely enclosed container, and waited until most of the heroes were back to quirk before announcing, "Everyone, I'm afraid things are worse than we thought." Everyone was silent, and Mirko didn't have the vitality before. Endeavor looked at his hands, and had not recovered from the suppressed state of quirk. Villain, who was fighting against Heroes Endeavor just now, obviously knows the existence of quirk suppression, and we can't even be sure if he took out this stone. This is Villain's secret, and their disadvantage. Yuzuki Inuichiro does not have a quirk, and he cannot understand the pain suppressed by the quirk. But as a quirk-free for many years, he has always had a mixed feeling about quirk. At the same time, in the bathroom, we found a hero's. It is a pity to tell everyone that he has no quirk anymore. Yuzuki Inuichiro gritted his teeth and said, "This is a mistake in our intelligence, sorry. The Research Institute has sent people over to study. The following battle may be more difficult than all of us thought." Quanyue didn't say anything, he just moved forward monotonously, as if to move forward. Someone stored this mineral in this small village in the North Sea. Years of accumulation caused the quirk in this village to decline from generation to generation, and finally became no quirk. Advertisement. Quanyue was almost 12 hours behind the agreed time limit. Yeiui's ritual, Quanyue's sacrifice-style deprivation of quirk, Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory, Beihai no Quirk Village. Everything is slowly strung together, but it is not clear enough. They are here. After a while, a half-old sign appeared in front of the 5 people, and it read, "Month. Research," in large vague characters. Oh, it's really rare to be embarrassed. In the wind and snow, the Villain Alliance group shivered, and the dead-handled wooden hanger would mock Quanyue, who was covered in vicissitudes of life, even if it was frozen into a dog. They were supposed to gather here just in case something happened. Had it not been for Shonkuyu's effort to keep the Villain Alliance gang, the dead-handled wooden hanger would have left with them long ago. Anyway,
Quanyue had already given him information about the Beihai Nomu Center. No quirk combat power Qingyuan has been injured by the opponent, except for the villagers. Only Yuzuki Inuichiro is present. Why are they? What are the benefits of doing this in the quirk society? I am afraid that only by finding villain who is playing against Endeavor can we know the truth. Yuzuki Inuichiro clenched his fists. He believed that he had not read it wrong. The effect of that stone was the same as the sacred stone recorded in the family. Yuzuki Inuichiro carefully observed the expressions of the people below, and he understood what he said. In the heart of the dead handle wooden hanger, Quanyue's final value is almost squeezed out. Let's go. The disappearance of quirk is equivalent to proclaiming the end of a career. Quanyue's clothes were torn in the wind and snow, and he could no longer see that it was a human figure. Only by moving slowly did people realize that this was not a corpse. Shankuyu wanted to ask what happened several times, but it stopped because of the presence of the villain alliance. Why do those people do this? Finally, there is a more terrifying conjecture in my heart. Yuzuki Inuichiro said slowly. Not only in the family where we live, there may be similar minerals in other families, and more than just it was stored for 1 day and 2 days. Chapter 204. Entering the factory. The Nomu Research Center is what the heroes and the government called this base after Nomu appeared, but after Quanyue awakened, he knew that Nomu's research was just a scrap here. The main research conducted here has always been a secret. Quanyue's father went to Beihai for this secret. This is the key that the executor of the plan must get. When Quanyue awakened, he was told like this. If you decide to become the executor of the plan, go to Beihai, get this key, and then go to find the family. All the forces and puzzles left to you. Death is not terrible to us. Don't be afraid of death. Quanyue murmured this sentence, his eyes firm. Death will be a normal state. It seemed that countless people were saying this with him at the same time. Death is not terrible. Death will be a normal state. He caught up with the dead handle wooden hanging group walking ahead. The door swayed open, and several rectangular workshops could be seen scattered in the wind and snow. However, all the doors were sealed by the wind and snow. If you want to enter, you can only look for the windows or take them one by Kurogiri. Due to the special quirk of Shankuyu, Kurogiri took him into the path search first. The dead handle wooden hanger and Dabi guard Quanyue, and Quanyue looks at the 2 nominal partners in front of him. The dead handle wooden hanger suddenly said, I saw Yuzuki Inuichiro. This was the first time he called his teacher's adopted son by the name. When I was young, I never understood why the teacher brought that guy with me, saying that it was for my own good, to find me, a playmate? He recalled, more like an adult. Quanyue had never heard Yuzuki Inuichiro talk about these things, and he stood quietly. The dead handle wooden hanger felt boring, and sneered, you don't know the look in that guy's eyes. That's a murderous look. Yuzuki Inuichiro's parents and his family were killed by AFO, and it is normal for him to hate AFO. I saw you before you went to Ua. The teacher said that if he can, he must return to his former ministry. The dead handle wooden hanger exhaled and looked at Quanyue. Quanyue's family played for a long time ago. I joined the AFO, but later joined OFA without hesitation. This is something Quanyue knew for a long time, when he first met his family in a dream. For some reasons, he leaned under AFO's command, and then because his goals and ideas conflicted with each other, the Quanyue family betrayed AFO and turned to OFA. I didn't expect that OFA is not the same. Quanyue's family was even hit by 2 factions in the back. Advertisement. He probably guessed what the dead handle wooden hanger was about to say. The teacher has always said that I hope I can let you join the villain alliance, and I went to find you. Kurogiri opened the door beside him, and the deadlocked wooden hanger backed away. Unfortunately, I am disappointed in you. I give you the opportunity, but you never caught it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Quanyue, why didn't you kill Fur Lengshin? I have no reason to offer flowers to villain. Quanyue couldn't even smile, his skin was burned out, and ice scum would fall when he moved. At first he thought that he was going to kill Fur Lengshin in order to get the truth. Now that he knew everything, naturally there was no reason to kill. But in the world of bad guys, truth is luxury. Death handle wooden hanger, do you want to kill me, right? Snap your fingers, snap. The blue flame in Dabi's hand broke through the wind and snow strongly and came towards Quanyue's face. Quanyue stretched out his fist and confronted Dabi directly. He grabbed the opponent's hand forcefully. Dabi's other hand rushed towards Quanyue, and a blue flame sprayed at Quanyue. Stop. Dead handle Muhong yelled, kill him for me. Kurogiri appeared in front of Quanyue, and a blue flame burned in Dabi's hand. You. The words stopped abruptly, his pupils dilated involuntarily. In front of the dead handle wooden hanger, a huge cylindrical glass towered up. In the glass is a completely vacuumed brain, on the small face of the brain is a closed eye, and then you can see this anthropomorphic face is covered with barbs, hands are twisted, and nails are sharp. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. A layer of dust was raised on the ground by 2 people. Advertisement including Beihai. Quanyue, again, before the words fell, a burning man emerged from the blue flame. The flame was still attached to the person's body, and Quanyue's eyes were glowing with blue light. Its eyes are turning. Quanyue rolled on the ground for a few laps, but the flame did not disappear directly, but it tended to weaken again. He no longer hesitated, and directly guided the flame to the clothes of deadwood. Then he walked in the direction he remembered. The dead handle wooden hanger was thrown to the ground. He coughed twice and propped himself up from the ground. He is going to find medicine. After awakening, Quanyue knew a lot. Death Handle Muhong had already been ready to accept the idea of new Nomu in his heart, but suddenly appeared in front of him, but he found that he was still a little incompetent in accepting it. The Dead Handle Wooden Hanger takes a deep breath, and builds up mentally for himself. He will become the master of these monsters sooner or later. Nomu in a brand new state. Boom hit the Dead Handle Wooden Hanger's face with a firm punch. Quanyue turned over and plunged directly into Kurogiri's body. The Dead Handle Wooden Hanger merged with the whole person, it fell into it. Everyone's attention is on Quanyue's body. No one noticed that the nearest Nomu quietly opened his eyes. Quanyue crossed his arms in an attempt to resist the heat of the flame, but unfortunately, his ability is not enough to resist the high temperature. You also know that I'm going to kill you. The Deadwood Hanger stepped into Kurogiri's door with one foot and said, although I don't know what you have gone through, it doesn't matter to me. Chapter 205. Death Handle Wood, I have promised to show you the way. Kurogiri was restrained by Kurogiri, and he said, Quanyue poses no threat to you at all. Quanyue pulled out the sword. The Dead Handle Wooden Hanger stretched out his hand, and everything touched by his 5 fingers would turn into powder. Both sides did not directly start the action, just maintained a vigilant attitude and posture. Dead Handle Muhong pulled a smile, his hands suddenly moved forward. Quanyue turned sideways, making a crackling sound all over his body, and bystanders could see his hands twisted against common sense. She. The hand on the face of the Dead Handle Wooden Hanging was broken in half and fell on the ground. Quanyue twisted his hand back, he retracted the sword, and a blue flame spurted out. He leapt and hid behind the iron box, and after a few breaths, he could no longer find a figure. The Dead Handle Wooden Hanger looked at the severed hand on the ground, his face twisted. I'm going to kill him, he dare. For the first time, the Dead Handle Wooden Hanger ranked Quanyue's death list ahead of Yuzuki and Ichiro. Kurogiri comforted a few words, and when the Dead Handle Wooden Hanger calmed down, a group of people began to explore it. The first thing they saw was rows of experimental glass boxes, with countless hoses and metal products wrapped around them, and Nomu in an inhuman state lay quietly in the weirdly colored liquid. Shonkuyu squatted down and picked up the label on the ground. Only a few serial numbers could be identified, and it was completely indistinguishable. He knew that there was a secret base in Beihai, but he never knew what was inside. A group of people searched inside for a long time, and found only limited things. These Nomu-like experimental objects are in a frozen state, and there is no way for them to wake up without specific procedures or mechanisms. I said, Quanyue is not a threat to you. It's even only good. The salted-mouthed fish grabbed his hair. As I stated in advance, I have no way to contact Quanyue's kid now. He is now with Villain Alliance, not because he wants to help them, simply because someone else was trapped by Kurogiri and couldn't get out. To be honest, if there is no way to start Nomu, these things are not very useful for the Dead Handle Wooden Crane. The Villain Alliance lacks combat effectiveness. The previous Nomu has been destroyed on a large scale, and they urgently need a batch of Nomu inventory. In the information transmitted by Quanyue, it even mentioned which Nomu was matched with what quirk, the growth stage and the combat effectiveness test, but it did not mention how to wake them up from the frozen state. Who do you think Quanyue is? He doesn't have to answer this kind of thing. Dead Handle Wooden Hanger said, aren't there still heroes? It doesn't matter if the career heroes knows it, as long as there is a boy named Yuzuki and Ichiro in it is enough. The Dead Handle Wooden Hanger cast his gaze on the blurry words on the glass and smiled. I really hope Ichiro will come over and see the expressions of these things. They had already walked through Nomu's storage area and went up the stairs to the second floor. They could see the sunlight coming through the window and shining on the experiment tank. There was a bleak corpse floating in the experimental tank, and the tragic corpses floating in the next several experimental tanks were the same. Men and women, young and old, were different. The only thing they have in common is wearing a white shroud embroidered with the word Yaoi. Advertisement. Shonkuyu's eyes widened. He didn't know about it. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. The Yaoi Miyamon case was considered a big case that shook the whole country back then, and was left in the cold because the real murderer could not be found. Shonkuyu is one of the insiders. What he learned was that Yaoi's family was destroyed because of the Dahei Dao incident and offending AFO. Why did the bodies of Yaoi's family appear in Beihai now? Quanyue Chongsuo came to Beihai that year. What did he do? Who brought so many corpses here? What to do? For the first time, Shonkuyu had deep doubts about his allegiance and his allegiance family. Not him. He didn't know how to organize the language, holding his head, slowly squatting down, speaking incoherently. Now he could only tell himself that Quan Yuchang was locked up a few years earlier than the time when Yi Yu's house was closed, and the timing was completely unreasonable. But why is it in Beihai? Why is it here? It seems that your allegiance doesn't seem to be a good thing. Dead Handle Wooden Hanger sneered. I see, 80% of these Yaoi family members will also be made into Nomu. Thinking of this, Dead Handle Wooden hang up in a happy mood. He can't wait to see Yuzuki Inuichiro's collapsed expression right away. Quanyue's family is the teacher's old minister after all. They found you just because they valued your quirk. The Dead Handle Wooden Hanger said. Quanyue will die sooner or later. According to their family's time limit, he will not live to be 25 years old. But you can live longer. Shonkuyu, the warrior who rebelled against heroes, don't you think the Villain Alliance is more suitable for you? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. And Quanyue, who runs counter to the villain alliance, walks along the secret road alone. Awakening brings not only a new quirk, but also the secrets of the entire Quanyue family. It includes many memories passed down by the elders, the quirk that can be used by Quanyue for a short time, and the secrets of the huge business that the Quanyue family has built generation after generation. Super Unlimited Repair of the Body. This is the undiluted enhancement medicine pure liquid made by Quanyue's family. Like the kind of medicine produced by Dahe Dao, or Quanyue's runaway-inducing medicine once conspired by people, they are not outdated by dozens of times the dilution of this pure liquid. Advertisement borrowing from the ancestors' quirk, Super Regeneration. The range of pure liquid is not large, that is, a skating rink is as large as 10 meters deep. Outside the glass is concrete and reinforced concrete. Quanyue can only see black and black if he can't come in. He let his body sink slowly. Quanyue bit his finger and pressed it lightly against the wall. A strange light flashed on the wall, and water ripples reflected on Quanyue's face. The wall in front of him suddenly opened, and a huge skating rink appeared in front of him. But unlike ordinary ice rinks, it was filled with blizzards. Quanyue then went to the surroundings to find discarded iron rods and chairs, and used their sharp ends to cut the ice continuously. The weather in the North Sea itself is cold, and there are special devices in the house that trigger a blizzard. It is not a joke that the air inside the house is full of ice scum. The thing that caused the blizzard was actually on the ceiling. Quanyue squinted his eyes for a while without seeing clearly. But his purpose of coming here is not for the origin of the blizzard. He walked into the skating rink and lay down on the ground to estimate the thickness of the ice with his hands. Click. The ice finally broke through a small hole. The blue gas visible to the naked eye curled up from it. Quanyue smashed again, and a line of blue gas under the ice went straight to the ceiling. Quanyue made the surrounding holes a little bigger. He doesn't need to come up. In the infinite darkness, as the pure liquid swallowed, the white light made a sound of electric current passing by. Quanyue's eyes filled with white light, and his face destroyed by the fire recovered bit by bit. All the damage he received after awakening was gradually restored with the quirk under the enhancement of the liquid. The water is icy blue, getting darker as you go down, and you can't see anything. Quanyue tore off the tattered cloth strips on his body and went directly into the pure liquid. Because the medicine he needs is underneath. Fortunately, he was already a dead man and didn't care about these. Otherwise, the temperature and pain alone will make people unable to stay. Quanyue knew in his heart that it was also because of these extreme conditions and the special protective effects that the conditions brought that made the founder of the family decide to place the site in Beihai. Quanyue was stabbed to bleed in the middle of the ice chipping, and within a moment, a layer of ice froze on it. That is the most critical key, and it is also a kind of medicine that can save oneself. Chapter 206. The Awakening, mentioned by Quanyue's family, is usually regarded as the literal new quirk awakening. Quanyue awakened his real quirk, Relic, in the state of body death. At the same time, just as he received the quirk borrowed by his elders at the beginning, he began to truly understand the family pedigree of the Quanyue family. Everything comes from the quirk, cemetery, of our ancestors. Cemetery. The place where the dead are buried, where the souls, memories, emotions and quirks of the dead can be preserved, and they can be loaned out and refiled at any time. In the cemetery, the quirks of Quanyue's family can be loaned out and sorted out 100%. The quirks of other family bloodlines can only be kept down to 3%, which is almost negligible. But the cemetery cannot bring people back to life. After the death of the old ancestors, they kept the pattern of the undead in the cemetery, and continued to accept the dead family quirk among the descendants of the past generations, increasing the capacity of the cemetery from generation to generation. Only in the cemetery can you truly become the owner of the cemetery. Based on this, if you want to get all the quirks of the Quanyue family, you must complete the physical death and enter the cemetery completely. As for how to return to the world, quirks like Quanyue Nagasaki, borrowed corpses, can always find a few in the death-type quirks of Quanyue's family. It's not unusual. 9 generations, more than 100 people in the Quanyue family, the treatment quirk during his lifetime plus the part of the invisible quirk created by the middle quirk marriage and the real quirk that everyone awakens after death. Graveyard. The number of quirks that can be shared has reached a terrifying level. If AFO is relying on depriving the living of the quirk, in the quirk society, it becomes the picker who wants to behave recklessly. Then the Quanyue family is a stubborn hoarder, faithful to the purpose from generation to generation, condensing the quirk of the dead, which can be called AFO among the dead. But it is not without cost. Another meaning of awakening is the cost of speaking. Once you decide to awaken, you will eventually embark on a deeper level of awakening, which is the torment of the soul. Quanyue kept himself sinking, and he felt his skin start to grow tender flesh and his face was itchy. Finally, it seemed like something was stepped on under the feet. Quanyue turned over in the water, using the white light from his hands to see what he had encountered. That is a cabinet tall one person. Advertisement. The cabinet was covered with moss. Quanyue pulled a little away and saw an earthworm frozen in ice. Quirk animals, quirk open black lens bracket rebirth close black lens bracket. As long as you have enough flesh, your consciousness will be reborn into a new body infinitely. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Everything looks so smooth, but everything looks so weird. Inuichiro Yuzuki finally couldn't squeeze the opinions of the heroes, and was put on the road to find a factory. Because there was endeavor ahead, they walked smoothly.
But when I was about to get close to the place, I encountered a blizzard. In desperation, the group had to enter one of the warehouses first, and did not directly meet Endeavor. The weather forecast is never accurate. Mirko yawned and complained. I'm freezing to death. She bounced on the spot to keep warm. Yuzuki Inuichiro was already checking the surrounding layout, and with his cooperation, the heroes found out many expired potions. Most of these chemicals have the same ingredients as those of the Dehedao factory. Mirko enviously watched Yuzuki Inuichiro distinguish the active drugs, and felt that he was a little bit too tired now. It's just that some of the effects of these medicines will make the quirk suddenly become stronger, and some will make the quirk run away. If any one of your career heroes comes to a runaway, this house will not need to stay. It is estimated that you will start directly. Fang Jiewa, before Villain appeared inside himself, he was exhausted. Thinking of this, Yuzuki Inuichiro looked around and vomited. But you don't need to be 10 meters away from me. It's too exaggerated. He even screamed loudly. Mirko couldn't help it. After discovering that strange mineral, they had to bring the reliable quirk of Yuzuki Inuichiro anyway, just to deal with some emergencies. Originally they wanted to bring Qingyuan together, but Yuzuki Inuichiro firmly disagreed and had to give up. Anything to find over Endeavor. It is said that I saw the shadow of the villain alliance. The heroes rested on the spot and took out a little bit of dry food to fill their stomachs. The blizzard was violent outside, and there was no way to join Endeavor for a while. Yuzuki Inuichiro draws on the ground. The words of the villain alliance should be for Nomu. AFO has been arrested and brought to justice, and the dead-handle wooden hanger has no demonstrable combat power for the time being. To say that his own strength can't even beat the top 20 in the rankings. What he was thinking about was the connection between the Beihai base and the Dahei Dao. It's been a long time. A mask was exposed under the black cover. Tunbaki looked at Yuzuki Inuichiro and smiled. I wonder if you remember me, young master? Advertisement, hello, can you hear it? There was a voice at first. Yuzuki Inuichiro felt that making medicine was still within his comprehensible scope, but studying Nomu was far from his own understanding. The Yuzuki family will not be attached to the AFO. Is the research center in Beihai managed by Azuki Nagasaki? Yuzuki Inuichiro looked at the area of the factory and shook his head. 3 people had already gone down. Mirko simply left the 3 people who were in charge of contacting them, and all the others went underground. Reconnaissance heroes said. I noticed other life forms, and one of them seems to have found us. Mirko frowned. There is a secret door here. One of the heroes found the mechanism and said, a few people here. They slammed open the door on the ground, and the stairs led directly to the ground. Mirko asked them to keep in touch at all times and stood guard on the passage. Mirko hesitated and asked the heroes like a survey quirk to inquire about the situation. People are still alive. This is the only good news. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The mechanism is locked. Yuzuki Inuichiro pulled the foggy tengu and went down. Why? Izumizuki Nagasaki was only in his early 20s when he died. How could it be possible to organize such a huge business by himself and seem to have maintained it for more than 5 years? Yuzuki Inuichiro stood up, patted the dirt on his butt, and said, let's go. If you don't worry, we can also send a message to Endeavor and another team. They were divided into 4 groups, and a team was stationed. In the village, the other 3 teams are all moving in the direction of the factory. They are like crows staring at you, ready to bite your flesh at any time. They walked at the end of the line and took 2 steps, only to hear a click. After an hour, no response came. It was said that heroes, who discovered the mechanism, wore a black cloak and stood beside 10 other people. They are all wearing a series of black cloaks. Several other professional heroes fell into a coma, were tied up, and were thrown at their feet. The scum in the heroes team has always been there. Chapter 207. Of course Yuzuki Inuichiro remembers this man. Whether after teaming up with Quanyue to kill the Jufeng member, or meeting head-on at the police station, for himself and the current Honghu aspiring members, this is an impressive man. Mirko guarded Yuzuki Inuichiro behind his back, watching Tunbaki warily. She recognized this person as a professional hero, and the quirk and physical skills are melee types like herself. I used to be a colleague, but now it looks like villain. Tunbaki smiled, and took out a bottle of blue liquid from his pocket. This was the liquid medicine he got in the big river. He shook the bottle in his hand and smiled. If you don't remember my words, you should remember this bottle. Yuzuki Inuichiro had been thinking about the effects of these medicines some time ago. He didn't have a quirk, but the results given by the laboratory would probably not be good results. For example, the tube that Tunbaki holds in his hand is an illegal drug produced by Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory in the early days of quirk coexistence, semi-finished product, variable effect. The raw materials of this medicine are more difficult to analyze than the 2 medicines they know now. Yuzuki Inuichiro has not seen the finished product, but he has seen this kind of medicine and the special bottle for the medicine in the family records. Under the picture, it is marked, the item is extremely unstable and dangerous, high risk. Is this kind of medicine dangerous? Mirko asked. Inuichiro, answer me. Yuzuki Inuichiro stared at the medicine and ordered, in any case, don't let that medicine fall into anyone's hands. If possible, I want to destroy the potion on the spot. Huh? According to Mirko's impression, the most appropriate solution for this illegal drug is to hand it over to professionals. Although Yuzuki Inuichiro is currently the one who knows pharmacy best among them, it is safer to go through procedures. The prototype of that potion is AFO. Inuichiro Yuzuki said. The role of potion is to allow a person to have multiple quirks at the same time, which is referred to as quirk coexistence, for short. Mirko felt that his ability to withstand was pretty good, but he didn't expect to see more of it suddenly. Tanbaki didn't go around the circle. He asked, Will you hold a ceremony? He was talking about the quirk transfer ceremonies in Yaoi's and Quanyue's homes. This was supposed to be an old adult thing that was not known to outsiders, and was suddenly placed in front of everyone by Tanbaki. Yuzuki Inuichiro shook his head. The ceremony has been lost. Advertisement swallow Baki clearly. Then I understand, he said to the people behind. Since it has been lost, AFO is now locked in again. Only you and the kid from the Quanyue family should know these medicines. Is the correct way to use it. What the hell are you talking about? Mirko was confused. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Yuzuki Inuichiro drew out his gun. He knew that Tanbaki had always been good at physical skills, and he couldn't beat him anyway. Can only spend a little effort on long-range strikes. Tanbaki calmly explained the matter to Mirko. Yaoi's family once had a ritual to transfer other people's quirks to themselves. As for the transfer, this is the potion in hand. Dehedao Pharmaceutical Factory has not produced any medicine that can integrate quirk in human beings. The one with the closest effect is this, shared. Your family has always been a quirk-free family, right? The purpose of establishing Honghu Ambition is to help weak quirk and quirk-free. Tanbaki gritted his teeth. Don't pretend to be like this. Your Yaoi family is just because you don't have power. So gather the weak and weak together, and then use their bodies to do human experiments. The final goal is to restore the ritual. Yuzuki Inuichiro returned to calm, and this kind of ritual was lost in his grandfather's generation. It is true. Even if you have prepared some holy stones, holy water, and Azumi's family for Yuzuki Inuichiro, he doesn't know how to do it, let alone transplanting quirk, which sounds like a lofty job. But letting him say that he doesn't want quirk, it sounds a bit false. The prejudice and discrimination faced by quirk-free people in society will cause them to pursue quirk over time. For example, in the hero's house in Japan, the proportion of non-quirk is very large. Mirko turned his gaze to Yuzuki Inuichiro. Yuzuki Inuichiro accepted frankly, he had nothing to say. Tanbaki said, Young master, the rest of the potions are easy to find. But this, shared, potion in my hand is probably the last bottle left in that year. Tanbaki tempted, come on, you don't want quirk. Yet, Yuzuki Inuichiro sneered. No, he smiled brightly and crushed everything about the other party. Don't you know the term shelf life? That's what I said. Even if Yuzuki Inuichiro killed him, he would not say that he used illegal inferior medicines with expired expiry date. After all, he and Honghu were really poor at that time. At the same time, Quanyue in the high-concentration pure liquid slowly opened his eyes. It's better than before, although it's 10 meters deep underground. But he could perceive everything within 100 meters, including the voices of Yuzuki Inuichiro and Tanbaki in the secret road not far away. In the upper right corner of him, Heroes Endeavor is competing with the Villain Alliance. But these have nothing to do with Quanyue, which is slowly merging with the quirk of rebirth. Advertisement. Even the longer the two parties spend each other's time, the more beneficial it is for Quanyue. The ceremony of transplanting quirk from Quanyue's family to Yaoi's family took several months to recuperate, but under the ripening of high-concentration pure liquid, Quanyue only needed 24 hours. He closed his eyes, and the scars on his body were slowly recovering. Now he has begun to recover the damage he suffered in the Longtime Gillaw incident, as long as there is enough time. Under the stimulation of quirk, super regeneration, several transfer therapy quirks and pure liquid, Quanyue is sure to restore the state before the Beihai car case. It only takes time. I hope heroes and villain don't let themselves down. The wind and snow buried everything once again. Only the sound of the explosion continued to overlap. Where Nomu was stored, Endeavor and Dabi met head-on for the first time. 12 professional heroes play against 3 villains and countless Nomu who are still sleeping. Damn it. Seeing these odious monsters, one of the professional heroes was furious. In the recent Nomu attacks, his relatives were persecuted by Nomu and lost a leg. He activated his quirk and directly smashed the glass box containing Nomu. Rather than let these monsters wake up and become the new weapons of the Villain Alliance, it is better to destroy and kill these potential villain directly. Dead handle wooden hangers have long regarded these Nomu as their own personal possessions. Seeing the behavior of the professional heroes, he was furious and roared. You be asterisk 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 D. He rushed forward to attack the professional heroes, but was hugged by Kurogiri. Kurogiri said, Calm down, dead wood. Blue flames and red flames exploded in the glass box. Under the impact of the flame, many glass boxes were broken directly by uneven heat and cold force. Nomu, which was stuck in various pipes, fell out. The scene was chaotic. Naturally, no one noticed that one of Nomu's eyes widened. His eyes were as clear as an inexperienced child. His weird mouth made a cry for help, help, help me. It's just that the sound seemed to be mixed with the roar of the beast, drowning in the explosion. Chapter 208 Don't Use Quirk Firefly has forgotten his last name. He only remembers that he was born in a small village in Beihai, when the sky in Beihai was still bright and warm. It is not windy and snowy throughout the year, there will be sunshine in summer and a bumper harvest in autumn. His quirk is snow, which is very popular in summer. All the children will come to him to take a bite of ice cream and take a breath. It's a snowflake. A person from outside the country was a little surprised.
He touched a little snowflake with his finger and smiled. It's sweet. The Firefly fan said, would you like to buy some? I still have strawberry flavor here, milky. About 60 years ago, ice cream was really a rare thing. Both flavors are rare. The outsider bought two, and the other one was given to someone who looked exactly like him. The two of them are twins, and if you just look at their faces, the two will not be distinguished. Firefly calls them Mr. Uzumaki. The two Mr. Quanyue came here to open a factory, and they said that they would build a large factory here that would require a lot of people. If you go to the factory, do you have money to get it? Firefly, you are only 10 years old and too young. It's so chaotic outside. If you go to the factory, it depends on whether they accept it. The Quanyue's factory doesn't know what it does. It seems that there are many things that produce chopsticks, wash basins and other daily necessities, and some are developed food factory. They seem to do everything and make money no matter what they do. Mr. Quanyue, I want to work in your factory. He remembered stopping his husband and said, I can produce a lot of ice cream. One of them, Mr. Quanyue, squatted down and smiled at him. No, we don't accept such a small child. The other gentleman was a little anxious, saying something that Firefly could not understand, and mentioned, the new living body. Something went wrong. The speculation might come true. They left in a hurry. When I go to see them next time, it will be 2 years later. The quirk of people in the village disappeared. A large number of people were at a loss and learned that Quanyue factories seemed to have medicine that could cure the disappearance of quirk, so they petitioned for medicine. Sure enough, it was rejected. Why not give it? I heard that it's an experiment, maybe it's true. There will be no problems with the things we use, right? No one knows what will happen afterwards. Under the riot, the Quanyue's factories closed one after another. Firefly saw the pair of Mr. Izumi at the rally, and only felt that their eyes were full of fatigue. He intuitively felt that the husband was not bad. But he could not prove that they were doing good things. When the first large-scale quirk was restored, the factory was demolished until only 3 were left. No one knows what the 3 factories do. None of the young and middle-aged people in the village have worked in these 3 factories. Advertisement. So, why did I? Firefly grasped the floor and felt the dry air enter the respiratory tract. There was still some liquid left in front of his eyes, and his fingers were not human hands. It is the claws of beasts. Why am I here? Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Before his eyes were blue and red flames. I don't know whose feet are walking around on the ground. From a downward-looking angle on the ground, everyone is huge and incredible. There was something stuck in the throat, itchy. Firefly shivered violently, and tried to put his hand close to his mouth, trying to dig out something with his fingers. He didn't move, his body made a creaking sound. Only the eyes are the most flexible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. A total of 15 people. Firefly closed his eyes, his sense of smell slowly awakened. After the strong smell of potion is the smell of various people, there are not just 15 people in this factory. He remembered that the 3 factories seem to have no passage on the surface, but the underground is indeed connected. A total of 40 people gathered in the 3 factories. He also has his own perception and his own thinking. But his body is not like his own. It is strange, and the power of the riot in the body seems to explode if it is not vented. Help! Help me! Help me! This is the only thing he can say now. It's a pity, mixed with the sound of explosions and fighting, no one knows. However, around, there are countless people like Firefly. Oh no, it is more accurate to call them Nomu at this moment. These Nomu stood up. Be careful. One of the heroes protected his companions. Those Nomu started moving. They could clearly see those Nomu slowly rising from the ground, their movements stiff but full of confusion. Endeavor finally freed up a hand, and the flame burst out, spraying at the nearest Nomu. What are you doing in a daze? Endeavor said with a throat. These are Nomu, there is a village outside. Have you forgotten it? This kind of monster without its own consciousness only knows 2 words. Destruction. The city swallowed by flames, the collapsed tall buildings, the weeping people, the broken playground. The image of Nomu that once appeared in front of many professional heroes has the upper hand. They launched their own quirk and tried their best to knock down these Nomu. It's already pretty good. Use the word, down. Scarlet blood fell on the ground and fell on Firefly's hand. Not only did he not have dried medicine, but also blood of the same kind. Dead-handled wooden hanger. You lunatics. What are you planning to make so many Nomu? Dead wood. Hanging? Is this a person's name? Firefly saw blood for the first time. He crawled on the ground and watched a Nomu's head flying up and down in front of his eyes. The blood flowing out of the broken head was no longer. No, it wasn't this man called Deadwood that made them. Advertisement. What production? What exactly is your career heroes doing? The man called the Deadwood Hanger was laughing wildly. Ah, do you mean that your eyes have always been on us? Is it really short-sighted? He realizing in a whispering manner, he seemed to be belittling himself, took a sip on the ground, and looked around. It seems that the person we are looking for is not here. Kurogiri, Dabi. Kurogiri quickly opened the passage, but Dabi did not follow the orders of the Deadwood Hanger. The moment he saw Endeavor appear in front of him, Dabi's expression was out of control. Dabi, let's go. Kurogiri persuaded, there is no move here. Whatever you want, you can fight alone next time. Dabi sneered and waved his hand. Dozens of Nomu jars were directly broken behind him. Falling to the ground, he sneered, I knew it would be broken, wherever I would need professional heroes to come over.
What we need is something we can take away. Wouldn't it be too troublesome to come to the North Sea every time? The dead-handle wooden hanger stepped into Kurogiri with one foot and shouted. It's because I want to go wrong. I still ask about this kind of thing. The insider is the fastest. Directly above them, the salted mouth fish is hiding in the ventilation duct. He was sweating profusely and his temple was aching. He watched another head in the chat group go dark, bit his lip, cheered up and sent a message to the next person. Don't use any quirk on yourself. Don't use any quirk. One is a dead person, and the other is an animal without self-consciousness. It's better to catch Quanyue. The dead-handle wooden hanger said jokingly. Who knows if there will be any secret mechanism activated by genes here. Too late. Mr. Quanyue. Is it Mr. Quanyue? He said to his lips, but he became hoarse, making people hear a snake-like voice. Don't go. Wait. He subconsciously wanted to activate the quirk, using quirk to stop the opponent from leaving. Frost and snow slowly gathered in his hands. Stop. A man's voice exploded in Firefly's head. Stop. Don't use your quirk. Don't go. Take me to see Mr. Quanyue. I want to see. Read more at hotmtlnovel.zi. Huxia MTL fanfiction, second element novel can be read at hotmtl novel for free. The explosion of snowflakes swept the audience, and Nomu, the incarnation of the Firefly, burst from the ground. His eyes lost focus and he sniffed on the ground aimlessly. Then a trace of ultrasound burst from his throat, and several heroes who were close to him were disturbed by the sound waves, and their movements were slightly slow, and they suffered a few injuries. Among the 40 people present, only his quirk can communicate with all self-aware people. It can provide multi-person connection and single machine connection, as long as the person he sees can enter the brain network. Listen. Don't use your quirk. You're humans. You can still be saved. After you use quirk, you will lose all your consciousness as a human being. Damn it. Did you wake up one? Endeavor watched as Kurogiri took the two away. He aimed the flame at one of Nomu's eyes and collapsed. He pulled his companion over with his hand, and a sideways kick directly hit Nomu's face. Step on the ground, followed by a series of explosion sparks. He said so loudly that everyone heard it. Professional heroes are just as ignorant as they are, hoping that their fate is really not as fast as a violent break. His voice became sharper and hoarse, and his brain was rubbed several times with a washboard. Including fireflies on the ground, there are only two kinds of people who can't connect online in brain intranet. Chapter 209. A chance to have a quirk. At the beginning of the birth of quirk, there were different opinions on the source of quirk. Some said that it was genetic mutation, and some said that quirk was originally an organ of humans. One of the two versions derived is gene theory, and the other is organ, s close black lens bracket. But about 100 years ago, there was a very strange saying.